Chapter 1. I can hear the voices of others. Intelligence 100, happiness 10,000. In a modest room in Luqing City, Jiangdong Province, Qin Yu stood before a large mirror. Gazing at the handsome figure reflected back at him, he felt utterly perplexed. What on earth am I doing here? He distinctly remembered celebrating his company's successful listing on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange with several partners, merely having indulged a bit too much in drink. Yet, upon awakening, he found himself in this rented accommodation. The space measured approximately 20 to 30 square meters, neat and tidy, featuring a bathroom and a balcony, resembling a small apartment. The surroundings were quite pleasant, devoid of any dilapidated ambience. On the table lay a Nokia 5110 mobile phone, displaying the date as April 12, 2001, at 10:31 p.m. Standing before the full-length mirror, Qin Yu was engulfed in confusion. Is this truly me? I appear remarkably handsome, most celebrities pale in comparison. Standing at a height of 183 centimeters and weighing 186 centimeters, both my physique and appearance are nearly unparalleled. Moreover, he could sense a vibrant energy coursing through him, an invigorating sensation. He also felt as though he was becoming stronger within just a few minutes. His muscles appeared to be taking shape, and any hint of excess fat had vanished. Suddenly, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Upon integrating this influx of recollections, Qin Yu finally comprehended his situation had traversed time and space, and his soul had inhabited another body. The original owner of this body was also named Qin Yu, a secretary at the Luqing City Committee office, age 23, a graduate of Jingxing University, and with less than a year of work experience. This original individual was indeed peculiar. Choosing to forsake a prestigious family background, he had quarreled with his father and subsequently fled to this fourth-tier city, becoming a mere secretary. Through the amalgamation of the original's memories, Qin Yu understood the reasoning behind such actions, and irreparable rift had developed between father and son, nearly reaching an irreconcilable state. The original's father, Qin Weidong, currently served as the executive vice minister of certain ministry in Beijing, holding a ministerial rank, while his grandfather was a pioneer shareholder, a scion of a prominent family. Qin Weidong had, like many of his contemporaries, experienced the trials of rural life during the down to the countryside movement. It was during this time that he met the original's mother, Li Xiuzi, and they quickly formed a clandestine bond. In the year when college entrance examinations were reinstated, Qin Weidong gained admission to Shuimu University, at which point Li Xiuzi found herself pregnant. Qin Weidong assured her that upon graduating, he would marry Li Xiuzi and bring her and their child to Beijing. Little did he know how unpredictable life could be. In that era, premarital pregnancy was met with scorn, and soon Li Xiuzi faced immense societal pressure, ultimately enduring great hardship to give birth to Qin Yu. Perhaps due to the harsh conditions of that time or the overwhelming societal scrutiny, Li Xiuzi fell gravely ill and succumbed to her ailments, leaving the original to attribute all blame to his father, harboring resentment and a relationship fraught with animosity. Qin Yu sighed softly, contemplating that had he been in that position, he would not have reacted similarly. It was not Qin Weidong's fault, but rather a consequence of the times they lived in. Having traversed into this new existence and occupied this body, one must strive to mend the relationship between father and son. Particularly within the confines of the system, possessing a father of considerable influence bestows a significant advantage. When the opportunity arises, I shall take the initiative to call my father. If time permits, a visit back to the capital would also be most welcome. By the way, I recall reading on a certain platform that every time traveler is endowed with a unique ability. Is there such a power at my disposal? With this hope in mind, Qin Yu called out to the system. System, are you there? I wish to sign in. Hard work is rewarded, and blessings come in abundance. I can handle it. Minutes passed with no response. Damn, is there truly no hope left? I refuse to accept this. After a while, Qin Yu gradually reconciled with reality and found solace in the fact that with such a formidable familial background, the absence of a system mattered little. Moreover, a warm current continually flowed within him, distinctly indicating that he was growing stronger or perhaps undergoing a second maturation. As time pressed on, he decided to take a shower and retire early. That night, he slept soundly, awakening to the light of dawn. Upon rising, Qin Yu noticed the warm current within him had dissipated, yet he felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if he could fell an elephant with a single punch. Lifting his shirt revealed well-defined abdominal muscles, eight perfectly aligned abs, resembling a washboard. Stripping completely, he stood before a full-length mirror, marveling at the dramatic transformation that had occurred overnight. His physique was undeniably impressive, with prominent muscles across his abdomen and chest, along with a well-defined shape. Such a form would likely captivate the gaze of any woman fortunate enough to behold it. His height seemed to have increased slightly, though not markedly. The most significant change was the evident development of his lower body, rendering him even more imposing. Height, 186 centimeters length, 230 km satisfaction abounds. He had to prepare for work, as today was Friday. An important event loomed, the interview for the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. After merging with the memories of his predecessor, Qin Yu was acutely aware of this matter. The newly appointed secretary, Tang Hui, had been in office for nearly a week without a secretary and was now seeking to select one. The director of the municipal office and secretary general, Yin Li, had recommended 9 candidates to the new secretary, who had reviewed the materials and shortlisted 4. Leaving 5 for today's interviews. The apartment was not far from the municipal compound, a mere 20-minute walk, which Qin Yu preferred. "Wow, that young man is so handsome, I really like him," a voice echoed in his ears, strikingly clear. Qin Yu glanced over to find a young woman not far off, approximately 5 or 6 meters away, presumably the source of the voice. Yet, strangely, she hadn't uttered a word. "He's looking at me, I'm so nervous. Should I approach him?" A voice seemed to echo once more in his ears, yet Qin Yu was utterly certain that the young lady had not uttered a single word. This was indeed perplexing. In a state of confusion, he shook his head slightly and quickened his pace towards the Municipal Party Committee compound. The warm current within him had dissipated, but Qin Yu discovered that his physique had reached an astonishing level. His strength was remarkable, and his speed had improved drastically. Additionally, both his hearing and vision had attained a terrifying acuity. From a distance of several meters, he could clearly discern the veins on the leaves, and from dozens of meters away, the sounds of insects flitting about were distinctly audible. Upon entering the large office of the Municipal Party Committee, he took his seat and organized the materials on his desk in preparation for the most significant event of the morning interview. "Good morning, brother," Jiang Suo greeted him enthusiastically as he approached, exuding warmth. He was also a staff member of the Municipal Party Committee and had commenced his career 2 years prior to Qin Yu. It was enviable that his father, son Jiansheng, held the position of deputy mayor, although he had yet to be appointed as a member of the Municipal Standing Committee. Even without being a standing committee member, a deputy mayor held considerable influence in Luching City, akin to that of a deputy department-level official. The two maintained a relatively amicable relationship, and upon seeing Jiang Suo's friendly gesture, Qin Yu reciprocated with equal enthusiasm. "Good morning, brother son." There were a total of 5 candidates for this interview, and Jiang Suo was among them. That "It wouldn't do to arrive late. The interview is about to commence, so I came early to prepare," Jiang Suo remarked. "Brother son, your chances should be the greatest this time. We are merely here to accompany the prince in his studies," Qin Yu replied, but a flicker of pride crossed Jiang Suo's eyes. He shared the same sentiment, though he masked it well, feigning humility. "Oh, not all everything is uncertain. Everyone has an equal opportunity. Until the very end, one cannot truly know who the fortunate one will be." In his heart, he mused, "Aside from me, no one else stands a chance." To ensure his success in the interview, Qin Yu's father had already facilitated introductions with each of the interviewers. This time, Qin Yu could hear his thoughts with crystal clarity. After a moment of surprise, and upon reflecting on the earlier encounter on the road, he could essentially confirm that he indeed had the ability to hear others' thoughts. Realizing this, a wave of ecstasy washed over him. This was his golden finger. In the realm of politics, possessing such an advantage was tantamount to having a cheat code. Chapter 2. The interview for the secretary of the municipal committee. However, Qin Yu displayed none of his elation outwardly, continuing to flatter, "Brother son, you are far too modest. We are merely here to run alongside you. Once you ascend to the position of secretary of the municipal committee, you must treat us to a celebration." Of course, Jiang Suo replied with a smile, his face betraying an unmistakable sense of pride and joy. While he verbally acknowledged Qin Yu's words, internally he thought, "How could someone like you compete with me for for the position of secretary of the municipal committee. Truly, you are unaware of your own limitations. Qin Yu perceptively heard his inner thoughts and couldn't help but reflect on the truth that one may know a person's face, but not their heart. Although they had been relatively close, the revelation was unexpected. With a calm demeanor, Qin Yu exchanged a few words with him before preparing for the imminent interview. To this end, he meticulously adjusted his collar, tie, and cuffs, ensuring that his appearance was impeccable. For the occasion, he had donned a white shirt and tied a necktie, adhering to the interview's dress code, while Sun Jiang mirrored this attire with a similar ensemble. This fellow had even gone so far as to slick his hair back to a glossy sheen, likely having applied copious amounts of hair gel and perhaps even sought the expertise of a stylist. The Secretary General of the Municipal Committee, Yin Li, one of the interviewers for the day, strode over and announced in a clear voice, "Sun Jiang. Qin Yu, be prepared. The interview begins at 9:30, so please arrive 5 minutes early." Both men nodded formally, aware that they would soon be heading to the interview. Just as Yin Li turned to leave, Sun Jiang approached Qin Yu with a box of milk in hand, exuding politeness and enthusiasm. "Brother, this is imported milk, air freight just for you. To give it a try." The packaging was entirely in English, indicating its foreign origin. Qin Yu replied, "I've already had breakfast. Thank you, Sun Gu." Sun Jiang insisted, "I brought it especially for you. You must try it. It's truly delicious." As he spoke, he tore off the straw and prepared to insert it into the milk box, making it seem almost obligatory for Qin Yu to partake. In his mind, Sun Jiang plotted, "I've gone through the trouble of preparing this for you, and when the moment is right, it'll accidentally spray you with milk, leaving you in a disheveled state for the interview." Qin Yu, however, sensed Sun Jiang's true intentions and understood that the offer of milk was merely a ruse aimed at sabotaging him. As Sun Jiang forcefully inserted the straw into the milk box, he was ready to squeeze it, expecting the milk to spray out and drench Qin Yu. The motive behind this was straightforward. Sun Jiang had analyzed the candidates for the interview and deemed Qin Yu the most formidable threat due to his superior academic credentials, being a graduate of the Chinese department at Capital University. The only chink in his armor was his relatively short work experience, having been in the field for less than a year. Thus, Sun Jiang devised this scheme to thwart Qin Yu, believing that soaking him in milk would leave him in disarray before the interview. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. At the moment the milk was about to erupt from the straw, Qin Yu deftly raised his hand to redirect Sun Jiang's grip. Instead of the straw facing Qin Yu, it now pointed towards Sun Jiang himself. Suddenly, a jet of creamy milk burst forth from the straw, splattering Sun Jiang's face, hair, white shirt, and even his tie. "What are you doing?" Sun Jiang shrieked in outrage. Feigning surprise, Qin Yu replied, "Sun Gu, this was all you're doing. You can't blame me for this." This was a large office, with a dozen people working together, and upon hearing that it was imported milk, many turned their gaze to witness the unfolding scene. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Sun Jiang had inadvertently drenched himself, leaving Qin Yu blameless. After his furious outburst, Sun Jiang quickly realized that he had no ground to stand on. He cast a cold glance at Qin Yu, then quickly masked his malicious gaze, feigning that he had wrongly accused Qin Yu. "Brother, this has nothing to do with you. It was my own carelessness." Despite uttering these words, he felt an immense sense of frustration within. It was akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot, a bitter experience he could not articulate. Qin Yu felt the urge to laugh, but restrained himself, reminding him, "Jiangsu, the interview is about to begin. You should hurry and tidy yourself up. It would be best to change into a different shirt." The white shirt was stained with milk, sticky and damp. Such an appearance would certainly not suffice for an interview. Jiangsu grew anxious, especially as he watched Qin Yu head off for the interview. He hurriedly searched for someone to lend him a shirt. "Lu Gu, could I borrow your white shirt for a moment?" "No way. If I lend it to you, what will I wear?" "Zhang Gu, may I borrow your shirt as well?" "Jiangsu, it's not that I don't want to lend it, but you're only 1 meter 60 tall and weigh 180. My shirt won't fit you." Jiangsu continued to search for a white shirt, though was uncertain whether he would succeed. That as for Qin Yu, he was already prepared for the interview, being the second candidate. The interview panel was also ready, seated with Yin Li, the Secretary General of the Municipal Committee, in the main position. To everyone's surprise, the Municipal Party Secretary, Tang Hui, entered the room. Yin Li and the others immediately stood up. "Secretary Tang, what brings you here?" Tang Hui raised his hand, signaling for everyone to sit down. "I'm here to observe." Although he claimed to be merely an observer, as the municipal party secretary, Yinli quickly relinquished his seat, allowing Secretary Tang to occupy the main position of the interview, while he took a seat beside him. The first candidate was a young colleague from the organization department who had been working for 5 or 6 years and was 28 years old. Due to his outstanding performance, he was one of the 5 candidates selected for the interview. With Secretary Tang present, he appeared somewhat nervous, which affected his performance. The second candidate was Qin Yu. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tang Hui, but that was the extent of it. He maintained an air of calm and composure. After all, before his time travel, Qin Yu had been the president of a large corporation and had encountered numerous grand occasions, having even dealt with provincial secretaries. Throughout the interview, Qin Yu performed exceptionally well, answering 3 questions, each response nearly perfect. It was only the year 2001, and compared to others, Qin Yu possessed over 20 years of experience. The questions posed during that era, amid a surge of knowledge, seemed trivial to him. Furthermore, he could discern the thoughts of the interviewers, ensuring that each of his answers resonated deeply with them. With a commendable performance, Qin Yu exited the room, brimming with confidence, and spotted Jiang Su hurrying down the corridor. After considerable effort, Jiang Su had finally managed to change into a white shirt and was now jogging towards him. As the fourth candidate, it would only be a few minutes before his turn arrived, as each interview was strictly limited to 10 minutes. Upon seeing Jiang Su, an idea sparked in Qin Yu's mind that, in the realm of reciprocity, it is only fitting to return a gesture if you resort to underhanded tactics to harm me. Then I, too, shall concoct a modicum of inconvenience for you. Qin Yu turned and entered the adjacent restroom. Emerging after a mere 2 or 3 minutes, to any observer, it appeared as nothing more than a routine visit to relieve oneself and wash one's hands, utterly commonplace. Upon his return, he spotted Sun Jiang in the waiting area and took a few steps forward to greet him. "Brother Sun, your interview is about to commence, is it not?" Sun Jiang nodded, his demeanor betraying a hint of nervousness. It seemed he had already heard that the municipal party secretary, Tang Hui, would be conducting the interview personally. Chapter 3. Father-son conversation. Resentments melt away. Well, after this interview, it will be my turn. How did your interview go, brother? Can you share the details with me? Are you dreaming? You wish to pry into my interview situation. Qin Yu chuckled softly. I performed rather mediocrely. I told them I was merely a support runner. However, you, brother Sun, should have the greatest hopes. Brother Sun, your hair appears somewhat disheveled. This won't do. You should quickly tidy it up in the restroom next door. There's a large mirror there. Is that so? I must hurry to spruce myself up. Given the time constraints, with only a few minutes before his turn, Sun Jiang, without a second thought, rushed to the adjacent restroom. Standing before the large mirror, he noticed his hair was indeed a bit untidy. He hurriedly groomed his hair and adjusted his clothes and tie. This shirt, which he had borrowed with great difficulty, fit him somewhat poorly, but he made do, striving to appear more presentable. That should suffice, he thought. I must not be anxious. I must perform steadily. As he contemplated this, he turned on the faucet, intending to splash some cold water on his face to calm himself. To his dismay, as he twisted the faucet, it came off entirely, unleashing a torrent of water with considerable force. By the time Sun Jiang realized what had happened, he was already drenched, looking like a drowned rat, his clothes and hair thoroughly soaked, resembling a nest of wet feathers. How could this happen? Sun Jiang was on the verge of despair, never having anticipated such misfortune. Ultimately, he could only make a feeble attempt to tidy himself up before stumbling into the waiting room, ready for the interview. Brother, what happened to you? Goodness, this is quite tragic. Qin Yu expressed concern with feigned sympathy, secretly reveling in the unexpected outcome. Sun Jiang's predicament exceeded his expectations. Desperate, Sun Jiang clung to a glimmer of hope. Brother, please, lend me your shirt for swap. Brother Sun, it's not that I'm unwilling, but I stand at 186 meters, while you're only 162 meters tall. It simply wouldn't fit. Just as he said this, a staff member approached to announce, Sun Jiang, it's your turn. How could he possibly attend the interview in such a state, soaking wet and disheveled? He felt like crying, his composure nearly shattered. Spotting another individual of roughly 170 meters, he implored, Brother, could I borrow your shirt? Just for a moment, please. He clasped his hands together. His eyes filled with desperation. The other person flatly refused. That won't work. After your interview, it will be my turn, and I cannot lend you my white shirt. Sun Jiang continued to plead. Just then, Yinli approached, visibly displeased, stating, Sun Jiang, what on earth are you doing? The leaders have been waiting for you for several minutes. Why haven't you come yet? With a sense of resignation, Zhu Enxiang could only present himself in a disheveled manner for the interview, prompting Tang Hui to furrow his brow in concern. The entire interview process was hardly worth mentioning, as Zhu Enxiang's mindset had completely unraveled, resulting in his performance being the least impressive among the candidates. Upon witnessing Zhu Enxiang emerge dejectedly, Qin Yu instinctively understood the situation. A flicker of amusement ignited within him, suggesting that Zhu Enxiang's prospects were bleak, even with the assistance of his father, a deputy mayor. In the capital, at a certain governmental department, Qin Weidong had just concluded a significant meeting. Seated comfortably in his spacious office chair, he opened his drawer and retrieved a photograph. It was a black and white snapshot set against the backdrop of a rural landscape from the 1970s. The image featured two young individuals, a youthful Qin Weidong and a beautiful young woman, Li Xiuji. Xiuji, I am deeply sorry. I regret my choices. Had I chosen to marry you instead of pursuing my university education, you would not have left. Our son has grown up, yet he harbors resentment towards me, refusing to forgive. I acknowledge that all of this is my fault. I have never blamed him. After gazing at the photograph for an extended period, Qin Weidong carefully placed it back in the drawer, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he reminisced about his deceased wife. If only time could rewind, he would undoubtedly choose to marry her first rather than attend university. My son, it is all my fault. You have been in Luqing for nearly a year now, and you do not even call. I miss you dearly. I long to hear your voice. At present, Qin Yu remained unaware of these sentiments. He believed he had performed admirably in yesterday's interview, and, with it being Saturday, he had no work obligations. Rising early, he decided to go for a run. His body felt extraordinarily robust, so he sought to test its endurance. At a pace of 4 minutes per kilometer, he effortlessly ran over 10 kilometers. For an average person, even a leisurely jog of such distance would leave them drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. However, Qin Yu, maintaining his pace, hardly broke a sweat. He felt confident that, should he participate in an international marathon, he could easily shatter world records and claim victory. Initially, he contemplated testing his speed with a 100-meter sprint, but lacking the necessary conditions, he abandoned the idea. He estimated that, at full throttle, he could complete 100 meters in no more than 7 or 8 seconds. He held such confidence in his abilities. After finishing his run and enjoying breakfast, Qin Yu decided to call his father. Once he dialed the number, the line connected swiftly. A hint of surprise tinged the voice on the other end. "Yue, is that you?" "Dad, it's me." The utterance of Dad nearly brought tears to Qin Weidong's eyes. It had been many years since his son had addressed him in such a way. Son, how have you been?" Qin Weidong endeavored to maintain his composure, striving to keep his tone even, yet Qin Yu could still sense the emotional turmoil resonating from his father on the other end of the line. "Father, I am well. During these days, I have contemplated much and gradually come to understand that the past cannot be solely attributed to you. All was a consequence of the times in which we lived." As I listened to Qin Yu's words, Qin Weidong found it hard to believe at first. Gradually, however, this formidable man felt his eyes redden, tears nearly spilling forth. Though he was a prominent leader, capable of remaining unperturbed in the face of great adversity, at his core, he was still a father. "Son, I too was at fault in those days. Had I chosen not to pursue a university education and instead married your mother right away, she would not have left us." Qin Yu replied, "Life is capricious. Who can truly explain it? Father, all is in the past now. I no longer hold any resentment. I will return to the capital sometime soon to visit you and grandfather." All right, Qin Weidong repeated thrice, revealing the depth of his emotions at that moment. Chapter for the secretary of the municipal committee had already been determined. After a brief conversation between father and son, Qin Weidong could not help but inquire about Qin Yu's recent circumstances. Qin Yu succinctly shared his situation, including the interview for the position of secretary to the municipal party committee. After attentively listening, Qin Weidong remarked, "My son, your desire for progress is commendable. The banner of our Qin family must be upheld by you in the future. The position of secretary to the Municipal Party Committee is indeed an excellent opportunity for personal development, perfectly suited for you." The phone call lasted for over 10 minutes. Although Qin Yu did not explicitly request his father's assistance in securing the position, he knew that his father would undoubtedly reach out to the leaders of Jiangdong Province. On the other hand, the situation for Sun Jiang was entirely different. He found himself on the receiving end of a severe reprimand from Sun Jiancheng. "Look at you. How could you possibly mess up such a simple task? What else can you even manage?" Sun Jiang hung his head, appearing despondent. "Dad, I never anticipated that I would spill milk all over myself. Moreover, who could have predicted that the faucet in the municipal office building's restroom would come off with just a twist?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Sun Jiancheng's dissatisfaction. "I have invested so much effort to help you secure the position of secretary to the municipal committee, and now it seems all my efforts have been in vain. Dad, can you think of another way? I genuinely want to be Secretary Tang's aide," Sun Jiang said, urgency creeping into his voice. Sun's mother chimed in, urging, "Dear, although our son did not perform well in the interview, both the interview and the written test are merely superficial assessments. Perhaps if you speak to Secretary Tang, there may still be hope." With a slight sigh, Sun Jiancheng replied, "Alas, I suppose I must try once more. I hope Secretary Tang will grant me some consideration." He pulled out a cigarette, settled into the sofa, and contemplated how to ensure Sun Jiang's appointment as secretary to the municipal committee. Once he finished his cigarette, he extinguished it forcefully in the ashtray and stood up. "I will visit Secretary Tang right away." As the secretary of the municipal committee, who had recently taken office, Tang Jianhui found himself entangled in numerous work-related matters. Even though it was Saturday, he remained at his office, diligently working. He was also contemplating the urgency of finalizing the secretary position, knowing that an exceptional aide would significantly ease his responsibilities. Two candidates surfaced in his mind, Qin Yu and Kong Xiangyang. Both young men had their merits. Qin Yu had performed well in the interview, demonstrating quick thinking and clarity of thought, with an impressive educational background from a prestigious university in the capital. His only drawback was his youth. At merely 23, he had been in the workforce for less than a year. In contrast, Kong Xiangyang's interview performance was slightly less impressive, yet he possessed 5 to 6 years of work experience, showcasing a steadier demeanor. While considering potential secretaries, Tang Jianhui also reflected on his current situation. Having just assumed office, it was crucial for him to establish control over the standing committee. Failing to do so would significantly undermine his authority as the secretary of the municipal committee. However, this presents a considerable challenge. The local faction, led by Mayor Liu Yilong, wields formidable power, bolstered by the unwavering support of several dedicated standing committee members. Setting aside his pen, Tang Hui earnestly pondered how to forge alliances and swiftly gain control over the standing committee, only to be interrupted by a knock at the door. "Guomin," Tang Hui called out with a clear voice. Entering was Vice Mayor's son, Jiancheng. "Comrade Secretary Tang, I hope I'm not disturbing you." Sun Jiancheng's demeanor was surprisingly respectful, even inclining his body slightly. Amidst this unexpected formality, Tang Hui felt a surge of delight. Just as he was contemplating how to rally allies, Sun Jiancheng had approached him unbidden. Although not a member of the municipal standing committee, he was a seasoned vice mayor, having occupied his position for 7 or 8 years, and was merely a step away from joining the committee. "Comrade Jiancheng, please take a seat." As Tang Hui invited Sun Jiancheng to sit on the sofa, he took the initiative to brew tea, leaving Sun Jiancheng somewhat taken aback. Accepting the steaming cup, Sun Jiancheng said, "Secretary Tang, I would like to report some work-related matters to you in person." While the work report itself was not of paramount importance, Sun Jiancheng's true intention was to negotiate a deal. He sought to have his son appointed as Tang Hui's secretary, promising to stand firmly united with Secretary Tang in return. Though not explicitly stated, the implication was clear to both. Each was astute enough to grasp the underlying message. In truth, Tang Hui held a slight disdain for Sun Jiancheng's son, Jiang. He weighed the possibility that if a veteran vice mayor like Sun Jiancheng became a steadfast supporter, allowing Jiang to serve as his secretary for a few months could be a feasible arrangement. Should Jiang prove inadequate, he could easily find an opportunity to promote him elsewhere, subsequently replacing him with a more satisfactory secretary. Though Tang Hui hesitated internally, in the realm of politics, every individual is a consummate actor, adept at concealing their true thoughts. He displayed no signs of uncertainty and even praised Jiang, stating, "Comrade Jiang is indeed an exceptional young colleague, and I will give it serious consideration." Upon hearing this, Sun Jiansheng was elated. Although Secretary Tang had not given a definitive answer, he had signaled a significant likelihood that his son would become the Municipal Party Committee's first secretary. "Secretary Tang, I wish to express my commitment. From this moment forward, I will steadfastly unite around the party and resolutely follow the organization as lead." Who represents the party, who embodies the organization, is undoubtedly Tang Hui, the Municipal Party Secretary. The two conversed for a good 20 to 30 minutes. After leaving the secretary's office, Sun Jiansheng was beaming, his spirits high. Monday arrived, and after a 2-day respite, everyone returned to work. The large office of the Municipal Party Committee began to buzz with activity, sparked by a well-informed individual who had shared a piece of astonishing news. Those who work in the municipal office typically possess a myriad of connections and channels. This young comrade, having gleaned some gossip through certain avenues, spoke animatedly, his voice ringing out in excitement. "Jiang, I have heard that your position as the secretary of the municipal committee has been determined, awaiting only the formal announcement." "What?" Everyone's gaze converges upon him. This is a significant matter, one that stirs great interest among all. Feeling the weight of these eyes upon him, Jiang's heart swells with pride, particularly as his vanity experiences immense gratification. Sun Jianqing has already assured him that there are virtually no obstacles regarding the secretary position, and the official announcement will soon follow. Last night, Jiang was so exhilarated that sleep eluded him. To think of becoming the secretary to the municipal committee secretary was immensely gratifying. Though he felt an overwhelming sense of delight, Jiang was not foolish enough to publicly acknowledge this matter, as it had yet to be officially declared. He feigned a demeanor of modesty, insisting, No, it is not yet a certainty." Chapter 5. Qin Yu is indeed astute. "Sun Jiang, you are far too modest. I have heard that this matter is practically settled." "Sun Jiang, congratulations," exclaimed Secretary Sunday. "Such a momentous occasion calls for a celebration. Let us indulge in a grand feast." Qin Yu observed the scene with a calm demeanor, fully aware that Sun Jiang held no real hope. The position of the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee was rightfully his. His father had already made a phone call, and they had conversed for at least 30 minutes. The primary purpose of Qin Weidong's call was to inform Qin Yu that the position of secretary of the Municipal Party Committee was secured, and to offer guidance on the responsibilities and considerations associated with the role. "Qin Yu, it seems you have truly become a companion to the Crown Prince," someone remarked. Qin Yu smiled, choosing not to respond. Such is the nature of political circles, where individuals often elevate others while simultaneously diminishing themselves. Although Sun Jiang professed humility, claiming that the matter was still uncertain, his expression betrayed an unmistakable sense of pride and satisfaction. He even patted Qin Yu on the shoulder, feigning consolation. "Brother, fret not. You are still young, and there will be ample opportunities ahead." Yet, inwardly he mused, "With your lack of connections and experience, how can you aspire to the position of secretary of the Municipal Party Committee?" Upon hearing Sun Jiang's thoughts, Qin Yu merely smiled. Just as the large office was bustling with activity, with many currying favor and flattering Sun Jiang, Yin Li, the director of the municipal office and secretary general, entered. The moment the leader stepped in, the lively atmosphere of the office fell into an abrupt silence. Yin Li's gaze settled on Qin Yu, and with a slight nod, he called out in a clear voice, "Comrade Qin Yu, please come here." "What?" Many were taken aback. Why was Secretary Yin summoning Qin Yu? Could it pertain to the position of Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee? Sensing the curiosity among the crowd, Yin Li did not hesitate to clarify, announcing in a booming voice, "I have wonderful news to share. Starting today, Comrade Qin Yu will serve as the dedicated secretary to Secretary Tang. The official documents will be issued shortly." Heavens! Qin Yu had actually become the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. It was supposed to be Sun Jiang. Numerous eyes turned toward Sun Jiang, reflecting a myriad of emotions. mockery, schadenfreude, confusion, and more. The contrast with the earlier admiration and flattery was stark. Feeling the weight of those gazes, Sun Jiang's face burned with humiliation, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide. As Qin Yu followed Secretary Yin out of the grand office, Sun Jiang could no longer bear to remain. He hurriedly departed. He needed to confront his father and demand to know why Qin Yu was appointed secretary of the municipal party committee instead of himself. Once Sun Jiang left, the office erupted into lively chatter again. It was hard to believe that Qin Yu had become the secretary of the municipal party committee. Huh, this is hilarious. Did you see Sun Jiang's expression earlier? He was so smug, yet the position did not go to him. Laughter erupted as many found the situation utterly amusing. Moments ago, Jun Jiang gently patted Qin Yu's shoulder, offering a comforting gesture. One might wonder if Jun Jiang would take a few days off. If it were me, I would surely feel too embarrassed to come to work during this time. Indeed, it is quite humiliating. Yanli led Qin Yu directly into the office of the Secretary General. Comrade Qin Yu, I am here on behalf of the organization to formally discuss matters with you. Starting today, you will serve as Secretary Tang's dedicated secretary. There are several important points I must convey to you. In his capacity as a leader and someone who has traversed similar paths, Yanli meticulously elaborated on various considerations and how to effectively serve the leadership, speaking for over 30 minutes. Qin Yu diligently absorbed every word. Ever since enhancing his physical capabilities, it was no longer merely a matter of increased strength. His stamina, endurance, and reaction speed had all reached formidable levels. His vision and hearing were significantly sharper than those of an average person, and he felt invigorated, with a nimble mind and greatly enhanced memory, though not quite photographic. It was nearly so. Qin Yu retained every detail of Yin Li's instructions without omission. After providing his guidance, Yin Li presented Qin Yu with 2 items: a contact directory containing the details of all officials in Lu City at the deputy division level and above, and a work mobile phone. Finally, Yin Li personally accompanied Qin Yu to knock on the door of Secretary Tang's office. Secretary Tang, young Qin has arrived. Secretary Tang was seated in a spacious executive chair, engrossed in reviewing a document, and did not immediately cease his work, but merely nodded slightly. Please have a seat. I will be with you shortly. Yin Li settled onto the sofa and gestured for Qin Yu to join him. Aware that Secretary Tang was discreetly observing him and attuned to his thoughts, Qin Yu made a concerted effort to appear calm and composed, sitting respectfully on the sofa and patiently waiting. Young Qin is quite impressive. At such a young age, possessing such composure is rare. I wonder how his work capabilities will fare, especially in terms of perception. Secretary Tang's thoughts echoed clearly in Qin Yu's mind. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, Secretary Tang set down his pen, adopting a serious demeanor. Young Qin, from today onward, you will be my dedicated secretary. Apply yourself diligently in your work. Should I find your performance lacking, I will reassign you to your previous position. Of course, this was unlikely to happen. It was merely a verbal admonition, a gentle warning. With unwavering confidence, Qin Yu replied, "Rest assured, leader, I will strive to meet your expectations." Nodding slightly, Secretary Tang engaged in a conversation with Qin Yu for about 10 minutes, thoroughly satisfied with the exchange. Very well, let us commence your duties from this moment. Once Yin Li had departed, he turned to Qin Yu and said, "Comrade Qin Yu, should you encounter any uncertainties or require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Thank you, Secretary Yin." As Yin Li departed, Qin Yu observed the slight disarray of Secretary Tang's grand desk. His first task was to restore order, particularly by categorizing the documents meticulously. Noticing that Secretary Tang's teacup was half filled with water, Qin Yu promptly refilled it. Tang Hui contemplated that although Qin Yu was youthful, his perceptiveness was commendable. He anticipated Tang's need for water and filled the cup with an optimal temperature. A cup of coffee with a hint of sugar would have been even more delightful. Hearing this unspoken desire, Qin Yu swiftly prepared a cup of coffee, lightly sweetened, and placed it gently on the grand desk. "Here, sir, enjoy a cup of coffee to invigorate your spirits." Tang Hui nodded in satisfaction, taking a sip and finding it just right, precisely the flavor he craved. He thought to himself, that opening the window for some fresh air would alleviate the slight stuffiness in the office. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yu proactively approached the window and opened it for ventilation. Immersed in his work, Qin Yu completely won over Tang Hui within just one morning, leaving him immensely pleased. The young man, despite his age, possessed exceptional insight. Often, Tang Hui would merely contemplate a thought, and before he could voice it, Qin Yu would already know the appropriate action to take. It was as if he had an innate understanding of Tang Hui's desires. Tang Hui found himself reflecting more than once that Qin Yu was inherently suited for the role of secretary. Initially, after receiving a call from the provincial party's main leader, he felt a tinge of apprehension, but now that sentiment had dissipated entirely, replaced by a profound sense of satisfaction with Qin Yu. Chapter 6. Becoming the secretary to the Municipal Party Committee. A leap to greatness. Why was Qin Yu chosen as his personal secretary? Yesterday, Tang Hui received a phone call from the provincial governor. Besides expressing concern for the recent developments in Luqing City, the governor casually mentioned Comrade Tang Hui. I hear you are in the process of selecting a personal secretary. Tang Hui promptly responded, Yes, leader, the interviews have been completed, and the announcement of the chosen candidate will be made in the next few days. The governor continued, Comrade Tang Hui, while the role of the secretary is indeed crucial, I would advise you to provide more opportunities to the youth, particularly those with advanced degrees. At Tang Hui's level, certain implications were immediately clear. Among the candidates, Qin Yu was the youngest and held the highest qualifications, having graduated from the Chinese department of Beijing University. It was evident that the leader intended for Qin Yu to assume the role of his secretary. Tang Hui even speculated about the nature of the relationship between Qin Yu and the governor, wondering why the leader would personally call regarding him. After the call, Tang Hui specifically requested Qin Yu's file for review. However, upon examination, he found it rather unremarkable. Qin Yu came from a rural background, had lost his mother, and his household registration was under his uncle's name, with his father's information entirely absent. Qin Yu seamlessly embraced his role. Shortly thereafter, he delivered several documents to Tang Hui's expansive desk and prepared to leave. He had a small office nearby, where he typically spent his time to avoid interrupting the leader's work in a larger office. Tang Hui called out to him, Xiao Qin, have a seat. Let us have a chat. Surprised, Qin Yu settled onto the sofa. Tang Hui, shedding the formality of his position, engaged in a casual conversation with Qin Yu, inquiring about his personal circumstances and family background. Perceptive to the underlying intentions, Qin Yu understood that Tang Hui was probing into his lineage. His family background was indeed noteworthy, being part of one of the capital's elite families, with his grandfather being a first-generation original shareholder. However, Qin Yu chose to keep this information concealed, offering only vague responses. Realizing he had not achieved his goal, Tang Hui refrained from pressing further, suspecting that Qin Yu's background was not as simple as it appeared. Upon returning to his small office and reflecting on the earlier conversation, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. A middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a friendly expression and devoid of any pretentiousness, inquired, Secretary Qin, does the leader have a moment? I would like to report on my work in person. This man was the head of a certain bureau. To the average person, a bureau chief might seem imposing and authoritative. Yet to Qin Yu, he appeared as an ordinary individual, even exuding a hint of obsequiousness. Having ascended to the position of secretary to the Municipal Party Committee, Qin Yu acutely felt the stark contrast to his previous status. He had experienced a meteoric rise. Once an inconspicuous figure, he was now the object of admiration and flattery from many. Such is the nature of politics. Qin Yu rose with enthusiasm and said, Director Zhao, the leader is available now. I will inquire on your behalf. He knocked and entered Secretary Tang's office. Shortly after, Qin Yu emerged and informed Director Zhao, please wait for about 5 more minutes. The leader is finishing reviewing a few documents. All right, no problem, Director Zhao replied hastily. Noticing that no one else was around, he took a few steps closer and produced a shopping card, saying, Secretary Qin, please take this card and buy something useful. It's not much. Qin Yu glanced at it, noting the face value of 1,000, which was roughly equivalent to his monthly salary, not an insignificant amount. He promptly and earnestly declined. Director Zhao, this is not appropriate. You are putting me in a difficult position. This was not the first time Qin Yu had encountered such a situation. Just 2 days into his new role as the secretary of the municipal committee, he had already received gifts and invitations to meals from various individuals, the number of which was countless. He understood that, to advance in the political arena, certain mistakes must be avoided at all costs. Moreover, given his family background, he lacked no financial resources and saw no need to accept such offerings. In stark contrast to Qin Yu's situation was that of Sun Jiang. Upon learning of Qin Yu's promotion to secretary, Sun Jiang immediately sought out his father to express his grievances. Sun Jiansheng felt helpless. He had believed the outcome was a foregone conclusion and never anticipated such a turn of events. Amidst his frustration, he felt a sense of indignation rise within him. I clearly stated my willingness to unite around you and would follow your lead. Yet, you have left me in the lurch. Very well. I shall not rush to align myself with you. Let us observe further. If you can prevail against Mayor Liu and his associates, then I may consider joining you later. Hello, Secretary Qin. Have you finished work? As the day drew to a close, many people warmly greeted Qin Yu, including former colleague from the main office. For instance, Xiao Zhang, who had joined the workforce a few years earlier and was 3 or 4 years older than Qin Yu, had always acted superior around him. However, now he was entirely different. From a distance, he approached with an air of flattery, saying, Secretary Qin, you are off work now. Qin Yu nodded slightly, yes, I am off work. Xiao Zhang took a few more steps closer, his obsequiousness more evident. Secretary Qin, do you have some time this evening? Let us share a drink. Previously aloof, Xiao Zhang now used the term brother with ease. Qin Yu smiled faintly. No, I already have plans for tonight. After the refusal, Xiao Zhang showed no signs of anger and merely nodded in agreement. Yes, I was hasty. You must be very busy. Individuals like Xiao Zhang garnered no respect from Qin Yu. He regarded them with disdain and responded coldly, offering only brief pleasantries before walking away. Meanwhile, in an upscale club, Mayor Liu Yilong lounged comfortably in a plush armchair, clad in a bathrobe, exhaling clouds of smoke from a cigarette he held in his hand. Beside him stood the respectful vice mayor-in-chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Hu Mingkai, who quietly reported, Mayor, everything has been arranged. Liu Yilong nodded slightly, stating, if we choose to act, we must ensure the complete annihilation of our opponent, leaving them no chance for resurgence. Hu Mingkai assured, rest assured, Mayor, Zhang Wenxin is exceptionally reliable. I guarantee there will be no issues. Liu Yilong nodded again, instructing, coordinate with Zhang Wenxin. If this operation is successful, he will undoubtedly reap the rewards. Should it fail, he is well aware of the consequences. Hu Mingkai responded, you can trust me. I have already discussed this with him, and he understands fully. I assure you, there will be no errors. Liu Yilong concluded, good. If this matter is resolved, you shall all be hailed as heroes. Upon hearing this, Hu Mingkai felt a flicker of joy in his heart, even a hint of excitement. Chapter 7. The Collapse of the Sky. A tremor in the political arena originally. The position of the municipal party secretary was destined for Liu Yilong. Having served as the mayor for over 4 years, his qualifications were more than sufficient, and his former superior, Deputy Secretary Wang, had even hinted at recommending Liu for the role. However, to his dismay, the provincial committee appointed Tang Hui as the municipal party secretary, which left Liu Yilong feeling both disappointed and furious. Unable to express his dissatisfaction towards Deputy Secretary Wang, he redirected all his resentment towards Tang Hui, believing he had usurped his rightful position. In light of this, Liu Yilong resolved to bring him down. While it is uncommon for a mayor to target a municipal party secretary, Liu Yilong was undeterred, having grown accustomed to wielding power in Luqing, especially with the tacit approval of Deputy Secretary Wang. Under Liu Yilong's clandestine orchestration, a monumental conspiracy was unfolding. Today marked the 3rd day since Qin Yu had assumed the role of secretary to the municipal party committee. Early in the morning, Qin Yu strode into the municipal party compound with vigor and a commendable demeanor. Although the hour was early and the number of employees was sparse, many greeted him warmly and enthusiastically. Secretary Qin, good morning. Hello, Secretary Qin. In response, Qin Yu typically acknowledged their greetings without adopting an air of superiority befitting his position. However, he unexpectedly encountered Su Jiang. Upon seeing Qin Yu, Su Jiang momentarily froze. A flicker of animosity flashing in his eyes before it was quickly masked by a facade of camaraderie as he approached. "Brother, congratulations." Qin Yu smiled, replying, "Thank you." Su Jiang continued, "I know you're busy, but as a brother I would like to organize a gathering, inviting a few close friends to celebrate together." Internally, however, he thought, "Qin Yu, you have taken my position as secretary. I will have my revenge." The gathering is a ruse, a trap in disguise. Seizing the opportunity, he planned to intoxicate Qin Yu, slip something into his drink, and book a room. When Qin Yu was inebriated, he would capture incriminating photos or even alert the authorities, ensuring that Qin Yu would be ousted from his position, with no one able to protect him. Hearing these sinister thoughts, Qin Yu felt a cold smirk within, though his expression remained troubled. "Su Jiang, I appreciate your invitation, but you must understand that at my level, time is not entirely at my disposal. It is difficult to say when I will be free." Su Jiang replied, "How about this weekend? You should have time then. I will make the arrangements, and you need not worry about anything." Qin Yu said, "Let us discuss it later." After exchanging a few more words, Qin Yu entered the municipal office building to commence his day's work. Observing Qin Yu's retreating figure, Su Jiang's previously warm demeanor quickly turned frigid, and he silently vowed, "Qin Yu, I will ensure your downfall. I have devised my plans, and the position of secretary must rightfully belong to me." As Qin Yu entered the office building, he proceeded directly to his office. He first organized his schedule for the day before heading to Secretary Tang's office, where he tidied up and prepared a cup of hot tea, placing it on Tang Hui's large desk. Shortly thereafter, Tang Hui appeared, ready to commence the day's work. Qin Yu began by reporting on the day's agenda and reminded Secretary Tang of the urgent documents that required prompt approval. Once these tasks were completed, he gently exited the secretary's office, closing the door quietly behind him. Tang Hui's gaze was filled with admiration and satisfaction. This young man, Qin Yu, was truly impressive. After 2 days of interaction, Tang Hui was most pleased with Qin Yu's perceptiveness. Whatever crossed Tang's mind, Qin Yu seemed to intuitively grasp, executing his thoughts with remarkable precision. Such a dynamic is indeed pleasurable. Any leader would cherish having a secretary like this. However, little did they anticipate that an astonishing event would unfold that day, sending shockwaves through the political landscape of Luqing, akin to a monumental earthquake. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, after Tang Hui had just concluded a meeting and returned to his office, a delegation of over 10 individuals led by a deputy secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission arrived at the Luqing Municipal Committee, taking away Tang Hui, the newly appointed mayor who had been in office for less than 10 days, for investigation. Accompanying him was, of course, his secretary, Qin Yu. The arrest of a municipal secretary is a momentous event, particularly in the context of Luqing's political sphere. The news spread rapidly, leaving many incredulous at the turn of events. The municipal committee's office erupted in chaos, with numerous individuals engaged in fervent discussions about the incident. Some expressed concern about potential repercussions from the secretary's arrest, while others adopted a more detached attitude, given that Tang Hui had only recently taken office and had not yet solidified a vast circle of allies. It was hard to fathom how Secretary Tang could suddenly be taken for investigation. Rumors circulated that someone had reported him to the provincial commission, leading to the discovery of a large cardboard box containing 1 million in cash at his residence. It seemed Tang Hui was in grave danger. Typically, those taken by the provincial commission seldom escape unscathed, especially with such a staggering sum found in his possession. Sun Jiang, seated at his desk, overheard these discussions and quickly grasped the situation, shaking off his previous gloom and low profile. Having felt embarrassed for not being appointed as the municipal secretary, he had taken 2 days off and only returned to work today, planning to keep a low profile until he could undermine Qin Yu. Little did he know that such a significant event would unfold shortly after his arrival. Fortune was indeed smiling upon him. Sun Jiang's earlier modesty dissipated entirely, and he eagerly engaged in the lively conversation surrounding the incident. Who would have thought that Secretary Tang, seemingly so upright, was secretly amassing such a fortune? 1 million indeed. Many cast astonished glances at Sun Jiang. Although everyone was fervently discussing the matter, no one dared to speak out against Tang Hui, except for Jiang Su, who was the first to do so. A person who had a close relationship with Jiang Su cautioned him, saying, "Xiao Sun, it's best to refrain from such remarks. They can have adverse effects." Jiang Su suddenly realized his folly, feeling a twinge of regret for having spoken so thoughtlessly in his moment of exuberance. At the entrance, the Secretary General of the Municipal Committee, Yin Li, wore a grave expression. He had heard Jiang Su's words distinctly, and his gaze inevitably fell upon him. The spacious office fell into an abrupt silence, each individual pretending to be engrossed in their work, for with the arrival of the Secretary General, who would dare to speak out of turn, Jiang Su felt a tightening in his chest, wishing he could slap himself for his misfortune. Not only had he spoken without thinking, but his words had also been overheard by Yin Li, a member of the Municipal Standing Committee and the director of the municipal office. Chapter 8. Sun Jianqing's decision according to the established protocols of the political arena. The Secretary General of the Municipal Committee is invariably an ally of the Municipal Party Secretary. In the position of a member of the Standing Committee, the Secretary of the Municipal Committee wields considerable authority. Should the Secretary wish to replace someone in this role, a mere suggestion to the Provincial Committee would typically lead to compliance. Yin Li, having been promoted by the previous Municipal Secretary, has occupied his position as a Standing Committee member for less than a year. With the advent of a new Municipal Secretary, he harbors fears regarding the stability of his position. Out of this apprehension, he has been striving to align himself closely with Secretary Tang, repeatedly expressing his loyalty. Given the current circumstances, it seems that Secretary Tang has somewhat embraced him, allowing Yin Li's position to appear temporarily secure. Little did he know that Secretary Tang would be taken away for investigation by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. A wave of panic surged within Yin Li. If a municipal secretary is under investigation, could he, as the Secretary General, also be implicated? It is certainly a possibility. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a flicker of hope ignited within him. After all, Secretary Tang had only assumed his role for less than 10 days, and any consequences should not significantly affect him, right? One can only hope. As he passed by the bustling main office of the Municipal Committee, the commotion drew him to a halt at the doorway. He overheard a particularly striking remark from Sun Jiang, his gaze fixating on the man as he mused, "Thank goodness he was not appointed as the Secretary General. Such a person is ill-equipped for such responsibilities. Is there nothing better for you to do? Must you all engage in gossip? Let me establish a rule. No one in the municipal office is permitted to discuss Secretary Tang." Instantly, the room fell into a hush. Observing the silence that enveloped the office as everyone resumed their tasks, Yin Li let out a quiet snort, casting a lingering, meaningful glance at Sun Jiang as he departed. A wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over Sun Jiang, fueling his regret. After watching Secretary Yin leave, he lightly slapped himself, muttering, "Damn it, why did you speak out of turn?" However, it wasn't long before a sense of relief washed over him. Shortly thereafter, Yin Li too was taken away by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. In the Deputy Mayor's office, Sun Jiancheng sat comfortably in his chair, sipping hot tea and humming an unknown tune in unusually high spirits. The most gratifying news of the day was the investigation of Tang Hui. With Sun Jiang's failure to secure the position of Secretary General, Sun Jiancheng had long been vacillating over whether to align himself with Secretary Tang. Now, however, with Tang Hui under investigation, he resolved to follow the lead of Mayor Lu Yilong, who, if all goes well, should advance to the role of municipal secretary. In truth, Sun Jiancheng had maintained a closer relationship with the former municipal secretary and had privately sought to cultivate ties with Lu Yilong as well. Yet he had always presented an ambiguous stance. He had been weighing his options, considering how best to secure the maximum benefit for himself. Previously, he had attempted to align with the newly appointed municipal secretary in exchange for his son Sun Jiang to become the Secretary General. But when that plan fell through, dissatisfaction brewed within him. Now, there was no need for further hesitation. Tang Hui was taken away for investigation, and the position of the municipal party secretary would undoubtedly be vacated. Mayor Lu would certainly advance to become the new municipal party secretary. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Yilong had just finished a phone call, feeling a sense of lightness and relief, as everything was proceeding according to his plan without a hint of deviation. Hearing a knock at the door, he called out, "Please come in." To Lu Yilong's surprise, the person who entered was Sun Jianqing. Sun Jianqing wore a respectful expression, slightly bending at the waist and adopting a humble posture. "Mayor, I have come to report on my work." This was merely a pretext, as his true intention was to align himself with Lu Yilong. Perhaps everything was going exceedingly well, and soon the position of municipal party secretary would be his. Lu Yilong appeared to be in good spirits. "Son, your initiative to report is commendable. Please, have a seat and let me offer you a drink." Sun Jianqing feigned astonishment, humbly replying, "Just some hot tea would suffice." Once seated on the sofa, Sun Jianqing began his report. After completing it, he shifted the conversation to express his true aim. "Mayor, I hope you will provide guidance in our future work. If there are any areas of dissatisfaction, please feel free to criticize and correct me." Lu Yilong, perceptive as he was, immediately recognized Sun Jianqing's intent to draw closer to him, and a sense of joy filled his heart as he praised, "Comrade Jianqing, I am very pleased with your awareness and understanding. I will also need your support in our future endeavors." Both men understood the underlying message, and Lu Yilong soon accepted Sun Jianqing's allegiance. In the Jiangdong Provincial Committee, the provincial secretary Sha Changhe wore a somewhat stern expression, deeply incensed. It was outrageous that a municipal party secretary was taken away for investigation without prior notification or his consent. This was a blatant affront to his authority as provincial secretary. "Comrade Maninju, il requiere raisonnable explanation." Ma Ningyu, a member of the Provincial Standing Committee and secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, offered an apology. Secretary Sha, someone reported to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission that Tang Hui accepted a substantial bribe. "Since you were in Beijing attending a meeting, I was concerned about disturbing you. Secretary Wang Xiaolong and I briefly conferred and jointly decided to conduct an investigation first and report later." This was indeed true. Sha Changhe had been in Beijing for a meeting and had only returned to the provincial committee just past 11 o'clock that morning. However, upon landing, he was immediately informed that the municipal party secretary of Luqing had been taken away for investigation. This infuriated him. Such a significant matter warranted prior notification. It was utterly unacceptable, demonstrating a blatant disregard for his position as provincial secretary. Wang Xiaolong, the provincial deputy secretary and the third-ranking official in Jiangdong province, had acted alongside Ma Ningyu while Sha Changhe was away in Beijing. Perhaps they had seized this opportunity to choose such a moment deliberately. Nevertheless, Sha Changhe felt this was still a slight against him, as he had been the one to strongly advocate for Tang Hui's appointment as the municipal party secretary of Luqing during the provincial standing committee meeting. Originally, vice secretary of the provincial party committee, Wang Xiaolong, intended to recommend Lu Yilong for the position of secretary of the Luqing Municipal Committee. "Sa Tang ke remarket, comrade Ningyu. I suggest we first allow Comrade Tang Hui to resume his duties. If an investigation is necessary, it could be conducted discreetly to minimize impact." To his surprise, Ma Ningyu appeared troubled and replied, "Secretary Sha, I fear that may not be feasible. Our personnel have already uncovered 1 million yuan in cash at Tang Hui's residence, which aligns with the amount reported by the whistleblower. Furthermore, Tang Hui's fingerprints were found on the box containing the cash. This complicates matters significantly. Even with Sha Changhe's position as secretary of the provincial committee, he cannot compel the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission to release someone. To do so would raise suspicions of shielding corrupt individuals." After a moment of contemplation, Sha Changhe reluctantly instructed, "In that case, let the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission continue their investigation. But remember, we must not wrongfully accuse any innocent individuals. Everything must be substantiated by evidence." He added, "Should there be any developments, report to me immediately." Chapter 9. The decision of the Provincial Standing Committee in a hotel in Luqing City. The establishment appeared, at first glance, to be an ordinary lodging. However, those in the know understood that it served as a designated facility for the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. After Qin Yu was taken away, he was brought directly to this location, where he found himself confined in a room. The accommodations bore a striking resemblance to a standard hotel room, Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern additional security measures. A layer of stainless steel anti-theft netting adorned the window, and the door had been notably reinforced. Upon his confinement, no one had visited him. Qin Yu pondered the abnormality of the situation. It was hardly commonplace for a prominent municipal party secretary to be apprehended for investigation less than 10 days into his tenure. He speculated that certain individuals must be envious of Secretary Tang's position, seeking to undermine him. Secretary Tang had been ensnared in a trap. Whether this was true would soon be revealed as they listened to the sentiments expressed by others. Qin Yu had heard much about Tang Hui's character in recent days and held firm confidence in him, recognizing him as a dedicated public servant rather than a corrupt official. Such a commendable leader should not be allowed to fall victim to deceit. Moreover, as his secretary, Qin Yu felt their fates intertwined. He could not afford to witness Tang Hui's downfall without consequence. To thrive in the political arena, it was essential that Secretary Tang remained unscathed. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the door swung open and two individuals entered. One of them, with a grave demeanor, addressed him. Qin Yu, comrades from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission wish to question you. Please accompany us. Soon, Qin Yu found himself in another room, which resembled an interrogation chamber of the commission, where three individuals awaited him. The lead figure introduced himself. Qin Yu, I am Qin Yin, the director of the third room of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. I am here to conduct your questioning on behalf of the commission, and I hope you will answer our inquiries truthfully. Qin Yu inclined his head slightly, responding, Please, ask away. I shall answer truthfully. Observing Qin Yu's cooperative demeanor and youthfulness, Qin Yin thought to himself that it was an easy task to manage someone so young. Having a director personally interrogate him seemed excessive, but the leadership's desire to completely dismantle Tang Hui's reputation warranted such caution. Understanding the underlying sentiment, Qin Yu realized that Secretary Tang was indeed being targeted. However, he maintained an expression of calm compliance, betraying none of his internal surprise. Qin Yin nodded slightly and proceeded with the inquiry. Qin Yu, I represent the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission in asking you whether you are aware of Tang Hui receiving 1 million in cash from businessman Zhang Wenxin. Feigning astonishment, Qin Yu replied, When did this occur? I am completely unaware. I have spent nearly every day with Secretary Tang. Qin Yan's countenance grew increasingly stern. Qin Yu, please answer the questions properly. Qin Yu shrugged. I am answering properly, am I not? I truly do not know. Since you and Secretary Tang share a common interest, and you are conspiring to entrap him, there is no need to feign innocence while being at the mercy of others. Bang! Qin Yin slammed the table, his voice turning markedly colder, even tinged with a threat. Qin Yu, you should be well aware of our policy. Resistance is met with severity, while honesty is met with leniency. Qin Yu scoffed, a derisive smile gracing his lips. With such a low caliber, you still aspire to be a director? Director Chun, I do not perceive any fault in my demeanor. Rather, it is your attitude that raises concerns. I am not under double regulation. I have merely been brought here to assist with the investigation. If I were indeed guilty of any wrongdoing, why not present the evidence and impose double regulation upon me? Chun Yin inwardly cursed, thinking, You aren't even a small fry, yet you presume to be worthy of our Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's attention. If you weren't Secretary Tang's aide, I wouldn't even bother to engage with you. Though frustration simmered within him, he recognized that as the esteemed director of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's third office, it was unnecessary to engage in a quarrel with such a young man. Striving to regain his composure, Chun Yin inquired, Qin Yu, what kind of cigarettes does Secretary Tang smoke, and what alcoholic beverages does he consume? Does he frequent high-end establishments? Qin Yu replied, Secretary Tang smokes, but only a few yuan's worth of bai sha. He rarely drinks. I have been serving as Secretary Tang's aide for 3 days, and I have yet to witness him entering any high-end venues. The subsequent questioning yielded little success for Chun Yin and his team, as they garnered minimal information. Qin Yu stood impervious, seemingly invulnerable. Noting that considerable time had elapsed, Qin Yin, now impatient, rose to leave, while Qin Yu was escorted back to the original room. In the mayor's office, Lu Yilong, the mastermind behind the scheme, had been closely monitoring the developments. Thus far, everything was proceeding according to his plan. Just moments ago, Wu Weiming, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission who was leading the investigation, had visited, ostensibly to inquire about Secretary Tang, but in reality, he had revealed some progress. So far, the situation was decidedly advantageous for them, particularly with the discovery of 1 million yuan in cash at Tang's residence. The cash boxes bearing his fingerprints. Meanwhile, in the provincial capital, the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee was convening. After discussing several topics, the matter of Tang Hui naturally arose. Ma Ningyu, the Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, reported on the progress. Comrades, we have successfully uncovered 1 million yuan in cash at Secretary Tang's residence, and we have also extracted his fingerprints from the cash boxes. Following his report, Ma Ningyu proposed to the committee, given the overwhelming evidence, I suggest that the committee authorize the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission to impose double regulation on Secretary Tang. At present, he had only been taken for questioning. Double regulation had not yet been announced. The concepts of being taken for questioning and double regulation are entirely distinct. Once double regulation is declared, Tang must elucidate the issues within a stipulated time frame and location. Immediately, a committee member voiced dissent, evidently aligned with Secretary Sha Changhe. Although he did not possess absolute control over the committee, Secretary Sha had a few supporters. Certainly, the influence of Deputy Secretary Wang Zhaoqing's faction is formidable, with Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary Ma Ningyu belonging to his circle. I oppose the immediate implementation of double regulation. To my knowledge, Tang Hui vehemently denies having accepted 1 million yuan. We must further ascertain whether it is a case of bribery or a malicious setup against him. Moreover, the appointment of Tang Hui as the secretary of the Luqing Municipal Committee was a decision made collectively by the Provincial Standing Committee. Indeed, the once serene meeting room of the Standing Committee now buzzes with murmurs and hushed discussions as several members lean in to exchange opinions. Soon, another member voices, I too do not support the hasty announcement of double regulation. Let us wait until we gather more substantial evidence. We can declare it later. The declaration of double regulation against Comrade Tang Hui would be a slap in the face for our standing committee, as we collectively appointed him. And for him to be subjected to such measures within 10 days of assuming office is quite disconcerting. Absolutely. This matter requires careful consideration. I also advise against rushing to announce double regulation. Some members even suggest that since Comrade Tang Hui is merely under investigation, he should be allowed to return to his position to continue his duties, with the investigation proceeding discreetly. Wang Xiaolong and Ma Ningyu exchanged solemn glances, both realizing the gravity of the situation. Initially, they believed there was a strong consensus in the Standing Committee to announce the double regulation of Tang Hui, but it seems they had significantly underestimated his standing in Secretary Sha Chang's eyes. Tang Hui is closely associated with Secretary Sha and was appointed to his position upon Sha's recommendation. It appears that following Tang Hui's investigation, Secretary Sha has been actively working behind the scenes, as evidenced by the considerable opposition from the members of the Standing Committee. The dissenting voices extend beyond Sha's faction, as even some neutral members express their disagreement. Observing the majority's opposition to double regulation, a familiar sense of control returned to Sha Changhe. He raised his hand to signal for silence. Once the room quieted, Sha, in his capacity as the leader, began to speak, since there is a lack of consensus. Let us proceed to a vote. Those opposed to double regulation, please raise your hands. A majority of the members raised their right hands. Witnessing this, Wang Xiaolong and Ma Ningyu exchanged glances again, their expressions tinged with bitterness as they subtly shook their heads. Acknowledging the slim chances of proceeding with double regulation against Tang Hui unless more evidence comes to light. Satisfied, Sha nodded and continued now. Those in favor of double regulation against Tang Hui, please raise your hands. After a moment's hesitation, Ma Ningyu was the first to raise his hand. Given that he proposed the motion, failing to do so would be somewhat embarrassing. Even if Wang Zhaoqing's faction raised their hands, it would still fall short, leaving no room for doubt. Ultimately, within the Provincial Standing Committee, the factions are intricately intertwined, with no single faction holding absolute dominance. not even Secretary Sha's faction, which explains why he has not been able to gain complete control over the Standing Committee. After the vote was concluded by a show of hands, Comrade Sha Changhe addressed the assembly, stating that the minority must yield to the majority. Under these circumstances, since Comrade Tang Hui has merely been taken away for investigation, upon completion of the inquiry, he should temporarily return to his post. The relevant investigations may proceed, but I recommend maintaining discretion to mitigate any undue repercussions. Chapter 10. Sun Jiang digs a pit. Qin Yu prepares to turn the tables inside the room. Qin Yu sat on the bed, his mind occupied with various thoughts, such as who could have orchestrated the trap against Secretary Tang and what might be happening to him now. Suddenly, the door swung open. A staff member entered, announcing, "Qin Yu, you are free to go. Here is your confiscated phone. Now return to you." Upon receiving the phone and other belongings, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then felt a lightness in his heart. Being able to leave was indeed a positive turn of events. No sooner had he stepped out of the hotel than his phone, which had just powered on, rang. The voice of Qin Weidong came through the line. He had already heard the news that Tang Hui was taken away by the Jiangdong Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission due to allegations of corruption and was aware that his son had also been implicated and taken in for questioning. This news stirred a sense of urgency within him. He had not only contacted Jiangdong's governor, Zhu Mingqiang, to inquire about the situation, but had also attempted to reach Qin Yu several times, only to find his phone switched off. "Son, you're out now, right?" Qin Weidong asked. "Yes, Dad, I just got out," Qin Yu replied. "I spoke with Governor Zhu and inquired about the situation, urging them to release you." "What about Secretary Tang? How is he?" Qin Yu asked, concern evident in his voice, as he had not seen Secretary Tang since his detention. Qin Weidong sighed softly. "From what I understand, the situation for Secretary Tang is quite dire. The provincial discipline officials discovered 1 million yuan in cash at his residence, and his fingerprints were found on the box containing the money. Moreover, the whistleblower has filed a real name report. This matter is likely very complicated. Dad, is it possible that Secretary Tang has been framed? Perhaps someone is working behind the scenes to set him up," Qin Yu suggested. "That is a possibility," Qin Weidong agreed. "I have spoken with Governor Zhu about it, urging him to pay close attention to this matter and suggesting that Jiangdong Province establish a joint investigation team to thoroughly look into it." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a sense of relief. With his father's involvement and Governor Zhu's attention to the issue, there was hope for a resolution. Qin Weidong was well aware that his son was closely linked with Tang Hui. Although the strength of the Qin family could extricate Qin Yu from any fallout if Tang Hui were indeed found guilty, it would be a last resort. The optimal solution would be to clear Tang Hui's name, restoring his integrity and allowing him to resume his position as secretary of the municipal committee. The father and son conversed for several minutes over the phone. After concluding the call, Qin Yu promptly made his way to the municipal committee compound. Upon seeing him, many were taken aback. "Qin Yu, you're out. Secretary Qin, are you all right?" Amidst their astonishment, Qin Yu nodded slightly and entered the compound. If all went as expected, Secretary Tang should also be released soon. "Qin Yu," Sun Jiang exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face as he could hardly believe his eyes. Wasn't Qin Yu supposed to have been taken away by the discipline officials? After a moment of surprise, he quickly donned a warm smile and approached with apparent concern, saying, "Qin Yu, you're out. Are you all right?" Qin Yu replied, "Yes, I should be fine now." Although he maintained a cheerful demeanor, a sense of discomfort akin to swallowing a fly lingered in Zhang's heart as he thought resentfully, "Damn it, how could he possibly be released? I had hoped he would be apprehended and imprisoned. Just a few hours have passed, and he is already out. It seems the disciplinary committee is not up to the task." Upon perceiving Zhang's inner turmoil, Qin Yu coldly smirked to himself, acknowledging that Zhang had dug his own grave and that it was imperative to teach him a harsh lesson. However, he displayed no hint of this on his face. Even expressing gratitude, "Jiang, thank you for everyone's concern. I'm truly fine." Jiang feigned delight, replying, "That is splendid. As long as you're okay, that is all that matters. Qin Yu, you've managed to navigate such a significant ordeal unscathed. We must celebrate. This weekend, I'll arrange a gathering with a few close friends where we can drink together and wash away your misfortune." While Jiang spoke with apparent goodwill, His thoughts were laced with malice. The pretense of organizing a gathering is just a ruse. My true intent is to deal with you. I procured an imported drug that I plan to slip into your drink, rendering you intoxicated, after which I'll prepare a room and arrange for a woman. Once the drug takes effect and you lose control, I'll conveniently report you to the authorities. Hearing Zhang's sinister thoughts, Qin Yu felt an icy resolve deepen within him. So he plans to set such a deep trap for me. Very well, I shall turn the tables. Qin Yu maintained an expression of gratitude, responding politely. I should have some time this weekend. However, I wouldn't want to impose on you. Let us do this. You choose the venue and organize everything, whatever the cost. It's on me. Jiang's heart surged with joy upon hearing this. Though he said, that's not acceptable. You're underestimating me. I'll handle all the arrangements. You needn't worry. Once everything is set, I'll call you. All right then, Jiang. Thank you. No need for thanks, Jiang replied. If you truly wish to express gratitude, let us just enjoy a few more drinks together. After conversing for a while longer, they parted ways. Upon returning, Qin Yu appeared at the municipal party committee compound, and the news spread like wildfire, leaving many astonished. Various speculations arose. Wasn't Secretary Qin taken by the disciplinary committee for investigation? How is he back? I saw him too. He even entered his office. It seems he is resuming his duties. Do you think, since Secretary Qin has returned, that Secretary Tang will be back soon as well? That seems quite likely. If Secretary Tang returns and resumes work, it will be quite intriguing. The conjectures quickly materialized. Less than an hour after Qin Yu's return, a vehicle entered the municipal party committee compound. When it came to a halt, not only did Secretary Tang alight from the car, but also the municipal Secretary General, Yan Li's secretary. Secretary Tang, hello. Secretary Tang, you have returned. Amidst the astonishment, several individuals took the initiative to greet Tang Hui. Tang Hui, however, appeared somewhat solemn, merely offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. Upon entering the office of the municipal secretary, his expression grew markedly grave as he fully realized that he had fallen victim to a well-orchestrated scheme. He surmised that the primary suspect was likely Mayor Liu Yilong, though he possessed no concrete evidence, merely a conjecture. Knock, knock, knock. A soft rap echoed from outside the office door as Qin Yu gently pushed it open. Secretary, you have returned. How wonderful. Chapter 11. Revealing family background. Upon seeing Qin Yu, Tang Hui's expression softened considerably, and he inquired with genuine concern, Xiao Qin, have they treated you poorly? Qin Yu, appearing quite at ease, replied, No, they merely asked me a few questions. When they realized I had nothing more to offer, they ceased their inquiries and allowed me to return. Tang Hui felt a sense of relief wash over him as he slowly remarked, Xiao Qin, I regret that you have had to endure this ordeal. However, Secretary Xia from the provincial committee has already contacted me, assuring that this matter will be thoroughly investigated until the truth is revealed. Qin Yu responded, Leader, I also believe this incident is a result of someone setting a trap. It is utterly outrageous, demonstrating a blatant disregard for the decorum of officialdom. My father has already called Governor Zhu, demanding that Jiangdong province elucidate the details of this affair, and he has suggested the formation of a joint investigative team. After some contemplation, Qin Yu decided it was time to disclose a fragment of his family background, at least to inform Tang Hui. Concealing the truth any longer would be futile. Inevitably, it would come to light. Oh, Tang Hui exclaimed, his brow furrowing in surprise. Xiao Qin, would you mind sharing what your father does? If I am not mistaken, he is likely involved in the system, perhaps holding a significant position. Without hesitation, Qin Yu replied, Leader, my father is Qin Weidong, the executive vice minister of the Central Organization Department. Tang Hui was taken aback, his spirits lifting considerably. So you are the son of Qin Weidong, the esteemed figure of the second generation of the Qin family in the capital. At just over 40, he holds a ministerial rank. The Qin family in the capital is renowned, particularly within the bureaucratic sphere, possessing immense influence, with numerous high-ranking officials aligned with the Qin faction. Elated by this revelation, Tang Hui felt a surge of excitement. What incredible fortune I possess! To select a secretary who is the son of Qin Weidong, the third generation of the illustrious Qin family. With Qin Yu as my secretary, My position is secure. No one would dare to jeopardize it. If anyone attempted to do so, the Qin family would be the first to object. In that instant, he felt a profound sense of assurance, akin to having swallowed a calming elixir. Xiao Qin, should the opportunity arise, please convey my gratitude to your father. Leader, I shall certainly relay your message. Tang Hui yearned to propose a visit to Minister Qin, yet he deemed it premature. Qin Yu, as his secretary, would afford him ample opportunities in the future. The mere prospect of having a connection to the executive vice minister of the Central Organization Department stirred excitement within him. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the conversation swiftly returned to the recent incident of being ensnared and taken for investigation. Qin Yu analyzed, Leader, since you have been wronged, we ought to take some action, perhaps even initiate a counterattack. Tang Hui expressed interest, eager to hear Qin Yu's thoughts. What do you propose we should do next? Qin Yu suggested. I believe our first step should be to identify the individuals orchestrating this scheme against you. The whistleblower, Zhang Wenxin, presents an excellent opportunity for us. If we can uncover the mastermind behind him, it would be most advantageous. Moreover, your grievances must be addressed. We need to ascertain how that 1 million was placed in your residence, who was responsible for it, and when it occurred. These matters require thorough investigation. Observing Qin Yu's articulate analysis and clear reasoning, Tang Hui nodded in satisfaction, internally acknowledging, young Qin is indeed impressive. A true testament to the third generation of the Qin family, surpassing at least 99 of his peers. You are absolutely correct, Xiao Qin, Tang Hui responded. I share your sentiments. Let us begin our inquiries from these two angles. Despite being in office for less than 10 days and already subjected to questioning by the Discipline Inspection Commission, the municipal party secretary still had several individuals who had voluntarily aligned themselves with him. Thus, there were resources available to uncover the truth. Soon, Tang Hui began making calls personally, summoning various individuals, including Deputy Chief Sun Changsheng from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Deputy Chief Sun had long suffered under the oppression of Hu Mingkai, and upon Tang Hui's appointment, he had quickly come to pledge his loyalty, successfully gaining Tang Hui's acceptance. The investigation commenced discreetly. However, it was unexpected when Lu Yilong arrived of his own accord. Once the arrangements were made and the clandestine operations began, Lu Yilong appeared. Upon seeing him, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yilong exuded an air of approachability, his face adorned with a warm smile as he inquired, Comrade Xiao Qin, is Secretary Tang available? Qin Yu swiftly regained composure and replied, Mayor Lu, I shall inform him at once. After knocking and entering the municipal party secretary's office to relay the message, Qin Yu soon emerged to extend an invitation. Mayor Lu, Secretary Tang requests your presence. After watching Lu Yilong enter the office of the municipal party secretary, Qin Yu gently closed the door and retreated to his small office nearby. Once seated, he couldn't help but ponder the strangeness of Lu Yilong's visit. It seemed he was the mastermind behind the situation, given his significant suspicion. Yet, this individual appeared remarkably genial, truly a formidable character. As for Lu Yilong, upon entering the municipal party secretary's office, he greeted Tang Hui with a respectful bow, resembling that of longtime friends. Secretary Tang, I hope I'm not interrupting. Although surprised, Tang Hui, an experienced actor in the political arena, displayed a warm demeanor, as if they were exceedingly familiar with one another. Not at all, old Lu. I am delighted you took the initiative to visit. Please have a seat. Lu Yilong expressed his gratitude and settled onto the sofa, cutting to the chase. Secretary, I have heard that you were taken away for questioning by the investigation team. I cannot express how anxious this makes me. Their actions tarnish the reputation of our city. Rumors are rampant outside, with many even speculating that I orchestrated these events. I assure you, I am innocent. I have come not only to vindicate myself, but also to declare my willingness to cooperate with the investigation, to thoroughly examine whether I was indeed behind these occurrences. To prove my innocence, I have submitted a request to the Provincial Committee for a comprehensive inquiry, and I'm fully committed to cooperating. He spoke fervently, his emotions laid bare. The performance displayed here is truly Oscar-worthy. This led Tang Hui to question whether he had misjudged the situation, yet he quickly dismissed the thought, firmly believing that Lu Yilong remained the prime suspect. Currently, The absence of evidence was the only obstacle. Once evidence emerged, a decisive blow would be necessary to ensure his irreversible downfall. The unexpected return of Secretary Tang, resuming his duties, astonished everyone. Few anticipated such an outcome, with many convinced that he would not reappear. The day following Tang Hui's emergence, a high-level joint investigation team was dispatched to Luqing by the provincial government. This team comprised not only members from the Provincial Disciplinary Committee and Supervisory Commission, but also personnel from the Anti-Corruption Bureau, Police Department, Procuratorate, Court, and even the Audit Bureau, highlighting the provincial committee's significant concern regarding the matter. The gravity of the situation was underscored by the fact that it stemmed from a joint decision made by the provincial secretary and governor. When the highest-ranking officials jointly determine a course of action, it becomes an unstoppable force. The arrival of the joint investigation team in Luqing was already surprising. But even more perplexing was Qin Yu's inclusion in the team, where he assumed a role. Lu Yilong outwardly appeared untroubled, as if these developments did not concern him. He even proactively approached the investigation team, expressing his willingness to cooperate and clear his name. However, internally, a flicker of anxiety lingered, albeit a minor one, as he believed that the actions taken had been sufficiently clandestine, ensuring that he would remain unscathed. He understood that further attempts to frame Tang Hui were futile. His current objective was to dissociate himself from the situation. To this end, he discreetly contacted the city police chief, Hu Mingkai, insisting that he must ensure all traces were thoroughly concealed, particularly to avoid any implication of his involvement. Trusting in Hu Mingkai's professionalism, Lu Yilong felt reassured in his capabilities. In a worst-case scenario, he reasoned, sacrificing a mere pawn like Lu Wenxin would be a small price to pay to safeguard the greater interests at stake. Chapter 12. Secretary Tang was indeed framed. The investigation team was formed, and it was Qin Yu who took the initiative to volunteer. With Governor Zhu's endorsement, although it appeared somewhat irregular, it posed no significant issues. Qin Yu successfully joined the investigation team as a member. Everyone was searching for Lu Wenxin. After he filed a formal complaint, sensing that the situation was amiss, he either fled or went into hiding, effectively vanishing from sight. He was a crucial figure who needed to be located. The joint investigation team, comprised of numerous capable individuals, was not to be underestimated. Although Lu Wenxin had not yet been found, they had gathered substantial information regarding him. It was alarming that, although Lu Wenxin's business was primarily domestic, most notably in Luqing, his wife and children had long since emigrated abroad. However, there was a certain Zhang Xiaoman, a charming secretary who had a good rapport with Lu Wenxin. The investigation team managed to locate her and brought her in for questioning. Regarding the 1 million yuan in cash, the investigation made significant progress and uncovered that it was secretly placed at Tang Hui's residence by Lu Wenxin's bodyguard and driver. He was highly skilled and discreet, managing to deliver the cash without detection. The question arose as to why Tang Hui's fingerprints were found on the cardboard box. The driver, being clever, had repurposed a box that originally belonged to Tang Hui, emptied its contents, placed the 1 million yuan inside, and then tucked the box beneath Tang Hui's bed. The driver confessed everything, and the investigation team also found his footprints and fingerprints at Secretary Tang's residence, along with his testimony, establishing that Secretary Tang had indeed been framed. The Provincial Standing Committee convened to hear the report from the joint investigation team, and the opinions of the provincial secretary and the governor were remarkably unified. There were no uncertainties during the meeting. Soon after, the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission issued an official statement, completely exonerating Tang Hui. In light of such events, accountability was inevitable. Chen Yan from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission became the scapegoat, facing dismissal and severe repercussions. Initially, Wu Weiming, the deputy secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission who led the team, received a warning and was demoted from a vice-ministerial position to a departmental role. Once the official report was released, Luqing was once again shaken, with many engaging in fervent discussions about the matter. Secretary Tang had indeed been wronged. The audacity to scheme against the city's secretary was remarkable. The depths of this conspiracy were likely profound. The joint investigation team had yet to disband, suggesting they were intent on uncovering the mastermind behind the plot. I find this quite challenging, If one dares to ensnare the city secretary, the opposition must be formidable, likely having meticulously planned an escape route in anticipation of failure, perhaps having already covered their tracks thoroughly. Amidst the extensive discussions, the most noticeable change was that Secretary Tang's office buzzed with activity once more. Many individuals came to report on their work and gravitated towards Secretary Tang. As the secretary of the city committee, Qin Yu found himself busy as well, particularly as a member of the investigation team, necessitating a considerable investment of time and effort in the investigation's proceedings. There remains no news of Lu Wenxin to this day. In all likelihood, she has already fled abroad, and no breakthroughs have been made with her assistant either. Time swiftly arrived at Friday afternoon. Around 2 or 3 o'clock, Sun Jiang proactively called, stating that everything had been arranged. He would host a gathering that evening to properly celebrate for Qin Yu. Qin Yu was well aware of Sun Jiang's ulterior motives. Since this fellow was scheming to frame him, Qin Yu decided to turn the tables and send him straight to prison. Secretary Qin, it's settled then. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the municipal committee compound after work, Qin Yu said over the phone. You might have to wait a while. I want to be free until after the leadership finishes for the day. No problem, Sun Jiang replied. I know you're busy. It's only right that we wait. Take your time. And so was agreed. It was tea until nearly 6 in the evening that Qin Yu finally wrapped up his duties. As he stepped out of the municipal committee compound, he immediately spotted Sun Jiang's white Chevrolet sedan. This guy, with his vice mayor father, was already driving a car at such a young age. Back in 2001, owning a private vehicle was a mark of wealth, unlike today, where nearly every household could afford one. Likely to avoid drawing undue attention, Sun Jiansheng hadn't bought him a Mercedes or BMW, but even this ordinary Chevrolet placed him ahead of 80 to 90% of the population. Upon seeing Qin Yu approach, Sun Jiang brightened, eagerly stepping out of the car and warmly opening the passenger door. Secretary Qin, hop in. The others had probably arrived long ago, given that it had been nearly an hour since work ended. Qin Yu didn't stand on ceremony, boarding the car with a hint of apology. Sun Jiang, sorry for the wait. You've been here for over an hour, haven't you? Absolutely. Almost a full hour. In all his years, Sun Jiang had never actively waited for anyone, let alone for this long. Today was a first. Though inwardly seething, he dared not show the slightest hint of irritation. The trap had been set. Qin Yu had taken the bait. He couldn't afford to ruin it now. It's nothing. Just an hour, Sun Jiang said dismissively. Given how close we are, even waiting 2 or 3 hours wouldn't be an issue. Sun Jiang drove for about 10 minutes before stopping in front of an upscale club. The expenses here weren't trivial, but to ensnare Qin Yu, he was willing to spare no cost. The private room had long been prepared, and the others, mostly young colleagues from the municipal office who were on good terms with both Sun Jiang and Qin Yu, had arrived early. As Qin Yu entered with Sun Jiang, everyone rose to their feet, displaying marked courtesy and deference. The current Qin Yu was no longer the same as before. He was now the first secretary of the municipal committee, someone everyone sought to flatter and befriend. As for framing him, none of them had considered it, nor were they aware. Sun Jiang wasn't foolish enough to reveal his scheme to anyone else. Secretary Qin, please take the seat of honor. Yes. Secretary Qin must sit at the head of the table. Jiang Su also chimed in, stating that the seat of honor today was reserved for Secretary Qin. Please, take a seat, Secretary Qin. The warm invitation was hard to decline, and with no high-ranking officials present, everyone being youthful, Qin Yu felt no need for further formality and settled into the esteemed position. Soon, an array of exquisite dishes was presented, flowing in like a gentle stream, accompanied by a case of fine spirits. Jiang Su picked up one of the bottles, eagerly uncorking it, joyfully declaring, "Tonight, we shall not leave until we are intoxicated. We must drink to our heart's content." Upon discovering it was Matai, many pairs of eyes sparkled with excitement, as the allure of the liquor subtly awakened their cravings. Though they worked in the municipal office, their ranks were low, and youthfulness restricted their opportunities to indulge in such premium spirits. Chapter 13. Lifting a stone to smash one's own foot brother's son. Splendid choice of Matai. Sun Jiang, quite the generous spirit. Amidst the flattery from the crowd, Sun Jiang beamed with pride, personally pouring the wine. Secretary Qin, let us fill our glasses first. Moments later, the clinking of glasses filled the air, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. All conversations gravitated around Qin Yu, laden with compliments and sycophantic remarks. Sun Jiang was particularly proactive, not only toasting Qin Yu multiple times, but also encouraging others to join in. Brothers, whether Secretary Qin enjoys his drink today hinges on all of you. This call to action elicited enthusiastic responses. Secretary Qin, I toast to you, and I hope for your continued support. Brother Qin, let us clink glasses. I shall follow your lead from now on. Whatever you need, just command. Brother Qin, I shall down this in one go. Feel free to ask me for anything once you find success. Observing this scene, Sun Jiang felt a surge of satisfaction. He thought to himself that it would not be long before Qin Yu succumbed to inebriation, and his opportunity would arise. The little pill was already nestled in his pocket, and a room had been reserved, room 416, with a beautiful woman prepared within. Such thoughts did not escape Qin Yu's notice, who could not help but smirk internally. Sun Jiang, you are courting your own demise. Today you are destined to lift the stone that will crush your own foot. Being persistently urged to drink was certainly not advisable. Despite Qin Yu's remarkable tolerance for alcohol having been inexplicably enhanced, his capacity was astonishing. Sun Jiang must drink to excess today, Qin Yu proclaimed loudly. Let us not forget, such exquisite wine and delightful dishes are all courtesy of Sun Jiang. Shall we toast to Sun Jiang? This suggestion quickly garnered agreement, as Qin Yu, now the first secretary of the municipal committee, held considerable sway. Indeed, Brother Qin speaks wisely. We must not overlook Comrade Sun Jiang. In no time, the focus shifted. Each person raised their glass, and within mere minutes, Sun Jiang had consumed several cups of wine. Having worked together for nearly a year, Qin Yu was well aware of Sun Jiang's drinking capacity, which was not particularly impressive, at most half a gene. Naturally, Sun Jiang was equally cognizant of Qin Yu's abilities. Estimating his own intake, after downing approximately half a gene of Matai, Qin Yu feigned drunkenness, his speech slightly slurred. Sunday. Sun Jiang, your hospitality today is indeed commendable. I am grateful. Let's toast once more. Seeing Qin Yu in this state, clearly exhibiting signs of intoxication, Sun Jiang's heart soared. Though he too felt the effects of alcohol, he deemed it essential to drink this cup. Afterward, he believed Qin Yu would be sufficiently impaired, allowing him to discreetly introduce the little pill into Qin Yu's glass. Brother Qin, why the formality among us? You are right. Let's toast again. I will pour the drinks. With that, he brought their empty glasses together, lifted a bottle of Matai, and began pouring, slyly slipping the pre-prepared pill into Qin Yu's drink. 2 glasses of liquor were swiftly prepared. The small, white pills dissolved rapidly in the drinks, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Qin Yu, however, possessed keen vision, observing everything with a subtle smirk within, though his exterior remained composed. He feigned drunkenness, wrapping an arm around Jiang San's shoulders, while the other hand delicately grasped the bottle of Maodai. Brother, one must fill the glass to the brim when pouring. It's a rule of the drinking table. Such performance was worthy of an actor. He convincingly appeared intoxicated, unbeknownst to anyone that he had deftly switched the positions of the 2 glasses under the guise of pouring. His nimbleness could have made him a remarkable magician, as no one detected the slightest anomaly. With both glasses filled, Qin Yu eagerly lifted one, maintaining his guise of inebriation. Brother, learn from me, always pour to the top. Come, let us have another. Jiang San, slightly tipsy yet striving to maintain his composure, raised his glass and responded, Qin Gu, you're absolutely right. I toast to you. With that, he downed the entire glass of liquor in one go. Qin Yu mirrored his actions, emptying his glass and turning it upside down, revealing not a drop left. Seeing this, Jiang San's heart swelled with joy. His plan had succeeded significantly. Feeling relaxed, the effects of the alcohol began to wash over him, leaving him with a sense of inebriation. Qin Gu, I'm quite tipsy, Jiang San declared, waving his hand. Brothers, take good care of Qin Gu. I shall take a breather. Qin Yu patted Jiang San's shoulder once more. Brother, you can't be so weak. You become drunk so quickly. Look at me, I'm Not even slightly intoxicated, I can still drink. The others exchanged knowing glances, realizing that Qin Yu was likely inebriated. Those who are truly drunk often insist they are not, while the sober ones claim they can no longer continue. Qin Yu raised his glass. Jiang-san, let us toast again. I'll down at you. Drink as you wish. With that, he finished another glass in one gulp. Despite the words, as a secretary of the municipal committee, Qin Yu's complete consumption left Jiang-san with no choice but to force another drink down. After that glass, Jiang-san genuinely felt unwell, the intoxication settling in. His head heavy and reactions dulled. Qin Yu observed every detail. They continued to drink several more rounds, seizing the opportunity to clink glasses with Jiang-san once again. After that last drink, Jiang-san was utterly incapacitated. All schemes and plots against Qin Yu faded into oblivion in his drunken haze. He was now thoroughly inebriated. Whether due to the alcohol or the small pill, Jiang-san felt a surging warmth throughout his body, igniting a primal urge deep within. Upon witnessing his condition, Qin Yu deemed it appropriate to rise and declared, "Sun Jiang has had his fill of drink. I shall assist him to rest while you continue your revelry." With that, Qin Yu stood and helped Sun Jiang depart from the private room, making their way to room 416 on the 4th floor. A high-end establishment that offered a plethora of entertainment and luxurious accommodations. "Brother Qin, allow me to assist you." A young man eager to curry favor with Qin Yu promptly offered. However, Qin Yu politely declined, saying, No, please carry on. The tab has already been settled. Enjoy your drinks, and I shall see to Sun Jiang's comfort first." Before long, Qin Yu arrived at the door of room 416, gently knocking. Shortly thereafter, a provocatively dressed woman opened the door. Qin Yu stated, "I leave him in your capable hands." The woman promptly assured him, "Rest assured, brother. I will ensure he receives the utmost care and pleasure." Chapter 14. Sun Jiang's arrest. Sun Jiang engaged the services of a woman of special profession, whom he procured through a manager at an upscale establishment for a few hundred yuan. It was unnecessary for the affluent Sun to take matters into his own hands. With a mere phone call, the manager could arrange everything seamlessly. Thus, while the woman was unfamiliar with Sun Jiang and Qin Yu, she was well aware of her purpose. Upon closing the door, Qin Yu did not hasten to depart. Instead, he lingered momentarily at the entrance. The soundproofing of the room appeared quite effective. Yet Qin Yu's acute hearing allowed him to discern the proceedings within with remarkable clarity. As he listened to the commotion, a refined smile graced Qin Yu's lips, prompting him to dial Deputy Director Sun Changsheng of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Having served as Secretary Tang's aide for a few days, Qin Yu was well acquainted with the leaders at the Bureau who sought to align themselves with Secretary Tang, notably Deputy Director Sun, who was now considered an ally of Tang Hui. "Director Sun, this is Qin Yu." Sun Changsheng responded warmly. "Secretary Qin, hello. What can I do for you?" Without preamble, Qin Yu stated, "Director Sun, I have received information that illicit activities are occurring in room 416 of the South Country Rainforest Club. I urge you to dispatch personnel to apprehend those involved." Sun Changsheng, eager to cultivate a rapport with Qin Yu, replied, "I will personally lead a team over. It is utterly unacceptable that such activities are taking place. I will ensure a significant example is made." Reassured by Sun's commitment to take charge of the situation, Qin Yu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your dedication, Director Sunday." "Not at all," Sun replied, and after a brief exchange, Qin Yu exited the establishment, satisfied that he had set the wheels in motion and could now await the outcome. Meanwhile, Sun Jiansheng, the deputy mayor, was enjoying a lively evening of socializing. His demeanor flushed from the revelry. At that moment, his phone rang. "Leader, we have a situation. Sun Shao has been arrested." "What?" Sun Jiansheng exclaimed, his inebriation dissipating rapidly. If such a scenario had not culminated in arrest, he could have easily turned a blind eye, but now it represented an entirely different predicament. Particularly concerning was the fact that Sun Jiang held a position within the system. Should news of this incident spread, the repercussions could be dire, potentially jeopardizing his job. Irritated, Sun Jiansheng pressed for details, demanding to know which precinct had made the arrest and instructing them to facilitate Sun Jiang's release. "Leader." It was Deputy Director Sun Changsheng from the City Bureau who personally led the operation. Sun Xiao was apprehended on site. I have already spoken to Deputy Director Sun and requested that he release him discreetly, but he insisted on adhering to protocol. Cursing under his breath, Sun Jiansheng realized he could no longer indulge in his libations. He hastily concocted an excuse to depart and promptly placed a call to Sun Chongsheng. Despite various attempts to persuade, the other party remained unyielding. Had Sun Jiansheng been a member of the municipal committee, Sun Chongsheng might have offered him some consideration. However, as Sun Jiansheng had yet to attain that status and remained merely an ordinary deputy mayor, he felt no obligation to show him any respect. After several rounds of connections were made, Sun Jiansheng failed to extricate the individual in question, which left him exceedingly frustrated. The following day, shortly after arriving at the office, Qin Yu placed a stack of documents requiring leadership review on Tang Hui's expansive desk, lingering rather than hastily departing. "Leader, there's a matter I believe necessitates your attention." "Oh, what is it?" Qin Yu succinctly recounted the incident involving Sun Jiang being apprehended by the Municipal Public Security Bureau, noting the level of manipulation involved was akin to that of a chief physician. Indeed, Tang Hui's countenance bore evident anger, exclaiming, "This is utterly unacceptable. Such lawlessness cannot be tolerated. What purpose does it serve to retain individuals like this? He must be dismissed." Not stopping there, Tang Hui made a direct call summoning Sun Jiansheng, delivering a stern reprimand regarding his responsibilities as a leader, emphasizing the importance of familial education and discipline. After fruitlessly seeking connections the previous night, being chastised by Secretary Tang upon his return to work left Sun Jiansheng feeling utterly humiliated. The news of Sun Jiang's predicament quickly circulated within the municipal committee compound, prompting widespread discussion. Before long, the municipal office issued a disciplinary decision to terminate Sun Jiang's employment and expel him from the party, a dual punishment. Sun Jiang himself faced fines and detention, with the prospect of spending the next 10 to 15 days confined to a detention center. The joint investigation team remained in Luqing this week, delving deeper into the allegations of the municipal secretary being framed. The provincial leaders were closely monitoring the situation, insisting that the investigation would not conclude until all truths were revealed. After considerable effort, a crucial piece of information surfaced. Zhang Wenxin had been spotted abroad. This confirmed he had indeed fled the country, making his apprehension a challenging endeavor. Upon learning this, Qin Yu lamented the loss of such a pivotal figure, suspecting that his escape could not have been accomplished without assistance, suggesting that the mastermind behind the plot against Secretary Tang had exerted considerable effort. In addition to this revelation, the investigation team discovered that Lu Wenxin had a penchant for journaling, documenting certain events in diary form. To ascertain the veracity of this claim, they summoned Lu Wenxin's attractive secretary for questioning. Qin Yu expressed a desire to participate in this interrogation. While he was not an expert in interrogative techniques, he believed that merely listening might yield unexpected insights. The questioning was conducted by an expert from the provincial department, seasoned in solving numerous high-profile criminal cases, along with several other individuals. "Zhang Xiaoman, we have summoned you once more, and I trust you understand that evasion leads nowhere. Only by confessing can you find leniency. Lu Wenxin has completely abandoned you. He has already fled abroad. Continuing to conceal information for him serves no beneficial purpose for you. Furthermore, I must inform you that we will issue an international warrant through Interpol, and we are determined to bring him back." Employing psychological tactics, this interrogation expert is indeed seasoned and strategic. It is evident that Zhang Xiaoman's expression has shifted, likely weighing her thoughts and grappling with indecision. The expert sensed that it was time to delve into the matter at hand and inquired, "Zhang Xiaoman, we have come to learn that Lu Wenxin has a penchant for journaling, often documenting various matters in the form of a diary. If you could disclose to us the whereabouts of that diary, it would mitigate your sentence." Zhang Xiaoman pondered internally. Has Lu truly forsaken me entirely? Should I divulge some information I possess? Indeed, Lu does have a diary, in which he meticulously records all his affairs. Upon sensing her inner turmoil, Qin Yu felt a surge of elation, realizing that even if Lu Wenxin could not be apprehended for the moment, obtaining this diary would represent a significant breakthrough. Qin Yu then spoke, intending to deceive her, and declared loudly, "Zhang Xiaoman, we have gathered quite specific information. Even if you do not disclose the exact location of the diary, we are capable of uncovering it swiftly. This, of course, was a fabrication. The investigation team had merely heard whispers of Lu Wenxin's habit of journaling, with no actual leads regarding the existence or location of the diary. Unbeknownst to Zhang Xiaoman, she genuinely believed that the investigation team had acquired substantial insight, leaving her conflicted about whether to reveal the diary's whereabouts. Chapter 15. The search for the diary, however. Zhang Xiaoman's knowledge was rather limited, as Lu Wenxin was particularly cautious around her, especially concerning such a significant item as the diary. Zhang Xiaoman pondered to herself, recalling that Lu had inadvertently mentioned that the diary was hidden in the recesses of his family's old residence, seemingly within the crevice of a sofa. She remained uncertain of its veracity. Hearing such thoughts, Qin Yu felt a surge of hope. If the diary truly lay concealed within the sofa of Lu Wenxin's ancestral home, it was likely to be genuine. The prospect of successfully locating this diary was exceedingly appealing. However, Zhang Xiaoman chose not to disclose the truth, maintaining her obstinacy, perhaps in hopes of leveraging a greater advantage, as a mere lenient treatment would not suffice for her, and she clung to the illusion of her innocence. "I do not understand what you are saying. What diary?" she insisted. Qin Yu's gaze bore into her, seemingly piercing through her fade. "Do you truly not know? If you come clean with us now, it would be considered a meritorious act. If you miss this opportunity and we uncovered ourselves, it will not count as your contribution." The interrogation team took turns questioning her, yet Zhang Xiaoman appeared resolute, determined to use her knowledge as a bargaining chip, perhaps believing that this was not the optimal moment to reveal anything, and ultimately said little. The outcome of this questioning could be deemed rather meager. After departing from there, Qin Yu contemplated the situation. Since the hour was still early, Lu Wenxin's hometown was not far away, located just beneath Luqing in one of the surrounding counties. Time was of the essence. Any delay could lead to unforeseen complications. Therefore, he resolved to procure that diary without further ado. For safety's sake, Qin Yu decided to enlist a companion, at least someone to provide assistance, and thus he dialed Li Rongtao's number. Li Rongtao was one of those who had just participated in the interrogation of Zhang Xiaoman. He was quite young, merely 26 or 27, affiliated with the Provincial Public Security Bureau and a member of the Joint Investigation Team. Perhaps due to their similar ages and having only interacted a few times, Qin Yu found him agreeable, and their rapport was rather amicable. The call connected swiftly. Qin Yu began, "Rongtao, are you free?" Li Rongtao replied, "Secretary Qin, I certainly am free. What is it?" Qin Yu smiled, getting straight to the point. "You were part of the interrogation with Zhang Xiaoman earlier. If the diary exists, do you think it could possibly be located at Lu Wenxin's old residence?" "Oh, is there really such a possibility?" Li Rongtao hesitated slightly. Qin Yu, filled with confidence, asserted, "I believe it is highly likely. Shall we go and take a look? It's not far, and we can make the trip today." "Sure, let us give it a try," Li Rongtao readily agreed. Before long, the two were en route in an ordinary sedan. As the secretary of the municipal committee, it was quite easy for Qin Yu to procure a vehicle. After approximately an hour and a half, they arrived at the entrance of Lu Wenxin's ancestral home. It was a century-old residence, its doors firmly shut and locked, clearly indicating that it had been uninhabited for some time. A vehicle arrived, and two individuals stood in front of the old house, one clad in a police uniform. Curious villagers observed from a distance, hesitant to approach. Noticing the onlookers, Qin Yu remained unfazed. He produced a key, unlocked the door, and stepped into the aged residence. Lu Wenxin had fled, leaving behind a trail of confiscated belongings, including numerous keys. Qin Yu had acquired the key to this old house from the investigation team. Despite its antiquity, the house was not shrouded in dust or cobwebs. Rather, it appeared relatively clean, suggesting that someone had been maintaining it periodically. The two began their search within the premises. After an ostensible search lasting around 15 to 20 minutes, Qin Chuan approached the sofa in the living room, inspecting here and checking there. Li Rongtao smiled and remarked, "Such a significant item is unlikely to be hidden in the living room." Qin Yu countered, "Not necessarily. The more insecure a place appears, the more secure it can be. For instance, it could be concealed within the sofa. Who would think to look there?" Comrade Romtao, lend me a hand and flip this sofa. I wish to conduct a thorough examination. Together, they turned the long sofa upside down, revealing a zipper beneath. Qin Yu felt a flicker of excitement, unzipped it, and began to search within. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "I've found it. This must be the item." He extracted a thick, dark journal, casually flipping through its pages before confidently asserting, "Indeed, this is it." Li Rongtao's eyes lit up as he took the journal, quickly skimming through it before nodding. "Yes, this is it. We should report this to team leader He." "Absolutely, you're right. I'll call to report." Qin Yu retrieved his mobile phone and dialed the number for He Jianjin of the Joint Investigation Team. As for the former deputy secretary of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee who had led the investigation into Tanghui, he had returned home and received a demotion, reduced from deputy department head to department head. Although He Jianjin was also one of the deputy secretaries of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, he was aligned with the provincial party secretary. "Secretary He, I bring you good news." Qin Yu's voice brimmed with joy. He Jianjin paused for a moment, then shared in the excitement. Qin Yu had sought the key to Lu Wenxin's old residence to test his fortune. He Jianjin was aware of this, but held little hope. Such an important item as a journal could not be easily found. Since the young man was eager, he thought it best to let them try. Little did he expect such an astonishing outcome. Finding the journal, He Jianjin inquired urgently, "Qin, have you truly found the journal?" "Yes, our luck has favored us. We have indeed located the journal. It is quite substantial, and its contents are detailed, implicating numerous individuals." As an experienced veteran of the disciplinary committee, He Jianjin promptly cautioned, "Ensure you both safeguard the journal and return immediately. The quicker, the better. Do not delay under any circumstances." He was concerned that if news of their discovery leaked, it could be perilous. The adversary dared to frame a city committee secretary. What deeds might they not commit? He Jianjin was acutely aware of this reality and harbored grave concern for the safety of both individuals. He pondered in his heart whether Li Rongtao had brought a sidearm. If he had, their security would be somewhat enhanced. Truly, he was a seasoned member of the disciplinary committee, and his apprehensions were not unfounded. Not long after Qin Chuan and Li Rongtao departed from the city committee compound, approximately 20 minutes later, the city's police chief, Hu Mingkai, arrived, heading straight for the mayor's office. Had the two delayed their departure just slightly, they might have encountered Hu Mingkai face to face. A closer observation revealed that Hu Mingkai's steps were somewhat hurried, suggesting he had pressing matters to report to Mayor Lu. Indeed, it was a matter of great importance and urgency. Not long ago, he had received a call from an unfamiliar number, and upon answering, he recognized the voice of Lu Wenxian. Chapter 16. Under the bright sun, they dared to use a gun. Hu Mingkai inquired in a low voice, asking what the matter was. The two parties had agreed that since they had successfully exited, they should maintain minimal contact unless absolutely necessary. Lu Wenxin was calling to inform him of a matter of great importance. He had a habit of keeping a diary, recording various events in written form, with many significant details inscribed in a single notebook. Although he did not disclose the specific contents, Hu Mingkai's heart sank instantly. How could such a situation arise? If this diary fell into the hands of the investigative team, it would not only implicate him, but potentially drag a multitude of people from the entire city of Lu into the fray. Upon learning that the diary was hidden in Lu Wenxin's old residence, Hu Mingkai did not dare to delay. He promptly made a call to a notorious figure who frequently assisted him in dubious tasks, ordering him to dispatch someone urgently to retrieve the diary. He then rushed to find Lu Yilong to report the situation. Knocking on the door to the mayor's office, he entered to find it unoccupied, quickly shutting the door behind him. Noticing Hu Mingkai's expression, especially the gravity etched upon his face, Lu Yilong immediately sensed that something dire had occurred and inquired, "What is it?" Hu Mingkai hastily recounted the events. With a sharp crack, Lu Yilong's pen snapped in his grip, revealing the fury simmering within him. Although his visage remained composed, having known Lu Yilong for years, Hu Mingkai understood that the mayor was seething with rage. "Mayor, I have already dispatched someone to retrieve the diary, but the situation is rather grave. I have received word that the investigative team has recently questioned Zhang Xiaoman again. They may already be aware of the diary's existence." Lu Yilong spoke with utmost seriousness. Quickly ascertain whether the investigative team has discovered the diary's whereabouts, and if they have sent someone to retrieve it. Hu Mingkai immediately made a phone call, and during the few tense minutes of waiting for a response, the office was enveloped in a stifling silence, neither daring to break the stillness. After a brief span of 3 to 5 minutes, Hu Mingkai's phone rang. A voice on the line reported, "Director Hu, the investigative team seems to have learned of the diary's existence. Secretary Qin and Li Rongtao from the provincial office have set off half an hour ago. I checked the surveillance at several key intersections. They are en route to Lu Wenxin's old residence." Upon hanging up, Hu Mingkai cursed, "Damn it. They beat us to it." Lu Yilong's face darkened ominously as he commanded, "Quickly call your people and urge them to hasten. Is there any chance we can reach there before them?" With concern, Hu Mingkai replied, "I fear the chances are slim. My people are at least 30 minutes behind. By now, Qin Yu and his associate should be nearing Lu Wenxin's old home." At this, Lu Yilong paced the office, contemplating strategies and the course of action to take next. While the diary might not necessarily implicate him, it absolutely must not fall into the hands of the investigative team. Lu Yilong has always approached his endeavors with utmost caution. Even in the current scheme to frame Tang Hui, he remains ensconced in the shadows, never having made contact with Lu Wenxin. This is consistent with his usual behavior. He seldom engages with others, allowing only a select few, such as Hu Mingkai, to handle various matters. While he himself may remain unscathed, the same cannot be said for Hu Mingkai. Furthermore, one has to ponder whether the situation might implicate others within his faction. Hu Mingkai, visibly more anxious, is particularly averse to the idea of the diary falling into the hands of the investigative team. After contemplating the situation, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he resolutely stated, "Mayor, recovering that diary through conventional means is virtually impossible. A man without guile is no man at all. I can arrange for my men to eliminate those two and destroy the diary." Lu Yilong cautioned, "Such a course of action carries immense risk. Qin Yu is Tang Hui's secretary, and Li Rongtao is affiliated with the provincial department. Eliminating these two would have far-reaching consequences. We cannot resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary." Shortly thereafter, Hu Mingkai received a call from the individuals he had dispatched. Their tone was urgent as they reported, "Director Hu, we have arrived. There are clear signs of having been searched here. The large sofa in the living room has been overturned, and there's nothing inside. They must have already taken the diary and left." "What? The diary has already been taken?" Hu Mingkai's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately commanded, "You must pursue them at once. Intercept them and retrieve the diary. If you succeed, I will arrange for your overseas escape, and each of you will receive 2 million. Under the allure of substantial rewards. Valor is often found. In 2001, 2 million was a considerable sum, sufficient for a life of leisure abroad. Director Hu, rest assured, we will pursue them immediately and ensure the diary is returned." At that moment, Qin Yu and Li Rongtao had already driven approximately 2 kilometers away, leaving the gravel road of the village and merging onto the asphalt highway leading back to Luqing. Both men were in good spirits, especially Li Rongtao, who felt a sense of accomplishment for successfully obtaining the diary, certain that he would be rewarded and possibly even promoted. "Brother, thank you. I truly appreciate it. If there's anything you need in the future, just let me know." Li Rongtao expressed his gratitude multiple times. This was, in essence, a stroke of fortune for him. Had Qin Yu not invited him along, this significant achievement would have been entirely out of his reach. He was merely benefiting from the association. Qin Yu smiled and replied, "Rongtao, that's the nth time you've said thank you. There's no need for further gratitude. Just treat me to a meal when we return. Dining is no problem. Let's do it tonight." Though their banter was lighthearted, Li Rongtao maintained a brisk pace, aware that returning sooner meant greater safety. A few minutes later, Li Rongtao's expression shifted slightly as he alerted, "Brother, there's a car rapidly closing in behind us." Qin Yu nodded, having noticed it as well. The speed limit on this road was 60 kilometers per hour, yet the pursuing vehicle was clearly traveling at a speed of at least 80 or 90 kilometers. "They're definitely trying to chase us. Rongtao, step on the gas and accelerate." With a swift press of the accelerator, the vehicle's speed markedly increased. Little did I know, the car behind was even faster, evidently exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. In no time, it caught up, swerving sharply to block my path. Despite Li Rongtao's desperate attempt to slam on the brakes, the tires screeched against the asphalt. Yet we still collided with a resounding thud against the rear of the car ahead. Almost instantly, the front car's door swung open, and 3 men emerged. Qin Yu's gaze sharpened. To his dismay, each was armed. 2 brandished imitation Type 54 pistols, while the third wielded a shotgun. It was abundantly clear that their objective was that diary. How brazen! In broad daylight, they dared to brandish firearms. Chapter 17. From 3 boxes to 1. Li Rongtao had not anticipated the audacity of the assailants, who brazenly brandished a firearm in broad daylight, while he was clad in his police uniform. In his years of service, he had never encountered such a perilous situation. Qin Yu reacted swiftly, urgently urging, "Let us go. Hurry." He was acutely aware that Li Rongtao was unarmed. Fortunately, Li Rongtao's reflexes were equally sharp. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the vehicle roared to life. Tires smoking as they made a hasty escape. Bang, 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 the sound of gunfire erupted. Some shots went astray, while others struck the body of the car. Miraculously, none found a mark on the tires, nor did they hit Qin Yu or Li Rongtao inside the vehicle. After driving several kilometers and ensuring they had shaken off their pursuers, Li Rongtao let out a quiet sigh of relief. That was terrifying. "Secretary Qin, are you all right?" Qin Yu, still shaken, replied, "I'm fine. The situation is even more perilous than we anticipated. It seems this group is determined to obtain that diary. I need to call Secretary He." The call connected swiftly. Upon hearing the report, He Jiangyin's expression shifted, his face darkening. "This is utterly outrageous, openly brandishing firearms." Soon, several vehicles from the Joint Investigation Team sped off to assist Qin Yu and Li Rongtao. In the mayor's office, Hu Mingkai quickly became aware of the situation. His countenance grew grim as he thought, "Incompetence, a bunch of inept fools, allowing the culprits to escape." The incident had already alarmed the adversaries. In a society governed by law, brandishing weapons in broad daylight, especially against public officials, would have severe repercussions. With a surge of determination, Hu Mingkai grew somewhat frantic. "Mayor, that diary must not fall into their hands. Given the gravity of the situation, we cannot let this go. I will make arrangements to ensure we retrieve the diary." Lu Yilong, with a serious demeanor, responded, "How you proceed is your business, but I must advise you. If you are to act, do so decisively. We cannot afford a repeat of what just transpired." "Rest assured, Mayor, it will not happen again," Hu Mingkai assured him. Soon a call was made, and Hu Mingkai personally organized the operation, giving explicit instructions. On the highway leading to the city, the vehicle sped forward, approaching an intersection not far from the urban area, merely a few kilometers away. Qin Yu confirmed, "So far, there is no sign of being pursued, but we must remain vigilant." Li Rongtao wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, it is often at such moments that danger lurks. We still do not know where our backup is or how long it will take to converge with us. Qin Yu replied, "They should be arriving soon. I'll call them." Just as he was about to take out his phone, his gaze sharpened. "Dongji." At that intersection, a dump truck came barreling through from the side, seemingly running a red light. But the situation was far from simple, as it was accelerating at full throttle. Li Rongtao also noticed the situation, yet his body's response was clearly lagging behind. Qin Yu, however, reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly yanking the steering wheel. Almost immediately thereafter, a resounding crash echoed as the dump truck collided with them. Had he not made that quick maneuver, the impact would have struck the passenger seat. Fortunately, Qin Yu's reflexes were sharp. After pulling the steering wheel, the dump truck's impact was redirected to the rear of the vehicle and the back seats. A deafening boom ensued. Debris scattered in all directions as the car was violently smashed, tumbling through the air several times before crashing down over 10 meters away, skidding another distance upon landing and scattering equipment across the ground. The area was littered with remnants of the wreckage, creating a scene of utter devastation. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the ferocity of the accident. What was once a sedan had been reduced to a mere half, with only the front section, including the driver's and passenger's seats, remaining intact. The rear had disintegrated into a chaotic mess of fragments. Li Rongtao was bleeding from his head, slipping into unconsciousness. The force of the impact was overwhelming, the situation dire. Even with his enhanced physique, which had surpassed the limits of human capability, Qin Yu found the severity of the collision disconcerting. Nonetheless, he remained conscious, aware that this was no ordinary accident. The assailants sought the diary. Indeed, the dump truck soon came to a halt, its door flung open as a man leapt out, hastily approaching. He was clearly not there to check on the injured, but to seize the diary, wielding a large wrench in his hand. As Qin Yu observed the man drawing near, he too reacted swiftly. When the assailant reached the vehicle door, Qin Yu kicked the mangled passenger door open and exited. The man froze, utterly astonished that Qin Yu had survived and was able to emerge from the wreckage. However, he felt no fear. Such a catastrophic impact would surely have left Qin Yu gravely injured, possibly with internal bleeding. Without hesitation, the man swung the wrench towards Qin Yu's head, intent on either killing or incapacitating him to retrieve the diary. Qin Yu's reflexes were quick. He deftly evaded the swing and countered with a punch. This blow was a flawless amalgamation of strength and speed. Although he had never trained in professional combat, his physical prowess spoke for itself. Thud! The punch landed heavily on the man's head, leaving him incredulous before he felt as though he had been struck by a train, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed. Qin Yu tore a sturdy wire from the wrecked vehicle and securely bound the assailant before briefly examining Li Rongtao's injuries. Rongtao, wake up! When his calls went unanswered, Qin Yu quickly dialed for assistance, first contacting emergency services, then reaching out to those sent to aid him. Within minutes, several vehicles sped toward the scene, and the reinforcements finally arrived. Upon witnessing the situation, they were all left in a state of shock. Qin Yu succinctly recounted the situation before gesturing. Captain Gao, let us return to the investigation team, leaving a few individuals to manage the scene. The foremost priority was to retrieve the diary, while an ambulance would be dispatched for Li Rongtao, and the man in question was to be taken as well. Under He Jiang'an's directives, Captain Gao led a contingent of over 10 individuals across 3 vehicles. 1 vehicle and several personnel remained to handle the scene, while the remainder, alongside 2 vehicles, swiftly departed for the investigation team. After a brief interval, they returned to the investigation team, successfully delivering the diary into He Jiang'an's hands. As he perused its contents, He Jiang'an's expression darkened. The diary implicated numerous officials within Luqing, detailing each matter with meticulous precision. The most frequently mentioned individual was Deputy Mayor and Public Security Director Hu Mingkai. Lu Wenxin had meticulously chronicled the various illicit activities conducted on Hu Mingkai's behalf, along with every transaction of bribery. The final pages of the diary contained intricate accounts of how Hu Mingkai orchestrated and conspired to frame the current party secretary, Tang Hui, among other matters. Chapter 18. Taking a few days off to return to the capital upon casually perusing the diary, He Jianjin swiftly orchestrated plans to apprehend Hu Mingkai before reporting to the principal leaders of the provincial party committee. Comrade Qin Yu, you have accomplished a significant feat. I shall personally commend you to the provincial committee. Qin Yu humbly responded, attributing the success to the strategic acumen of the leadership, stating, I merely ran some errands and was fortunate to discover this diary. He Jianjin cast a satisfied glance at Qin Yu before shifting his focus to the nearby leader Gao, instructing Lao Gao, take a few capable individuals and detain Hu Mingkai. I will proceed to the province to report directly to the provincial leaders. Understood. I shall head there immediately. Time was of the essence. They needed to act with swiftness and ensure Hu Mingkai was subdued before he fully comprehended the situation. Hu Mingkai was no ordinary figure. Having cultivated substantial support within the police system over many years in Luqing, he had effectively fortified the city bureau. Leader Gao selected several elite personnel and set off promptly. At that moment, Hu Mingkai had just exited the mayor's office and was preparing to return to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. From a distance, Leader Gao spotted Hu Mingkai and, upon seeing him about to enter his vehicle, quickened his pace, calling out, Director Hu, please hold on a moment. Hu Mingkai halted in his tracks, his heart sinking as he recognized the investigation team. So soon? Has my situation already been exposed? He pondered, contemplating escape. yet soon dismissed the thought. Where could he possibly flee? His countenance rapidly fell, realizing the gravity of his predicament. Before long, news of Hu Mingkai's detention spread throughout Luqing's political sphere, with many learning that he was under investigation for allegedly orchestrating a scheme against Secretary Tang Hui. The political landscape in Luqing became tumultuous. Numerous officials were taken in, while the province initiated a systematic crackdown, uprooting a criminal gang that had long established itself in Luqing, followed by a thorough reshuffling of the police force, resulting in many being incarcerated. 2 days later, Governor Zhu personally arrived in Luqing. Many speculated that his presence was intended to calm and stabilize the situation, given the widespread apprehension following the investigations. Upon his arrival, Governor Zhu convened a citywide cadre meeting. During the assembly, he delivered remarks on behalf of the provincial government, succinctly addressing Hu Mingkai's machinations against Secretary Tang and a series of issues related to organized crime, corruption, and misconduct. After outlining the circumstances, he pivoted his discourse to assure attendees that the provincial authorities would not wrongfully accuse any innocent individuals, alleviating the pervasive sense of dread. As the first secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Qin Yu naturally attended this meeting, feeling a twinge of regret for not having toppled Lu Yilong. It was likely that many harbored suspicions regarding Lu Yilong, yet without evidence, and with the diary omitting any mention of him, Hu Mingkai remained steadfast in his claims, asserting that all matters were orchestrated solely by him. Despite the multitude of events and the involvement of several officials, including the deputy mayor-in-chief of public security, Lu Yilong was merely subjected to a cautionary conversation and received a warning. After the conference concluded, Governor Zhu, on behalf of the provincial leadership, engaged Lu Yilong in dialogue. They convened in a modest meeting room, where apart from Governor Zhu and a few provincial leaders, only several members of the Municipal Standing Committee were present. Naturally, Qin Yu, as Tang Hui's secretary, was also seated nearby. Governor Zhu, with a grave expression, criticized the situation, expressing the profound shock experienced by the provincial leadership at such lawlessness. Fortunately, comrades Qin Yu and Li Rongtao emerged unscathed. The province's stance regarding the perpetrators and their instigators was clear. They must be dealt with severely. This course of action was imperative, particularly since Qin Weidong had personally intervened, contacting both Provincial Secretary Sha Changhe and Governor Zhu Mingxiang with stern words. Had anything happened to Qin Yu, the positions of the primary leaders in Jiangdong province would have been precarious. After articulating the provincial stance, Zhu Mingxiang continued, addressing Lu Yilong. As the mayor, you bear significant leadership responsibility. I am here to convey a cautionary message on behalf of the provincial committee. His tone was exceptionally severe as he delivered a scathing critique. Lu Yilong, stripped of dignity, lowered his head, refraining from exhibiting any semblance of dissatisfaction or defense. Following the admonition, Governor Zhu remarked that although all was orchestrated by Hu Mingkai as his direct superior, Lu Yilong bore considerable leadership responsibility. After deliberation by the provincial committee, it was decided to issue Lu Yilong a warning within the party. Reactions varied. Some were elated while others expressed concern. The latter, naturally, were those aligned with Lu Yilong. Receiving a warning within the party signified that Lu Yilong would be barred from promotion for at least 2 years, momentarily shattering his aspirations of becoming secretary of the municipal committee. Following the stern rebuke and the announcement of the provincial committee's decision regarding Lu Yilong's punishment, Zhu Mingxiang rose to leave. As governor, his time was precious, and he could not linger long in Luqing. With matters concluded, he prepared to return to the provincial capital. Tang Hui accompanied the leaders of Luqing to the toll station before they all returned. Upon returning to the office and closing the door, Lu Yilong erupted in anger, shattering numerous items in frustration. Conversely, Tang Hui was in high spirits. Not only had he cleared his name, but he had also significantly weakened Lu Yilong's faction, as most of those taken for investigation were affiliated with Lu. More importantly, Lu Yilong had incurred a warning, which not only barred him from promotion for the next 2 years, but also dealt a substantial blow to his prestige, greatly aiding Tang Hui in further consolidating control over the standing committee. Next, He needed to contemplate which individuals to place in the newly vacant positions and consider how to further cultivate relationships with certain committee members to enhance his control over the standing committee. At that moment, Qin Yu gently pushed open the door and placed a freshly brewed cup of coffee on Tang's secretary's large desk. At this hour, Tang Hui typically enjoyed a cup of hot coffee. After setting down the coffee, Qin Yu was preparing to depart, fully aware that Secretary Tang had numerous documents that required his attention and demanded a tranquil environment, free from disturbances. Little did he expect that Tang Hui would call out to him, "Xiao Qin, let us have a conversation." Qin Yu halted his steps and replied, "Yes, leader." Tang Hui wore a concerned expression as he continued, "Xiao Qin, you have accomplished something significant this time. Congratulations. However, it was exceedingly perilous. Please, do not engage in such risks again." Following the recent incident, while Tang Hui was seething with anger, he secretly worried whether the Qin family would vent their fury upon him. After 2 or 3 days of concern, he gradually relaxed, relieved that the Qin family had not directed their ire towards him. Although the Qin family did not seek retribution, it was still essential for him to exhibit a certain demeanor. This was the 3rd occasion he had shown such solicitude towards Qin Yu. With a grateful expression, Qin Yu responded, "Secretary, there will not be next time. Thank you for your concern." Tang Hui nodded slightly and added, "How about this? I will grant you a few days off to rest and recuperate. After narrowly escaping death and experiencing such a significant event, it is essential to take time to adjust your state of mind. I intend for you to have a proper break. Having a few days off would be wonderful." Qin Yu thought, as he had long wished to reconcile with his father and return to Beijing, yet had never found the time. "Secretary, if I could take a few days off, I would like to visit my grandfather and see my father." "Certainly, that is no problem," Tang Hui replied readily. "Since you're going home, take as many days as you need. You may return to work whenever you wish." "Thank you, leader. I will head back to Beijing tomorrow," Qin Yu said joyfully. Chapter 19, acknowledging a flicker of attraction as a prefecture-level city. Luqing certainly has trains to the capital, yet there are currently no high-speed trains, predominantly relying on slow green trains that necessitate over 20 hours of travel. After weighing his options, Qin Chuan deemed it unnecessary to squander time on a train journey and resolutely opted for a flight. It was merely a matter of reaching the provincial airport, as a plane would whisk him to the capital in less than 2 hours. Tongri, displaying concern, personally arranged for a vehicle to convey Qin Yu to the provincial airport. In truth, as the secretary of the municipal committee, Qin Yu could have easily informed the car service for a ride to the airport. After passing through security, waiting, and boarding, he found himself on the flight to the capital shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He had a modest meal at the airport, casually consuming a bowl of noodles that surprisingly cost 20 yuan, exorbitantly priced considering a similar bowl outside only cost 2. With his ticket in hand, he boarded the aircraft and located his seat. It was an aisle seat with the 2 interior seats currently unoccupied. Qin Yu's belongings were minimal, consisting solely of a backpack containing a few changes of clothes. Once he stowed his luggage and settled into his seat, he found himself a tad bored and began to peruse the complimentary materials available on the plane. Suddenly, a melodious voice broke through his reverie. "Excuse me, could I get through? I would like to sit inside." Qin Yu looked up to see 2 young and beautiful girls, each dragging a suitcase, presumably heading to the 2 vacant seats adjacent to him. How lovely! Qin Yu's gaze was drawn to one of the girls, who possessed long hair and a delicately beautiful face, her visage brimming with youthful vitality. Her figure was equally striking, boasting an enviable silhouette that stood tall, likely around 1.72 or 1.73 meters. Although her top was somewhat loose-fitting, it still hinted at her ample curves. In that instant, Qin Yu felt a spark of attraction, contemplating that if he were to seek a girlfriend, she should undoubtedly possess such beauty. His attention then shifted to the other girl, who was slightly shorter, around 1.65 meters. While her looks were not quite as striking, she still belonged to the realm of campus beauties, a rare find indeed. Slightly taken aback, Qin Yu quickly rose to allow the 2 girls to access their seats. The girls struggled momentarily with their luggage, likely due to the weight of their suitcases, which appeared cumbersome. At that moment, the flight attendants were preoccupied and unable to assist them. As a gentleman, and in the presence of such lovely young women. Qin Yu volunteered, "Allow me to assist you. You two can settle in first." "Thank you so much," the beautiful girl replied gratefully. Both suitcases were somewhat heavy, likely nearing the maximum allowable weight for carry-ons. Yet Qin Yu adeptly managed to stow them, then took his seat. In a trio of seats, the shorter girl occupied the innermost position, the taller beauty settled in the middle, and Qin Yu took the aisle seat. "Sir, thank you once again." The beautiful girl expressed her gratitude a second time. With a smile, Qin Yu introduced himself, saying, "My name is Qin Yu. Feel free to call me by my name." While the title Sir conveys respect, it also creates a certain distance between us. Thus, he opted for a more personal introduction. The beautiful girl responded, "Hello, Qin Yu. I am Yang Wandi, and this is my close friend, Su Lan. We are both fourth-year students at Jiangdong University." Jiangdong University is a prestigious institution in China, ranked among the top 10 and recognized as the finest university in Jiangdong province. Qin Yu observed that Yang Wandi possessed a more cheerful disposition and engaged in conversation effortlessly. While Su Lan appeared shy and reserved, her cheeks subtly flushed. Qin Yu could even hear her inner thoughts. "Qin Yu is so handsome. He is the most attractive boy I have ever seen. How nerve-wracking." Upon hearing such sentiments, Qin Yu smiled slightly, aware of his allure. Having encountered similar expressions of admiration from young girls on numerous occasions. After exchanging a few words, a young man hurried over, perspiring profusely, and upon spotting Yang Wandi, his face lit up with surprise. "Wandi, I've finally found you. Why are you in economy class? I'll upgrade you to first class. I'm in first class as well." Qin Yu noticed Yang Wandi's brows furrow slightly, her tone growing considerably colder. "Wang Jiangwen, why did you follow me?" Glancing at the young man named Wang Jiangwen, Qin Yu noted his rather unremarkable appearance. He seemed to stand under 1.7 meters tall, yet he adorned himself in luxury brands, sporting a Rolex on his wrist, suggesting he hailed from a well-off family. Wang Jiangwen awkwardly rubbed his hands together, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. "Wandi, I heard you're heading back to Beijing, so I came to see you off. Is this truly a send-off?" Qin Yu thought. It seems more like a direct escort to the capital, at most. One would typically accompany someone to the provincial airport. Yang Wandi expressed her discontent, reminding him, "Wang Jiangwen, please call me Yang Wandi. Furthermore, I do not need your escort. I must reiterate that there is no possibility between us, and I do not require your upgrade. I am comfortable here." Wang Jiangwen, displaying a rather desperate demeanor, pleaded, "Wandi, please don't be so resolute. My feelings for you are sincere. The heavens can attest to that. Just grant me an opportunity to pursue you. Will you?" Young Wandi, disinterested, averted her gaze slightly. Noticing her disregard, Wang Jiangwen's attention shifted to Qin Yu. "Hey, brother, how about we swap seats? You can take my first-class seat, and I'll occupy yours in economy." It was likely that many would leap at the chance to exchange first class for economy, and Yang Wandi appeared anxious that Qin Yu might accept. She immediately cast him a pleading glance. Qin Yu nodded slightly. He had traveled in first class before, having been a company president in his former life, and was quite accustomed to it. With a captivating beauty beside him, he had no intention of trading that experience for anything. "My friend, I'm afraid I must decline your offer to swap seats," he replied. "What? You want to exchange seats for first class?" After a moment of shock, Wang Jiangwen's face flushed with anger, his voice rising. "How can you refuse? Hurry up. Let us switch. You take my first-class seat, and I'll sit in your place." Qin Yu smiled faintly, observing the childlike demeanor of his counterpart, whose every emotion was vividly etched upon his face. The audacity of this youth, attempting to forcefully change positions, was amusing. Qin Yu showed no inclination to comply, calmly stating, "My friend, spare yourself the effort. I shall not switch seats with you." Wang Jiangwen shot a fierce glance at Qin Yu and retorted, "Fine, you have guts. Just wait and see," before departing in a huff. From the moment the plane took off until their arrival at the Beijing airport, Wang Jiangwen did not reappear. During the flight, which lasted over an hour, Qin Yu engaged in delightful conversation with Yang Wandi and Su Lan. To be precise, the dialogue primarily flowed between Qin Yu and Yang Wandi, with Su Lan chiming in occasionally. The chemistry was remarkable. It was intriguing how, despite being strangers, They conversed as if they were long-lost friends. They even exchanged contact information among the three of them. Chapter 20. The warmth of home, the aircraft finally descended upon the capital, gliding gracefully along the runway before coming to a steady halt. The crew began to facilitate the disembarkation of passengers. Qin Yu retrieved the luggage of the two ladies, earning their heartfelt gratitude. The trio exited the plane amidst laughter and conversation. Qin Yu had no baggage to claim, nor did the two women. They made their way directly towards the exit. However, it was not long before Qin Yu spotted Wang Jiangwen ahead, unmistakably waiting for them. He called out, "Look, Wang Jiangwen is up ahead." Upon seeing him, Yang Wandi's brow furrowed slightly, her earlier joy evaporating instantly, akin to encountering a bothersome fly. Wang Jiangwen, in contrast, was invigorated by the sight of Yang Wandi's beauty and hurried over, exclaiming, "Wandi, let me help you with your luggage." "Scram! Go away." It was hard to imagine such a harsh word escaping the lips of someone as lovely as Yang Wandi, underscoring her profound disdain and annoyance towards Wang Jiangwen. His expression shifted momentarily before he plastered on a smile, resembling a loyal dog. "Wandi, I heard you're heading home. I've arranged a car to take you. It's waiting at the airport exit." Yang Wandi's irritation flattered. "Scram! Can't you understand human language? I don't wish to see you. If you continue to pester me, I will call the police." With that, she strode forward, not bothering to cast a glance at Wang Jiangwen. Qin Yu smiled faintly. Following suit, the three proceeded towards the exit. After a short distance, Yang Wandi remarked, "Qin Yu, was I too harsh just now? I'm not usually like this." But Wang Jiangwen is simply insufferable. Qin Yu wore an expression of understanding. "If it were me, I would react similarly. He behaves like a sycophant," which is indeed quite irksome. The term sycophant struck Yang Wandi as both novel and vividly accurate, prompting her to chuckle lightly. Yes, that fellow is indeed a sycophant. Before long, the trio emerged from the airport. Qin Yu spotted Lu Yi, his father's current wife, Lu Xiaoyan, waiting to greet him. "Wandi, Sulan, my ride is over there. Let's keep in touch." "Sure," young Wandi nodded. "We exchanged phone numbers. We'll stay in contact." She watched as Qin Yu made his way toward a sleek black Hongqi sedan, adorned with a Jing A license plate. Sun Lan gently teased, "Wandi, he's already in the car. You can retract your gaze now." Realizing that she had been fixated on Qin Yu, Yang Wandi felt her cheeks flush slightly. She playfully nudged Su Lan. "Are you trying to laugh at me? Just wait until I tickle you." The two shared a light-hearted moment, creating a delightful spectacle that drew the attention of several onlookers. Eventually, they ceased their playful banter, linking arms as they walked away together. Members of the Yang family approached, arriving in a black Audi adorned with military plates, suggesting that Yang Wandi's familial background was indeed quite impressive. However, Qin Yu remained oblivious to this detail and had already boarded the car, driven by a youthful man with a buzz cut. Lu Xiaoyan and Qin Yu occupied the back seat. Lu Xiaoyan, in her 40s, appeared remarkably well-preserved, defying her age with an exuberant demeanor. Her face radiated joy, devoid of the typical coldness associated with a stepmother. "Qin Yu, I heard you are returning. Your father is the most delighted, and he specifically asked me to inform you that he will be home for dinner tonight. Make sure to enjoy a few drinks with him," she said warmly. In the recesses of the original owner's memories, this stepmother had always been kind, albeit her heart was consumed by resentment. Apart from harboring animosity towards his father, she had never shown Qin Yu any warmth. The current Qin Yu, however, was not inclined to maintain such bitterness. He readily replied, "Aunt Lu, of course. I haven't seen my dad in ages and have longed to share a few drinks with him." Lu Xiaoyan beamed with satisfaction. "Qin Yu, you have matured. Your father will be overjoyed to see you like this. Witnessing the reconciliation between you two brings me great happiness as well. Tonight, I will prepare some special dishes, and I'll call your sister back so we can enjoy a family meal together." Qin Yu had a half-sister, Qin Xingyan, born of Lu Xiaoyan, who was a freshman at Shui Mu University, usually residing on campus and returning home only on weekends. However, with Qin Yu's return, things were different. Even if it were not the weekend, Qin Xingyan would surely come back. The two engaged in conversation about familial matters, after which Lu Xiaoyan inquired about Qin Yu's work situation. She noted a palpable change in him. He had become more sensible, and the hatred that once filled his heart had vanished, leaving him a transformed individual. The Qin family residence was a traditional Sihiyuan, a courtyard house with 2 entrances, encompassing an area of approximately 500 to 600 square meters, with over a dozen rooms. Its ancient charm and pristine condition promised that in a decade or so, its market value would soar into the billions. This property was the private estate of the Qin family, acquired years ago by Qin Weidong at a relatively modest price, duly reported and registered with the relevant authorities. The elder patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Yu's grandfather, did not reside here. After his retirement, he had moved to the old family home, another Sihiyuan replete with pavilions, gardens, and stringent security, offering even better living conditions. Lu Xiaoyan meticulously arranged everything for Qin Yu, assigning him his old room, which had clearly been tidied up with care. The bedding was brand new, and the room was spotless, with the hardwood floor polished to a shine. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Xingyan was the first to return. Upon seeing Qin Yu, she was overjoyed. "Brother, it's wonderful that you're back," she exclaimed, embracing him and jumping with delight, nearly clinging to him. Lu Xiaoyan chuckled, remarking, "Such a grown girl. Yet she behaves as if she hasn't matured at all." Qin Xingyan did not release her hold, proclaiming, "I simply adore my brother." Lu Xiaoyan shook her head with a smile and left the siblings to their reunion, heading to the kitchen to prepare the meal, anticipating that Qin Weidong would return in about an hour. Indeed, around 6 in the evening, Qin Weidong returned. As a member of the Central Committee and a minister, he exuded an air of authority. However, he now embodied an entirely different persona, transforming into a benevolent father. "My son, it is wonderful to have you back. Stay a few more days before heading back to Luqing," he exclaimed. "Father, I intend to stay longer and spend more time with you. Tomorrow morning, I plan to visit Grandpa," replied his son. Noticing the profound change in his son, Qin Weidong felt an overwhelming joy, and the bond between father and son was devoid of any barriers. His smile was unwavering. Had anyone witnessed this moment, they would surely be astonished to discover that Minister Qin could indeed smile. That evening, a lavish feast awaited them, complete with a fine bottle of wine. Qin Yu uncorked the Maotai and said, "Dad, let us finish this bottle tonight, shall we?" With a heart full of joy, Qin Weidong responded, "Absolutely, we must finish it. Come, let us toast together." Seeing the two so elated, Lu Xiaoyan smiled, her heart finally at ease, recognizing that the father and son had reconciled completely without any lingering issues. As dinner concluded, the bottle was emptied by the two of them. After the meal, they settled on the sofa in the living room, sipping tea and engaging in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and harmonious. Chapter 21. Son, it's time for you to find a girlfriend. Qin Weidong first inquired about Qin Yu's well-being and then, in his capacity as a father, imparted much wisdom regarding the ways of governance. Unbeknownst to them, an hour had swiftly elapsed. As the executive vice minister, Qin Weidong was exceedingly busy. Even in the evening, numerous affairs demanded his attention. Upon preparing to leave, he asked once more, "Son, you are 24 this year. Have you found a girlfriend yet?" Qin Yu, possessing striking good looks, had indeed attracted the attention of several young women, including the occasional love letters from female colleagues at work. However, he had yet to encounter someone with whom he felt a genuine connection. "Well, I did meet young Wandi on the plane today. She seemed quite impressive, and I felt a spark. I wonder which family she hails from." "Father, I have been working for less than a year and haven't had the opportunity to pursue a relationship," Qin Weidong reminded him. Having a stable family is a crucial aspect that the organization considers. It may be a bit early for you to think about marriage, but you should at least date someone, perhaps even marry within the next year or two. "Father, let's wait until I meet the right person." Qin Weidong chose not to press the matter further. After all, it was a rare occasion that he and his son had reconciled, and he wished to maintain the peace. As for a political marriage, it was unnecessary. The Qin family was among the elite in the capital and did not require such alliances to bolster their influence. However, he did consider mentioning Yang's daughter to old Yang, as she was set to graduate from university soon and was exceptionally beautiful. The Yang family was also one of the prestigious families in the capital, and although the elder Yang was no longer alive, the family still wielded significant power, particularly in the military. Son, it's time for you to find a girlfriend, Qin Weidong said gently, patting Qin Yu on the shoulder. I have a few matters to attend to back at the ministry. Father, please don't worry about me. I have my own things to occupy my time. Qin Yu replied, displaying his understanding as he accompanied his father to the car. Once back in his room, Qin Yu found everything just as he had left it, with many items from his university days preserved unchanged. Li Xiuji was from Luqing, and it was also where Qin Weidong had been assigned during his youth, specifically to a place now known as Lijiaoan Village. Qin Yu had attended elementary and secondary school in Luqing, and while he spent most of his university years in a dormitory in the capital, he occasionally returned to the courtyard home. Qin Weidong and his wife not only prepared a spacious and bright room for Qin Yu, but also maintained its cleanliness. Even after nearly a year away in Luqing, the room remained tidy and well-kept. Sitting at his desk, he surveyed the familiar surroundings with satisfaction before pulling out his phone to reach out to Yang Wandi. Oh, she sent me a message. He had been so engrossed in conversation with his father that he had missed the text that had arrived a few minutes prior. Qin Yu, have you arrived home? Have you eaten dinner yet? Upon reading the content of the message, Qin Yu felt a wave of warmth in his heart. It seemed that Yang Wandi held a favorable impression of him, for she would not have taken the initiative to send a text otherwise. I've arrived home and finished dinner. What about you? What are you up to? The two engaged in a delightful exchange of messages, each taking turns to respond, completely engrossed in their conversation. They lost track of the number of messages exchanged until they finally bid each other good night around 10 o'clock. After a soothing hot bath, Qin Yu lay on his cozy, plush bed, wrapped in a fresh comforter, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following day, during breakfast, Qin Xinyan remarked, Brother, I have no classes this morning. I'll accompany you to visit Grandpa, and then we can go shopping together to help you choose some outfits. Lu Xiaoyan, in agreement, added, That's a splendid idea. You could take Qin Yu to Wang Fujing to buy a few quality pieces. Qin Xinyan cheerfully responded, No problem, I promise to accomplish the task. After breakfast, both Qin Weidong and Qin Xinyan left for work. Qin Weidong, as the executive deputy minister of the organization department, had a demanding role, while Lu Xiaoyan held a position at the Women's Federation, albeit with a lower rank. With her brother's arm linked to hers, Qin Xinyan exited the house, her spirits high. She owned a red Volkswagen, which they took to visit their grandfather first. The arrival of his grandchildren brought immense joy to the elderly Qin, whose face radiated happiness. The grandfather and grandchildren engaged in conversation for quite a while. It was not until around 10 o'clock that Qin Yu departed to go shopping. They spent the entire morning browsing through stores, during which she assisted him in selecting several commendable outfits. Qin Yu, with his statuesque figure, looked striking in every garment he tried on. They purchased several jackets and 2 pairs of shoes, totaling no less than 1,000 yuan, yet they avoided any extravagant brands, aware that such luxuries were best kept to a minimum within their institutional context. Having acquired an ample amount, Qin Yu felt satisfied, but Qin Xinyan pondered aloud, Brother, we're still missing shirts. Let me help you pick out a couple. Qin Yu responded, Isn't this enough? You're using your card for all of this. Do you have enough pocket money left? In a playful tone, Qin Xinyan retorted, If you're concerned about my finances, how about I use your card this time? All right then. Help me select 2 shirts, he conceded. Before long, she had chosen the first shirt, saying, Brother, this one looks great. You should try it on. In the fitting room, Qin Yu removed his outer jacket and then his shirt, preparing to don a new one. The fitting room door was left ajar. After all, he was merely trying on clothes, not undergarments, and was still clad in long pants. Curiosity piqued. Qin Xinyan peeked in and exclaimed, Brother, I didn't realize your physique was so impressive. Those 8-pack abs are like a washboard. My future sister-in-law is fortunate. Qin Yu, half amused and half embarrassed, retorted, Where are you looking? Get out. I'm changing. With a laugh, Qin Xinyan replied, All right, I'll step outside. Upon exiting the fitting room, the image of Qin Yu with his shirtless physique lingered in her mind, prompting her to reflect on how remarkably fit her brother was. Truly unbelievable. The shirt was impeccably tailored. Qin Xinyan possessed a discerning eye. Subsequently, she selected another shirt, totaling 2 exquisite pieces, costing over 600 yuan, a slight indulgence, equivalent to nearly a month's salary for many. In 2001, It was common for individuals to earn between 6 to 700 yuan monthly, while those earning over 1,000 were considered to have a decent income. After neatly folding the shirts into the shopping bag, Qin Yu proceeded to the cashier, presenting his card for payment. Upon glancing at a bank notification, he was astonished to find his account balance had exceeded 1 million yuan. It had originally been over 800,000. The sudden increase of 200,000 could only be attributed to Aunt Lu depositing the funds. Lu Xiaoyan was quite generous, concerned about Qin Yu's financial needs since he enrolled in university, providing him with allowances ranging from 30 to 50,000, and occasionally as much as 80 to 100,000 over the years. The original owner had spent some of this money, and when Qin Yu traversed into this realm, he had checked the balance, which was over 870,000. Now it stood at over 1,070,000. The sight of such an abundance filled Qin Yu with warmth. With most of the shopping complete, he initially intended to purchase 1 or 2 articles of clothing or perhaps a bag for Qin Yin, but she insisted on declining. As noon approached, Qin Yu treated his sister to lunch at Wang Fujing, and considering he had no vehicle, Qin Yin kindly drove him home before heading to her school for her afternoon classes. Chapter 22. A fortuitous convergence. Upon returning home, Qin Yu indulged in a brief slumber, a semblance of an afternoon respite. Awaking, he retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a familiar number, his dearest friend and college companion. Fei, how have you been lately? Qin Gu, you actually took the time to call me. A note of surprise laced Tang Fei's voice from the other end. Tang Fei hailed from the same city as Qin Yu, yet from a different county. Their acquaintance blossomed during a hometown gathering in university, leading to a deep camaraderie. Though they pursued different fields of study, their friendship flourished over 4 years, marking them as each other's closest allies. After graduation, Qin Yu returned to his hometown to join the ranks of the civil service, while Tang Fei was fortunate enough to remain in the capital, where he applied his computer science degree in a related profession. After a delightful exchange over the phone, Qin Yu inquired of Fei, "Do you know where I am now? Please don't tell me you are in the capital." "Indeed, I am in the capital. I returned yesterday afternoon. Do you have time to meet? We should catch up." "Absolutely. Let us meet at our usual spot." Their usual spot referred to a quaint CAF near Capital University. Qin Yu hailed a taxi, arriving in approximately half an hour. Tang Fei, having arrived slightly earlier, spotted Qin Yu and approached him with palpable excitement, delivering a playful punch to his chest. "Qin Gu, it's been months since we last met during the new year. How have you been? What brings you back?" "Haha, I missed home, so I thought I'd pay a visit." Tang Fei's expression shifted to one of surprise as he cautiously asked, "Have you reconciled with your father?" "Yes," Qin Yu affirmed with a nod. "As I gained experience in the workforce, I came to realize that my father's actions were not solely to blame. The circumstances of the times played a significant role. Understanding this, I no longer harbor resentment." "Good, good," Tang Fei responded, genuinely pleased for his friend. "That's the right attitude. With such an impressive father, if I were in your position, I would have embraced that connection long ago, especially now that you've entered the civil service. His influence could be invaluable." Indeed, indeed. Tang Fei was well aware of Qin Yu's familial background and the strained relationship with his father. Among the few who knew of Tang Fei's own family circumstances, he remained discreet, never divulging this knowledge to others. Despite Qin Yu's notable lineage, very few were privy to such information. The brothers relished their reunion, settling into their seats with steaming cups of coffee, reminiscing about their cherished university days before gradually shifting the conversation to Tang Fei's current endeavors. "So, how are things at your workplace? You haven't been reduced to a mere cog in the machine, have you?" "Not at all." Tang Fei remarked that his job was relatively easy. No, it could be said it was exceedingly effortless. As a student of computer science, he had initially aspired to make a significant impact in his career. However, the disparity between his grand ideals and the stark reality was disheartening. His daily responsibilities involved merely maintaining the computers at his workplace. When a computer crashed or displayed a black screen, he was called upon to remedy the situation. And when another device struggled to connect to the internet, he was summoned again. Despite the ease of his tasks, it was evident that he harbored dissatisfaction, for his organization was not a specialized technology firm, but rather a large state-owned enterprise with merely a handful of computers in need of upkeep. Qin Yu inquired about his plans, whether he intended to continue in this manner or had other aspirations. This was a question that Tang Fei had pondered numerous times, and he had gradually formulated a plan of his own. With his good friend showing interest, Tang Fei candidly expressed, "I do have some ideas. I wish to venture into the business world. In contemporary terms, we refer to this as entrepreneurship, but back in 2001, it was simply called going into the sea, a phrase that resonated with many individuals transitioning from public service roles." Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he readily agreed. After all, we are still young. Embarking on such an adventure is indeed a splendid idea. The future lies in the realm of computing. Once you position yourself at the crest of the wave, even a pig can soar. At that time, while Ma was still teaching English in Hangzhou and another was yet to establish himself in Shenzhen, Donggu was still engaged in selling CDs. Now was an opportune moment to take the plunge. Encouraged by Qin Yu's support, Tang Fei felt bolstered in his resolve. "Brother, then I shall give a try." Qin Yu further inquired, "What are your specific plans? If you're venturing into business, what will you focus on?" Tang Fei zipped. "It will undoubtedly be within the realm of computers. I envision opening a store to sell computers, which is bound to be profitable." During this period, Qin Yu had also contemplated methods to generate income. Although the Qin family was well off, they could not compare to the wealth of the super-rich. Knowing he had traversed time and possessed foresight into the developmental trends of the coming decades, he recognized the necessity of seizing such a golden opportunity to accumulate wealth. While personally diving into the business world seemed unrealistic, having someone assist him in generating income would be ideal. As fate would have it, opportunity had arrived. Qin Yu tempered his excitement and proposed, "Brother, how about we partner up and enter the computer business together?" Tang Fei's eyes lit up at the suggestion. The prospect of collaborating with Qin Yu was beyond ideal. "Really, Qinge? That would be fantastic," Tang Fei exclaimed with delight. Qin Yu nodded and shared his vision. "We could secure distribution rights for various brand-name computers, such as Dell, Apple, and IBM, or even register our own trademark and assemble computers ourselves." As Qin Yu articulated his concept and plans, Tang Fei's excitement grew. With decades of foresight ahead of others, the ideas presented ignited a fire within him. Both securing distribution rights for established brands and assembling computers were promising avenues to explore. For instance, Lenovo began its journey with the assembly of computers, yet it seems to have consistently pursued its path of self-assembly without delving into chip research and development. Qin Yu envisions a more ambitious future. Once the enterprise expands and acquires substantial strength, he aspires to independently design and develop chips, and even to innovate in the creation of lithography machines, ensuring that the West can no longer exert control over the semiconductor industry. After articulating his vision and plans, Qin Yu proposed, "Brother, let us join forces in this endeavor. How much capital can you contribute?" Tang Fei pondered for a moment. "I can manage to invest 100,000. In truth, he could scarcely muster that amount. Perhaps 30 to 50,000 was feasible, given that his family circumstances were relatively comfortable, with both parents holding stable jobs. A little borrowing would allow him to scrape together the total of 100,000. In the year 2001, 100,000 was not an insignificant sum. Yet Tang Fei was acutely aware that Qin Yu's family background implied that his investment would certainly exceed that amount. Chapter 23. Yang Wandi. "I'm going on a blind date," Qin Yu nodded and proposed. "I will contribute 900,000, and you will contribute 100,000. Together, we shall gather 1 million to establish a company. We will initially acquire the agency rights for several branded computers in the capital. Once we amass sufficient financial resources, we can register our own trademark and sell computers under our own brand." Tang Fei vigorously nodded in agreement. "That sounds feasible, absolutely feasible. Brother Qin, I only require a 5% share." He was quite clear-headed. Although he would invest 100,000, he did not dare to aspire for a 10% stake. For the future development of the company would heavily rely on the Qin family's formidable influence. Without connections and a strong backing, it would be exceedingly difficult to thrive in the fiercely competitive capital. Qin Yu understood this as well, nodding in affirmation. "Very well. You shall hold 5% of the shares, while I will retain 95%. I will not partake in the day-to-day operations of the company. You will serve as the general manager, overseeing its development and operations." My role will be to guide the company's direction and make significant decisions. Agreed, no problem. Tang Fei readily accepted. Qin Yu continued, the company's legal entity will bear your name, while my shares will be registered under my uncle's name. As you know, I'm a civil servant and cannot engage in business enterprises. Tang Fei replied, Brother Qin, whatever you decide, I shall follow. Everything will proceed according to your wishes. Qin Yu felt quite satisfied. His brother understood the nuances of negotiation and was easily content, not engaging in any haggling. The two conversed for an extended period, settling nearly all preliminary matters. As they rose to leave, Tang Fei expressed, Brother Qin, I will take care of the company registration tomorrow and expedite all procedures. By the time Qin Yu returned home, it was already past 5 in the evening. That night, the Qin family was to have dinner at their grandfather's house, a privilege afforded to him upon his return. After dinner, Qin Yu accompanied his grandfather for a game of chess. The old gentleman had few hobbies, and chess was one of them. Qin Yu had played chess before, though his skills could only be deemed amateur. Yet, he soon discovered that his thinking was agile, and his level was unexpectedly high, winning 3 consecutive games against his grandfather, prompting the elder to exclaim in jest, No more, no more. The grandfather and grandson then shifted to sipping tea and chatting. After a while, the elderly gentleman inquired, Qin Yu, I hear you have yet to find a girlfriend. You must seize the opportunity in this important aspect of life. The organization assesses a person's maturity and stability, and starting a family is a significant factor. Qin Yu smiled wryly. Grandfather, I am only 24. There is still ample time. The elder feigned annoyance. 24 is still young? At that age, I was already a regiment commander, overseeing 1 or 2,000 personnel. Grandfather, how could I possibly compare to you? Qin Yu replied. The old man continued. When Yang was still alive, we discussed the possibility of a family alliance. He has a granddaughter, quite beautiful, whom I have met. She is gentle and virtuous. A very sensible girl. Perhaps you should consider courting her. Qin Yu felt overwhelmed. Why was it that every time he returned home, he was met with marriage pressure? His father urged him, and now his grandfather was doing the same. Though reluctant in his heart, he did not wish to prolong the conversation. So he offered a perfunctory response to appease his grandfather. Originally, it was merely a casual remark, yet to the surprise of all, Elder Qin took it to heart and urged Qin Weidong to initiate discussions with the Yang family regarding a potential union. For the time being, Qin Yu remained unaware, as he spent his days either shopping and enjoying leisure time with Qin Qinyan or engaged in the complexities of company registration and site selection alongside Tang Fei. The Yang family, during the lifetime of Elder Yang, undoubtedly stood as one of the foremost aristocratic families in the capital, nearly on par with the Qin family, particularly due to Elder Yang's unparalleled prestige and influence within military. In recent years, following Elder Yang's passing, the family's sway had diminished somewhat, yet they remained a formidable presence within military circles. In the study of the Yang family, a resolute middle-aged man clad in military uniform, adorned with 3 golden stars on his shoulders, signifying his esteemed rank, conversed with his daughter, Yang Wandi. My dear, as graduation approaches, what are your plans? Filled with aspiration for the future, Yang Wandi responded, Father, after graduation, I wish to become a volunteer and partake in various charitable activities. What do you think? Yang Dongming replied, As long as it brings you joy, I have no objections. Delighted, Yang Wandi expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Father. Yang Dongming then shifted the conversation. Wandi, tell me, during your university years, have you had a boyfriend? While he suspected the answer to be negative, he felt compelled to inquire nonetheless. Yang Wandi's cheeks flushed slightly. Father, why do you ask this? Not wishing to press further, Yang Dongming concluded that his daughter indeed had not been involved with anyone, which he deemed quite favorable. Wandi, today I must discuss something of great significance with you. The Qin family has reached out, expressing their desire for a union between our families. Father, Yang Wandi felt a surge of urgency. It was clear that she was the intended match. Historically, such unions rarely culminated in happiness, often serving as mere political alliances, which explained her anxiety. Yang Dongming, though reluctant, understood the necessity. The Yang family's influence was waning, and allies were essential. A union with the Qin family could yield benefits far beyond mere numbers. With the Qin family extending the invitation, he was disinclined to refuse and instead sought to facilitate the arrangement. Wandi, your grandfather, once harbored similar thoughts during his lifetime, discussing them with Elder Qin on multiple occasions. Qin Weidong has a son, 24 years old, merely 2 years your senior. Why not engage with him and see how it goes? A wave of despondency washed over young Wandi. As a scion of a prominent family, was it truly impossible to have autonomy in matters of the heart? She yearned for a sweet romance, to be with the one she loved, a prospect that seemed blissfully unattainable. As for Qin Weidong's son, she had never laid eyes upon him and knew not his appearance, instinctively feeling a sense of resistance. However, witnessing her father's earnest demeanor, she recognized the futility of outright rejection. Reluctantly, she conceded, "Father, I will meet him, but if it does not feel right, I hope you will respect my feelings and not force me into marriage." Yang Dongming said, "Let us agree on this. Tomorrow, you shall meet him, and your mother will accompany you." "Very well, it must be this way." Yang Wandi sighed heavily as she returned to her room, her mind consumed by this matter. Feeling both wronged and distressed, she picked up her phone and called her dear friend, Sulan. "Lan, my father is insisting that I go on a blind date tomorrow. What should I do?" Sulan was initially taken aback, then replied, "Wandi, you're the most beautiful belle our school has ever seen. How can someone as lovely as you be forced into a blind date?" "Alas, I wish it were otherwise," young Wandi lamented, "but my father's resolve is quite firm. I can only go and make an appearance." Chapter 24. What a coincidence suddenly. Sulan found herself greatly intrigued, her curiosity ignited like a raging fire. "Wandi, do tell me about your blind date. Is he handsome?" Yang Wandi chuckled helplessly. Lan, of my dear friend, shouldn't you be offering me comfort instead?" "Hee, I am merely curious. Share with me, how was your blind date? Introduce him to me." Young Wandi Sigid, do be honest. I have no idea what he looks like, his height, his looks, it's all a mystery to me. I don't even care to know his name. Regardless, my mother will accompany me tomorrow, and I'll just go through the motions, then declare that I feel no spark and that we are incompatible. I only hope my parents do not pressure me into marriage. The two friends chatted on the phone for at least 30 minutes. After hanging up, Yang Wandi realized that she still felt quite blocked and her mood had hardly lightened. She still yearned for someone to confide in. After a moment of hesitation, she inexplicably dialed Qin Yu's number. "Brother Qin, what are you up to?" Qin Yu replied, "Nothing much, just reading." "What's wrong? You don't seem to be in a great mood." Don't mention it. I had planned to return home for a few days to rest and visit my parents, but to my surprise, they are insisting I go on a blind date tomorrow." Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, he too was scheduled for a blind date the following day. His father, Qin Weidong, had been engrossed in work after briefly mentioning the matter with the Yang family, planning to discuss it with Qin Yu later that evening. What a sudden turn of events. "You're actually going on a blind date?" "Yes, it's utterly frustrating." The two conversed for at least an hour over the phone, and under Qin Yu's comforting words, Yang Wandi's spirits lifted slightly. She resolved to simply go along with the blind date, assert that it was not suitable, and if her parents pressed her, she would resolutely refuse. "I must take charge of my own love life. I want to find someone I truly like and experience a sweet romance. Someone like Qin Yu would be perfect." The thought of Qin Yu's sunny and handsome visage caused Yang Wandi's cheeks to flush slightly. That evening, Qin Weidong returned home for dinner, which was a rare occurrence. Typically, over the course of a week, he might manage to be home for dinner once or twice, with lunch usually taken care of at the office. After the family enjoyed a cheerful meal together, Qin Weidong did not rush back to the office, but instead took the time to prepare 2 cups of hot tea. "Son, come sit down. We need to talk." Qin Yu approached and settled onto the sofa, expecting his father to discuss work-related or political matters. To his surprise, Qin Weidong got straight to the point. "Son, your grandfather and I share the same sentiment. We hope you will settle down and establish a family soon. You are still without a girlfriend. It's time you found one." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a slight resistance. "Dad, I'm still young. Can't we discuss this in a couple of years?" Qin Weidong remarked, "I have no objections, but your grandfather is getting on in years. He may not have much time left. I hope to see you settle down in his lifetime, preferably with a lovely, plump little boy. At 24, you are not exactly a child anymore." Your mother and I were only 20 when we got together. He continued, I spoke with Lao Yang today, and he is in full agreement. Thus it is decided. Tomorrow, Aunt Lu will accompany you to meet Lao Yang's daughter. Let me assure you, do not be reluctant. Lao Yang's daughter is quite beautiful. I have met her several times, and each time, she has conducted herself with remarkable politeness and grace. Concerned that Qin Yu might disagree, Qin Weidong went on to enumerate the girl's many virtues. Reluctantly, Qin Yu nodded in acquiescence. All right, I will meet her tomorrow. By the way, what is her name? Qin Weidong replied, in my eagerness to extol the girl's attributes. I neglected to mention her basic information. Her name is Yang Wandi. She is 22 years old, stands over 1.7 meters tall, and is in her 4th year at Jiangdong University. She has an older brother. Qin Yu was utterly astonished. What a coincidence. It is indeed Yang Wandi. Ha ha. The girl I am to meet is Yang Wandi. He nearly burst into laughter. Noticing the change in his son's demeanor, Qin Weidong tentatively inquired, Son, do you know her? Father, had you mentioned it was Yang Wandi earlier, I would have told you we know each other quite well. Qin Yu exclaimed joyfully. There is no need for Aunt Lu to accompany me. I can go alone. Rest assured, I will surely succeed in this match and make Yang Wandi your daughter-in-law. Qin Weidong felt a sense of relief and chuckled. Son, you are quite confident. Of course, Qin Yu replied. As a time traveler with decades of experience, he was well aware of Yang Wandi's favorable feelings towards him, originally planning to take his time and deepen their acquaintance before breaking the ice. He never anticipated such a dramatic turn of events, that his blind date would be Yang Wandi. The image of her graceful figure lingered in his mind. This girl possessed both beauty and charm, with an impressive family background. Having her as my girlfriend would be splendid. Son, you will go on your date tomorrow, and then we shall find a time for me to speak with Lao Yang. You two should get engaged first. In prominent families, engagements are typically seen as a done deal, with little chance of withdrawal. Father, I leave everything in your hands, Qin Yu replied. With such a stunning beauty, he was eager to solidify their relationship as soon as possible. Getting engaged would be ideal, allowing them to embark on a blissful journey together. The blind date was set for 10 in the morning at a charming CAF. Yang Wandi, however, appeared somewhat downcast. Even her attire was rather casual. Nevertheless, her inherent beauty shone through, rendering her an unequivocal beauty even without adornment. Accompanying her was her mother, Sun Quanlan, who personally offered her support and encouragement as they made their way to the meeting. Daughter, do not wear such a stern expression. Lighten up a bit and at least show some respect for the Qin family. Moreover, I have heard that Qin Yu is quite remarkable, having graduated from the prestigious Capital University, gaining admission solely through his own merit as the top scorer in his city's college entrance examination. Yang Wandi was aware of her blind date's name, but dared not associate it with the Qin Yu she knew. She speculated that it must be a case of homonymy, and fervently wished that the person she was about to meet was indeed him, although deep down, she understood this was merely a fanciful hope. He could not possibly be the Qin Yu from the Qin family. It was simply impossible. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Yang Wandi felt a surge of frustration and unease. She picked up her phone and sent a text message. Brother Qin, I am going on a blind date, and I feel so miserable. Qin Yu quickly replied, Wandi, I too am being pressured by my family to go on a blind date. You won't believe it, but my date is you. Upon reading this response, Yang Wandi's eyes widened in disbelief. Once she regained her composure, her heart raced, and she hurriedly began to compose a reply. Chapter 25, The Blind Date. Both parties surprised Brother Qin. You mustn't be deceiving me. Are you truly Qin Yu from the Qin family? Qin Yu replied, without a doubt. I am indeed that Qin Yu. In a moment, we shall meet at the island CAF for our blind date. It was truly him, absolutely unmistakable. Yang Wandi's previous feelings of frustration and discomfort vanished, replaced by a radiant joy that lit up her face, her eyes transforming into crescent moons of happiness. Sun Quanlan noticed her daughter's transformation, perplexed by her sudden elation and the silly smile she wore while gazing at her phone. Although she was tempted to inquire, she restrained her curiosity as they soon approached the designated CAF. Qin Yu, Lu Xiaoyan has already arrived. Sun Quanlan was well acquainted with Lu Xiaoyan, and their rapport was quite amicable, leading to warm greetings upon their meeting. Lu Xiaoyan introduced, Qin Yu, this is Aunt's son, and this is Yang Wandi. Qin Yu politely greeted Sun Chunlan first. Hello, Aunt's son, I am Qin Yu. Sun Chunlan's gaze lingered on Qin Yu, growing increasingly fond of him. He was remarkably handsome, and moreover, he exuded a refined politeness, devoid of the aloofness and arrogance often found in some second-generation heirs. This is my daughter, Yang Wandi, Sun Chunlan said. Qin Yu took the initiative. Wandi, it's nice to see you again. With delight, Yang Wandi eagerly extended her hand. Brother Qin, I never anticipated it would be you. Observing this interaction, Sun Chunlan was utterly astonished. My daughter, so you two are acquainted. She quickly recalled her daughter's earlier expression in the car and surmised that it was at that moment she realized the identity of her blind date. The four of them casually settled down. Qin Yu, ever the gracious host, asked, Aunt, would you like something to drink? Sun Chunlan promptly stood and said, Xiaoyan, I heard that Wang Fujing has received a plethora of new clothing styles. Shall we go take a look? Lu Xiaoyan instantly understood. Yes, let us go see the clothes. Qin Yu, please take good care of Wandi and have fun. The two women linked arms and exited the CAF, laughing and chatting merrily. Qin Yu and Yang Wandi exchanged smiles. Brother Qin, I truly did not expect it to be you, she remarked. Qin Yu replied, It seems we are quite fated, Wandi. I find you delightful. How about we explore a relationship together? Yang Wandi's cheeks flushed slightly. Though she said nothing, her demeanor indicated her silent consent. After enjoying a cup of coffee and engaging in cheerful conversation, Qin Yu suggested, Wandi, I heard a major American film is premiering today. Shall we go watch it? Sure. It's been ages since I've seen a blockbuster. That sounds like a splendid idea. The two exited the CAF and made their way to a five-star cinema in Guamao. Upon arrival, they were not only conversing animatedly, but were also visibly joyful, with Qin Yu boldly holding Yang Wandi's delicate hand. Though her face flushed, signifying a moment of hesitation, she allowed him to lead, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. This was the essence of love. After watching a film and enjoying lunch, they strolled through the streets until dusk. When Qin Yu finally escorted Yang Wandi back home, Yang Dongming had already returned and, upon seeing his daughter, exchanged a knowing glance with his wife, Sun Chunlan, followed by a slight smile. Initially concerned about his daughter's potential resistance, he was pleasantly surprised to learn that she and Qin Yu were already acquainted. Now, seeing the sweet and blissful expression on her face, he felt assured that things were progressing well. He contemplated when to broach the subject with Lao Qin, to gauge his opinion on formalizing their relationship, perhaps through an engagement. In the following days, Qin Yu took the initiative to invite Yang Wandi out daily, and their relationship blossomed into a full-fledged romance. However, after having been in the capital for 4 or 5 days, it was time for him to return. During their date, Qin Yu mentioned his plan to head back to Jiangdong province the next day. Coincidentally, Yang Wandi was also preparing to return to Jiangdong University, and they agreed to travel together in the morning. As for Sulan, she felt genuinely happy for her friend and, with a sense of self-awareness, decided not to be a third wheel, claiming she wanted to stay a couple of days longer. Together, Qin Yu and Yang Wandi made their way back to Jiangdong province, with Qin Yu making a special effort to drop her off at Jiangdong University, accompanying her all the way to the entrance of her dormitory. After exiting the taxi, he retrieved her luggage from the trunk, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Wandi, it's time for me to head back to Luqing. Yang Wandi, equally hesitant, accepted her suitcase and, in a rare display of spontaneity, planted a kiss on Qin Yu's cheek before blushing and hurriedly wheeling her luggage into the dormitory. Qin Yu watched her enchanting silhouette as she walked away, gently touching the spot on his cheek where she had kissed him, unable to suppress a smile. This tender moment did not go unnoticed by several onlookers. In front of the girls' dormitory, a crowd of students, both male and female, gathered in Yang Wandi, known as the most beautiful campus belle in Jiangdong University's history, drew attention wherever she went. As she alighted from the taxi, she immediately captivated many gazes, particularly from numerous young men who, enviously, remarked on her beauty, wishing she could be their girlfriend, even going so far as to say they would endure great pain just to win her affection. Unbeknownst to them, she was accompanied by an attractive young man, and their intimate demeanor suggested a significant relationship. To their astonishment, Yang Wandi had even kissed him, leaving many young men feeling a pang of heartache, as their goddess had seemingly become someone else's beloved. The reactions among the girls varied slightly. While they were surprised that Yang Wandi had a boyfriend, they were even more captivated by Qin Yu's striking handsomeness, which far surpassed that of their own campus heartthrob. Wow, he's so handsome. How wonderful it would be if he were my boyfriend. Feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him, Qin Yu smiled faintly and departed in his vehicle after watching Yang Wandi enter the dormitory. Remaining any longer might have prompted some bold admirers to approach him for his contact information, while the envious young men, if their stares could kill, would have surely seen him perish countless times over. On Wednesday, Qin Yu traveled to the capital and returned on Sunday, totaling 5 days. By Monday, he immersed himself back into work. Tang Hui grew increasingly satisfied with his secretary. Not only was his own work meticulously organized, but Qin Yu also possessed an exceptional acumen, almost as if he were a worm nestled in Tang's own belly. A secretary of such caliber was a true delight to work with. After signing off on several documents, Tang put down his pen and remarked, "Xiaoqin, the provincial commendation for you and Li Rongtao has arrived, and the organization is considering entrusting you with additional responsibilities." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a surge of joy within. Naturally, in a bureaucratic setting, one hopes for advancement. The prospect of added responsibilities was self-evident. It signified a potential elevation in rank. Having been employed for less than a year since graduation, Qin Yu's current position did not even reach the level of deputy section chief, suggesting that the leadership intended to resolve this issue for him. Chapter 26. Organizational announcement. Upon hearing the news, Qin Yu felt a surge of joy within. The implication from the leadership was clear. Assistance was being offered to resolve the issue regarding his promotion to a deputy section chief, despite having been in his role for less than a year. This indeed constituted an extraordinary elevation. Grateful, Qin Yu expressed his appreciation. Tang Hui remarked, "Xiaoqin, this is well-deserved. Although it is an exceptional promotion, it is entirely legitimate and compliant. No one will dare to voice objections." Throughout the day, Qin Yu was imbued with vigor. As he exited the municipal office building that afternoon, he unexpectedly encountered Jiang Sang outside the entrance. Initially, he presumed he would never see him again. Jiang Sang appeared to be gathering his belongings, cradling a cardboard box filled with personal items, and was in the process of placing them into his car's trunk. Upon noticing Qin Yu, Jiang Sang hesitated momentarily, his expression darkening, resembling a fierce adversary confronting his nemesis. He had been detained for several days and was only released that morning. The municipal office had contacted him in the afternoon, insisting he retrieve his belongings, or else they would be discarded. Reluctantly, Jiang Sang had to visit the municipal office, feeling humiliated. Yet he was compelled by the presence of several valuable items among his possessions. Just as he prepared to leave, he caught sight of Qin Yu emerging from the building. "Qin Yu, is that you?" he exclaimed. In contrast to Jiang Sang's agitation, Qin Yu remained composed, his demeanor unruffled. "Ah, Jiang Sang, you're out," he replied nonchalantly. Jiang Sang's thoughts raced with indignation, recalling the disgraceful incident involving Pu Chang, which he desperately wished to forget. "Qin Yu, did you make that anonymous tip-off? Are you the one orchestrating this behind the scenes?" Although he had only just been released, Jiang Sang had pieced together much of the narrative. It was indeed Qin Yu who had summoned the authorities, with Deputy Chief Sun Changsheng personally leading the operation. Yet, certain aspects eluded his understanding. Why had the small pill been placed in Qin Yu's glass, yet left him unharmed while he suffered the consequences? Furthermore, how had Qin Yu seemingly anticipated his plans, despite not confiding in anyone else? Even with many uncertainties lingering, Jiang Sang was acutely aware that it was Qin Yu's call to the police that had not only led to his arrest, but also cost him his public position. There was no need for concealment, and thus, Qin Yu stated candidly, "Jiang Sang, as a public servant, should you not have reported Pu Chang to Uncle Mao?" Seething with rage, Jiang Sang mentally cursed, "Damn it, do you think I want to make you pay?" However, surrounded by the bustling atmosphere of the municipal compound during peak hours, with numerous onlookers, including some who were greeting Qin Yu, he restrained his fury. With a menacing undertone, he warned, Qin Yu, the green mountains remain unchanged, and the waters continue to flow. We shall see how this unfolds. Unfazed by the threat, Qin Yu advised Jiang, saying, "Take care of yourself. Do not inadvertently bring misfortune upon your own head." Frustration welled within Sun Jiang as he felt his composure shift. The verbal sparring left him utterly outmatched. Here, within the precincts of the municipal party committee, physical confrontation was not an option, and even casual conversation demanded utmost discretion. Realizing that he could gain no advantage, he departed with a scowl etched on his face. Soon, the organizational announcement regarding the promotion of Qin Yu and several others to deputy section chief was prominently displayed. A total of over a dozen individuals were listed, each accompanied by a brief introduction and the proposed positions. Qin Yu was exceptionally elevated to the role of deputy section chief in the municipal party committee office, specifically as the deputy chief of the secretary section. Due to the relatively minor nature of this position, it would not be brought before the standing committee for discussion. It required merely an organizational announcement. Should the 7-day public notice period pass without dissent, formal documentation would follow, solidifying his rank. In the realm of politics, while there are those who take pleasure in another's misfortune, such instances are rare unless fueled by deep-seated enmity. The organizational announcement signified that the matter was essentially settled. Qin Yu observed that, despite holding only a minor deputy position, the atmosphere around him had shifted. Colleagues appeared more enthusiastic, and he could sense envious glances from younger associates. "Good morning, Secretary Qin," greeted one colleague. "Hello, Section Chief Qin," chimed another. As he entered the municipal office building that morning, numerous individuals greeted Qin Yu warmly and with genuine enthusiasm. Some silently mused at his remarkable achievement. Having been employed for less than a year and still not yet 24, he had attained the rank of deputy section chief, a feat many with over a decade of service had not achieved. The envy expressed by his peers buoyed Qin Yu's spirits. Meanwhile, Sun Jiang, though released from detention, found himself in a foul mood, plagued by irritation and frustration. He remained confined to his home for 2 whole days, venturing out only to sense the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, some even whispering behind his back. His discontent deepened upon hearing the news of Qin Yu's promotion to deputy section chief, which had already entered its 3rd day of public announcement. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. The position of secretary of the municipal committee was rightfully mine, as was the deputy chief of the secretary section. Now, they both belonged to Qin Yu. His resolve hardened. He would not accept this. "If I cannot attain it, neither shall you. Let me see how I can thwart your endeavors." Lighting a cigarette, Sun Jiang immersed himself in contemplation, plotting his next move. As the son of a government official, he was no stranger to the murky dealings of politics. In situations like this, direct confrontation would be unwise, risking personal disgrace without achieving his aims. Instead, he would operate from the shadows, enlisting another to do his bidding. Soon, a fitting candidate and a cunning strategy came to mind. While anonymous tips might yield little, a formal complaint could thoroughly undermine Qin Yu's prospects. Yes, he would proceed with a formal accusation, one so damning that even a plunge into the Yellow River would not cleanse his name. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, he was about to become the target of an insidious plot. While overt threats may be dodged, the subtler ones are far more treacherous. In recent days, work has been rather easy, and my spirits are high. One could say I'm reaping the rewards of both career and romance. The organizational announcement has now been in effect for 4 days, with only 3 days remaining, and everything remains calm and uneventful. On the romantic front, my relationship with Yang Wandi has progressed splendidly. We communicate incessantly through calls and messages, and each evening after work, we indulge in lengthy conversations. Yesterday, Qin Weidong took the time to call and inquire about our situation. He learned that Qin Yu and Yang Wandi's relationship is flourishing, having officially established themselves as a couple. He mentioned that in the coming days, he intends to discuss matters with Yang Dongming to expedite the arrangements for the wedding, such as selecting a date for an engagement ceremony, followed by obtaining the marriage certificate. According to Qin Weidong's perspective, the plan is to become engaged and then secure the certificate with the aim of holding the wedding this year, marking a significant milestone in life. Qin Yu expressed his agreement, stating he would defer to Qin Weidong's guidance on all matters. Chapter 27: Malicious Reporting in a Private Room of a Certain Club. The air was thick with the scent of smoke, and the dim, crimson lighting cast a shadowy glow. Jiang Su sat comfortably on the sofa, crossing his legs, while engaging in conversation with a middle-aged bald man. As the son of the vice mayor, Jiang Su was regarded as a second-generation elite in Luqing City, possessing significant connections and influence. The bald man operated on the fringes of legality, primarily engaging in usury and running a large underground casino. Years ago, he had ingratiated himself with Vice Mayor's son, which had allowed his business to flourish in recent years. Jiang Su had sought him out for a particular task. "Brother Li, I hear that a certain Xie Xiaojun owes you several tens of thousands. Is that true?" "Indeed, it is true. That gambling addict borrowed money at exorbitant interest rates, with a repayment scheme of 9 out of 13. He owes us 67,000 this month. If he fails to pay, I might just break one of his arms." The bald man replied. Jiang Su took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a smoke ring as he continued. "Xie Xiaojun has a sister named Xie Xiaolan, who works at the municipal party committee. She is not bad-looking." The bald man's eyes glimmered with interest, and he cautiously probed young master son. "Are you interested in this Xie Xiaolan?" "Don't worry, I know how to handle it." With such a substantial debt hanging over Xie Xiaojun since 2001, the bald man felt confident he could find 100 ways to coerce him into submission, thereby compelling Xie Xiaolan to comply. However, he had clearly misjudged the situation. Jiang Su shook his head. "While Xie Xiaolan has some charm, she's not my type. That's actually why I sought you out today. I need you to handle a particular matter." He elaborated on his plan in detail, clearly demonstrating his trust in the bald man. After hearing the full account, the bald man confidently thumped his chest. "Young master, rest assured, I will handle this matter splendidly." Jiang Su nodded in satisfaction, advising, "Make sure to keep it clean, and don't let it trace back to us, understood? After all, this involves reporting the secretary of the municipal committee, and I don't want to get entangled in it." Individuals like the bald man possessed a certain capability and confidence in their dealings. He once again assured Jiang Su, "Young master, you need not worry. Leave it to me." On that day, as was customary, Qin Yu left the municipal party committee around 6 in the evening, contemplating whether to visit his uncle. They communicated frequently via phone, but his uncle, Li Ziyong, lived in Lijiawan as an ordinary villager, making a living through agriculture. In his 40s, he had a son and a daughter. Li Ziyong harbored considerable resentment towards Qin Weidong, blaming him for the death of his sister. Over the years, despite multiple offers of assistance from Qin Weidong, he had consistently rejected them and berated him, believing that had it not been for Qin Weidong, his life would have been vastly different, and he wouldn't have to toil the fields in the countryside. In his recent telephone conversations, Qin Yu had attempted to counsel Li Ziyong twice, achieving some effect, though not significantly substantial. He planned to visit Li Jiawan in person over the weekend to engage in a more profound discussion with his uncle. As he walked, contemplating these matters, he had already exited the gates of the municipal party committee compound when a melodious voice suddenly rang out beside him, laced with a hint of surprise. "Qin Yu, what a coincidence!" Turning towards the voice, he spotted a young girl standing a few meters away. She was reasonably attractive, though she paled in comparison to Yang Wandi. "Xie Xiaolan, is that you?" Qin Yu recognized her. She also worked within the municipal compound, albeit not in the office of the municipal committee, but rather in the policy research department, seemingly a mere data clerk. Their acquaintance stemmed from her repeated expressions of affection towards him, having penned several love letters in the past. Xie Xiaolan appeared genuinely delighted. "Secretary Qin, I didn't expect to run into you. Have you eaten? I know a splendid restaurant not far ahead. Shall we dine there together?" Qin Yu, already in a relationship, had no intention of granting Xie Xiaolan any opportunity. With a serious demeanor, he replied, "No, I have plans for dinner tonight. You should go eat by yourself." He then turned to leave. However, Xie Xiaolan playfully approached, linking her arm with his, exuding the demeanor of a young girl indulging in playful charm. "Qin Yu, it's just one meal. Please grant me this chance. I beg you." As she pouted and clung to his arm, Qin Yu felt an unmistakable elasticity and swiftly withdrew his arm, maintaining his serious expression. "Xie Xiaolan, Please conduct yourself appropriately. With that, he quickened his pace to distance himself. Not far from the roadside, an inconspicuous second-hand van was parked. Inside, two men were capturing the entire scene with a camera, particularly focusing on the moment Xie Xiaolan affectionately clung to Qin Yu's arm. Qin Yu, not being omniscient, had no inkling of this unfolding situation, and Xie Xiaolan held no ulterior motives at that moment. Today marked the 6th day of the organizational announcement, and everything seemed tranquil until around 10 in the morning when the Municipal Organization Department received a phone call reporting a formal complaint. Xie Xiaolan had lodged a complaint against Qin Yu, alleging that he had led her on and discarded her after their dalliance, providing several photographs as evidence. The images depicted a couple in the throes of youthful intimacy, with Xie Xiaolan affectionately embracing Qin Yu's arm, seemingly playfully engaged with her boyfriend. Due to the serious nature of the allegations against Qin Yu, the Municipal Organization Department treated the matter with utmost gravity. Wei Yuansheng, a member of the Municipal Standing Committee and the organization minister, did not dare to be negligent and personally reported the situation to Secretary Tang Hui. Upon hearing the account, Tang Hui was taken aback, pondering the improbability of such a scenario. While others were unaware of Qin Yu's background, he was well aware that Qin Yu was the son of Minister Qin Weidong, a third-generation scion of the prominent Qin family in the capital. Given such a distinguished lineage, it seemed utterly implausible that he would engage in a romantic entanglement with Xie Xiaolan, only to abandon her afterward. Tang Hui's expression was grave as he admonished. This situation is rather unusual. I require you to conduct a thorough investigation and report back to me subsequently. Wei Yuansheng replied, Secretary, we shall commence our investigation immediately, and I will inform you at the earliest possible moment once we have results. Very well. Proceed and ensure that the matter is resolved comprehensively. After watching Minister Wei depart, Tang Hui retrieved a cigarette, lighting it as he sat alone, absorbed in contemplation regarding the issue at hand. Years of experience informed him that this was likely a malicious report. It appeared that someone intended to deliberately harm young Qin. This was absolutely unacceptable. Qin Yu was the son of Minister Qin, and to face malicious accusations over a mere deputy position was intolerable. If Minister Qin were to find out, how would he react? I must handle this matter adeptly, ensuring that young Qin is not unjustly ensnared. It is imperative to unearth the mastermind behind this scheme. The audacity of it all. This is not merely an attack on Qin Yu. It is a direct assault on me. Minister Qin oversees a vast network of officials. As a mere city secretary, if he were displeased, even provincial leaders could seize the opportunity to strip away my position. His heart brimmed with animosity towards the individual orchestrating this plot against Qin Yu, feeling an overwhelming desire for retribution. After some reflection, Tang Hui concluded that it was essential for young Qin to be made aware of the allegations against him. Chapter 28. Confrontation. Tang Hui picked up the telephone on his desk. Xiao Qin, please come in. Leader, you called for me? Qin Yu gently pushed the door open. Tang Hui nodded slightly. Xiao Qin, just now, Minister Wei came to report an issue. There is a person named Xie Xiaolan who has filed a formal complaint, alleging that you abandoned her and deceived her. Upon understanding the situation, Qin Yu was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated such an occurrence. Despite his surprise, he remained remarkably composed, as the allegations were entirely unfounded. Tang Hui closely observed Qin Yu's expression. Aside from his astonishment, he noticed no signs of anxiety or concern from him, which further convinced him that Xiao Qin was indeed the victim of a malicious report. Although he had already formed a conclusion, Tang Hui still inquired, Xiao Qin, do you have any romantic relations with this Xie Xiaolan? Qin Yu was at a loss for words. Not only do we lack any romantic involvement, but I hardly know her. She did pursue me in the past, professing her feelings and even writing me several love letters, but I firmly rejected her, leaving her with no hope or illusions. I see. Tang Hui reflected for a moment before speaking gently. Xiao Qin, the organization believes in you. Do not feel burdened or pressured. They will surely investigate this matter thoroughly. Thank you, leader. Qin Yu expressed his gratitude and added, to prove my innocence, I am willing to accept any investigation from the organization. Tang Hui responded lightly. That is not necessary. The organization trusts you, and the matter will be clarified. After leaving the office of the municipal party secretary and sitting down in his own small office, Qin Yu pondered the situation. How could such an event occur? Was it possible that CS Xiaolan, spurned in love, harbored resentment, and maliciously reported him to tarnish his reputation? Or was she acting on someone else's instructions to do so? After contemplation, Qin Yu leaned towards the latter, particularly given the critical period of organizational public disclosure. Her act of defamation was quite evident. If she were indeed under instruction, her true sentiments would reveal that. In a certain club, Sun Jiang had just finished a special service and entered a state of contemplation. He pulled out a cigarette and took a deep drag. After finishing the cigarette, he took out his phone and made a call. "Brother Li, how is the matter progressing?" The bald man's voice came through the phone. "Young Master Sun, rest assured, whether it's Xie Xiaojun or Xie Xiaolan, with just a slight threat, they readily complied. I didn't expect that Xie Xiaolan is quite the enabler. She is willing to do anything for her brother. I heard that if they follow our instructions, they can avoid paying back the exorbitant interest of tens of thousands. Xie Xiaolan is even more proactive than I imagined. She has already filed a formal complaint with the municipal organization department and provided several photographs. The matter is certainly secure." Upon hearing this, Sun Jiang felt a surge of delight in his heart. Qin Yu, if you still aspire to be the deputy head of the Secretariat, you might as well indulge in a daydream. During the organizational announcement period, you have been reported under your real name, and your promotion to deputy head is undoubtedly doomed. Amidst his delight, Jiang Yang did not forget to remind him once more, "Brother Li, I trust you to handle matters well, but I must advise you to ensure that Xie Xiaolan firmly accuses Qin Yu of abandoning her after seducing her. Furthermore, please ensure that neither you nor I are implicated in this." "Young Master Sun, rest assured I understand," the bald man reassured with a pat on his chest. Qin Yu personally arrived at the organization department of the municipal committee, conveniently located within the municipal compound. He came specifically because he had heard that personnel from the organization department had summoned Xie Xiaolan for inquiries and investigations. Qin Yu knocked and entered Wei Yuanqing's office. Since Lu Yilong received a warning from the provincial committee, his prestige suffered a blow, causing his faction to weaken. In contrast, Tang Hui seized this opportunity, not only attracting many to his side, but also filling the vacant positions with his allies. Currently, Secretary Tang subtly overshadowed Mayor Lu, particularly in the meetings of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee, where he evidently held the upper hand. In such circumstances, numerous officials chose to align themselves with him, and Wei Yuansheng was among them. Now, Wei Yuansheng was considered one of Secretary Tang's people. As they were on the same side, Qin Yu decided to approach Minister Wei directly. "Minister Wei, sorry to interrupt," he said. Minister Wei greeted him warmly. "Xiao Qin has arrived. Please take a seat." Although Qin Yu held a relatively low rank, being the secretary of the municipal committee afforded him a decent level of treatment from Minister Wei. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Minister Wei, recognizing the purpose of Qin Yu's visit, swiftly got to the point, stating, "Xiao Qin, we have summoned Xie Xiaolan for questioning. We are currently verifying the situation." Qin Yu replied, "Minister Wei, I am the one who has been maliciously reported by her. I am not familiar with her, and there is no truth to the claim of abandonment." Wei Yuanqing responded, "Comrade Qin Yu, the organization believes in you, and we shall thoroughly investigate the matter." Qin Yu nodded and suggested, "Minister Wei, I would like to confront Xie Xiaolan directly. I request the organization's approval for this." Although confronting her was not his primary objective, Qin Yu mainly wished to hear her perspective and uncover who was orchestrating this behind the scenes. Had this request been made by someone else, Wei Yuansheng would have outright denied it and insisted on avoiding any appearance of impropriety. However, given that Qin Yu was the secretary of the municipal committee, he hesitated slightly before waving his hand. "Since you are willing to confront her directly, I will accompany you." This left Qin Yu somewhat taken aback. It was a rare honor for a standing committee member and the Minister of Organization to personally accompany him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Qin Yu expressed, "Thank you, Minister Wei. That would be wonderful." The two soon arrived at a small conference room where a director from the organization department was overseeing the inquiry with 3 or 4 others, questioning Xie Xiaolan to verify certain details. CS Xiaolan adamantly asserted that Qin Yu had slept with her and now cast her aside, kicking her away. Upon the entrance of Qin Yu and Wei Yuansheng, a wave of surprise rippled through the gathering, prompting everyone to rise in welcome. However, a hint of panic flickered in CS Xiaolan's eyes. As Qin Yu settled into his seat, his gaze fell upon CS Xiaolan, and he spoke slowly. CS Xiaolan, I did not anticipate you would engage in such actions. Speak up. Who instigated you to do this? CS Xiaolan, with a stubborn demeanor, retorted, Qin Yu, you heartless individual. After using me, you simply cast me aside. Where in the world does such fortune exist? No one instigated me. I could not suppress this indignation within my heart. I intend to report the entire situation to the organization and seek justice. Qin Yu scoffed, countering, You claim I slept with you. Where's your evidence? You could at least provide a time and place. He continued, You assert that we share a romantic relationship? How absurd. We have not even exchanged a single phone call, nor have we had any significant interaction. I have already requested the organization to investigate our communication records. One of the staff members interjected, Minister Wei, we have already checked. There are no records of communication between Secretary Qin and CS Xiaolan. CS Xiaolan felt a surge of anxiety, her distress evident, and it did not escape the keen observations of Wei Yuansheng and the others. Wei Yuansheng, taking the initiative, addressed her directly, CS Xiaolan, I urge you to be forthcoming. If we uncover the truth ourselves, the organization will impose severe penalties. As a mere data clerk, CS Xiaolan found herself overwhelmed by the authority of the city committee members. Her heart racing and beads of sweat forming on her forehead, revealing her intense nervousness. Chapter 29. Hearing CS Xiaolan's inner thoughts, she pondered, should I reveal the truth? If I remain silent, what if the organization uncovers the matter? If I confess, what will happen to my brother? They could harm him. My brother is in deep debt, owing a substantial sum to loan sharks. The bald man explicitly stated that if I complied with their demands and reported me, not only would my brother's debt be forgiven, but I would also receive a reward of 20,000. Upon hearing such revelations, Qin Yu mused to himself, indeed, someone is manipulating CS Xiaolan to maliciously report me. Who could be orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Suddenly, the name Jiang Su floated to the forefront of his mind. He seemed the prime suspect, though there was presently no solid evidence. If it were Jiang Su, CS Xiaolan would serve as an excellent breakthrough point. With a serious demeanor, Qin Yu inquired loudly, CS Xiaolan, there are matters that, regardless of how meticulously concealed, will inevitably come to light. I have thoroughly investigated and discovered that you have a gambling-addicted brother who owes tens of thousands in usury. They are threatening you, insisting that if you report me under your real name, not only will they forgive this debt, but they will also grant you a reward of 20,000. What? Is that truly the case? The members of the municipal organization department were secretly astonished. Amid their surprise, they could not help but admire Secretary Qin for having conducted such a thorough investigation. No wonder he dared to confront CS Xiaolan directly. None could have anticipated that Qin Yu could discern others' thoughts. They assumed he had accessed information through some channels to unravel the situation so clearly. CS Xiaolan was utterly flustered. Facing the pressure of the municipal standing committee member and organization Minister Wei Yuanwang was already daunting enough, as the aura of authority emanating from Minister Wei was overwhelming. With Qin Yu elucidating the situation so clearly, it became the final straw that shattered her psychological defenses. In an instant, she broke down, tearfully divulging all she knew in detail. Once she finished, she was not foolish. She recognized the gravity of the situation and immediately feigned a pitiful demeanor, pleading, Minister Wei, Secretary Qin, I was coerced. They said if I did not comply with their demands, they would not only break my brother's leg, but also force us to repay the debt. We simply cannot afford such sums. Wei Yuanwang maintained a stern expression, gesturing, summoned the city bureau personnel to take CS Xiaolan into custody. The municipal organization department lacked the authority to arrest individuals, but the Public Security Bureau could. Fabricating facts and maliciously reporting public officials, regardless of coercion, necessitated immediate detention. The subsequent handling of the matter was left to his subordinates. While Wei Yuanwang accompanied Qin Yu to the office for tea. Xiao Qin, the nature of this incident is quite severe. I shall report to Secretary Tang in person shortly. Qin Yu expressed his gratitude. Minister Wei, I appreciate your assistance. Xiao Qin, you are too polite, Wei Yuanwang replied. During the period of organizational disclosure, any malicious reporting intended to tarnish reputations must be dealt with stringently, and we will report to the key leaders of the municipal committee. Before long, the matter was reported to Tang Hui. After listening to the report, Secretary Tang issued a directive to initiate a formal investigation, emphasizing the importance of uncovering the individuals behind the scenes and ensuring they face severe repercussions. Baldy never anticipated that shortly after CS Yaolan had submitted a formal complaint against him, as per his request, the municipal bureau would arrive at his door to take him away. With the directive from the municipal party secretary, the bureau treated this as a special case, with the newly appointed director, Sun Changsheng, personally overseeing it as the head of the special task force. He had previously served as the deputy director, enduring significant suppression during Hu Mingkai's tenure as director. Now, having completely turned his fortunes around, he had not only become an integral member of Secretary Tang's faction, but had also successfully ascended to the director's position with Tang's support. He felt immense gratitude towards Secretary Tang, treating his directives as paramount, prioritizing them above all else. Baldy's arrest quickly revealed a plethora of issues, including usury, operating an underground casino, causing bodily harm, and organized crime, among others. Should he receive the maximum penalty, he could face the death sentence. Even if he escaped that fate, he would likely endure a life sentence, spending his remaining days behind bars. In the aftermath of Baldy's capture, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of panic mixed with anger. He cursed under his breath, having repeatedly instructed Baldy to handle matters discreetly and avoid entangling himself. Yet, here he was apprehended so swiftly. He wondered if Baldy might implicate him. He hoped the man lacked the audacity to do so, especially with a family to consider. If he dared to speak recklessly, he knew the consequences would be dire. Perhaps feeling uneasy, Jiang sought out his father. Upon learning of Baldy's arrest, son Jiansheng immediately became aware and sat brooding, contemplating how to silence Baldy. After all, he was Baldy's protector, and over the years, Baldy had carried out many unsavory tasks on his behalf, providing him with numerous benefits, including substantial annual gifts. When Jiang entered, Sun wore a stern expression and inquired about his purpose. Jiang, unable to conceal the truth despite sensing his father's foul mood, steeled himself to recount the scheme to frame Qin Yu. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiansheng was enraged, feeling a sharp pang in his liver. How could he have such a foolish son, one who would audaciously incite others to maliciously report and tarnish someone's reputation during the public disclosure period? Did he not realize this was Secretary Tang's secretary? This was not merely a report against Qin Yu. It was a direct affront to Secretary Tang himself. How could his secretary be reported during such a crucial time without regard for Tang's dignity as the municipal party secretary? Foolish child, how could you be so dim-witted? Akin to a pig's brain? Son Jiansheng unleashed a torrent of scorn. Because of this fool, Baldy had been imprisoned, and he might find himself entangled in the fallout. Receiving his father's harsh rebuke, Jiang lowered his head, recognizing his own folly. In a moment of heat, he had reported Secretary Tang's secretary during the public disclosure period. Had it been another ordinary official, the repercussions might not have been so severe. Dad, what should we do now? Baldy won't turn on us, will he? Son Jiansheng felt a throbbing headache and waved Son Jiang away, desiring solitude to contemplate his next move. The bald man must not recklessly implicate others. He needed to be silenced. At the municipal bureau's interrogation room, the handcuffed bald man sat restrained in the interrogation chair as officers resumed their questioning. Behind a one-way mirror in the adjacent room, several city officials, including Sun Changsheng, observed the proceedings alongside Qin Yu. The glass permitted a clear view into the interrogation chamber while remaining opaque from the other side. To Qin Yu's astonishment, even through the barrier, the bald man's innermost thoughts resonated with crystalline clarity. This reaffirmed his ability. Whether he could perceive another's depended solely on proximity. Within a 10-meter radius, their unspoken reflections whispered directly into his consciousness. Chapter 30. Deputy Mayor's son, are you daydreaming? During the interrogation, it is worth noting that the bald man's psychological state was rather intricate, with Qin Yu listening attentively throughout the process, capturing every nuance without missing a beat. By discerning the bald man's inner thoughts, Qin Yu realized that his protector was Sun Jiansheng, who had facilitated numerous activities for him over the years. He also uncovered that the recent smear campaign was orchestrated by Sun Jiang. Despite merely being a silent observer, the wealth of information he gathered was astonishing, revealing the extent of Sun Jiansheng's corruption, a veritable parasite. This was merely a fragment of the insights obtained from the bald man. A more thorough investigation could unveil even graver circumstances surrounding Sun Jiansheng. Upon returning from the municipal bureau and seated in his modest office, Qin Yu contemplated the potential consequences of eliminating Sun Jiansheng, rendering Sun Jiang utterly inconsequential, at his mercy to manipulate as he pleased. Unbelievably, they dared to maliciously report him. Very well, he thought, let them await the reckoning he had in store for the father and son duo. Gradually, a plan began to take shape in his mind. In the deputy mayor's office, Sun Jiansheng had just received a phone call, which alleviated his concerns considerably. It was from a trusted confidant, who assured him that matters had been handled, and the bald man had been duly warned. The latter had explicitly stated that even if incarcerated, he would remain tight-lipped, revealing not a single word that might implicate anyone. Lighting a cigarette, Sun Jiansheng mused that he was temporarily safe, though he wondered if the investigation might eventually lead back to his son. Logically, with the bald man's vow of silence, it would be challenging to trace the matter back to Sun Jiang. However, with Secretary Tang's directives, the municipal bureau's personnel were diligently probing, potentially uncovering the entire truth. Alas, he hoped they would not connect the dots to Sun Jiang. If they did, his son would likely face a few days in custody. It was imperative that, following this incident, Sun Jiang could no longer remain in Luqing. He must be sent abroad, and simultaneously, his assets should be discreetly relocated. Indeed, Sun Changsheng proved to be quite astute. Although the bald man had not disclosed who had instigated the actions, persistently claiming they were his own, the officials at the municipal bureau were no fools. Within a mere 2 days, they had pieced together the entire narrative. In the office of the municipal party secretary, Tang Hui, embodying the wisdom of an elder, engaged in conversation with Qin Yu, discussing various matters, including his recent exceptional promotion. Xiao Qi, he said, the 7-day public announcement period has elapsed. Your elevation to deputy director of the secretariat is virtually assured, and in a few days, the formal appointment documents will be dispatched. As for the Bai CS Xiaolan, it holds no bearing. After thorough investigation, it was determined to be a malicious report entirely devoid of truth. Due to her slander against public officials, she has been dismissed and is currently in criminal detention. Just as he concluded discussing Qin Yu's promotion, a knock resonated at the office door. Tang Hui's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he called out, "Enter." The door swung open to reveal Sun Changsheng. Tang Hui understood that it was likely a report on the investigation. He waved his hand and said, "Comrade Changsheng, have there been any groundbreaking developments?" Sun Changsheng replied, "Secretary, I am fortunate not to have failed my duties. We have thoroughly investigated the matter. The instigator behind the malicious slander against Section Chief Qin is Sun Jiang." Qin Yu was just about to rise and leave when Tang Hui called out, "Xiao Qin, you should listen to the details of this situation." Sun Changsheng provided a detailed account of the events and then inquired, "Leader, Sun Jiang is the son of Sun Jiansheng. How shall we handle him?" Tang Hui felt a surge of anger. It was this very Sun Jiang again. How fortunate that he had not been chosen during the last selection of secretaries. What kind of person is he? This is not merely a report against Xiao Qin. It is a slap in my face. With a serious expression, Tang Hui stated, "The law treats everyone equally. We must not go easy on him simply because he is the son of the deputy mayor Sunday. On the contrary, we must deal with this matter swiftly and severely. Immediately apprehend him and ensure he is detained first. Yes, we will carry out Secretary Tang's instructions." Sun Changsheng replied in a loud voice. After seeing Sun Changsheng off, Tang Hui pondered for a moment and then said, "Xiao Qin, call Sun Jiansheng and have him come over." He had previously reprimanded and criticized him for his lax parenting and improper family values. How long has it been since then that Sun Jiang has caused such trouble again? Not long after, Sun Jianqing knocked and entered. He was already aware of the situation. The city bureau had conducted a thorough investigation. Upon entering, he adopted a very humble posture. "Secretary, I apologize to you and to Secretary Qin. I have failed to manage my son properly. I cannot believe he has done such a thing. I request the organization handle this matter seriously, and I have no objections personally." Although he spoke these words, his heart was bleeding. He only had this one son, and to watch Sun Jiang face such consequences was unbearable. A detention center? Was that a place for human beings? Yet what could he do? He didn't even dare to plead on Sun Jiang's behalf. Despite his outward demeanor, he was still soundly reprimanded by Secretary Tang, leaving him with a dejected expression that Qin Yu found rather gratifying. Moreover, he overheard many of Sun Jianqing's innermost thoughts, including his plan to send Sun Jiang abroad after his release from the detention center while gradually transferring their assets. In his heart, Qin Yu mused, "Deputy Mayor's son, are you dreaming? Sun Jiang will not be released. Not a single cent of your assets will be transferred out. Prepare to be investigated by the organization." Qin Yu had already begun relevant operations, printing out the information he knew and faxing it to Tang Fei. He relayed instructions over the phone, asking Tang Fei to find someone to file a real name complaint to the Jiangdong Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Since Sun Jiang favored real name reports, Qin Yu thought it only fitting to return the favor. Today was Friday. Sun Jiang had already been arrested, and by next Monday, his formal appointment documents would also be issued. Qin Yu felt completely at ease, ready to head to the provincial capital. Traveling from Lushur City to the provincial capital by train is remarkably convenient, with an abundance of train services available, as both locations are situated along the vital north-south railway artery. Should high-speed rail services be in operation, it would enhance the ease of travel even further. However, in 2001, the nationwide high-speed rail mileage was disappointingly scant, and in Jiangdong province, it was virtually non-existent. With a holiday approaching tomorrow, Qin Yu's mind is filled with visions of Yang Wandi, longing to reach Jiangdong University as soon as possible to reunite with his girlfriend. Although he was initially scheduled to finish work around 6 in the evening, Qin Yu left the municipal government compound before 5 o'clock and swiftly boarded the train heading to the provincial capital. Hardly half an hour had passed since he settled into his seat when he received a call from Tang Fei. As soon as the call connected, Tang Fei's voice came through. "Qin Gu, I have taken care of the matters you arranged, and the relevant reporting materials have already been submitted to the Jiangdong Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission." Chapter 31. Stunned, the campus bell is taken away by a common individual. Even with a formal report against a certain vice mayor, may find that the Provincial Disciplinary Committee might not necessarily accept the case, regardless of the detailed evidence presented. However, Qin Yu possessed a strategy. With a trip to the provincial capital on the horizon, the weekend provided ample time, 2 days in total, to visit Governor Zhu and casually mention this matter, thus ensuring a favorable outcome. A vice mayor who has yet to ascend to the standing committee would surely face scrutiny. A mere suggestion from Governor Zhu would prompt an investigation by the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. Given the severity of Sun Jiankai as corruption, it was nearly certain that he would soon be apprehended. During their phone conversation, the two merely touched upon the formal complaint against Sun Jiankai, focusing primarily on company affairs. The company, Qintang Computer Technology Company Limited, had been duly registered with a capital of 1 million. Their office was established in a high-rise building, encompassing several hundred square meters. Recruitment for personnel was underway, and the framework of the company was being constructed, with Tang Fei managing the specifics, while Qin Yu oversaw the broader direction, occasionally offering insights based on Tang Fei's reports. The train journey from Lu City to the provincial capital took just over 2 hours. Throughout the trip, Qin Yu exchanged frequent messages with Yang Wandi. Knowing Qin Yu was en route brought joy to Yang Wandi, her lips curving into a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. However, the atmosphere shifted when Su Lan rushed in, exclaiming, "Wandi, trouble! Wang Jiangwen is planning something big. You need to see this." Initially jubilant, Yang Wandi furrowed her brows, asking, Sulan, what is it? Why is it Wang Jiangwen again? Quickly, look out the window. Wang Jiangwen is making a scene below, apparently preparing to confess to you. Upon hearing this, Yang Wandi thought to herself, is he out his mind? I have made it abundantly clear on multiple occasions that we are not meant to be, and I do not harbor any feelings for him. Why escalate things to a public confession? Approaching the window, she glanced below and was met with a bustling scene. Despite the hour being late, the area was brightly lit, revealing several individuals setting up a massive heart shape adorned with candles in the open space before the dormitory. Wang Jiangwen, clad in luxurious attire and holding a lavish bouquet of roses, grinned broadly as he gazed up at Yang Wandi's dormitory. After a mere glance, Yang Wandi swiftly drew the curtains shut, thinking this guy must be seriously unwell. Su Lan, in a state of agitation, urged, Wandi, what should we do? This will become campus-wide news. As the campus belle, Yang Wandi was well aware of Wang Jiangwen's reputation as a prominent figure at the school, attributed to his wealth and connections, with rumors suggesting his father held a position of authority in the province. The spectacle was drawing a crowd, with more and more onlookers arriving to witness the commotion. In contrast to Su Lan's anxiety, Yang Wandi maintained her composure, feeling nothing but indignation, knowing that Qin Yu would soon arrive. At this moment, Qin Yu had arrived at the entrance of Jiangdong University, making his way into the campus while sending a text to Yang Wandi. Wandi, I have reached the school gate and am heading inside. It will take about 15 minutes. Yang Wandi quickly replied, Qinge, I am waiting for you in the dormitory. When you reach the bottom of the dormitory building, give me a call, and I will come down immediately. By the way, Wang Jiangwen is acting ridiculous, making a public confession in front of the dormitory. It's so annoying. Such a spectacle. Qin Yu chuckled inwardly, pondering whether Wang Jiangwen was truly oblivious to his own shortcomings. His appearance was unremarkable, yet he harbored delusions of grandeur. A classic case of a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Unconsciously, Qin Yu quickened his pace, nearly breaking into a jog. Nonetheless, Jiangdong University's campus was vast, and despite his haste, it took him a good 10 minutes to walk from the gate to the girls' dormitory. As he approached the dormitory building, he noticed a large gathering of people, creating a lively atmosphere filled with onlookers. In the open space in front of the dormitory, a gigantic heart shape had been formed with candles, and Wang Jiangwen stood there, clutching a bouquet of flowers, shouting up to the dormitory, Wandi, Wandi, I love you. Wandi, agree to be my girlfriend. I like you. Clearly, Wang Jiangwen had not only taken it upon himself to declare his affections, but had also paid for several others to join in the commotion, all shouting in unison. Yang Wandi, come down. Wang Xiao likes you. Young Wandi, Young Wandi, Young Wandi. Come down, come down, come down. The crowd of onlookers formed a thick barrier, filled with lively chatter and speculation. I heard Wang Jiangwen's family is quite wealthy. If it were me, I would have accepted him long ago. It's more than just wealth. I heard his father is a provincial leader. Yang Wandi hails from the capital. Her family seems quite remarkable as well, perhaps not inferior to Wang Jiangwen. Amidst this cacophony of gossip, Qin Yu smiled faintly as he finally reached the base of the dormitory, standing before the entrance. He took out his phone and dialed Yang Wandi's number, hanging up after a single ring. Joyfully, Yang Wandi soon appeared at the door of the dormitory, her eyes scanning the area in search of Qin Yu. Her arrival sent the atmosphere into a frenzy. Wang Jiangwen was ecstatic, especially upon seeing Yang Wandi's apparent delight, feeling as though he might swoon with happiness. She had come down, and she looked so pleased. With his heart racing, Wang Jiangwen knelt down, holding the flowers in both hands, ready to express his feelings. Suddenly, he realized that Yang Wandi was not approaching him, but rather, she dashed past him and leaped into the embrace of a young man. Wang Jiangwen stood there dumbfounded. A hush fell over the crowd, leaving them bewildered. Qin Yu gently wrapped his arms around his girlfriend's slender waist, his expression tender. Wandi, did you miss me? Yes. Young Wandi replied softly, nodding her head. Qin Yu declared, let us go and dine together. All right, I shall follow your lead. Yang Wandi responded obediently, taking the initiative to grasp Qin Yu's hand. This was in essence a public declaration of their relationship. This is my boyfriend. With a confident smile, Qin Yu held Yang Wandi's hand and strode toward the exit, as the onlookers instinctively parted to make way. The once silent atmosphere erupted into lively chatter, with many gazes fixated on Qin Yu. The boys harbored a twinge of envy, pondering, who is this fellow, and how did he come to possess such striking looks? Meanwhile, numerous girls flushed with admiration, silently exclaiming, wow, this classmate is incredibly handsome, simply too handsome. As for Wang Jiansheng, he stood there bewildered, as if struck by an invisible force, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Where am I, and what am I doing here? Chapter 32. The Arranger. Reporting Sun Jiansheng under his real name after a moment, he finally grasped the situation. He could distinctly feel a myriad of gazes surrounding him, some mocking, others reveling in his misfortune, and so forth. In an instant, his face flushed crimson. How humiliating, and to be embarrassed in front of so many people at the school. Amidst the shame, Wang Jiangwen's heart gradually swelled with indignation, for he recognized that the man from earlier was indeed the same one he had encountered on the plane. In Wang Jiangwen's eyes, Qin Yu was nothing but a pauper, unworthy of occupying even the economy class seat, let alone competing with him for a woman. Consequently, he had never regarded Qin Yu as a threat, believing him to be unworthy, and had not taken the initiative to investigate Qin Yu's background. Now, however, he found himself woefully ignorant of the very man he had dismissed as a mere commoner, who had, in front of so many witnesses, taken away his goddess. To add insult to injury, he had been preparing to confess his feelings to her, only to watch as she cheerfully walked away with another. Amidst the cacophony of derisive laughter, Wang Jiangwen, left in disgrace, destined to become the subject of ridicule at Jiangdong University for the foreseeable future. As for Qin Yu, he strolled through the expansive campus of Jiangdong University, holding the delicate hand of Yang Wandi, his spirits soaring. He felt an immense sense of pride as numerous envious glances were cast his way, particularly from the male students who would have gladly taken his place. Imagining themselves holding Yang Wandi's hand, "Let us dine outside the school, shall we?" he suggested. "Sure, that sounds great," she replied. Wherever they went, they were the center of attention. Dining in the school cafeteria would be decidedly inappropriate, likely attracting unwanted spectators. Opting for an external restaurant offered a plethora of choices. After selecting a pleasant establishment, they sat down to peruse the menu. Yang Wandi handed the menu to Qin Yu, saying, "Qin Gu, you order. I'm not picky at all. Can we have some cold drinks? Is iced cola okay?" she added, uncertain why he had to inquire about her preference for ice. She responded, "Iced cola is fine. I enjoy it." Qin Yu ordered 3 dishes and a soup, ensuring they had ample food without excess. While he placed the order, Yang Wandi diligently poured hot water over the bowls and chopsticks, displaying her considerate nature. Once the dishes arrived, she repeatedly offered to serve Qin Yu, saying, "Qin Gu, eat more. You must be working hard every day." "I'm all right," he nodded, selecting a piece of fish devoid of bones. "Since you like fish, give this a try." After their meal, they strolled hand in hand, enjoying a shopping excursion and watching a film until well past 10 o'clock in the evening. Upon exiting the cinema, Yang Wandi inquired with concern, "Qin Gu, where will you be staying tonight?" Pointing to a fine hotel directly across from the school, Qin Yu replied, "This hotel is quite nice. I'll be staying there shortly." Yang Wandi remarked, "Though I have never stayed at this hotel, I have heard it is indeed quite splendid, being the finest establishment in our vicinity. Come, accompany me to book a room and perhaps take a glance at my quarters." Qin Yu replied with a wave of his hand. Yang Wandi hesitated slightly, although she held affection for Qin Yu. They had not yet reached the level of intimacy that warranted sharing a room. She was not entirely prepared for such a step. Qin Yu, with a playful smile, added, "What are you thinking? We can simply sit in my room for a while and see if there are any acrobatic kittens inside." Yang Wandi, evidently unaware that this was a joke, responded with curiosity, "Are there really kittens that can do backflips? I must see this." Hand in hand, they enter the hotel lobby. Situated directly across from Dongjiang University, the hotel primarily catered to students from the institution, particularly couples. Even at 10 in the evening, the lobby was bustling with students who quickly recognized Yang Wandi. "Isn't that the campus beauty, Yang Wandi? And look, she is here with her boyfriend, checking into a hotel together. Unbelievable." The boys cast envious glances at Qin Yu, thinking to themselves, If only my girlfriend were as stunning and would accompany me to a hotel, I would consider myself the luckiest man alive. Sensing their stares, Yang Wandi felt her cheeks flush. Yet, she reassured herself, I'm not doing anything inappropriate. We'll leave shortly. It's not as they imagine. With newfound confidence, she followed Qin Yu to book a standard room, and they ascended to examine the surroundings. The room was quite pleasant. The price reflected its quality, and it promised comfort for their stay over the next few days. However, there were no acrobatic kittens, not even a regular cat in sight. After sitting in the room for a few minutes, Qin Yu escorted Yang Wandi back to her school, ensuring he accompanied her all the way to the entrance of her dormitory. The following day was Saturday. They spent the entire day together, resembling a couple in the throes of romance. In the evening, Qin Yu visited Governor Zhu, where he enjoyed dinner and discussed matters of significance. In addition to visiting as a representative of the third generation of the Qin family, Qin Yu candidly mentioned his formal complaint against Sun Jianqing. Upon hearing this, Governor Zhu appeared grave, recognizing the seriousness of the situation. He promptly assured Qin Yu that he would instruct the Provincial Disciplinary Committee to conduct a thorough investigation. With that, the matter seemed secure. Qin Yu sensed that the issue concerning Sun Jianqing might be even more severe than he had anticipated. After spending 2 days in the provincial city, Qin Yu boarded a train back to Luqing on Sunday afternoon, leaving Yang Wandi with a sense of reluctance. On Monday morning, the formal appointment documents for Qin Yu arrived, officially designating him as the Deputy Section Chief of the Secretary's office. However, this role was merely concurrent. His primary focus remained on serving the city party secretary and fulfilling his duties as his secretary, while the responsibilities of the secretary's office were not his concern. Throughout the entire morning, incessant text messages and phone calls inundated Qin Yu, all expressing heartfelt congratulations. In stark contrast to Qin Yu's buoyant spirits, Sun Jianqing found himself in a far more dismal predicament. His son remained in custody, still facing criminal detention. Additionally, he had originally intended to transfer a substantial sum of money abroad, and a well-connected vice president had readily assured him that the transaction would be completed within 2 or 3 days. However, to his dismay, early this morning, the vice president called to inform him of a minor complication that would likely prolong the process. The vice president even suggested an alternative approach to disguise the funds under the name of a reputable enterprise, ostensibly for foreign investment or the purchase of imported equipment, which might facilitate the transaction. Seated in his executive chair, Sun Jianqing felt a throbbing headache as his mind raced, contemplating which enterprise could be deemed trustworthy enough to safeguard his secrets. Just then, a knock resounded at the door, jolting him from his thoughts. He straightened his posture, adopting a demeanor befitting a deputy mayor, anticipating that some individuals from the lower ranks had come to report on work matters. As the office door swung open, 3 men entered, with the leader exuding an air of authority, clad in a dark Zhongshan suit, adorned with a national emblem on his chest. This attire bore a striking resemblance to that of disciplinary inspection personnel. Chapter 33. These words cut deep. Sun Jianqing felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Yet he forced himself to maintain composure, revealing no trace of anxiety on his face. Instead, he inquired, "Who are you, and what business do you have with me?" The leading middle-aged man replied, "Greetings, Sun Jianqing. We are from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Someone has formally reported that you're involved in embezzlement and have accepted substantial sums of money from others. We need to verify some details with you. Please accompany us." Sun Jianqing's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "I'm a dignified vice mayor. Is it appropriate for someone to simply report me and expect to take me away? Should we not first obtain Mayor Lu's consent?" "Sun Jianqing," the man retorted, "we are from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, not your municipal commission. We do not require Lu Yilong's approval. Please come with us." Still resisting, Sun Jianqing insisted, "I want to speak to Mayor Lu. I will call the provincial committee. I, Sun Jianqing, am innocent and have worked diligently for the organization for many years. I will not go with you. Any inquiries can be conducted here." To his surprise, the leading man conceded, "Very well. Xiao Zhao, turn on the recording device. We will ask Mayor Sun some questions directly." He pulled up a chair and sat down. fixing his gaze on Sun Jiansheng as if he could see through him. With a serious demeanor, he began, Sun Jiansheng. Someone has formally reported that you receive substantial sums of money from Li Jun, the bald man, each year, ranging from 1 million to 1.5 million, totaling 7 transactions, amounting to 8.6 million yuan. Before he could finish, Sun Jiansheng interrupted loudly, No, that is untrue. This is slander. I urge the organization to investigate thoroughly and restore my innocence. The middle-aged man continued, Sun Jiansheng, you should be aware of our policies. Honesty leads to leniency, while resistance results in severity. I advise you to truthfully disclose any issues to the organization to seek lenient treatment. Everything you say is being recorded. Sun Jiansheng remained obstinate, declaring, I have not accepted any property from anyone, not a single cent. The middle-aged man pressed on. The informant also mentioned that you own a villa in the provincial capital valued at over 7 million. Is there any truth to this? Absolutely not. I earn just over 2,000 yuan a month. How could I possibly afford a villa worth over 7 million? It is impossible. The members of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission questioned him for approximately 20 to 30 minutes, during which Sun Jiansheng denied all allegations and feigned an expression of wrongful accusation. Perceiving no further need for inquiry, the commission members remarked upon their departure, Sun Jiansheng, we have given you a chance. I hope you are indeed innocent. Otherwise, this constitutes resistance to investigation and defiance against the organization, which we will address severely. As he watched the provincial commission members leave, Sun Jiansheng could no longer contain his anxiety. Beads of cold sweat streamed down his face, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. He hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, pondering to himself, who on earth is reporting me? They seem to know far too much. It is imperative to ensure one is adequately prepared before proceeding. Moreover, I must pay a visit to Mayor Liu in hopes of securing his support. If that fails, I might need to seek counsel from former leaders in the provincial capital. Upon contemplation, I first made a series of phone calls to arrange everything, preparing to visit Liu Yilong. However, just then, the office door swung open. Qin Yu entered, holding a document. Mayor's son, why are you sweating so profusely on such a warm day? With only a few days left until May Day, the weather was neither too hot nor too cold, making Sun Jiansheng's drenched appearance decidedly unusual. Qin Yu was well aware that officials from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission had recently visited, prompting him to bring this document, primarily to observe Sun Jiansheng's anxious demeanor and glean his thoughts. Vice Mayor's son, this is a document that Secretary Tang has just approved, and it requires your attention, he stated, placing the document before Sun Jiansheng. The signature at the bottom, written in bold, elegant strokes, clearly indicated, read and handled by Comrade Jiansheng. Receiving the document, Sun Jiansheng glanced at it before responding, Please set this aside. I have an urgent matter to attend to and will address it shortly. Qin Yu interjected, Vice Mayor's son, I fear that may not suffice. Secretary Tang emphasized the urgency of this document and requested prompt action on your part. Sun Jiansheng, feeling helpless, endeavored to calm his fraying nerves and examine the contents of the document. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, seated on the sofa nearby, seized a moment to speak, Vice Mayor's son. I heard that officials from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission visited just moments ago. The mention of this caused Sun Jiansheng's expression to darken, revealing his discomfort. Unyielding, Qin Yu pressed on, Would you like me to reveal who lodged a formal complaint against you? Sun Jiansheng, clearly intrigued, inquired with a tense voice, Who is it? Qin Yu responded candidly, To be frank, it was I who arranged for the complaint to be filed against you. What? It was you. Sun Jiansheng's temper flared, and he nearly lost control, dropping the document and glaring at Qin Yu with a murderous intent. In stark contrast, Qin Yu remained composed. Vice Mayor's son, there is no need for such ire. Your son, Sun Jiang, has also made baseless accusations against me. In light of that, my actions are hardly out of line. This remark struck a nerve. Observing Qin Yu's audacity, Sun Jiansheng grasped the teacup on his desk, poised to hurl it at him. Yet, Qin Yu cautioned, Vice Mayor's son, do remain calm. Should you choose to throw that at me, the consequences could be quite severe. Indeed, such an act by a vice mayor could result in a formal reprimand within the party or worse, a demotion. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Sun Jiansheng suppressed his rage, reluctantly placing the teacup down and striving to moderate his tone. Secretary Qin, within the system, there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. There is no need to approach this matter with such finality. Simply retract your recent formal accusation and inform the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission that those allegations are slanderous against me. I can offer you a substantial compensation. Qin Yu replied, Vice Mayor Sun, your expectations are quite fanciful. You must face the consequences this time. If you were to blame anyone, let it be your beloved son. Sun Jiansheng, from what I gather, your situation is dire. Over the years, the embezzled funds amount to at least 10 million, if not more. Subsequently, Qin Yu, leveraging the information at his disposal, skillfully intertwined truth with fabrication, garnering a wealth of insights. He also gleaned many of Sun Jiansheng's sentiments, thereby acquiring a more comprehensive understanding of the situation. For instance, he learned specifics regarding the villa in the provincial capital, the whereabouts of certain funds across various bank accounts, and the substantial cash reserves of several million hidden within a particular property, among other revelations. The fruits of his labor were immensely gratifying, and Qin Yu departed with a sense of accomplishment. Upon leaving, his first action was to meticulously compile all the information he had obtained and promptly fax it to Tang Fei, urging him to arrange for another round of formal accusations. With this further detailed intelligence, the investigation by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission should encounter little resistance. Chapter 34. The Emergence of Individuals. Yet the absence of a father prior to the May Day holiday. A significant event transpired in the city of Lu. Sun Jiansheng was taken away by the Provincial Disciplinary Committee for investigation, and shortly thereafter, he was placed under double regulation. The political landscape of Lu City was profoundly shaken. The unexpected invitation for Sun Jiansheng to have tea came as quite a surprise. However, I found it hardly astonishing. During his tenure as county party secretary, the rumors surrounding him were far from favorable, and now he has finally faced the consequences. It is said that the severity of Sun Jiansheng's transgressions is alarming, with the amount of illicit gains possibly exceeding 10 million. Upon arriving at work today, Qin Yu was greeted by a flurry of discussions, his spirits high at the thought that Sun Jiansheng was definitively out of the picture. Once an individual is placed under double regulation by the provincial committee, there is no chance of return. Qin Yu mused internally that Jiangsu was still under criminal detention, with news suggesting his imminent release. Once he steps out, he will discover that while he has emerged, his father is no longer present. Without Sun Jiansheng, Jiangsu is inconsequential, easily manipulated, perhaps without needing to lift a finger. Those whom he had previously offended or subdued would eagerly seek retribution. Merely contemplating this was exhilarating. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Yu's small office usually had its door ajar, and at this moment, a middle-aged man stood at the threshold, gently rapping on the door. Director Qin, is the leader available at present? Ah, Director Zhao has arrived. The leader is currently meeting with Director Wu from the Agriculture Bureau. You will need to wait a moment. Not a problem. Although Director Zhao was the deputy director of the Municipal Finance Bureau, he bore no airs and was quite amicable. When the leader is free, please do call me. Certainly, no issue at all. Qin Yu directed him to the adjacent reception lounge. Such situations were commonplace. Lower-ranking officials, despite their inflated egos in their respective departments, often adopted a humble demeanor in Qin Yu's presence. Returning to his office and settling into his chair, Qin Yu contemplated the upcoming May Day holiday, during which he would return to the capital for a few days. Besides spending time with family, he intended to check on the affairs of the company. Tang Fei provided daily updates via phone, detailing the progress of their business. From these conversations, Qin Yu learned that the framework of Qintang Computer Technology Company Limited had been preliminarily established, and Tang Fei was no longer a lone commander. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a new message arrived on his phone. Glancing at it, he saw it was from Yang Wandi. Darling, would you like me to book the plane tickets for you? The two had agreed to return to the capital together. Qin Yu replied, that will be splendid. Let's book the tickets together. That settles it then. Once the tickets are reserved, I will send you the flight details. In the capital, we shall extend our stay for a few more days. The exchange of messages continued, with over 20 texts exchanged within half a day. Typically, they refrained from phone calls during the day, as Yang Wandi was acutely aware that a call might disrupt Qin Yu's work. After spending these days together, Qin Yu found Yang Wandi to be truly remarkable, particularly for her pleasant demeanor and virtuous nature, devoid of any princess-like airs that some other young women possess. In the provincial capital, Wang Jiangwen, with a gloomy expression, was poring over a substantial dossier, which even contained a photograph of Qin Yu. Previously, he had dismissed Qin Yu as inconsequential, deeming him unworthy of being his rival, relegating him to the status of a mere economy-class traveler. Little did he know that this so-called loser had managed to win the heart of a beauty, publicly taking Yang Wandi by the hand. What infuriated him further was the revelation that, around 10 o'clock that evening, Yang Wandi and Qin Yu had been seen hand in hand entering a 4-star hotel opposite the school, where they subsequently booked a room together. This was a bitter pill for Wang Jiangwen to swallow, igniting a desire to eliminate Qin Yu. After expending considerable resources and utilizing various channels, he finally amassed a wealth of information regarding Qin Yu, now reviewing it with a face dark enough to squeeze water from. No wonder Qin Yu exuded such confidence. He was, after all, the secretary of Tang Hui, the secretary of the Lu City Party Committee. However, Wang Jiangwen scoffed at this. What was a mere secretary of a city party chief compared to his own lineage? His father was Wang Zhaoqing, the deputy secretary of the provincial committee. To him, crushing Qin Yu would be as effortless as squashing an ant. In the eyes of ordinary people, the secretary of a city party committee held an exalted position. But Wang Jiangwen viewed it with disdain. Moreover, from the information he had gathered, Qin Yu lacked any significant background, hailing from a rural upbringing, with his mother having passed away and his father's whereabouts still unknown, though he presumed him to be merely a farmer. Yang Wandi must belong to him. Qin Yu, you shall perish. Wang Jiangwen was infatuated with Yang Wandi, not only for her beauty, but also for her extraordinary family background. Among the students at Jiangdong University, few were privy to Yang Wandi's familial status, and Wang Jiangwen was one of them. During his 4 years at university, he had painstakingly uncovered, by his 3rd year, that Yang Wandi was the cherished jewel of the prestigious Yang family in the capital. This discovery only solidified Wang Jiangwen's resolve to pursue Yang Wandi with fervor. Knowing of Yang Wandi's esteemed lineage, Wang Zhaoqing fully supported his ambitions, even envisioning the advantages of an alliance with the Yang family, which would provide substantial backing for future endeavors. Finally, Sun Jiang emerged, though his spirits were far from bright. In a single night, everything had crumbled. His father was incarcerated, facing a potential death sentence, and their home had been seized, with all assets frozen. His mother had also been taken away for questioning and had yet to return. Sun Jiang was free, but the absence of his father left him in a dire predicament. Presently, the one he despised most was undoubtedly Qin Yu. While others in a situation might have resigned themselves to despair, Sun Jiang was resolute. He harbored thoughts of vengeance. With nothing left to lose, he yearned for a mutual destruction where no one would emerge unscathed. In his heart, only madness now resided. Today, shortly after 4 in the afternoon, he had been stationed outside the municipal party committee compound, across a street, seated within a somewhat aged yet serviceable Santana. Through the vehicle's glass, he gazed intently towards the direction of the committee. Everything had been preliminarily arranged. He was determined to act resolutely today. His primary objective was to eliminate Qin Yu. If he could flee afterward, he would, but if not, it mattered little. With Qin Yu's demise, he would have achieved his goal. Given the current state of affairs at home, Jiang Sang felt that life had little significance left. It seemed more prudent to extinguish Qin Yu's life first. On the passenger seat lay a makeshift short gun, which he had procured with considerable effort. This weapon, in comparison to standard firearms, possessed greater firepower and a larger caliber. At close range, aiming was nearly unnecessary. A single shot could claim a life. Chapter 35. Gunfire on the streets. A reckless act. Sun Jiang lay in wait, eagerly anticipating the appearance of Qin Yu, his eyes brimming with madness. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him: to eliminate Qin Yu. With the May Day holiday approaching, many employees, including Qin Yu, had left work earlier than usual, despite the official end of the day being at 5 o'clock. Around 5 in the afternoon, as Qin Yu replenished the teacup of Secretary Tang with hot water and prepared to gently close the door, he was halted by Tang Hui. "Xiao Qin, there's nothing pressing. You might as well leave early." Tang Hui was aware that 2 days prior, Qin Yu had mentioned his plans to return to Beijing to visit his parents for the holiday. Tang Hui readily agreed, even contemplating whether he might accompany Qin Yu on this visit. He yearned for advancement, particularly the opportunity to pay an early visit to Minister Qin, but ultimately decided to bide his time for a more opportune moment. After granting Qin Yu permission for his leave, Tang Hui encouraged him to spend quality time with his family, assuring him there was no urgency to return to Lu City during the holiday, as work would be relatively light. Certainly, there were some matters to attend to, given Tang Hui's position as the party secretary. But he had resolved to minimize any burden on Qin Yu, delegating tasks to others whenever possible, even suggesting that the Secretary General could temporarily handle some secretarial duties. Checking the time, Qin Yu noted it was a few minutes past 5, much earlier than he had anticipated, and he cheerfully responded, "Thank you, leader. I'll be on my way." Go on," Tang Hui replied. "I have nothing pressing here. I wish you a delightful May Day holiday. And please extend my regards to Minister Qin. I shall certainly pay him a visit when the opportunity arises." Qin Yu expressed his gratitude once more and left the office in high spirits. As he made his way out of the municipal party compound, he sent a text to Yang Wandi. "Wandi, I've just finished work an hour earlier than I expected. I'll be heading to the provincial capital shortly. Let us have dinner together tonight." Yang Wandi promptly replied, "Great, I'll wait for you at our usual spot." The flight had already been booked for 9:40 p.m., leaving ample time for their meeting. The eagerness to return to Beijing and reunite was palpable for both. After finishing work, Qin Yu planned to return home to collect his luggage before heading to the provincial capital to meet Yang Wandi. It was still relatively early, just past 5, and many others were also finishing their day. As he walked, several colleagues greeted him warmly. "Secretary Qin, good to see you. Director Qin, you're off early too. Qin Gu, wishing you an early happy holiday." In response to their cordiality, Qin Yu graciously nodded or waved, quickly exiting the municipal compound and heading towards his residence. His luggage had long been prepared, packed neatly in a suitcase, ready for his journey. Across the street, Sun Jiang remained in his vehicle, lying in wait, peering through the glass, scanning the departing crowd for the elusive figure of Qin Yu. Suddenly, Jiangsu's expression subtly shifted upon spotting Qin Yu emerging from the municipal compound. His attention diverted to the device in his hand, seemingly engrossed in sending a message. This presented a golden opportunity. "Qin Yu, you are courting disaster. To walk while fiddling with your phone is sheer folly. This time, you are doomed." Jiangsu understood that one's focus would invariably wane when multitasking in such a manner. He could drive up, take a shot, and flee with an almost guaranteed success rate. Starting the engine, he gently pressed the accelerator, drawing closer to Qin Yu. As he approached, he lowered the car window, steering with one hand while gripping a makeshift firearm with the other. The weapon was packed with ample gunpowder and a multitude of steel pellets. At such close range, even the divine could not evade its wrath. The distance closed, inching nearer. Jiangsu kept his gaze fixed on Qin Yu, who appeared completely absorbed in his message, oblivious to the approaching vehicle. At last, Jiangsu reached a mere 5 or 6 meters from Qin Yu, a proximity that afforded him a confidence bordering on certainty. He understood that villains often fall to their own verbosity. He would not foolishly announce, "Qin Yu, perish," before firing. Instead, he would remain silent, merely adjusting his aim before pulling the trigger. Most would have no time to react, succumbing to a fatal shot. However, Qin Yu was no ordinary individual. His strength, mental acuity, and reflexes far surpassed those of the average person, his sixth sense exceptionally keen. He sensed an impending threat, quickly glancing up to witness a terrifying sight. A vehicle had pulled alongside him, driven by Jiangsu, who wore a manic expression, a firearm poised and ready to fire. Qin Yu's reflexes were remarkably swift. Realizing the imminent danger at such close range left no room for evasion, he acted without hesitation, hurling his phone with all his might. The perfect amalgamation of speed and force struck the firearm, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the device shattered into fragments. Almost instantaneously, mere milliseconds later, the gun discharged. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. A dense cloud of smoke billowed from the barrel, accompanied by a barrage of 200 or 300 steel pellets. The gunfire incited a cacophony of screams, intermingled with cries of agony. The impact from the phone had misaligned the gun, yet the sheer volume of steel pellets unleashed still wreaked havoc, striking several individuals nearby who shrieked in torment. Remarkably, Qin Yu emerged unscathed, not a single pellet finding its mark. Jiang Su stood momentarily stunned. How could he have missed? His weapon, now rendered useless after being struck by the phone, fell to the ground. Realizing his opportunity had vanished, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, the car roaring to life as he prepared to flee down the street. How dare you attempt to take my life and then think to escape? Not a chance. Qin Yu's reactions were astoundingly rapid, spotting several broken bricks on the ground. He seized one and, with all his strength, hurled it towards the retreating vehicle. The vehicle had already traveled a distance of 20 to 30 meters when a half brick, moving at a greater speed, struck with a resounding thud, shattering the car's glass and invading the interior. Qin Yu, possessing keen hearing, discerned a cry of anguish, seemingly emitted by Sun Jiang. Following the impact, the car lost control, first colliding with 2 parked vehicles by the roadside, before ultimately crashing into a stout phoenix tree. Due to the high velocity, the force of the impact was substantial. The front of the car was left in ruins and the airbags deployed, causing Sun Jiang to lapse into unconsciousness. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, from the sound of the gunshot to the vehicle's collision with the tree, all occurring in less than 10 seconds. Chapter 36. This Jiang Su is a fool indeed. Many people stood there, dazed and astonished, clearly unable to comprehend the situation. Several women screamed at high decibels, while others ran about in a frenzy, creating utter chaos. Qin Yu remained remarkably composed. He shouted at the few security guard at the entrance of the municipal party committee courtyard, urging them to regain control of the scene without delay. Then, he called out loudly, "Call the police! Hurry, call the police!" In the office of the municipal party secretary, Tang Hui sat in his chair, perusing some documents when suddenly he heard a loud bang, reminiscent of a firecracker. Moments later, he discerned a cacophony of disorderly commotion outside the gates of the municipal party committee courtyard. What on earth is happening? Could there be trouble? Confused, he speculated about the possible events, but dismissed it as a minor issue, believing that someone would take care of it. A couple of minutes later, Yan Li, a member of the standing committee and the secretary general of the municipal party committee office, rushed in without even knocking, exclaiming urgently, "Secretary, something serious has happened." Tang Hui felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Could something have occurred at the entrance of the municipal party committee courtyard? Yan Li nodded, reporting just now. Jiang Su inexplicably acquired a makeshift firearm and fired a shot at Secretary Qin. The scene is in utter disarray, and I hurried over to report to you. Upon hearing this, Tang Hui's heart sank further. His first inquiry was about Secretary Qin. What about Xiao Qin? Is he injured? How serious is it? His greatest concern was for Qin Yu's well-being. After all, he was the son of Qin Weidong, shot in broad daylight on the street. Unthinkable. Yan Li reassured him. Secretary Tang, as far as I know, Secretary Qin appears unharmed, but several bystanders were injured, with 2 in critical condition. Officers from the Municipal Bureau are en route to the scene. With such a grave incident unfolding, Tang Hui could no longer remain seated. He waved his hand, declaring, "Let us go, we must see it for ourselves." Soon, Tang Hui, accompanied by Yan Li and several others, arrived at the scene. At that moment, personnel from Municipal Bureau, led by Sun Changsheng, had just arrived, with some officers attempting to maintain order and cordon off the area. Spotting Qin Yu, Tang Hui quickly approached him, inquiring with concern, "Xiao Qin, how are you? Are you all right?" Feeling the warmth of the municipal secretary's concern, Qin Yu replied promptly, "I am fine, but 2 individuals are severely injured, and several others have sustained injuries." Jiang Su's intent was evident. He aimed to take revenge on me, to kill me. Without hesitation, he fired at me, but fortunately, I reacted swiftly, smashing my phone against his firearm, which caused the barrel to misalign, preventing me from being shot. Qin Yu succinctly recounted the events. After listening, Tang Hui's face flushed with evident anger. What an outrageous act! To brazenly fire upon a public official in broad daylight at the entrance of the municipal party committee courtyard is utterly intolerable. Sun Changsheng was drenched in sweat as he hurried over. Secretary Tang, the scene has been basically secured. Please instruct us on our next steps. Tang Hui's expression was far from pleasant. He resolutely declared that every effort must be made to save the injured, in addition to apprehending the perpetrator for thorough interrogation and investigation. Under Sun Changsheng's guidance, personnel from Municipal Bureau became increasingly active, with several ambulances arriving to transport the injured on stretchers. Mayor Lu Yilong finally made his appearance. Initially, he had left work early, as the following day marked the beginning of the May Day holiday. He had retreated to a high-end club around 3 in the afternoon, indulging in the services of an attractive masseuse. After enjoying the treatment, he was smoking, contemplating potential evening engagements, and whether to invite his key associates for a gathering over drinks. However, his secretary rushed in to report the recent events. Upon hearing the news, disbelief washed over his face. This Jiang Sun is a fool to act in such a manner. Recognizing the gravity of the situation despite his disdain for Qin Yu, Lu understood that, as mayor, he must maintain a faade of concern. He hastily donned his clothes and rushed to the scene, feigning empathy towards Qin Yu while ostentatiously emphasizing the need for severe punishment of the culprit, pretending to align himself closely with Secretary Tang on the matter. Meanwhile, Sun Jiansheng was under investigation at the designated hotel of the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, subjected to a dual regulation. It was evident that he clung to some semblance of hope. Even in the face of his predicament, he remained obstinate, refusing to divulge or acknowledge anything. Now, the investigation team confronted him once more, presenting a plethora of evidence. Yet, Sun Jiansheng displayed a clear unwillingness to cooperate, seemingly resisting the scrutiny, perhaps under the delusion that someone would rescue him or speak on his behalf, thereby mitigating his punishment. Noticing his continued obstinacy, the investigators chose to cease questioning and informed him about the recent incident outside the municipal party committee in Luqing. Initially, he was skeptical. However, when shown footage captured by reporters after the event, his disbelief began to wane. The video depicted a car, its front utterly mangled from crashing into a large tree, with Jiang Sun, bloodied and battered, being extracted from the vehicle, while others were seen being loaded onto ambulances. Numerous police officers were present, and the silhouettes of Tang Hui, Lu Yilong, and other municipal leaders were unmistakable, compelling Sun Jiansheng to accept the reality. Seizing the moment, the investigators explained the circumstances surrounding the incident. Upon hearing the details, Sun Jiansheng's demeanor collapsed. The once proud man broke down in tears, lamenting his foolish son. How could I have such a foolish child? What was the point of accumulating all that wealth? My son's future is ruined. Even if he escapes execution, he will likely face decades in prison. What is the point of persisting any longer? Overwhelmed by despair and devoid of hope, Sun Jiansheng's psychological defenses crumbled, prompting him to voluntarily disclose his transgressions. This was an unexpected delight for the investigation team, as they had not anticipated such an outcome, much to their astonishment. Qin Yu had originally planned to travel to the provincial capital tonight, intending to catch a flight back to Beijing around 9 o'clock. However, due to the unfolding events, those plans were now rendered futile. The first thing he did was to acquire a new mobile phone. Hardly had the device powered on when Yang Wandi's call came through. Qin, what's wrong? I've been unable to reach you. She had sent several messages that Qin Yu had not responded to, which was rather unusual. It was clear that the workday had concluded, and he was not in a professional setting, so it was perplexing that he had not replied. Concerned, Yang Wandi decided to call Qin Yu directly, only to find that the call could not go through. This heightened her anxiety, but finally the call connected. Sensing his girlfriend's unease, Qin Yu offered a few words of reassurance before briefly recounting the events that had transpired. Chapter 37, Secretary Qin. Your conduct is quite unbecoming. What? Such a significant incident has occurred. In broad daylight, at the gates of the municipal party committee, someone brazenly brandished a firearm. In a state of shock, Yang Wani hastily inquired, "Brother Qin, are you injured?" Qin Yu replied, "I was fortunate, unharmed, but several bystanders were affected, with 2 sustaining serious injuries. Brother Qin, let us cancel our flight tickets. Once your situation is resolved, we shall return to the capital. Additionally, I am on my way." Clearly distressed, Yang Wani was heartbroken over her boyfriend's brush with gunfire. Though he was unscathed, waves of concern washed over her, compelling her to offer comfort. Qin Yu cautioned, "Wandi, it may not be convenient for you to come." Yang Wani responded, "It's all right. The commander of the provincial military district was once my grandfather's bodyguard. I'll take a military vehicle." That was indeed impressive. A vehicle from the provincial military district was dispatched without issue. Qin Yu reassured and advised her to proceed. Awaiting her arrival, the incident was swiftly reported to the primary leaders of the provincial committee. The provincial leaders promptly issued directives for a serious response to the matter. Governor Zhu Mingxiang personally called Qin Yu to offer words of comfort. Qin Yu also received a call from his father, indicating that the news had reached Qin Weidong without delay. Upon learning from his son that he was unharmed, Qin Weidong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Noticing his son's relatively relaxed demeanor, the municipal leaders were preoccupied. After managing the scene, Tang Hui, neglecting his meal, immediately convened an emergency meeting of the municipal standing committee. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was somber as everyone was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Tang Hui's tone was grave. "Ladies and gentlemen, none of us could have anticipated such an event. It appears imperative to conduct a citywide security overhaul, particularly a stringent crackdown on illegal possession of firearms." This proposal garnered unanimous support, with even the members aligned with Lu Yilong raising their hands in agreement. However, as political adversaries, they seized this opportunity to undermine Tang's faction. In the wake of such an incident, the individual most accountable would typically be the director of public security. One committee member proposed, given the detrimental impact of this incident, someone must be held accountable. "I believe Director Sun Changsheng of the Municipal Public Security Bureau bears significant responsibility. I suggest the committee holds him accountable." Upon hearing this proposal, many committee members exchanged knowing glances. Aware of the underlying motives, they recognized the implications behind the suggestion. Lu Yilong's eyes narrowed, satisfied with this committee member's stance. Having lost control over the Public Security Bureau, Lu Yilong felt a lingering resentment. The previous director, Hu Mingkai, was compliant, while the current director, Sun Changsheng, was wholly aligned with Tang Hui, obeying his every command. This situation was untenable. Sun Changsheng had to be replaced with someone loyal to him. Qin Yu was also taken aback. As the secretary of the municipal committee, Qin Yu naturally attended the standing committee meetings, typically seated in a corner, diligently listening and taking notes, seldom speaking, thus appearing quite subdued. This meeting was no different. He quietly occupied his corner, occasionally glancing at his phone or responding to a message from Yang Wandi. Yang Wandi had already set off, with approximately 2 hours remaining before arriving in Luqing. Upon hearing a certain proposal, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, and a flicker of anger ignited within him, his gaze narrowing onto Lu Yilong. He thought bitterly, "How could you still be concerned with power struggles when I have faced such a grave incident, nearly losing my life?" He could not believe that Lu Yilong was not covertly behind the suggestion made by a member of the standing committee, a staunch supporter of Lu Yilong. Soon, dissent arose, with the first objection voiced by Wei Yuansheng, the Minister of Organization, who was now firmly aligned with Secretary Tang. "I believe this is inappropriate. The freeze of 3 feet does not occur in a single day. Hu Mingkai has been the director for quite some time, and Comrade Sun Changsheng has only been in charge of the municipal bureau for less than 10 days. It is unjust to hold him accountable." Before long, the two factions began to clash. In the past, Lu Yilong's faction would have likely held the upper hand, but now both sides appeared evenly matched. It was evident that Secretary Tang had intensified his control over the standing committee, nearing complete dominance. Qin Yu seethed internally, yet he restrained himself, acutely aware that this was the municipal standing committee, and he was hardly in a position to voice his thoughts. However, as the discussions continued, his frustration escalated. How could they propose that Sun Changsheng bear the blame when he believed the responsibility lay squarely with Lu Yilong? Lu Yilong had served as deputy mayor for several years, and then as executive deputy mayor, occupying the mayoral position for 3 or 4 years. Hu Mingkai was someone he had personally promoted, having long overseen the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Thus, the responsibility for public safety issues primarily fell upon Lu Yilong. If anyone were to be held accountable, it should be him. Unable to contain himself any longer, Qin Yu spoke up. Esteemed leaders, may I be granted a moment to express my thoughts? The room fell silent as everyone turned to face him. A glint of coldness flashed in Lu Yilong's eyes. He understood that, as Secretary Tang's aide, Qin Yu would likely voice sentiments detrimental to his faction. We cannot allow him to speak, Lu Yilong asserted, his tone frosty and authoritative, embodying the stature of a mayor. Secretary Qin, do you understand the rules? This is the Municipal Standing Committee, and it is not your place to speak. Had it been another young individual facing the mayor's imposing presence, they might have faltered, but not Qin Yu. He remained resolute. Mayor Lu, if it were a different matter, I would indeed defer. However, as someone directly involved in this incident, I believe I have the right to say a few words. Lu Yilong replied coldly, Secretary Qin, your behavior is quite unbecoming. Please take your seat. Tang Hui spoke up. Mayor Lu, there is no need for such severity. We must afford the youth more opportunities. Xiao Qin, if you have any opinions, please express them openly before everyone. With the city committee secretary having spoken, Lu Yilong found it difficult to respond further. He let out a slight cold snort and cast a warning glance at Qin Yu, as if to convey, young man, tread carefully with your words. The consequences could be dire. However, Qin Yu paid no heed to Lu Yilong. With a resonant voice and firm conviction, he addressed the assembly. Esteemed leaders, I beg your indulgence for a moment. As one directly involved in this matter, I wish to voice my thoughts. I believe it is inappropriate to place the blame solely on Director Sunday. If someone must bear responsibility, it should rightly be Mayor Lu. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yilong's expression darkened visibly. The reactions among the other committee members varied, with some internally acknowledging the audacity of the young man, thinking to themselves, truly, a young calf knows no fear of tigers. Such words are indeed bold. Chapter 38. Someone must step forward to bear responsibility. Lu Yilong was on the verge of slamming the table, but such an act would display a lack of composure. Instead, he cast a warning glance at Qin Yu and then signaled to a certain committee member with his eyes. This individual was a staunch supporter of Lu Yilong, and upon receiving the look, he immediately spoke up, remarking on the impulsiveness of youth and how it was fortunate that Mayor Lu was magnanimous enough not to hold it against him. Adopting a leadership demeanor, he delivered a lengthy admonition to Qin Yu. Qin Yu remained unperturbed, seated calmly as if fishing, his expression undisturbed. He allowed the words to flow in one ear and out the other, while his mind contemplated the situation. This was indeed a prime opportunity for someone to assume responsibility, and that responsibility must fall upon Lu Yilong. After the meeting, he resolved to discuss his thoughts with his father. Lu Yilong had to be held accountable. The man had already received a warning sanction, and another would lead to a demotion. How would he react when stripped of the mayoral throne and reduced from a full department head to a deputy? It was Tang Hui who interrupted the incessant prattle of the committee member, waving his hand dismissively. Enough, no more speeches. Since there are calls for comrade son Changsheng to bear responsibility, let us vote. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Following the vote, Tang's position prevailed. Witnessing the outcome, Lu Yilong's expression soured slightly. He had previously held firm control over the committee meetings, but now that authority had waned, with several members aligning with Tang Hui. These opportunistic individuals, when the winds change, I shall seize the chance to deal with one or two of them as examples to restore my authority. The committee meeting lasted approximately an hour, during which Tang Hui, acting as the primary leader, organized numerous actions, such as conducting thorough investigations and providing full support for the injured. As for who would take responsibility, Secretary Tang made it clear at the conclusion of the meeting. We will head to the provincial capital shortly to report this matter directly to the main leaders of the provincial committee. As for who shall take responsibility, we shall defer to the provincial committee's judgment. Given the severity of this incident, someone must certainly be held accountable. After the meeting, Tang Hui departed for the provincial city with Secretary Yan Li, neglecting even dinner. Lu Yilong, deep in thought, soon decided to take his secretary and travel to the provincial capital to seek out his powerful backer, Vice Governor Wang Xiaoqing. Shortly after the meeting adjourned, Qin Yu received a call from Yang Wandi, who informed him that she would arrive in Luqing in approximately half an hour. When the two met that evening, their joy was palpable. Qin Yu took Yang Wandi's delicate hand and led her to a restaurant showcasing the unique flavors of Luqing, where they ordered several local specialties. As they dined, the conversation turned to the day's events. Yang Wandi wore an expression of concern. "Qingge, you weren't frightened, were you? It was so dangerous. The public safety in Luqing is appalling to witness such a brazen act of gun violence on the streets." Qin Yu, appearing relaxed, reassured her. "It's nothing to worry about. I wasn't harmed." Sensing Qin Yu's ease, Yang Wandi felt a wave of relief wash over her. After finishing their meal, the two of them strolled hand in hand, admiring the beautiful scenery of Deer City until well past 10 o'clock in the evening. Yang Wandi asked, "My dear, where'll I stay tonight?" Qin Yu jokingly replied, "Now that you're here, of course, you should stay with me." Yang Wandi's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit nervous. This isn't appropriate, is it? I think I should stay at a hotel." Qin Yu said, "What are you thinking? My place is quite spacious. You can sleep in the bedroom while I take the sofa. It's absolutely fine. Do you want to sleep with me tonight? Who wants to sleep with you?" Yang Wandi playfully pinched Qin Yu's waist, pouting, "You wish." Perhaps because she truly liked Qin Yu in the end, Yang Wandi did not insist on going to a hotel. Under Qin Yu's sweet words, she agreed to accompany him to his place. "Really, my cat could do a backflip. You should come see it." "Don't try to fool me," Yang Wandi replied. "Then let us go see how it does a backflip." "Come on, I'll take you. It's not far, just a few minutes' walk." Upon arrival, they entered an apartment with a layout of one bedroom and one living room, complete with a bathroom and a spacious balcony. The interior was newly decorated, with all necessary appliances, and the environment was quite pleasant. Originally rented just last week, Qin Yu spent several tens of thousands to purchase it. In 2001, real estate prices were still relatively low, and now, 20 years later, such an apartment of 40 to 50 square meters, furnished and equipped, would cost at least 500,000. It was practically a bargain. Once inside, Yang Wandi busily helped to tidy up the room and clean. Although Qin Yu's place was not particularly messy, better than 90% of boys, Yang Wandi still took it upon herself to organize. Tossing a few dirty clothes from the sofa into the washing machine and sweeping the floor before moving on to other tasks. "Wandi," Qin Yu remarked, "I didn't realize you were so diligent and virtuous. I'm lucky to have you." Yang Wandi beamed with pride. "So you're just discovering this now. You go take a shower first. I'll tidy up a bit more." Qin Yu nodded. "All right, I'll shower quickly. You can relax on the sofa and watch some TV while I'm at it." After saying this, Qin Yu headed to the bathroom. About 10 minutes later, he emerged wearing summer pajamas, short shirt, and shorts, with just a pair of loose shorts below. He held a towel, drying his damp hair as he stepped out of the bathroom. "Oh my!" Yang Wandi gasped, her face instantly turning crimson. "Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" With no shirt on, Qin Yu's physique was fully revealed. His well-defined waist and chiseled abs, especially the eight-pack, resembled a washboard. Witnessing such a masculine figure, Yang Wandi's face flushed deeply, and she gasped, quickly covering her eyes with both hands. "Put your clothes on quickly." Although she said this, her hands, while covering her eyes, opened a small gap through which she curiously peered at Qin Yu's nearly perfect physique. A heart raced anxiously, the complexion flushed. How splendidly fit Qin Yu was. He must engage in frequent exercise, boasting even an impressive eight-pack. Upon hearing the heartfelt musings of his girlfriend, Qin Yu offered a faint smile and gradually donned his attire. "Wandi, it's time for your shower. It's getting late, and we should retire early." Young Wandi nodded, "Herr checks aglow." She entered the bedroom to prepare for her shower, soon emerging with a single towel in hand. "Qin Yu, why is there only one towel?" Qin Yu responded nonchalantly. "There's always been just one." Yang Wandi, puzzled, inquired, "You intend to use this towel for your shower? What about washing your face?" "I'll use this one for that as well. And after your shower, to dry off? Also this one." Yang Wandi exclaimed, "That simply won't do. Each task requires a separate towel. one for washing the face, another for the shower, and yet another for drying off. As she spoke, she opened her suitcase, retrieving several fresh towels, and admonished, from now on, let us keep them separate. A single towel hardly costs much. Qin Yu found this cumbersome. One towel seemed far more convenient. Yet, seeing the earnest expression on Yang Wandi's face, he relented. All right, I will heed your wishes from now on. Content. Yang Wandi returned to the bathroom with her new towels in tow. Meanwhile, Qin Yu settled on the sofa in the living room to watch television. Yet his keen hearing picked up the sound of water splashing from within. His heart swelled with warmth, especially at the thought of his beautiful girlfriend with such a captivating figure, intensifying the fire within him. Chapter 39. Oh no. You've ruined my hair. The shower lasted a full 30 minutes. Truly, it is a testament to the time-consuming nature of a woman's bath, unlike us men, who can complete the task in a mere 10 minutes. Yang Wandi emerged from the bathroom clad in her newly purchased pajamas, drying her hair with a towel. With the upcoming May Day holiday, the weather had turned quite warm. Her summer attire consisted of crop pants and a short-sleeved top. Fresh from her shower and clad in relatively thin fabric, her movements caused a gentle sway that caught Qin Yu's attention, prompting him to muse inwardly. Indeed, she possesses a remarkable figure. A poetic line suddenly surfaced in his mind. Mountains appear as ridges and peaks from different angles. With such a physique, I shall be fortunate in the future. Qin Gu, do you have a hairdryer? Yes, I do. Qin Yu retrieved the hairdryer and willingly assisted Yang Wandi in drying her hair. As the hour grew late, well past 11, he suggested, let us retire for the night. Okay. Yang Wandi's face flushed inexplicably, her heart racing with anxiety as she pondered whether Qin Gu would truly sleep on the sofa. What if he were to invite her to share the bed? Would they engage in intimacy? Hearing her inner thoughts, Qin Yu reflected, the girl is quite shy. I shall take the sofa for now, as there will be ample opportunities in the future. Wandi, you go to the bedroom. I will sleep on the sofa in the living room. Upon hearing this, Yang Wandi felt a sense of relief. Qin Gu, then good night. Good night. After exchanging their farewells, they each settled in for the night. Lying on the sofa, Qin Yu listened to the sound of the wind outside, realizing that a change in weather was upon them. The weather forecast had predicted thunderstorms for the night. In the large bed, Yang Wandi's cheeks were slightly flushed, reminiscent of a tipsy state, her body radiating a mild heat as she contemplated the fact that she lay in Qin Yu's spacious bed. The image of Qin Yu's masculine physique earlier made her cheeks burn even brighter. Sleep eluded her as she tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Finally, she pulled out her phone and texted her close friend, Su Lan. Lan, you hot slept? Su Lan replied almost instantly, indicating she was still awake. Wandi, have you arrived at Qin Yu's place? What's the matter? Can't sleep. Lan, I'm in Qin Yu's bed while he's on the sofa. I just can't seem to fall asleep and want to chat with you. Wandi, how can you let Qin Yu sleep on the sofa? You must share the bed. It's time to turn the raw rice into cooked rice. I must say, with such a handsome boy like Qin Yu, if you don't take the initiative, you might lose him to someone else. Oh dear, what are you saying? Turning raw rice into cooked rice? We are far from that. You little vixen, what thoughts are swirling in your mind? The two exchanged messages back and forth, unaware of the time passing, until suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by the resounding roar of thunder a couple of seconds later. It's thundering. Yang Wandi, who harbored a deep fear of thunder, especially at night, felt her heart race as another flash of lightning was followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Terrified, she let out a startled cry and burrowed beneath her covers. Qin Yu heard a startled scream and, assuming something was amiss, promptly pushed the door open. Wandi, what is wrong? What happened? Brother Qin, I'm afraid of thunder. The sound of thunder had indeed been quite loud. Qin Yu reassured her, do not be afraid. It's merely the sound of thunder. But I'm scared, truly scared. I have been afraid of thunder since I was a child. Yang Wandi replied. How about you sleep on this bed with me? She suggested, her face flushed, resembling someone intoxicated. All right, Qin Yu consented. He lifted the blanket and nimbly settled onto the bed, catching a whiff of the delightful fragrance emanating from Yang Wandi. Their bodies brushed against each other as he held her small hand gently and whispered, do not fear, I am right here with you. Suddenly, a rumble echoed, followed by another clap of thunder, and then heavy rain began to pour. The thunder startled Yang Wandi once more, causing her to tremble. Sensing her fear, Qin Yu tenderly embraced her, murmuring, do not fear, dear." Feeling the solidity of Qin Yu's chest and the warmth radiating from him, Yang Wandi felt considerably reassured. Outside, the thunder had temporarily ceased, leaving only the sound of the relentless rain. However, Yang Wandi felt anxious, her heart racing as she recalled Su Lan's words. She pondered, what should I do if Brother Qin desires something later? Brother Qin, why is there a stick on your bed? That is no stick, Qin Yu thought to himself. It was merely a natural response for a man. He was not a paragon of virtue, but rather a vigorous and normal man, with his girlfriend nestled in his embrace. Such a reaction was entirely expected, and even his hands grew restless. In the midst of Yang Wandi's soft exclamations, everything progressed naturally. Despite a few obstacles, they ultimately reached their destination successfully. 2 hours later, Qin Yu gazed at his girlfriend, who had fallen into a deep sleep in his arms, feeling immensely satisfied. After enhancing his physical strength, he had not anticipated a significant increase in his prowess in that regard. In his previous life, during his first experience, he had not even managed to proceed before it fizzled out. In this lifetime, during what was similarly his first, he realized he could indulge in such pleasures daily if he wished. Considering Yang Wandi's vulnerability, Qin Yu embraced her and soon fell into a deep, sweet slumber, unlike any he had ever experienced. He awoke the following morning to the sound of a ringing phone. It was just past 9 o'clock, and the call was from Lu Xiaoyan. As soon as the line connected, her concerned voice reached him. Qin Yu, when will you be back? Originally, he had planned to return to Beijing the previous night, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he had canceled his flight and booked one for the afternoon. Aunt Lu, I have a flight this afternoon around 3 o'clock. I should be back in time for dinner. All right, we will wait for you to have dinner together. Additionally, your sister will be at the airport to pick you up. As they were speaking, Lu Xiaoyan suddenly heard a young girl's voice clearly. Brother Qin, you're pulling my hair. What was happening? How could there be a girl beside Qin Yu? Indeed, it must be Yang Wandi. With such speculation in her heart, Lu Xiaoyan curiously inquired, Qin Yu, was that Wandi just now? Are you two together? Qin Yu had no intention of concealing the truth and replied, yes, we are together. We will return to the capital this afternoon. It was indeed Yang Wandi's voice that had stirred her awake. In her drowsy state, she felt her hair being pressed down, prompting her to utter those words, unaware that Lu Xiaoyan had heard her clearly. As someone who had experienced similar situations, Lu Xiaoyan immediately grasped the implications and felt a surge of happiness. That's wonderful. It's best that you return with Wandi. As a young man, you must take good care of her. Being perceptive, she made a brief remark before hanging up the phone. Yang Wandi was now fully awake, pondering, was that Aunt Lu? Yes, it was Aunt Lu calling, she replied, her tone filled with concern. Oh dear, how embarrassing. She must have heard everything. Chapter 40. The decision of the Jiangdong Provincial Committee in the capital. Lu Xiaoyan hung up the phone, unable to suppress a wave of elation deep within her heart. She felt genuine joy for Qin Yu, whom she had always regarded as her own. She longed to share this news with Qin Weidong. Since today was May Day, Qin Weidong had opted to work from his study rather than the office. Upon seeing his wife enter with a beaming face, he set down his pen, his curiosity piqued. Dearest, what news has brought you such delight? Lu Xiaoyan, radiating happiness, exclaimed, Old Qin, it is monumental news. Qin Yu and Wandi are officially together. For a moment, Qin Weidong was taken aback, responding, haven't they already been together? Our son has informed me that they are in a confirmed romantic relationship. Wandi is now his girlfriend. Lu Xiaoyan hurriedly clarified. Oh dear, I should have been clearer. What I meant is that they have taken their relationship to a more intimate level. Qin Weidong's surprise was palpable. He could scarcely believe it. Really? You're not deceiving me? Absolutely certain, Lu Xiaoyan affirmed, her confidence unwavering. I just spoke to our son, and you won't believe what I heard. She joyfully recounted the details of their conversation. After hearing her account, Qin Weidong was thoroughly delighted, nearly raising his thumb in approval. Truly, my son is remarkable, a testament to the Qin lineage. He has swiftly won over old Yang's daughter. My dear, if I share this news with old Yang, he will surely treat me to a drink. The couple, in high spirits, continued to discuss Qin Yu and Yang Wandi, even broaching the subject of the two families' engagement. Qin Yu spent a full 7 days in the capital, enjoying a wonderfully pleasant May Day holiday. Besides spending time with family and visiting his grandfather to play chess and converse, he mostly remained in the company of Yang Wandi. Following their substantial breakthrough, their relationship flourished at an astonishing pace, leaving echoes of laughter in many places they visited together. The progress of Qin Tang Computer Technology Company was also swift. They recruited dozens of employees and engaged a professional manager through a headhunting firm. Everything was moving onto the right track, with some business operations already underway. The incident of Qin Yu being shot in broad daylight did not appear in any newspapers or on television, as a strict gag order was imposed by the authorities. After all, this was not a matter of pride for the officials, particularly for Luqing, as it highlighted the dire state of public safety there. The severity of the situation was evident, as a public servant had been shot in the street, right at the entrance of the municipal party compound. That very night, Tang Hui, accompanied by the municipal secretary-general Yen Li, personally reported to the provincial committee, providing a detailed account to Secretary Shah. The gravity of the incident prompted a series of immediate directives from Secretary Shah. Given the magnitude of the situation, it was imperative that someone be held accountable. During the May Day holiday, while government departments were on break, the primary leaders of the provincial committee still received urgent calls from above, indicating that the situation had escalated to higher authorities. The Minister of Organization and Executive Vice Minister, Qin Weidong, personally contacted Secretary Shah and Governor Zhu. His tone markedly severe as he criticized the public security in Luqing City, specifically naming Mayor Lu Yilong. It was evident that Minister Qin harbored considerable dissatisfaction with Lu Yilong. At such a high level, it was understood that a mere hint sufficed, especially with Qin explicitly naming Lu. Secretary Shah comprehended the necessary course of action. In the wake of such a grave incident, certain individuals had to be held accountable. Lu Yilong had long been entrenched in Luqing City, fostering factions that had strengthened the local power base significantly. The previous city party secretary had been effectively sidelined by Lu, ultimately departing in disgrace. By appointing Tang Hui as the city party secretary, Secretary Shah aimed to enhance control over Luqing and dismantle the local factions. Although Tang's performance was less than stellar, it was sufficient to marginally suppress the influence of Lu's faction. However, this was inadequate, and an opportunity soon presented itself. Secretary Shah and Governor Zhu convened to discuss this matter, their dialogue flowing smoothly, quickly arriving at a consensus. On the first day back from the holiday, the Jiangdong Provincial Committee held its inaugural standing committee meeting post-holiday. After deliberating on various topics, the shooting incident in Luqing City was brought to light. One provincial committee member expressed deep concern, stating that such occurrences had dire repercussions and that someone must be held accountable. As the mayor, Lu Yilong bore an undeniable responsibility. Many committee members were momentarily taken aback. How was Lu Yilong's name mentioned so explicitly? Gradually, comprehension dawned upon them, and soon enough, Governor Zhu Mingxiang spoke up, his tone unusually grave, reiterating Lu Yilong's accountability. Incredibly, Secretary Shah followed suit, articulating nearly identical sentiments to those of Governor Zhu. With both the top leaders aligned in their opinions, any dissenting views were swiftly silenced. Wang Zhaoqing, who had initially contemplated resistance, chose to remain silent upon observing the prevailing atmosphere. He mused internally, Lu Yilong, it is not that I refuse to assist you, but when faced with the top brass, I am powerless to intervene. It seems you are simply out of luck. Lu Yilong, whom have you offended? It was evident that someone was orchestrating your downfall. A person of considerable influence, capable of compelling the top leaders to act on their behalf. An overkill for such a situation. The provincial committee swiftly passed a resolution to demote the unfortunate Lu Yilong, reducing his rank by 2 levels, from mayor to a secondary research officer within the Luqing city government, equivalent to a department head. At that moment, the Luqing City Committee was also convening a standing committee meeting. After discussing various topics, standing committee member and deputy mayor Hu Zhikong remarked, Secretary Tang, Mayor Lu, I must bring up the shooting incident that occurred at the city party committee's gate before the May Day holiday. Many committee members were momentarily stunned, as Hu Zhikong is a staunch supporter of Lu Yilong, consistently following Lu's lead. His mention of this matter in the standing committee likely stems from Lu's directive. Tang Hui's expression darkened slightly, and he inwardly cursed, feeling frustrated. Previously, during the standing committee meeting, they had intended to hold Sun Changsheng accountable, but the proposal was not approved. Now, the issue has resurfaced. It remains to be seen what schemes Lu Yilong and his associates are concocting this time. Hu Zhikong expounded at length, then stated, "Last time, we considered having Comrade Sun Changsheng take responsibility, which was indeed somewhat inappropriate. However, given the gravity of this situation, it is implausible for no one to bear accountability. I am concerned that if we do not designate someone to take responsibility, the provincial committee may harbor reservations regarding our city of Lu. Rather than wait for that, it would be more prudent for us to take the initiative." The Minister of Organization, Wei Yuansheng, could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Mayor Hu, are you suggesting that the Municipal Public Security Bureau, which falls under your purview, will be taking personal responsibility?" This remark elicited laughter from one or two members of the standing committee. As the vice mayor and a member of the standing committee, Hu Zhikong leads and manages numerous departments and offices, including the Municipal Public Security Bureau, in accordance with Governmental Division of Labor. Chapter 41. Lu Yilong faces a sudden demotion. Hu Zhikong's countenance darkened. Just as he was about to voice a rebuttal, Executive Vice Mayor Xiao Guoqiang interjected, uttering words that astonished nearly all the standing committee members. It was widely recognized that Xiao Guoqiang generally aligned with Lu Yilong. While not an unwavering supporter, their perspectives often coincided, and Xiao typically backed Lu during committee meetings. However, this time, astonishment filled the room. What was happening? Xiao Guoqiang stated, "I find Minister Wei's proposal quite reasonable. Vice Mayor Hu, as the leader of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, bears undeniable responsibility for this grave incident." Hu Zhikong, nearly incensed enough to curse, restrained his fury, aware that he could not act out in the standing committee. He endeavored to maintain an air of composure, saying, "Comrade Guoqiang, I must disagree with your assertion." Before he could elaborate, Tang Hui interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Enough. The matter of accountability need not be discussed. The provincial government will make a decision, and it is not our concern." With the head of the committee having spoken, the topic could not be pursued further. Lu Yilong remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Guoqiang, fully aware that Xiao had defected. He increasingly valued Tang Hui, pondering how unexpectedly formidable he was, having won over a committee member. He wondered what promises Tang Hui had made to coax Xiao to the other side. Just as they were poised to proceed to other agenda items, Tang Hui's phone on the conference table buzzed with an incoming call. It was a direct call from Secretary Xia of the Provincial Committee. Upon seeing the caller ID, Tang Hui raised his hand to signal for silence. "Everyone, please." It's Secretary Xia's call. A personal call from the provincial secretary typically held significant weight. The conference room fell into an immediate hush as everyone strained to listen, hoping to glean some information, but alas, nothing could be discerned. Only Qin Yu, with keen hearing and seated close to Tang Hui, could clearly catch every word on the line. Secretary Xia spoke directly, "Comrade Tang Hui, the Provincial Standing Committee has just concluded its meeting and passed a resolution regarding the shooting incident in Luqing. Lu Yilong bears substantial responsibility, and it has been decided to demote him by 2 ranks, from mayor to a secondary research officer. Vice Mayor Hu Zhikong will receive a warning within the party." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's heart swelled with joy. Indeed, his father had wielded influence. The Jiangdong Provincial Committee's stance was clearly a means of justifying actions taken on his father's behalf. Gradually, Qin Yu's spirits lifted, and he cast several furtive glances at Lu Yilong, observing Lu's obliviousness to his impending demotion, which would render him a secondary research officer with virtually no power, brought Qin Yu a sense of satisfaction. Receiving this call invigorated Tang Hui immensely. Lu Yilong's demotion and the loss of his mayoral seat dealt a devastating blow to the local faction, significantly aiding Tang Hui's quest for greater control over the standing committee. After all, as a person who has ascended to the position of the municipal party secretary, Tang Hui possesses a formidable psychological resilience. Despite the tumult within, his countenance reveals not a hint of his inner turmoil. With a grave expression, tinged with a modicum of respect, he addresses the voice on the other end of the line, affirming with measured responses, understood. Once the call concludes, Tang Hui exhales with palpable relief, his gaze briefly resting on Lu Yilong before shifting to Hu Zhikong. Moments ago, Secretary Shah had personally called, informing him that the provincial committee had resolved to impose disciplinary actions against certain individuals. Let us refrain from further deliberation on who shall bear the responsibility. We shall await the formal announcement from the provincial committee, he states. As his words linger in the air, a low hum of speculation fills the conference room, as the attendees eagerly ponder who might be held accountable and face disciplinary measures. Hu Zhikong feels a tightening in his chest, anxiety creeping in as he muses. Surely it cannot be me. This has nothing to do with me. I merely hold a nominal position at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. It is the Mayor, Lu, who truly wields authority. Tang Hui grants the assembly a moment of contemplation, and after a span of 2 or 3 minutes, he raises his hand and declares, "This meeting is adjourned." Lu Yilong had intended to broach the subject of personnel appointments and adjustments, as a district's mayoral position had recently become vacant, and he wished to advocate for his preferred candidate. However, with the head of the meeting calling for adjournment, he finds himself unable to voice his thoughts. A faint worry stirs within him, prompting a desire to return to his office, promptly to contact Secretary Wang and inquire about the impending accountability decisions from the provincial committee. It is likely to be Hu Zhikong. The poor fellow, he reflects. He has inadvertently shielded me from the fallout. I must treat him with greater consideration moving forward. Upon returning to his office and closing the door, Lu Yilong swiftly dials the number for Provincial Deputy Secretary Wang Xiaoqing. As the call connects, Wang's voice comes through first. "Comrade Lu Yilong, your initiative in calling me suggests you are already aware of the provincial committee's decision. Alas, do not harbor excessive thoughts. You are still young, with opportunities ahead." Lu Yilong feels a wave of confusion wash over him. "Secretary Wang, I'm unaware of any such developments." As Wang continues, Lu Yilong's heart sinks further, each word amplifying his unease. "What do you mean I'm still young? I am 52 years old, certainly not youthful. What do you mean by future opportunities?" It sounds as though the disciplinary measures pertain to me. Unable to contain himself, Lu Yilong interrupts Wang, urgency threading his voice. "Secretary Wang, are you indicating that the provincial committee has decided to impose disciplinary actions against me?" Wang Xiaoqing replies, "The provincial committee has deliberated and resolved that you bear significant and inescapable responsibility for the shooting incident in Luqing. Consequently, you are to be demoted from mayor to a secondary research officer in the municipal government." The remainder of Wang's words becomes a blur to Lu Yilong. He feels as though the world has spun out of control, the phone slipping from his grasp and crashing to the floor as he struggles to comprehend the gravity of the decision. It is an outcome he never envisioned from the provincial committee. At over 50 years of age, a 2-tier demotion signifies the end of his political career, leaving no hope for redemption. It is only when a knock on the door breaks the silence that Lu Yilong gradually emerges from his stupor, only to find Hu Zhikong stepping into the room. After the meeting, Hu Zhikong returned to his own office, yet the more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt, and the more his worries intensified. Consequently, he sought out Lu Yilong, hoping to find solace from the mayor. After all, despite the absence of notable achievements, there have been efforts worth acknowledging over the years. He also intended to inquire about the specifics of the provincial committee's decision regarding his punishment. However, upon entering the room, he was taken aback by Lu Yilong's demeanor, which was utterly disconcerting. "Mayor Lu, what has happened to you?" Hu inquired. "Get out. I said get out." Lu Yilong nearly roared, his composure shattered. Hu Zhikong was astounded, momentarily frozen before fleeing in a state of panic, utterly baffled by the mayor's sudden transformation. Before long, the news spread throughout Luqing. The provincial committee had convened and decided to demote Lu Yilong by 2 ranks, reducing him from mayor to a secondary research officer, while Hu Zhikong received a reprimand within the party. It was as if a colossal stone had been cast into the serene waters, creating ripples of unrest. Chapter 42. Unity of the Team. Focusing on economic development, many found this hard to believe, especially those aligned with Liu Yilong, who were momentarily unable to accept the situation, desperately hoping it was mere rumor. A number of individuals gradually made their way to Liu Yilong's office, only to be either turned away or confronted with a firmly closed door. It became evident to all that this was no rumor. Liu Yilong had indeed become the unfortunate scapegoat, demoted by the provincial committee twice and rendered a pawn. In stark contrast stood the office of the municipal party secretary. A long queue formed outside, filled with those eager to report their work, and Qin Yu became increasingly occupied. However, the guise of reporting was merely a pretext. The true aim was to ingratiate themselves with Secretary Tang and leave a favorable impression. This scenario persisted for several days, culminating in the inauguration of a new mayor. Mayor Li Qilong, a protege of Governor Zhu Mingqiang, assumed office. On his very first day, during their initial interaction, Mayor Li exhibited remarkable courtesy, exhibiting none of the aloofness typically associated with his position. According to customary protocols, new mayors usually report to the top leader on their first or second day. On his inaugural day, Mayor Li proactively approached Qin Yu, first knocking on his door and inquiring if Secretary Tang was available. Being astute, Qin Yu promptly responded, "At this moment, the secretary should indeed be free. Allow me to escort you." Upon entering, Li Qilong was warmly greeted by Tang Hui, who extended his hand in a gesture of politeness. "Comrade Qilong, welcome to Luqing. Secretary Tang, from this day forth, I shall be working under your leadership, and I look forward to your guidance," Li replied. The harmonious rapport between the first and second leaders was a rare occurrence. This amicability could be attributed to Governor Zhu Mingqiang's prior conversation with Li Qilong, during which he had revealed Qin Yu's esteemed family background and urged him to nurture a good relationship with both Qin Yu and Secretary Tang upon his arrival in Luqing. Given that Qin Yu was Secretary Tang's secretary and had the governor's backing, it would be ill-advised for Li Qilong to engage in rivalry with Tang Hui. Fostering a cooperative atmosphere was the optimal course of action. The evening's welcome banquet was lively, and the mutual harmony between the top leadership was unmistakable. With the absence of covert conflicts, Tang Hui could devote his primary attention to work, with the foremost objective being the vigorous development of Luqing's economy, which in 2001 still prioritized GDP growth. The atmosphere among the city's upper echelons was unprecedentedly congenial, reflecting an extraordinary unity within the team. Interactions were typically characterized by cheerful greetings and amiable exchanges. Yet today, Qin Yu observed Liu Yilong, who appeared markedly different. After several days, Liu Yilong seemed to have aged considerably, almost as if he were a different person. Upon recognizing him, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Recovering his composure, Qin Yu took the initiative to greet him. "Leader Liu, what a coincidence." Liu Yilong, upon seeing Qin Yu, momentarily displayed a glint of coldness in his eyes, which he swiftly masked with a facade of warmth, responding, "Secretary Qin, greetings." A subtle chill flickered in his gaze, cleverly concealed yet perceptibly detected by Qin Yu, stirring a cascade of thoughts within him. Even more astonishing to Qin Yu was the revelation of Liu Yilong's inner musings. That audacious little brat was the source of his troubles, causing him to plummet 2 ranks and descend into such dire straits. Given the chance, he vowed to eliminate him. Amused by this inner dialogue, Qin Yu maintained an expression of concern, masking his true feelings. "Leader Liu, it's been a few days since we last met, and I see you have gained quite a few gray hairs. You must take care of yourself. Health is paramount," he remarked, exchanging a few pleasantries before parting ways. As he observed Qin Yu's retreating figure, Liu Yilong's demeanor turned icy. Having fallen from grace, he bore animosity towards 2 individuals, the first being Jiang Sang, whose foolish actions had precipitated his misfortunes, and the second, Qin Yu. Yet, he dared not reveal his disdain. He had to don a facade of friendliness when encountering Qin Yu. Armed with intelligence from Wang Zhaoqing regarding Qin Yu's formidable family background and the circumstances surrounding his demotion, Liu Yilong understood that the Jiangdong Provincial Committee sought to hold Qin Weidong accountable. Given Qin Yu's daunting lineage, Liu Yilong could only lie in wait like a venomous serpent, poised to strike when the opportunity arose. Little did he realize that his thoughts were not as well hidden as he believed. Qin Yu had already sensed his intentions and was contemplating how to decisively deal with him. A gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall. Qin Yu mused as he departed, contemplating the best way to eliminate Lu Yilong. On this very day, Tang Hui received exhilarating news. The Dongda Petrochemical Group was poised to invest over 100 billion, selecting a site for a massive petrochemical plant that, upon completion, would rank among the nation's top producers. In the office, Tang Hui was engaged in a phone conversation with an old classmate working in a Beijing ministry. Though his friend held a modest position, he was well informed. Upon hearing the news, he promptly relayed it to Tang Hui, who felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. The leadership in Luqing City was unified, with a focal point on economic development. The key to bolstering GDP lay in attracting investment, a priority in 2001, as local governments devised myriad strategies to lure investors. Presently, investors were treated like esteemed guests, the object of pursuit for officials, while local governments occupied a subordinate role. Thank you for sharing such crucial information, Tang expressed gratefully. It was but a small effort, my friend. Our relationship warrants no formality. I must advise you to act swiftly. I hear many are eyeing this project. Delay could mean losing out entirely, his classmate cautioned. In 2001, a project worth over 100 billion was monumental, promising not only a significant boost to the local GDP, but also the creation of thousands of jobs. After answering the phone, Tang Hui paced excitedly around his office, completing several laps before he could contain his exhilaration and restore a semblance of calm to his demeanor. Once his emotions had settled somewhat, he summoned Qin Yu. Xiao Qin, in half an hour, we shall convene an expanded standing committee meeting. Notify all standing committee members at home, as well as the municipal leaders from the special committee, to attend. Qin Yu was taken aback, his curiosity piqued by the sudden call for an expanded committee meeting. However, as a secretary, he knew that regardless of his intrigue, it was best not to inquire further unless directed by his superior. Understood. I shall notify and arrange everything immediately, he responded promptly. Half an hour later, the expanded standing committee meeting of Luqing City convened in conference room number 1, with all standing committee members and municipal leaders from the special committee in attendance. Chapter 43. The task is daunting, yet worth attempting. The meeting had yet to commence, but the conference room buzzed with lively chatter. Due to the urgent notification, many attendees were filled with curiosity, engaging in animated discussions about the sudden call for a meeting. What significant event could warrant such an immediate gathering? Surely, it must be something promising. Who among us is aware of the details? Just as the atmosphere reached a crescendo, Mayor Li Qilong entered and took his seat. Unable to contain their curiosity, someone inquired, Mayor Li, do you know the topic of today's meeting? With a smile, Li Qilong replied, I am unaware. It is likely a matter from Secretary Tang. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the meeting room, and in walked Secretary Tang Hui, his demeanor indicating good spirits, accompanied by Qin Yu. The once boisterous room fell silent in an instant. Tang Hui settled into his chair and, without preamble, addressed the assembly directly. Comrades, I have urgently convened this meeting to discuss a singular topic. We have received credible information that the Dongda Petrochemical Group plans to invest 100 billion yuan to construct a large-scale petrochemical plant, which will rank among the foremost in the nation. Eagerly, the attendees leaned in, their spirits lifted. Almost everyone understood the significance of this investment. Should it materialize in Luqing, the economic boost for the city would be monumental. Observing the shift in expressions, Tang Hui declared with conviction, my intentions are clear. Although this endeavor is challenging, we must endeavor to pursue it. Indeed, it is a formidable task. Luqing is merely an ordinary prefecture-level city, ranked around 5th or 6th in Jiangdong province, and does not particularly stand out. One can easily envision the fierce competition for such a substantial investment. Many cities could already have dispatched teams to the capital in hopes of securing this opportunity. Many nodded in agreement. Executive Vice Mayor Xiao Guoqiang affirmed, the secretary is correct. Regardless of the difficulties, we must make an attempt. What if we succeed? I wholeheartedly concurred. Such a monumental project must be contested vigorously. A chorus of agreement echoed around the room, revealing a palpable interest in the initiative. Tang Hui raised his hand to restore order, prompting a swift silence. Comrades, given that there is a consensus to strive for this opportunity, we shall dedicate ourselves fully. I will lead the team personally, and we will depart for the capital today. Before our departure, several matters require arrangement, such as instructing the relevant departments to swiftly prepare documentation outlining Luqing's advantages in this project. The meeting lasted approximately half an hour, primarily consisting of Tang Hui announcing this exhilarating news and outlining a series of arrangements. A team was formed to journey to the capital, led by Tang Hui, which included the Municipal Secretary General Yan Li, Executive Vice Mayor Xiao Guoqiang, and other pertinent personnel, totaling 7 members. As the Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Qin Yu naturally accompanied the group, a request specifically made by Tang Hui. Qin Yu was required to travel together, and Tang Hui planned to take this opportunity to pay a visit to Minister Qin Weidong. Furthermore, it would be exceedingly beneficial if the Qin family could offer some assistance regarding this project, considering that delays could result in missing out entirely. The group set off in the afternoon and arrived at the capital's airport by evening. The director of the Beijing office, having received prior notice, arrived early with personnel and vehicles to welcome them. Li Chenghua, the director, around 40 years of age, was a person of considerable versatility. Upon seeing Tang Hui and his party emerge from the airport, he proactively stepped forward to greet them. Secretary Tang, welcome to the capital. I will be at your service throughout your stay. Tang Hui nodded slightly and gestured, let's get in the car first. Arrange accommodations, and after dinner, I wish to hear your work report. The so-called work report pertained to updates regarding the Dongda Petrochemical Group project. Before departing from Luqing, Secretary General Yan Li had already called Li Changhua to discuss the purpose of Secretary Tang's visit and requested him to quickly gather information about the project for a face-to-face briefing. A person capable of serving as the director of the Beijing office was undoubtedly skilled. Within just a few hours, Li Changhua had gathered substantial information about the project. While personally opening the car door for Tang Hui, he answered confidently, I've already made preliminary arrangements for accommodations and dinner. After the meal, I will provide Secretary Tang with a detailed report on the relevant matters. After approximately an hour's drive, the group arrived at a well-appointed hotel, a collaborative establishment of the Luqing Beijing office, where officials from Luqing typically stayed during official visits. Everything had been arranged, with each individual assigned a standard room. After checking into their rooms, they gathered for dinner, during which Li Huamao shared the information he had gathered with Tang Hui. The others listened attentively to the current status of the project. Secretary Tang, as I understand it, the individual responsible for this project at Dongda Petrochemical Group is the Executive Vice President Zhao Xinhai. The total planned investment is approximately 15 billion, which exceeds the 10 billion we were previously informed of. Upon hearing this report, everyone felt a surge of excitement. An investment of 15 billion was indeed 5 billion more than previously anticipated. Sensing the collective exhilaration, Li Changhua sighed inwardly and felt compelled to remind them. Given that this is a major project with an investment reaching 15 billion, I have learned that 7 local governments are already in negotiations with Vice President Zhao, each vying to secure this investment for themselves. What? 7 local governments are already in discussions? The level of competition was more intense than anyone had expected. Some hearts sank, particularly that of the head of Luqing's Investment Promotion Bureau, who had long been engaged in attracting investments and understood that under such circumstances, Luqing's chances were likely very slim. Tang Hui also felt the pressure and inquired, which local governments are involved? Have you managed to ascertain that? Li Chenghua responded, stating that he had thoroughly grasped the situation. He provided a report on the circumstances of these 7 local governments. 4 of them were ordinary prefecture-level cities, while 3 were surprisingly provincial capitals. To add to the intrigue, one of these provincial capitals was a sub-provincial city. The competitive edge of sub-provincial cities is formidable, rendering Luqing virtually devoid of any advantage in comparison. As Tang Hui felt an immense pressure, he couldn't help but acknowledge the peculiar coincidence that the leader of this sub-provincial city was, in fact, his classmate from the Central Party School. 2 years prior, during their time in the departmental-level training program at the Central Party School, Tang Hui and this individual had been classmates. Currently, Tang Hui serves as the secretary of the Luqing Municipal Committee, holding a rank equivalent to that of a department head, while his counterpart is the deputy mayor of the provincial capital, also at the same level due to the city's sub-provincial status. Chapter 44. Tang Hui visits Minister Qin Weidong. It was now past 9 in the evening. As there were pressing matters to attend to the following day, no one ventured out for leisure. The Secretary-General of the Municipal Committee, Yin Li, was pondering how to organize the agenda for tomorrow, whether to await a response from the Dongda Petrochemical Group or to make alternative plans. Li Chenhua had already submitted a request on behalf of Luqing City to the Dongda Petrochemical Group, and Secretary Tang Hui was eager to lead a delegation to visit Vice President Zhao Xinan. The objective was unmistakable: to engage regarding the substantial investment project amounting to 15 billion yuan. However, as this was an investment firm, and given Zhao Xin's vice ministerial rank, a mere appointment request had been made, with the timing of any potential meeting left to their discretion. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a knock resonated from the door. Yin Li opened it to find the executive vice mayor, Xiao Guoqiang, standing outside. Mayor Xiao, he exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. He warmly invited him in and prepared 2 cups of hot tea as they settled onto the sofa. Xiao Guoqiang's visit at this hour suggested he bore significant matters to discuss. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Guoqiang inquired, Secretary Yin, what is your perspective on this project? Yin Li contemplated briefly before responding. It is quite challenging. To speak candidly, the prospects appear exceedingly bleak. Xiao Guoqiang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the intense competition from provincial capitals and sub-provincial cities, indicating that Luqing might not stand chance. Yin Li continued, given this situation, Secretary Tang must be under immense pressure. However, as subordinates, we can only steadfastly support him in his endeavors. After conversing for a while, both felt the weight of pressure intensify. Meanwhile, Tang Hui was engaged in a phone call within his room, conversing with his former classmate from the party school, who now served as Vice Mayor Wu of Yuebei City. Yuebei not only served as the provincial capital, but also held the status of a sub-provincial city, positioned as a secondary urban center in the central region, endowed with remarkable advantages. Their rapport was cordial, yet as the discussion turned to the Dongda Petrochemical Group project, an undercurrent of rivalry emerged, laden with competitive tension. Vice Mayor Wu, currently in the capital, had previously met with Vice President Zhao, and the discussions had proceeded smoothly, paving the way for further negotiations. Wu's words resonated with confidence. Old Tang, you're just joining the fray for the sake of it. I advise you not to waste your efforts. There are far too many vying for this project. To Wu, Luqing, being an ordinary prefecture-level city, lacked competitive edge. Tang Hui responded with a smile. Old classmate, success hinges on human effort. How can we know the outcome without trying? What if fortune favors us? On the other end, Vice Mayor Wu chuckled heartily. Old Tang, heed my advice. This venture holds little promise. Why entertain such notions? Trust me, it's best to return early to avoid squandering time. Tang Hui, a man of resolute conviction, was not easily dissuaded by mere words. Old Wu, I must disagree with your assessment. Until the final moment, no one can predict where the fruits of labor shall land. As the discussion regarding the project unfolded, neither party yielded during the telephone conversation, culminating in a palpable tension. After hanging up, Tang Hui contemplated embarking on an initial attempt. If that proved futile, he might engage in some persuasion with Qin Yu, hoping to leverage the Qin family's connections. He resolved to explore the matter independently first, reserving the invocation of the Qin family's influence as a last resort. Tang Hui held a profound belief that the resources of the Qin family were not easily obtained. Any assistance they offered would inevitably deplete their own network and resources. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from soliciting their help. Of course, should the Qin family extend their assistance voluntarily, that would be ideal. Tang Hui had already formulated a plan. Since he was in the capital, he would pay a visit to Minister Qin Weidong, subtly mentioning that the purpose of his visit was related to the petrochemical project. At Minister Qin's level, even a casual mention could yield support, should he be inclined to assist. The following morning, the group gathered for breakfast. Just as they were finishing, Li Chenhua approached with unsettling news. Secretary Tang, The Donda Petrochemical Group has just responded. President Zhao's schedule is fully booked, and he'll be unavailable for the next 2 to 3 days. The room fell silent as everyone exchanged glances. 2 to 3 days without an audience? Were they to wait indefinitely until the other party found time to meet them? Tang Hui's expression remained composed, betraying little disappointment. He addressed the group calmly. Since President Zhao is unavailable for now, let us adjust our itinerary. Secretary Yin and Mayor Xiao will accompany me to visit Minister Qin today. Minister Qin? Which Minister Qin? Li Changhua momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Noticing his bewilderment, Tang Hui clarified. Minister Qin Weidong from the Central Organization Department. Director Li, please arrange transportation for me to the Central Organization Department. Realization dawned on Li Changhua, and he was engulfed by a wave of astonishment. He had never anticipated that Secretary Tang possessed such connections. After all, Minister Qin was the Executive Vice Minister of the Central Organization Department, overseeing the appointments of numerous officials across the nation, a position of immense influence. Among all the ministerial-level officials, the standing of the Central Organization Department's Executive Vice Minister was undoubtedly among the most prestigious. Once he comprehended the implications, Li Changhua eagerly set about organizing personnel and vehicles. The astonishment shared by the others was no less than his own, particularly for Xiao Guoqiang, the executive vice mayor, who was acutely aware of Qin Weidong's significant authority. It appeared he remained oblivious to the familial ties between Qin Weidong and Qin Yu. In the vast city of Luqing, only a select few were privy to this connection. Despite Qin Yu having previously disclosed his family background, Tang Hui had refrained from mentioning it to anyone else, not even to Secretary Yin. Yin Li was equally taken aback. Exchanging a discreet glance with Xiao Guoqiang, both silently acknowledging the gravity of Secretary Tang's connections and resolving to align more closely with his leadership in the future. Qin Yu attentively absorbed the sentiments of those around him, smiling quietly as he leisurely enjoyed his breakfast. It must be said that the hotel's breakfast was quite commendable, particularly in its variety and abundance. After a short while, the vehicle was prepared, a 7-seat Toyota van of respectable quality, with Li Changhua personally opening the door for everyone. Tang Hui, Qin Yu, Yin Li, and Xiao Guoqiang entered the vehicle, while others yearned to join, eager to encounter Minister Qin Weidong and boast about it later. Yet, they only dared to entertain such thoughts in silence, fully aware of their lack of qualification. The vehicles soon departed, en route to the Central Organization Department. Chapter 45. Astonishing. My Secretary Qin as the car set off, Tang Hui remarked, Xiao Qin, whether we can meet Minister Qin depends on you. In the eyes of the average person, the secretary of a prefectural city is an unattainable figure, yet in the organization department, without prior notification or appointment, one might not even gain entry to the office building, let alone meet the executive vice minister. Tang Hui was quite self-aware. The possibility of meeting Minister Qin rested entirely on Qin Yu. Qin Yu held a balanced view regarding his family background, neither concealing it nor parading it. All right, I'll inform my father, he replied, promptly taking out his phone to compose a text message. Within 2 minutes, Qin Yu received a response. Secretary, everything has been arranged. My father's secretary will be waiting for us in front of the office building. This exchange left Yin Li and Xiao Guoqiang in a state of bewilderment. After all, those at this level are not foolish. Following a brief moment of confusion, they exchanged knowing glances, silently communicating their thoughts. Astounding, my Secretary Qin. We knew you hailed from the capital, but we never imagined your father was Minister Qin Weidong. To confirm his suspicions, Yin Li, suppressing his excitement, cautiously inquired, Secretary Qin, is your father Minister Qin? He had previously referred to Qin Yu as Xiao Qin, but now addressed him as Secretary Qin, devoid of the authoritative tone typically reserved for subordinates. Indeed, Qin Yu acknowledged without hesitation. My father is Qin Weidong. It truly is Minister Qin. The expressions of Yin Li and Xiao Guoqiang shifted dramatically. Speculating was one thing, but receiving confirmation from Qin Yu was an entirely different matter. Xiao Guoqiang even expressed a hint of reverence, stating, Secretary Qin, I never anticipated Minister Qin to be your father. This is truly astonishing. Qin Yu smiled. maintaining a demeanor that was neither proud nor aloof, his expression remaining composed. This humility impressed Xiao Guoqiang, who silently commended him. At that moment, a phrase from his father echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Son, the political arena is not about conflict, but rather about interpersonal relationships. Approximately 20 to 30 minutes later, the car arrived at the organization department. In front of the grand office building, Lu Chong had been waiting for quite some time. Qin Yu, of course, recognized his father's secretary. Lu Ge, sorry to keep you waiting. Is my father still in a meeting? Lu Chong, displaying no airs of a minister's secretary, responded warmly, yes. The leader is still in a meeting, but he has instructed me to take you to the reception room. You should be available in about half an hour. Under Lu Chong's guidance, they entered the building of the organization department. Upon entering, an unspoken sense of reverence arose within Tang Hui, Yin Li, and Xiao Guoqiang. Qin Yu, however, appeared remarkably at ease, as if returning home, exuding a sense of relaxation. Xiao Guoqiang gazed at Qin Yu with immense envy, contemplating, some are born into privilege, while others are destined to toil. There is no comparison, absolutely none. Secretary Qin boasts a background of considerable promise. Thus, it is imperative for me to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Should I manage to leave a lasting impression on Minister Qin, it would be a significant gain. Lu Chong, with great enthusiasm, arranged for everyone to wait in the reception room, providing hot tea and apologetically informing us, ladies and gentlemen, the leaders' meeting is expected to conclude in about half an hour. Please bear with us. Tang Hui quickly replied, no problem at all. Whether it takes half an hour, or even 2, we are perfectly fine with it. Indeed, echoed Yin Li and Xiao Guoqiang in unison. As the secretary to the leaders, Lu Chong was also quite busy and, after exchanging a few polite words, took his leave. The entire scenario was solely on account of Qin Yu's influence. Otherwise, one would not expect the secretary of such a high-ranking official to be so courteous. Approximately half an hour later, the sound of footsteps resonated in the reception room as Qin Weidong entered, accompanied by Secretary Lu Chong. Tang Hui and the others rose to greet him, appearing somewhat restrained due to Minister Qin's commanding presence and high rank. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang Hui commenced his report on the work in Luqing, subsequently outlining the purpose of their visit. Qin Weidong primarily listened, rarely offering directive comments. Aware that Tang Hui's delegation was present concerning the Dongda Petrochemical Group project, he refrained from further remarks. As he bid farewell to Tang Hui and his companions, he imparted a few words. Secretary Tang, I trust you will mentor and guide Qin Yu, ensuring his growth. Tang Hui felt a surge of honor at the minister's words, realizing that Minister Qin was entrusting his son to him. Striving to contain his excitement, he assured, rest assured, Minister Qin, we will take good care of Qin Yu and strive to nurture his development. At that moment, Tang Hui contemplated how Qin Yu's recent promotion to deputy section chief might soon lead to an advancement to full section chief. Minister Qin's schedule was demanding. He could only accommodate Tang Hui and his group for about 10 minutes. Despite the brevity of their meeting, it was enough to leave Tang Hui and the others exhilarated and invigorated. It was not until they had driven quite a distance that they began to regain their composure from the excitement. It felt almost surreal to have met Minister Qin today. The primary objective of the day was to visit the minister, and with the remaining time, everyone was free to engage in their own pursuits. Aside from awaiting a response from Dongda Petrochemical Group, Tang Hui and his associates were eager to cultivate connections and seek an early meeting with Vice President Zhao Xinhong. For Qin Yu, the day had concluded without any obligations. Tang Hui expressed his concern. Qin, since you have no further commitments today, and it's rare for you to return to Beijing, take the day off to spend some time with your parents and enjoy a dinner together. That sounds wonderful, Qin Yu replied. Thank you, Secretary. I will head home now and come by early tomorrow. Tang Hui reassured him. No need. There may not be any matters tomorrow. If something arises, we can contact you by phone. Make sure to rest well. With that, Qin Yu left home in high spirits. Knowing his son had returned, Qin Weidong arrived home around 6 in the evening, and the family gathered for dinner. After dinner, the father and son engaged in a lengthy conversation in the study. Following their discussion, Qin Weidong inquired, Son, It seems that your city, Luqing, has a significant interest in the project of Dongda Petrochemical Group. Qin Yu nodded in affirmation, replying, Secretary Tang dreams of securing this project. Our city of Luqing is fortunate to have a united leadership team. The city leaders seldom engage in rivalry anymore, as everyone is solely focused on economic development. Qin Weidong praised. Such a leadership team is commendable. We have some officials who lack unity, preoccupied only with vying for power and profit, which is unacceptable. Since Luqing's team is so cohesive, I shall extend my assistance to them. Qin Yu felt a surge of joy, but reminded Dad, won't this complicate matters for you? With unwavering confidence, Qin Weidong replied, It's merely a matter of a phone call, my son. You underestimate the influence of our Qin family. This is just a 15 billion project. It is merely a matter of placement. The executives at Dongda Petrochemical Group are eager to ally with us. We are merely providing them with an opportunity. Realizing the simplicity of the solution, Qin Yu refrained from further objections, his heart brimming with happiness. He even contemplated that if Secretary Tang were to learn of this, he would likely be so exhilarated that he would struggle to sleep tonight. Well, I shall inform him tomorrow. Let him enjoy a peaceful night's rest for now. Chapter 46. You remain unchanged, unyielding until the Yellow River. Upon rising early in the morning, Tang Hui noticed he seemed to have developed slight dark circles under his eyes. His slumber had been restless the previous night. While discomfort with the new bed contributed to his unrest, the predominant cause was the immense pressure weighing on his heart, as he spent the entire night contemplating how to secure the project for Dusher City. He had visited Minister Qin the day before to discuss the project, yet received no commitment of support, leaving Tang Hui uncertain. If necessary, he would pay another visit, imploring Minister Qin to at least make a connection with the Dongda Petrochemical Group. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, the group prepared for breakfast. Li Chenhua had arranged a sumptuous meal and made a special effort to invite everyone to the dining hall. Secretary Tang, breakfast is ready. Shall we proceed to enjoy it now? Tang Hui glanced at the time, noting it was nearly 7:50, not too early. He planned to visit his connections in the capital after breakfast, striving to leverage his network in pursuit of the project. As everyone settled at the table, just before they began to eat, Qin Yu appeared unexpectedly. Tang Hui, taken aback, quickly exclaimed, Xiao Qin, I could have given you the day off. Why become so early? Qin Yu, smiling playfully, replied, The breakfast here is quite delightful. I came specifically to partake. Recognizing the jest, Tang Hui warmly invited him. Please, take a seat. We haven't begun yet. They sat together, partaking in breakfast while discussing work-related matters. Tang Hui shared his plans for the day, primarily to visit some acquaintances at a certain ministry. Although these friends held modest ranks, their years of experience in the capital might connect him to senior figures at Dongda Petrochemical Group. With their assistance, there might be hope for the endeavor. However, just as they had only consumed half of their breakfast, Li Chenhua burst in with an expression of sheer astonishment. Secretary Tang, I bring monumental news. The Dongda Petrochemical Group just reached out to me. Vice President Zhao is available around 9:30 this morning to meet with you and discuss the project. What? Is this truly happening? The surprise struck Tang Hui so suddenly that he was momentarily speechless, before exclaiming in delight, Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. The repetition of his praise reflected his elation. Yin Li, Xiao Guoqiang, and the others also displayed their joy. It was indeed a remarkable turn of events. What once seemed hopeless had suddenly transformed into a promising opportunity. Amidst the jubilation, Tang Hui's keen mind began to ponder the implications of such a significant twist. It could not simply arise without reason. His gaze shifted to Qin Yu, who nodded slightly, revealing no intention to conceal the truth. Secretary, my father contacted the senior management at Dongda Petrochemical Group. I intended to inform you last night, but it was already past 9, and I feared it might disrupt your rest. Hence, I plan to share this good news with you over breakfast. So that was it. Minister Qin had intervened on his behalf, explaining the sudden change in circumstances. Tang Hui understood that the situation was nearly successful. As long as Luqing City did not fall short, the Dongda Petrochemical Group would allocate this project to Luqing City, if only to maintain Minister Qin's reputation. In an instant, Secretary Tang's face radiated with joy, and he appeared revitalized, Even the dark circles under his eyes vanished completely. Please convey my gratitude to your father, Qin Yu. Once we leave the Dongda Petrochemical Group, I would like to pay a visit to Minister Qin to express my thanks in person, Qin Yu replied. I will relay your message to my father. Secretary, it will take time to get there. Shall we depart a bit earlier? They mentioned they would be available at 9:30 in the morning, so arriving early would be appropriate, as waiting patiently is a form of respect. Tang Hui's demeanor and spirit were commendable. Indeed, Xiao Qin is right. Director Li, let us set off in 10 minutes. Please arrange the vehicles. Li Changhua hurried to make the necessary arrangements, while the others hastened their breakfast, aware that their time to eat was limited and departure was imminent. Under Tang Hui's leadership, they arrived at the Dongda Petrochemical Group headquarters around 9 o'clock in the morning. They stated their purpose and were smoothly granted entry into the opulent office building. Upon entering, one was greeted by a grand hall spanning over 1,000 square meters, with a floor so polished it reflected one's silhouette, seemingly declaring to all that the Dongda Petrochemical Group was affluent. Qin Yu glanced up at the enormous, resplendent crystal chandelier at the center of the hall, contemplating that such a fixture must have cost a fortune. The hall was expansive, featuring several elevators, the striking Dongda Petrochemical Group logo, and a pleasant lounge area furnished with imported leather sofas and coffee tables, where one could enjoy tea or coffee while engaging in relaxed conversation. To his astonishment, Tang Hui spotted a group from Yuebei City, led by the vice mayor Wu Guoquan, a classmate from the Central Party School. Wu recognized Tang Hui and approached with a beaming smile. Tang Hui, you truly came. Tang Hui replied, Indeed, like you, we are determined to secure this project. With Minister Qin Weidong's introduction facilitating connections with the higher-ups at Dongda Petrochemical Group, Tang Hui felt a surge of confidence. Their encounter was charged with an unspoken tension. Although Wu Guoquan wore a friendly expression, his words were pointed. I warned you not to waste your time, but you would not listen. To be frank, we are here today for a second round of negotiations with Vice President Zhao Xinhong, scheduled for 10 o'clock. Our first round went exceedingly well, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall sign the formal cooperation agreement after the second round. The implication was clear. They were on the verge of finalizing an agreement, and Luqing City ought not to intrude, as it would be futile. Tang Hui's expression remained unchanged, his smile unwavering. My friend, you have yet to sign the formal agreement. I believe we still have a chance. Wu Guoquan chuckled heartily, gently patting Tang Hui on the shoulder, remarking, You remain ever the same. Relentless until you reach the Yellow River. Tang Hui replied, This is called perseverance. The two exchanged a few words, appearing as old friends, their laughter echoing intermittently. Yet, upon closer examination, one could discern an undercurrent of tension. Tang Hui shook hands with Wu Guoquan, saying, Old classmate, I shall not detain you any longer. Vice President Zhao is waiting to meet us. Wu Guoquan harbored doubts, convinced that Tang Hui was merely embellishing his own importance, as it seemed improbable that such a prominent figure as Zhao Xin would be awaiting their arrival. As he watched Tang Hui and his party enter the elevator, Wu Guoquan smiled, dismissing the matter entirely, for he was certain the project would be awarded to Yuebei City and that the formal agreement would be signed today. Upon reaching the floor of Vice President Zhao's office, they were received by staff members, having previously arranged the meeting via phone. They were temporarily ushered into a reception room, where they sipped tea while awaiting their turn. The passage of time felt interminable. Approximately half an hour later, a middle-aged man entered, clad in a white shirt and tie, with a square face, followed by several associates. The formidable aura he exuded led Qin Yu to surmise that this was Zhao Xin, the executive vice president of Dongda Petrochemical Group and the individual responsible for the 15 billion investment in the petrochemical project. Qin Yu, along with the others, stood in respect. Tang Hui rose to greet him, stepping forward and introducing himself. Vice President Zhao, I am Tang Hui from Luqing. Zhao Xin nodded slightly, extending his right hand in a gesture of warmth. Secretary Tang, welcome, welcome. Initially, Zhao Xin had no intention of meeting with Tang Hui and his companions, viewing an ordinary municipal party secretary from a prefectural city with little regard. However, After receiving a call from Qin Yu the previous night, his perspective shifted dramatically. Despite a packed schedule that morning, he made the effort to reschedule certain commitments in order to accommodate Tang Hui and his party. After all, one must honor the stature of the Qin family. That morning, Zhao Xin even visited the office of the group's president, having already conferred with him. Their opinions aligned perfectly. As long as Luqing's conditions were not excessively unfavorable, the project would indeed be allocated there. In this circumstance, granting face to Minister Qin, while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to align with the influential Qin family, was a prospect too advantageous to overlook. A sum of 15 billion, while not particularly substantial for the financially robust Dongda Petrochemical Group, could yield significant benefits in terms of future favor from the Qin family. Chapter 47. An enthralling introduction of Qin Yu. Tang Hui was slightly taken aback, not expecting Vice President Zhao to be so cordial. It became evident almost instantaneously that this warmth was due to Minister Qin's influence. Otherwise, what justified such courtesy? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tang Hui promptly got to the crux of the matter. President Zhao, our primary objective this time revolves around the 15 billion petrochemical project. We are sincerely committed and hope your esteemed group will consider placing the project in Luqing. Zhao Xinhai nodded slightly. Secretary Tang, please elaborate on the advantages Luqing possesses in this regard. Although Minister Qin's reputation was significant, if Luqing's conditions were subpar, he would certainly reconsider. At the very least, the conditions should be satisfactory. Tang Hui had already prepared for this discussion and had reviewed the relevant materials, formulating some persuasive points. He began his presentation. Zhao Xinhai listened intently, jotting down notes on his notepad, seemingly engrossed in the details. After a few minutes, Zhao Xinhai inquired, Secretary Tang, could you provide more specifics? Perhaps some concrete data? Regarding that, specifics would necessitate consulting the documents, so he gestured for Qin Yu to retrieve the prepared materials from his briefcase. However, the completeness of the materials was secondary. The essential concern was that rummaging through documents in front of others could appear somewhat disorganized. Qin Yu proactively offered, Leader, may I supplement President Zhao with additional information? Tang Hui hesitated for a brief moment, sensing Qin Yu's unwavering confidence, and ultimately acquiesced. President Zhao, let Qin Yu provide some supplementary data. The youth possesses a good memory and may recall certain figures quite clearly. Zhao Xinhai did not oppose this, but rather extended an opportunity to the young man. Qin Yu's voice resonated clearly as he began to present specifics. Before long, everyone was astonished to discover that his thoughts were remarkably coherent, as if he had thoroughly prepared for this discussion. Each statistic he presented was precise. For instance, when detailing Luqing's total population, he provided figures accurate to the 100th place. Whether discussing GDP totals or economic growth rates, his accuracy was commendable. Zhao Xinhai's impression of Qin Yu deepened significantly. This young man was impressive, displaying neither nervousness nor ambiguity, effortlessly recalling each figure with clarity. Truly remarkable. He nearly gave a mental thumbs up. In his experience, many young individuals tended to be so anxious in his presence that they struggled to articulate a complete sentence. This young man was entirely different. Initially, Tang Hui felt a twinge of anxiety when he agreed to let Qin Yu speak, fearing he might falter. However, he now felt a sense of relief wash over him. He thought to himself, I didn't realize that young Qin had invested so much effort in committing all these details to memory. In truth, he had slightly misjudged the situation. There had been no deliberate effort on Qin Yu's part to memorize everything. After Qin Yu's body underwent enhancement, not only did his strength and stamina experience a remarkable boost, but his physique also became flawless. His reflexes and mental acuity soared to unparalleled heights, accompanied by sharp intellect and almost photographic memory. In his leisure time, he occasionally perused various materials, documents, and files, embedding a wealth of information about Deer City into his mind. Now, with effortless ease, he articulated his thoughts, exuding a sense of mastery. In the spacious reception room, his resonant voice echoed, captivating the attention of all present, including Zhao Xin, who listened intently and diligently took notes. Time slipped away unnoticed. After a solid 20 minutes, Qin Yu offered a comprehensive introduction to Deer City, highlighting an array of advantages that set it apart. His foresight, surpassing that of others by 2 or 3 decades, allowed him to perceive matters from a remarkable distance. A gift not commonly possessed. Merely from Qin Yu's presentation, without having visited Deer City, Zhao Xin was already swayed. Upon the conclusion of the introduction, he was the first to initiate applause, which soon resonated throughout the room. On the same floor, just separated by a tea room, Wu Guoquan and his team awaited in another reception room. He had an appointment with the Dongda Petrochemical Group, scheduled for around 10 o'clock, where Vice President Zhao would engage in discussions. With only 7 or 8 minutes remaining until the meeting, Wu's curiosity was piqued by the sound of applause. He quickly suppressed his intrigue and adjusted his tie and shirt. As Qin Yu concluded his captivating presentation, Zhao Xin led the applause. Once the clapping subsided, he praised. "Young comrade, your name is Qin Yu, the secretary of Secretary Tang, correct?" "Hello, President Zhao. I am Qin Yu." "Well done, young comrade. Thank you for such an outstanding introduction. Your words have truly resonated with me," Zhao Xin replied. "Thank you for your kind words, President Zhao. I acknowledge that my presentation had its shortcomings, and I hope you will overlook them," Qin Yu responded humbly. "Such humility and prudence in a young person. Commendable indeed," Zhao Xin remarked, contemplating the potential of this exceptional talent. He pondered whether it might be possible to recruit such a gifted individual for the president's office, recognizing the need for outstanding personnel. However, it was time to address the matter at hand. Acknowledging the presence of Tang Hui, Zhao Xin shifted the conversation. "Secretary Tang, having listened to Secretary Qin's introduction, Deer City certainly appears promising. If there is no exaggeration, I personally have no objections to investing in Deer City." "What? Has he made a declaration already?" Tang Hui felt a surge of joy, akin to being struck by a windfall, and promptly assured President Zhao, "Rest assured, young Qin has not exaggerated in the slightest. All he has presented is the unvarnished truth. On behalf of Deer City, I extend my gratitude." Zhao Xing and Zipli, "I have no objections personally, but we must still follow procedure. I will dispatch a team for an on-site inspection. Once the assessment confirms that the reality aligns with your presentation, we can proceed to sign a formal contract." Certainly, certainly." Tang Hui repeatedly expressed his delight with 2 affirmative responses, revealing his current state of joy. Just as he was about to articulate further thoughts, his secretary interjected, "Director, according to the schedule, you are to meet with Vice Mayor Wu of Yuebei City at 10 o'clock. The time has arrived, may I suggest?" Zhao Xinhai waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This meeting is to be cancelled. I wish to have further discussions with Secretary Tang and the others. Furthermore, all subsequent meetings regarding this project are hereby cancelled. I shall not meet with any city officials for the time being." The secretary promptly nodded, "Understood. I will make the arrangements." As Zhao's secretary exited the reception room, Tang Hui could hardly contain his joy. A sentiment mirrored on the faces of Yan Li and Xiao Guiqiang. Before their arrival in the capital, they felt immense competitive pressure and dared not harbor excessive expectations. Little did they anticipate such a pleasant turn of events. Zhao, the vice president, had publicly declared his intention to forego meetings with any city officials, implying that the project would essentially be settled in Luqing. Chapter 48. The project settles in Luqing. Wu Guoquan, accompanied by his team, awaited with optimism in the reception room. Taking advantage of the absence of representatives from Dongda Petrochemical Group, they engaged in light-hearted conversation, each person appearing at ease. As they were largely aware that barring any unforeseen circumstances, this investment of 15 billion would indeed be established in Yuebei City. Mayor Wu, should this deal materialize, it will mark Yuebei City's second project exceeding 100 billion this year, one remarked. Even for a vice-provincial city, such monumental projects were rare in 2001. The year's largest endeavor had been secured through the mayor's personal efforts. Wu Wuquan would become the second individual this year to finalize a 100 billion project, and the thought filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. This achievement would significantly enhance his career prospects and serve as a noteworthy addition to his profile for promotion within the municipal committee. However, As the clock ticked past 10 o'clock, specifically 6 or 7 minutes passed, concern began to creep in. A delay of 2 or 3 minutes might be normal. Yet for such a large corporation, a tardiness of 6 or 7 minutes appeared rather unusual. Gradually, Wu Guoquan felt a sense of unease. After a few more minutes, footsteps were finally heard outside the door. Wu Guoquan cleared his throat to alert everyone, then stood to greet the incoming guests. Presumably, Vice President Zhao and his colleagues were arriving. Yet he was soon taken aback. Only one individual entered, devoid of Zhao Xinhong and the others. The staff member announced, "Mayor Wu, the meeting has been canceled. You may return." What? Canceled abruptly? Wu Guoquan was taken aback, particularly as no rescheduling had been mentioned. Growing restless, he inquired, "Comrade, has President Zhao encountered an urgent matter that necessitated this cancellation?" The staff member replied, "No, the project is essentially confirmed. You may leave. Do not waste any more time." Wu Guoquan opened his mouth to say more, but upon realizing the individual before him was of a low rank, he refrained. After watching the staff member exit, Wu Guoquan sat down in silence, his agitation manifesting in a series of deep, contemplative puffs of smoke. Those familiar with him knew that the mayor was not in a good mood, his irritation palpable. With the leader's discontent, none dared to provoke him. The atmosphere grew tense and quiet. After finishing 3 cigarettes, Wu Guoquan finally rose, gesturing for his team, "Let us return for now." All he could do was strategize. Although he longed to call Zhao Xinhong directly, he restrained himself, nurturing a glimmer of hope. Provoking the president's ire could extinguish any chances altogether. He resolved to explore connections and channels to discreetly ascertain the situation, as he was reluctant to abandon this project so easily. As they exited the reception room and descended to the lobby via the elevator, Wu Guoquan halted abruptly after taking a few steps. Outside the grand hall, 2 vehicles were parked, with Tang Hui and his companions preparing to board. Zhao Xinhai's secretary was exchanging handshakes with them. Observing this scene, a thought suddenly surged in Wu Guoquan's mind. Could it be that Luqing had secured the project? Otherwise, why would the Secretary of President, Zhao, be so warmly sending them off? As he watched the cars depart, Wu Guoquan's suspicions were further solidified. Despite his skepticism regarding Luqing, the evidence was undeniable. The close aide's enthusiastic farewell spoke volumes. In stark contrast to Wu Guoquan's contemplative demeanor, Tang Hui was brimming with elation. Moments ago at Dongda Petrochemical Group, he had been suppressing his excitement, but now, surrounded by familiar faces in the vehicle, he felt no need for restraint. His joy was apparent, and he praised, "Xiaoqin, today you must take the lead in credit. Who would have thought your words would compel President Zhao to decisively award this project to us in Luqing?" Yin Li, sharing the ride, chimed in indeed. Director Qin's introduction was truly remarkable. It seems he had put in considerable effort beforehand. Tang Hui continued, "Once this project is fully established, we shall reward those who contributed significantly." Qin Yu humbly replied, "Leader, it was primarily your excellent initiation. I merely elaborated on the advantages our city has to offer." Tang Hui laughed heartily and glanced at the time. "Let us return to the hotel. We must celebrate this afternoon." He added, "Tomorrow we head back to Luqing. The afternoon will be free for those wishing to visit friends." Tang Hui had already planned to use the afternoon to meet a few friends in the capital, hoping to strengthen their relationships over dinner that evening. However, just as he was preparing to leave, he received a call from Wu Guoquan. "Old Tang, are you free? I have some fine tea. Let us enjoy a cup and have a chat." Tang Hui, being astute, sensed that his old classmate's sudden invitation for tea was likely related to the project. Thus, he decided to decline, not wishing to entertain whatever plans Wu Guoquan had in mind, knowing they would not bode well. "Old Wu, I'm afraid I can't. My afternoon is fully booked," he replied. Wu Guoquan was not easily deterred. "How about tonight? It's been ages since we gathered. I have a fine bottle of wine we could share." Tang Hui maintained his polite refusal, stating, "Unfortunately, I have plans this evening as well. Perhaps another time. I'll treat you then." After being turned down twice, Wu Guoquan realized the futility of his attempts. Knowing Tang Hui would not meet him, he made some casual remarks before reluctantly ending the call. Tang Hui did not dwell on the conversation, Deputy President Zhao had already made a commitment, which was unlikely to be retracted. It is quite evident that he is showing deference to the Qin family. To retract his words would be tantamount to striking a blow to their pride. A scenario that seems highly improbable. In the afternoon, Tang Hui paid visits to some acquaintances in the capital, and in the evening, he hosted a banquet to foster camaraderie over food and drink. He nearly succumbed to inebriation, returning to his hotel to sleep soundly. One must acknowledge that Tang Hui possesses commendable drinking habits. When intoxicated, he merely desires slumber, awakening refreshed and untroubled. This stands in stark contrast to certain individuals who, lacking in both skill and moderation, engage in wild antics and extravagant behaviors when under the influence. Before indulging in spirits, I was of looching. After partaking, looching belongs to me. It was only after 9 o'clock in the morning that Tang Hui roused himself. After splashing his face with cold water, he found that aside from the need to relieve himself, he felt remarkably well, his mind clear. Upon completing his morning routine, he glanced at the time. It was 27 minutes past 9, and prepared to have a light meal of porridge when a knock resounded at the door. As for updates, they generally occur around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, with an aim to provide 3 updates. For those who enjoy this tale, a gentle nudge for updates would be appreciated. My heartfelt thanks to all. Chapter 49, The Exchange of Interests. Or perhaps not, it was Qin Yu who knocked on the door. He had arrived early that morning, anticipating that matters would be resolved smoothly, and he might return to Luqing without waiting for a call from Secretary Tang or Secretary Yin, taking the initiative to come over. Little did he know that just moments ago, Vice Mayor Wu of Yuebei City, accompanied by his secretary, had arrived at the hotel with a clear intention to seek out Secretary Tang. Secretary Yin and Deputy Mayor Xiao were there to receive him, while Qin Yu approached Secretary Tang to report the situation. Upon understanding the circumstances, Tang Hui smiled wryly. He had already declined Wu Guichuan's advances the previous day, yet unexpectedly, Wu was unwilling to concede and to come in person this morning. Since we cannot evade this, let us meet him, Tang Hui remarked, leading Qin Yu into the reception room to meet Wu Guichuan. Old Wu, you've come in person. Tang Hui greeted him warmly. The two men shook hands like old friends, engaging in polite small talk before Wu Guichuan steered the conversation toward the main issue. He had learned that the Dongda Petrochemical Group was interested in placing the project in Luqing. Initially incredulous, he could hardly believe that Luqing, inferior to Yuebei City in so many ways, could possibly be chosen for such an endeavor. After confirming the information repeatedly, he felt a sense of urgency, akin to having a sumptuous feast snatched from his plate. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that to reclaim this project, he must exert influence over Tang Hui. If Tang were to relinquish it, the project would revert to Yuebei City. Wu Guichuan felt confident in his ability to persuade Tang Hui and had devised a strategy. First, to appeal to emotions. Second, to promise certain benefits. He began with an emotional appeal. Old Tang, remember our days at the party school? We were the best of comrades. He spoke earnestly, recounting many events from their past that evoked fond memories of their time at the party school. This was merely the prelude. He then elaborated on the profound camaraderie they shared. Naturally, this led to the mention of the project. Old Tang, this project is crucial for my brothers and me. With it, I would have a significant achievement, bolstering my position in the Municipal Standing Committee. He spoke at length, with a singular aim, to persuade Tang Hui to abandon the project, for he desperately needed it. Tang Hui shook his head, visibly troubled. Old Wu, our Luqing is in dire need of this project. Yuebei City is affluent enough, and losing one project wouldn't be significant for you. Please, do not put me in a difficult position. Wu Guichuan understood that merely appealing to emotions would not suffice. He had anticipated this and was ready with his next step. After being declined, he said, Old Tang, I realize this puts you in a tough spot. How about this? He then proposed certain benefits, many of which would significantly favor Tang Hui personally. However, despite these enticing offers, Tang Hui shook his head once more, continuing to refuse. The two parties engaged in conversation for over an hour. Ultimately, Wu Guichuan, seeing no glimmer of hope, stood to leave, leaving behind these words. Old Tang, we are not without hope. The resources and channels in our Yuebei City are quite commendable. That being said, let us engage in fair competition. I must caution you that if we persuade Dongda Petrochemical Group to place this project in our Yuebei city, then the conditions I just promised will be rendered void. Think carefully about that. My phone is on 24 hours a day, Old Tang. If you come to a decision, feel free to call me anytime. Don't be dismissing these words without concern. With Minister Qin Weidong's assistance in liaising with Dongda Petrochemical Group, he felt quite confident, not at all worried that a cooked duck would fly away. After bidding farewell to Wu Guoquan, Tang Hui waved his hand and said, "Today we will return. I still need to head to the province to report this matter to the main leadership." Reporting was only one aspect. Tang Hui also sought to secure some policy support from the province to ensure the seamless implementation of this project in Luqing. Meanwhile, at Jiangdong University, Yang Xiaodi felt a tinge of irritation. Wang Zhangwen, the persistent suitor, lingered obstinately around her. Fortunately, she could occasionally exchange text messages or chat on the phone with Qin Yu, which slightly lifted her spirits. "Evening, it's Wang Zhangwen again," Su Lan remarked, her keen eyes spotting him near the cafeteria entrance. Yang Wandi frowned slightly, pondering how this fellow buzzed around her like a fly. She had made it abundantly clear on numerous occasions that there was absolutely no possibility between them, as she already had a boyfriend, yet he remained undeterred. What was supposed to be a simple meal at the cafeteria turned out to be a situation where Wang Zhangwen awaited her arrival. "Sulan, I'm not eating." "You go ahead," she stated. "Well then, you head back to the dormitory." Sulan, ever loyal, offered, "What do you wish to eat? I can pack something for you to take back." "I have no appetite. Just bring back something casual," Yang Wandi replied, suddenly feeling disinclined to eat upon seeing that insufferable Wang Zhangwen. As she turned to return to her dormitory, she sent a text to Qin Yu. "Brother Yu, have you landed? When are you coming back? That Wang Zhangwen is driving me insane, always pestering me." "Before long," Qin Yu replied, "I have just landed. I'll come over to have lunch with you." "Really?" Yang Wandi felt inexplicably delighted and responded, "I'll wait for you in the dormitory. Please come quickly." At that moment, Qin Yu had exited the airport and was already in the car. Tang Hui's plan was to head to the province immediately after disembarking, to report in person to Secretary Xia. Noticing Qin Yu engrossed in composing a text, presumably to his girlfriend, Tang Hui smiled slightly and said, "Little Qin, it's your day off today. Spend quality time with your girlfriend. I'll go to the province to report to Secretary Xia. You need not accompany me." "That is perfect," Qin Yu replied promptly. "Thank you, Secretary Tang. I'll head to Jiangdong University first. If you need me, just give me a call, and I'll come right over." "There is no need for concern. You may confidently accompany your girlfriend, for today will hold no troubles. We shall address everything tomorrow, as our return to Luqing is scheduled for then." Since Secretary Tang has granted himself a respite, Qin Yu hastened to Jiangdong University with utmost speed. Having not seen his girlfriend for quite some time, he felt a pang of longing. The hotel across from Jiangdong University is quite pleasant. He decided to stay there for the night, eager to engage in meaningful dialogue with Wan Di. Such profound yet accessible exchanges are indeed essential, and it is likely that Wan Di would appreciate such conversations. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Yu stepped into the campus of Jiangdong University. Chapter 50. Wang Zhangwen. If I cannot compete fairly, I shall resort to deception. Qin Yu walked through the verdant campus of Jiangdong University. Ah, how beautiful! May truly is the most enchanting month at Jiangdong University. Wow, that handsome gentleman is striking. Which major does he belong to? I long to acquire his contact information. Beautiful women invariably attract attention, and handsome men to a similar extent. As long as one possesses sufficient charm and charisma, they can captivate the gaze of numerous admirers wherever they go. Qin Yu was like a living focal point. In the brief span of time it took to stroll from the university gates to the dormitory of Yang Wandi, he found himself the subject of many admiring glances. There was no denying it. He was exceedingly handsome, only slightly less so than the most attractive readers. You're so quick," Yang Wandi remarked. "How can a man say he is quick?" Qin Yu replied teasingly. "Tonight, I plan to thoroughly punish you. Am I truly fast or slow?" He gently held his girlfriend's delicate hand, whispering softly in her ear, "Yang Wandi estx fluched arosi hue. There are so many people here. Please refrain from such comments." Qin Yu chuckled, having not seen his girlfriend for several days. She appeared even more beautiful now, with a hint of maturity that replaced her previous youthful innocence. A handsome man paired with a beautiful woman, and Yang Wandi was lauded as the most stunning campus belle in the history of Jiangdong University, attracting the attention of many. Qin Yu understood that in such a setting, he ought to refrain from overly flirtatious remarks. "Come, let us dine," he said, holding Yang Wandi's hand. "I have ample time this afternoon." "Really? That's wonderful," Yang Wandi exclaimed joyfully. "After dinner, I wish to visit the amusement park and watch a movie." "Certainly," Qin Yu assured her. "All your wishes will be fulfilled. I promise to ensure your happiness today." Hand in hand, they departed, leaving many gazes trailing after them. Whether male or female, numerous individuals engaged in hushed discussions. "I heard Yang Wandi has a boyfriend now. It seems to be true. Her boyfriend is so handsome. I wish I could have one like him." "Dream on. You're just daydreaming." Wang Jiangwen has been pursuing Yang Wandi. He must be heartbroken now that his goddess is with someone else. Wang Jiangwen is both ugly and overweight. If it weren't for his influential father, he wouldn't stand a chance with someone like Yang Wandi. "Keep your voice down. He might hear you." Wang Jiangwen despises being called ugly or short. Wang Jiangwen felt a twinge of frustration. Accompanied by two lackeys, he was dining at a restaurant on the back street of the school. Initially intending to eat at the cafeteria, his informant had alerted him that Yang Wandi and Su Lan had left their dormitory together to head to the cafeteria. Thus, he had arrived early to wait at the entrance. Sure enough, he soon spotted Yang Wandi and Su Lan approaching the cafeteria, laughing and chatting. However, upon seeing him, their smiles faded, and Yang Wandi promptly turned back to the dormitory, leaving only Su Lan to proceed to the cafeteria. This was quite disheartening. Yang Wandi had grown to loathe his presence. If it were another girl, he would have resorted to forceful measures long ago. However, this was Yang Wandi, whose family background overshadowed his own. Thus he dared not act recklessly and could only resort to flattery and conventional tactics. While he was irritably eating, his phone buzzed. "Young Master Wang, Yang Wandi's boyfriend has arrived and taken her out. They are now heading out of the school gate." Within the campus, Wang Jiangwen had cultivated numerous sycophants and followers who reported any disturbances to him. After receiving the call, Wang Jiangwen cursed in frustration. "I've been flattering her for so long. Yet Yang Wandi has never shown me a hint of kindness. The moment Qin Yu arrives, she happily goes out with him. It infuriates me." He longed to deal with Qin Yu, but considering the latter's prestigious family in the capital, he restrained himself. However, the restraint was becoming unbearable, especially when he envisioned Qin Yu holding hands with his goddess, dining, shopping, and watching movies together. It was a torment to his heart. "Young Master Wang, what is wrong?" A concerned follower noticed his unusual demeanor. Unable to contain his feelings any longer, Wang Jiangwen briefly shared his predicament. "Young Master, this cannot be tolerated. We must take action against him." Wang Jiangwen expressed his concerns. "I want to deal with him. I would love nothing more than to eliminate him. But his family background is not to be trifled with. There is always a way," his follower insisted. "We cannot confront him openly, but surely we can act discreetly. In Jiangdong province, you are the top young master. It's your territory. Surely you can handle him." This reasoning seemed somewhat valid. Finding an opportunity to discreetly deal with Qin Yu appeared feasible, and Wang Jiangwen began to ponder. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Yang Wandi enjoyed lunch together. With the entire afternoon free, they strolled hand in hand, visited an amusement park, and watched a movie, reveling in the joy of their time together. After the movie, it was already past 10 in the evening. Qin Yu wrapped his arms around his girlfriend's slender waist and said, "Wandi, let us stay at a hotel tonight. The one across from your school. The environment is quite pleasant." Yang Wandi hesitated slightly, "But I shouldn't skip returning to the dormitory tonight. It feels a bit inappropriate." Qin Yu reassured her, "What is inappropriate about it? You're in your senior year, about to graduate. It's perfectly normal to skip the dormitory occasionally." "Oh no, don't be so reckless," Yang Wandi exclaimed suddenly. "Every time you hug me, your hands seem to have a mind of their own, swiftly venturing to places they shouldn't." Qin Yu chuckled. "I'll be more careful next time, I promise. Come on, let us take a cab to the hotel." The hotel was indeed nice. Even at 10 in the evening, the lobby was bustling with young couples from Jiangdong University. Qin Yu checked into a luxurious suite, equipped with a spacious bathroom and a double bathtub. Why the double bathtub? He mused. After a long day filled with activities, wouldn't it be refreshing to indulge in a thorough wash and soak? In places such as the back, which one cannot easily wash oneself, assistance is often required. Thus a double bathtub proves to be much more convenient. After securing a room, Qin Yu led the blushing Yang Wandi into the elevator. That must be Yang Wandi. Her boyfriend is indeed fortunate. If my girlfriend were as beautiful, I would toil endlessly for her. At a certain club, Wang Jiangwen had just finished a game of poker with a young female technician and was indulging in a cigarette when his phone, resting nearby, began to ring. Upon picking it up, he saw it was a call from one of his subordinates. As soon as the call connected, the subordinate reported, "Young Master Wang, I just spotted Yang Wandi entering a hotel across from our school with her boyfriend. They must have checked in there." In an instant, Wang Jiangwen's heart ached, realizing that his goddess was checking into a hotel with another man. Chapter 51. There is no such thing as attacking the police. I simply call it striking someone. At this moment, Qin Yu remains unaware of Wang Jiangwen's underhanded intentions. However, even if he were to learn of them, he would harbor no fear, perhaps even remarking that this fellow is courting death. The room is opulent, the surroundings delightful. After a day of exploration, Yang Wandi feels fatigued and collapses onto the plush bed, exclaiming, "I'm utterly exhausted." Qin Yu, on the other hand, is in fine form, for his physical condition is commendable. After lying on the bed for a spell, Yang Wandi, her cheeks slightly flushed, inquires, "Brother Yu, should you bathe first, or shall I?" Qin Yu reclines beside Yang Wandi and responds, "Why not both? I notice that the bathtub is quite spacious. It's a double tub." "Oh dear, you're being mischievous again." Your hands seem to possess an uncanny sense of direction. How do you find everything so accurately? Qin Yu chuckles. "Well, we are like an old married couple, naturally familiar with one another." "Who are you calling an old married couple?" "I'm not the least bit embarrassed," Yang Wandi retorts, her face still tinged with shyness. Just as the two are engrossed in intimate conversation, a knock reverberates from the door. Qin Yu furrows his brow slightly. Who could that be? Can't they see that my girlfriend and I are about to bathe? In a bureaucratic environment, lacking awareness could spell disaster. One might struggle to find sustenance if they cannot navigate social cues. "Who is it?" he calls out, exasperated. The voice from outside replies, "Good evening. I am from the housekeeping department. The guests on the floor below have reported a leak in your bathroom. I need to come in and check." Qin Yu possesses keen hearing. Even through the door, he discerns that there are not one but 4 individuals outside, each with distinct breathing patterns. What is going on? Moreover, the excuse from the housekeeping staff is rather flimsy. In a star-rated hotel, how could there possibly be a bathroom leak? "Sir, please open the door. It will only take a minute or two." After a prolonged silence, the voice persists. Yang Wandi senses something amiss and inquires with concern, "Brother, is there a problem?" "Yes." Qin Yu replies with a slight nod. Speaking softly, "Something feels off. It seems they are targeting us." Yang Wandi asks, "Should we open the door?" Qin Yu advises, "Let us not open it. If we do, they might kick it down. I'll open the door, and you be ready to act. Don't let them intimidate you." Yang Wandi nods, retrieving her phone, prepared to call for help at the first sign of trouble. The Yang family still holds considerable influence in Jiangdong province, with several senior officials associated with them, including a member of the city committee and a former bodyguard to the elder Yang, who once commanded the provincial military district. With a knowing glance, Qin Yu opens the door just before the intruders can kick it down. The door barely creaks open before it is forcefully shoved wide, allowing 3 police officers to stride in. The leading officer flashes his identification and states, "We have received reports of illicit activities taking place here. You two will need to accompany us." Xiao Zhang, confiscate their phones and handcuff them. Qin Yu smiled, instantly discerning the nature of the situation. This was not a mere crackdown on illicit activities, but a targeted assault on himself. The presence of police officers prepared to charge into action indicated considerable backing, likely from official channels. Who could it be? It must be Wang Jiangwen. Qin Yu's astuteness shone through as he quickly identified the puppet master behind scenes. As he observed the young officer retrieving handcuffs and preparing to confiscate his phone, Qin Yu stepped back 2 paces, adopting a serious demeanor. Is this how you apprehend individuals involved in illicit activities? Without inquiring names or checking identification, you proceed directly to arrest? This is highly unprofessional. The lead officer, fueled by indignation, retorted, "We know how to handle cases without your guidance. Cuff him and take him back to the station for further questioning." He had received a call directly from Wang Jiangwen, the son of the provincial deputy secretary, the most prominent young man in Jiangdong. The message was clear. There were individuals in room XXX of this hotel engaged in illicit activities, and he was tasked with bringing them in for a thorough reprimand. The officer, Sun Quan, a deputy captain in the Hushi district branch of the provincial city, had met Wang Jiangwen by chance and was eager to ingratiate himself with the young master. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. With a call from Wang Jiangwen, Sun Quan was invigorated and, accompanied by two subordinates, rushed to make the arrest. Having served as a police officer for many years, he recognized that this was not merely a case of illicit activities. It was likely that Wang Jiangwen sought to use him to deal with a particular individual. Upon entering the room and seeing Qin Yu and Yang Wandi, his suspicions were confirmed. The girl was strikingly beautiful, and it was evident Wang Jiangwen had taken an interest in her. Without further ado, he signaled for the arrest, bypassing the usual protocols. "What are you waiting for? Xiao Zhang? Handcuff him." Xiao Zhang nodded, one hand grasping the handcuffs while the other reached for Qin Yu's wrist, intent on securing him. However, Qin Yu was uncooperative, evading the grasp and issuing a warning. "Are you certain you wish to proceed? I am the secretary to the secretary of the Municipal Committee of Luqing." Sun Quan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly dismissed the claim with derision. The secretary of the municipal committee was insignificant in comparison to Wang Jiangwen's father, the provincial deputy secretary. The person Wang Jiangwen aimed to address was clearly no common individual. Thus, Sun Quan waved dismissively, "I care not who you are. Please cooperate with our law enforcement. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Li, apprehend him together." The two young officers positioned themselves, ready to make the arrest. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu's reflexes were lightning fast. He seized the handcuffs and, with a decisive click, secured one cuff onto Xiao Zhang's wrist, then swiftly cuffed Xiao Li's left hand as well. In one deft motion, he had effectively restrained both officers. Fury ignited within Sun Quan as he pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Yu, warning, "You are assaulting an officer and will bear legal consequences. Do you believe I want to lock you up? Lock me up? How absurd." Qin Yu delivered a resounding slap to Sun Quan's face, the force of which caused his cheek to flush visibly. The unexpected blow left Sun Quan momentarily dazed. "Having served in the police force for over a decade, I have encountered individuals bold enough to strike an officer. However, I have never faced anyone audacious enough to slap a policeman across the face." The sting of the blow left a burning sensation on my cheek, and in a fit of rage, Sun Quan instinctively reached for his firearm. Yet, just as his fingers grazed the holster, another resounding slap landed on the opposite side of his face, nearly rendering him unconscious. This was no mere slap. It felt akin to being struck by a freight train. Qin Yu issued a stern warning, "Try drawing your weapon, and I shall immediately contact Governor Zhu to investigate who has instigated this behavior." When an ordinary citizen assaults a police officer, it constitutes an attack on law enforcement. Yet, when Qin Yu retaliates, even if it is merely a slap, it is regarded as nothing more than an act of aggression, devoid of consequence. Casting a warning glance at Sun Quan, Qin Yu promptly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Governor Zhu's number. This incident must be escalated. Not only must Wang Jiangwen be implicated, but it is also imperative to expose Wang Zhaoqing. It is time to see how this deputy secretary of the provincial committee will navigate his downfall. Chapter 52. The more serious. The bigger the issue, Sun Quan felt a twinge of panic, yet a flicker of disbelief lingered within him. Could the secretary of the municipal committee truly contact the provincial governor directly? His rank was not particularly high, and he was oblivious to such matters. Surely, it wasn't possible. This fellow was likely just trying to intimidate him. With this thought, his anxiety began to dissipate. Qin Yu dialed Zhu Mingxiang's number and stated directly, "Uncle Zhu, I am at the XXX Hotel opposite Jiangdong University. Someone is attempting to harm me." He succinctly conveyed the situation over the phone, emphasizing its severity without hesitation. What? Zhu Mingqiang exclaimed, incredulous. In Jiangdong province, on his own turf, someone dared to target Qin Yu? This was utterly outrageous. Minister Qin had repeatedly instructed him to keep a close watch over Qin Yu in Luqing, even if Minister Qin had not specifically mentioned it. Zhu Mingqiang felt an undeniable obligation. After all, Qin Yu was the third generation of the Qin family, the legitimate grandson of the esteemed leader. After hanging up, Zhu Mingqiang was seething with rage. He immediately made several calls, the first to the head of the Provincial Public Security Bureau, followed by a call to the mayor of the provincial capital. Meanwhile, Sun Quan observed Qin Yu concluding his call, everything appearing quite credible. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Could this young man truly be contacting the provincial governor? Surely not. How could a municipal committee secretary communicate directly with the governor? He must be trying to scare me. Listening to Sun Quan's inner thoughts, Qin Yu let out a cold smile, pocketing his phone. He looked at Sun Quan with a steely gaze and declared, I am aware that you are acting under orders to conspire against me. However, you shall be sorely disappointed. Not only will you three face the consequences, but the mastermind behind this will also not escape retribution. A shiver of inexplicable fear coursed through Sun Quan. Perhaps it was the formidable aura that Qin Yu exuded. He thought to himself, surely, it cannot be that severe. All of this is orchestrated by young Master Wang, who will undoubtedly ensure our safety. In response to such thoughts, Qin Yu mused internally. Indeed, the young Master Wang he speaks of must be Wang Jiansheng. To further validate his suspicions, Qin Yu remarked, do you think that by remaining silent, I would be unaware of who is behind this? It is Wang Jiansheng. Just watch how I deal with him. Sun Quan's heart sank. How did he know it was Wang Jiansheng? It felt as though his fate was sealed. This individual seemed extraordinary, his power rivaling that of young Master Wang. Lost in his thoughts, Sun Quan's phone rang, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from Wu Li, the head of the Heshi district branch. As a mere deputy captain, it was rare for the bureau chief to personally call him. Typically, it would be a vice chief or the captain reaching out. Seeing Wu's call filled Sun Quan with an ominous premonition, causing his heart to plummet. He hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds, steeling himself before answering. Adopting a sycophantic demeanor, he greeted, hello, Director Wu, this is Xiao Sunday. In the phone call, a barrage of curses erupted. Sun Quan, what on earth are you doing? If you wish to perish, do not drag us down with you. The phone was not on speaker, yet the volume was sufficient for Qin Yu to hear everything distinctly. The other 2 officers also caught the gist of the conversation, their expressions darkening with a singular thought. This is a complete mess. At that moment, Wu Li was furiously cursing over the phone while hastening towards them, for his subordinates had indeed stirred up a considerable ruckus. Although Wu Li remained somewhat oblivious to the specifics of the situation, he had already received calls from the provincial and municipal leaders, and the personal call from a provincial standing committee member had nearly terrified him into submission. In no time, Wu Li rushed over personally, transitioning from a foul-mouthed phone call to an earnest apology upon entering the hotel room. Secretary Qin, greetings. I am Wu Li from the Heshi District Bureau. I sincerely apologize for the chaos caused by my subordinates. Rest assured, we will address this matter with the seriousness it warrants. Qin Yu replied coolly, take these 3 away. My recommendation is immediate dismissal from the police force. If you lack the authority to decide, please consult your superiors. Yes, yes, Wu Li nodded obsequiously. With calls from high-ranking officials, it was evident that Secretary Qin was not an ordinary individual. The hotel manager had already arrived, yet Qin Yu had no inclination to engage with him, nor did he have the opportunity to speak. Only after the officers had departed did the manager timidly approach to apologize and offer to change their room. They were moved to a more luxurious suite, featuring a grander bathroom and a strikingly large imported double bathtub. Finally, tranquility enveloped the space. Qin Yu inquired with concern, Wang Di, were you frightened just now? Yang Wandi replied, not really. Since you had warned me that someone was plotting against us, I was less afraid. She expressed her indignation. Who is so vile as to use the police to accuse us of selling silver? It infuriated her, as she thought. How could anyone think I would engage in such a thing given my beauty? Qin Yu analyzed. If I'm not mistaken, It is most likely Wang Jiangwen. Upon hearing this, Yang Wandi's anger flared even more. It's Wang Jiangwen. Qin Yu reassured her. Let us not dwell on that scoundrel for now. I will take care of him. For now, it's getting late. Let us take a bath and get some rest. Yang Wandi glanced at the clock. It was 11:30, indeed late. You go ahead and wash first, Qin Yu suggested. With such a spacious bathroom and a splendid double bathtub equipped with massage features, it would be a waste for me to use it alone. Yang Wandi's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly responded. No, we should wash together. You would definitely misbehave otherwise. Inquired, what do you take me for? Am I truly that wicked? I merely wish for you to wash my hair. Replied, just washing your hair, really. Responded, yes. Please wash it thoroughly, ensuring it is immaculate and fragrant. Very well, conceded, her cheeks flushed, her heart racing with a hint of anxiety. Although they had long since been candid with one another, this was their first shared bathing experience. Thankfully, had agreed. There was no mischief intended, merely a request for assistance in washing his hair. However, it soon became apparent to the meaning behind the saying about a man's words being deceiving. In the bathroom, her delicate gasps began to transition into soft moans. Chapter 53. A botched scheme leaves Wang Jiangwen fuming near Jiangdong University. In an upscale villa, Wang Jiangwen awaited the outcome of his machinations. Though he knew his plan wouldn't deal a decisive blow to Qin Yu, he took perverse satisfaction in the thought of humiliating him, accusing him of soliciting prostitution. The mere idea brought a smirk to his face. By now, Sun Quan and his men should have hauled Qin Yu to the station. Wang had given explicit instructions. Confiscate Qin Yu's phone immediately, leaving him isolated and helpless, forced to endure a night behind bars. A twinge of guilt pricked at him when he thought of Yang Wandi. Such a beautiful girl, locked up in that wretched place. It must be unbearable. Should he make a call and have her released? No. If Yang Wandi were freed, she'd undoubtedly pull strings, and Qin Yu would walk free right after. All his efforts would be for nothing. She'd just have to suffer through the night. Little did Wang Jiangwen know, the woman he idolized was indeed suffering, drenched in sweat, crying out in agony. When the time seemed right, Wang dialed Sun Quan's number. But no connection. What the hell? Of all times to go unreachable. Frustrated, he dialed another number. This time, reaching a deputy director at the Hushi District Bureau. Director Liao still awake? You flatter me. Young Master Wang, Deputy Director Liao replied, his voice tense. How could I sleep? The Bureau's in chaos. Director Wu is furious. He has called an emergency meeting for all senior staff. An emergency meeting? A cold dread slithered into Wang Jiangwen's gut. Director Liao, a midnight meeting must mean serious trouble. Any chance you could share what is going on? Liao didn't hold back, his tone edged with irritation. Sun Quan, whom I believe you know, arrested Secretary Qin, the aide to Secretary Tang of Luching City, on prostitution charges. And not only that, Secretary Qin has powerful connections. As Liao relayed the details, Wang Jiangwen's stomach sank. The plan had backfired spectacularly. Idiots. Absolute incompetence. How could they bumble something so simple? A new fear gripped him. If this blew back on him, his family's influence was no match for Qin Yu's. He only dared to scheme in the shadows. Direct confrontation was unthinkable. Sun Quan wouldn't dare implicate me. He has been a cop long enough to know what to keep quiet about. If he breathes a word, I'll ruin him in Jiangdong province. Reassured by this thought, Wang's anxiety eased slightly, only to be replaced by simmering frustration. What should have been foolproof had collapsed into disaster. Useless. Utterly useless. The next day, around 10 o'clock in the morning, Wang Zhaoqing, the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee, was reviewing several documents when his secretary knocked and entered. Leader, Secretary Shah's office is called, requesting your presence immediately. He has a matter to discuss with you. With no time to lose, Wang Zhaoqing hastily set down his pen and made his way to Secretary Shah's office. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find several individuals already present, including Governor Zhu Mingqiang and, unexpectedly, Tang Hui from Luching, along with his secretary. What could this mean? Could Secretary Shah's discussion pertain to Luching? Perhaps it concerns the project of Donda Petrochemical Group. He had learned just yesterday that Tang Hui had nearly finalized the project, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, Dongda Petrochemical Group would invest $15 billion to establish a leading petrochemical super factory in Luqing. However, Wang Xiaoqing was merely the deputy secretary in charge of party building and ideological work, not the executive vice governor. Why had Secretary Xia summoned him? Despite his confusion, he greeted them. Secretary Xia, Governor Zhu, good day. Secretary Xia's expression was somewhat grave. He merely gestured for Wang Xiaoqing to take a seat on the sofa, then said, Old Zhu, please explain the situation briefly. Zhu Mingqiang nodded slightly and remarked, Secretary Xiaoqing, it appears you are not yet aware of what has transpired. I truly have no knowledge of the matter, Wang Xiaoqing replied. Zhu Mingqiang proceeded to explain, last night, around 10 o'clock, your son instructed a deputy captain from the Hushi District Bureau to apprehend Qin Yu and his girlfriend under the pretense of selling illicit goods. He summarized the situation succinctly. The nature of this incident is exceedingly serious. Certain individuals within the police have become subservient to others. Secretary Xia and I have discussed this, and our consensus is clear. It must be dealt with sternly, and your son is required to issue a formal apology to the parties involved. What? That reckless fool actually committed such a foolish act. Wang Xiaoqing was taken aback, feeling a surge of anger towards his son, Wang Jiangwen. This was utterly outrageous. He had never encountered such a disastrous situation. Wang Xiaoqing was the representative and leader of the local faction in Jiangdong province, supported by several provincial committee members, which had previously given him a formidable position. However, it was now abundantly clear that Secretary Xia and Governor Zhu had allied against him. The unity of the top two leaders rendered his power ineffective. Rumors had even reached higher authorities, accusing Wang Xiaoqing of undermining the unity of the team and defying the party's leadership. Just a few days ago, an old leader from the capital had called him, reprimanding him to be mindful of his conduct and to maintain unity. Otherwise, he could not safeguard Wang Xiaoqing's position. This added immense pressure on him, making it clear that he needed to temper his actions, yet he never anticipated such a situation would arise. He had warned his son about Qin Yu's powerful background and advised against provoking him, yet Wang Jiangwen had disregarded his counsel and acted with such folly. Though he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards that ungrateful son, Wang Xiaoqing understood that he could not shield him nor speak in his favor. He had to maintain a certain composure. First and foremost, he immediately offered an apology, addressing Secretary Xia and Governor Zhu. On behalf of that ungrateful son, I extend my sincerest apologies to the organization. It is my failure in discipline that has led to such an unfortunate incident. Rest assured, following this event, I will enforce stricter supervision to ensure that similar occurrences do not transpire again. I am in complete agreement with treating this matter with the utmost seriousness. If certain officers are found to be unqualified, they shall be dismissed from the police force. Truly, the old fox knew that he only needed to impose strict discipline on his son, while the unfortunate fate of those officers was sealed with immediate dismissal. Chapter 54. A demand for a face-to-face apology and Wang Jiangwen's expulsion. Zhu Mingqiang, capable of attaining the position of governor, was undoubtedly not an ordinary figure. He immediately discerned the underlying message in Wang Xiaoqing's words. Secretary Xiaoqing, he stated, Wang Jiangwen's actions have had a profoundly negative impact. He must offer a formal apology to Comrade Qin Yu in person. As a member of the Qin family, he felt compelled to advocate for Qin Yu. Wang Xiaoqing appeared somewhat hesitant and remained silent for the moment. Asking his son to apologize to Qin Yu face-to-face seemed implausible. He was acutely aware that his son had never faced any hardships in life. Demanding an apology from him would be akin to a death sentence. Secretary Xia, who had been quiet until then, finally spoke up. Comrade Xiaoqing, I believe Governor Mingqiang's request is entirely reasonable. When one errs, an apology to the aggrieved party is imperative. Moreover, I must address the shortcomings in your family's upbringing. I have heard on multiple occasions about your son's arrogant behavior, and his reputation leaves much to be desired. Should I hear such sentiments again, I shall feel compelled to discuss this matter with you in my capacity as class leader. Facing the top two officials, the pressure was immense. Furthermore, he was entirely in the wrong. Memories of a call from a leader in the capital just days prior flooded his mind. Reluctantly, Wang Xiaoqing nodded in agreement. You are both correct. I will ensure my son offers a sincere apology to Comrade Qin Yu in person. Did he believe this would suffice? That uttering an apology would resolve the matter? Such naivety. Even now, Qin Yu's fury had not subsided. After finally managing to secure a hotel room for a romantic evening with his girlfriend, the police arrived, citing his name, Puchong. How could he endure this? It was simply intolerable. He had to retaliate. Even if one were the provincial secretary, retribution was necessary. In the provincial secretary's office, where the top officials of the province convened, one might expect a certain level of trepidation from others, even those at the department level, who would likely hesitate to speak freely. Yet Qin Yu spoke up, his tone resolute. Secretary Wang, an apology alone is insufficient. Your son must be expelled from Jiangdong University. What? Expelled? The implication was dire. Without a university diploma, his prospects would suffer significantly. Wang Zhaoqing had aspirations for his son to secure a position within the system. With his influence, it was plausible that his son could eventually attain a departmental-level role, perhaps even ascend to provincial or ministerial ranks. Secretary Qin, I'm afraid that is not feasible. Wang Zhaoqing firmly rejected the notion, as if there were no room for negotiation. However, Qin Yu did not waver. He pressed on. Secretary Wang, this is non-negotiable. To my knowledge, your son scored only 250 on the college entrance examination. Such a score is far below the threshold for even junior college admission, let alone Jiangdong University. This university is among the nation's top institutions, with high admission standards. Countless students from humble backgrounds exert tremendous effort to gain entry. Yet your son, with a mere 250 points, gains admission effortlessly. Where's the fairness in that? Both Secretary Xia and Governor Zhu exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. As a prominent provincial leader, it is essential to uphold the fairness of education within the province, as this constitutes one of their responsibilities. Secretary Xia inquired, Xiaoqing, what exactly is going on? Qin Yu recounted the details of Wang Jiangwen's college entrance examination situation and the series of irregularities that facilitated his admission to Jiangdong University. At first glance, these actions appeared unobjectionable. However, upon closer inspection, they revealed significant discrepancies that blatantly contravened legal regulations. Upon hearing this, Secretary Xia's expression turned grave. Secretary Zhaoqing, is this truly the case? In defense of his son's prospects, Wang Zhaoqing stubbornly asserted, this is unfounded. Secretary Qin must have misunderstood, perhaps misled by hearsay. The reality diverges greatly from this portrayal. Zhu Mingxiang added, if there's a discrepancy, we ought to investigate thoroughly. The innocent will clear their name. Secretary Xia expressed his full agreement, urging, then let us conduct an inquiry. Secretary Zhaoqing, what is your stance on this matter? In such a situation, what more could Wang Zhaoqing do? Though seething with indignation internally, he dared not display it outwardly and begrudgingly conceded, very well. Let the organization investigate and restore Jiangwen's reputation. After the discussion, Wang Zhaoqing stormed out, his fury barely concealed behind a facade of cordiality. However, upon returning to the office of the provincial deputy secretary, he shed his pretense, his face darkening with anger. He thought bitterly, Qin Yu, are you intent on eradicating me? Fine, you may have the upper hand this time, but beware of falling into my grasp in the future. Patience is a virtue. A great man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. There will be opportunities ahead, and when the tables turn, even with the Qin family behind you, I will seize my chance. What will others say then? Where, then, lies fairness and justice? Wang Zhaoqing pondered these thoughts for quite a while. By the way, where is that rebellious son of mine? He better return home at once. I shall see to it that he feels the sting of my belt. Meanwhile, Qin Yu lingered in the provincial secretary's office for a moment longer before departing alongside Tang Hui. Upon exiting the provincial compound, Tang Hui remarked, Xiaoqing, let us return to Luqing. I shall grant you a 2-day leave to spend quality time with your girlfriend. Qin Yu replied, Secretary, isn't that inappropriate? Don't you wavid dismissively. Nonsense. The world will continue to turn regardless of who is absent. Take a proper rest for 2 days. We shall reconvene next Monday. Today is Friday. With the weekend ahead, Tang Hui anticipated that his responsibilities would be manageable, thus allowing him to grant Qin Yu some time off. How delightful it would be to spend 2 days indulging in the company of his girlfriend. Qin Yu responded, "Secretary, I will return to Luqing on Sunday afternoon. I assure you it will not hinder our work on Monday." "No worries." Tang Hui reassured him. "You are young. Life should not be solely about work. Enjoy yourself a little." "All right then. Thank you, leader," Qin Yu replied cheerfully, waving goodbye to Tang Hui. In stark contrast to Qin Yu's buoyant spirits, Wang Jingwen felt a profound sense of unease, tinged with apprehension and concern. He received a call from his father, demanding that he return home immediately, regardless of his location. Through the phone, it was evident that his father was seething with anger. Wang Jingwen's mind raced with apprehension. What could have happened to provoke such fury? Could it be that his own misdeeds had been uncovered? Even if they had, surely his father would not overreact. After all, it was merely a trivial matter, and neither Qin Yu nor Yang Wandi had suffered any harm. What could possibly incite such wrath? With a heart full of trepidation, Wang Jingwen made his way home. Not long after his arrival, Wang Zhaoqing returned, his face a mask of fury, striking fear into all who beheld him. Wang Jingwen's voice trembled as he inquired, "Father, what is the matter?" Chapter 55. If apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for law? In a fit of rage, Wang Zhaoqing drew out his beloved Hermes belt without a moment's hesitation, unleashing a torrent of blows upon Wang Jingwen. Soon, anguished cries filled the air. "Father, are you insane? Ouch, that hurts terribly. Please do not strike my face." Wang Jingwen shrieked, his body marked with bruises, his visage no less spared. Just as he felt on the brink of demise, fortunately, his mother arrived, drawn by the commotion. "Old Wang, have you lost your mind? How can you treat your son in such a manner?" Wang's mother hurriedly snatched the belt from Wang Zhaoqing's grasp, her expression a portrait of fury and concern. "Son, are you all right? Please tell me you're unscathed." "Old Wang, have you taken leave of your senses? Look at what you've done to our son." Wang Zhaoqing, still seething with anger, retorted, "Just look at the foolish deeds he has committed, behaving like a complete buffoon. It is your indulgence that will eventually lead to dire consequences." Gently, Wang's mother caressed her son's wounds, then inquired, "What on earth transpired?" "No matter the gravity, it cannot justify such brutal treatment," Wang Zhaoqing replied. "Inquire with him about his own foolish actions. I warned him repeatedly about Qin Yu's formidable family background, yet he chose to disregard my counsel and has landed us in this predicament. Do you have any idea how helpless I am now? It infuriates me to no end." Wang Zhaoqing exclaimed, "You must go and apologize to him in person immediately." Wang Jingwen, however, vehemently resisted. "Apologize in person? That would be a loss of face. Father, I refuse to do it. You should go instead." "What?" Upon hearing this, Wang Zhaoqing's fury reached new heights as he prepared to strike again, only to realize his belt was no longer in hand. Unperturbed, he raised his hand to hit. How can a dignified deputy provincial secretary stoop to apologize to a mere youth? How can you even suggest such a thing? Wang's mother interposed once more, exclaiming, "Wang Zhaoqing, have you truly gone mad? Are you intent on killing our son?" Grinding his teeth in frustration, Wang Zhaoqing commanded, "Wang Jingwen, you must apologize face to face, or else you are no son of mine. Should you fail to do so today, I shall sever your allowance. Do not expect a single penny from me." This was the ultimate threat. Upon hearing of the financial consequences, Wang Jingwen began to reconsider the importance of his pride. "Fine, if it's merely an apology. I will go and do it shortly." Seeing his son relent, Wang Zhaoqing's ire diminished somewhat as he reiterated, "From this day forth, do not provoke Qin Yu again. Furthermore, cease your fixation on Yang Wandi. There are countless women in the world. You may pursue anyone, but you must no longer cling to Yang Wandi. Do you understand?" Wang Jingwen dared not defy his father any further and lowered his head, murmuring, "All right." Wang Zhaoqing shot his son a fierce glare before retreating to his study, still simmering with anger. This resentment can only be temporarily swallowed. When the opportunity arises in the future, I shall undoubtedly seize it and exact my vengeance upon Qin Yu. As for Qin Yu, thanks to Secretary Tang granting him a reprieve, he felt utterly at ease, strolling hand in hand with Yang Wandi through the picturesque campus of Jianda University. The handsome young man and the beautiful young woman became the focal point wherever they went, effortlessly attracting glances from passersby. Initially, Yang Wandi felt a tad uncomfortable, but she gradually acclimated to the attention. "Brother Yu, let me take you to our school cafeteria for a meal. What do you think?" Qin Yu replied, "Since graduating from university, I haven't dined at a school cafeteria. It will be a delightful experience." However, before they could reach the cafeteria, the figure of Wang Jingwen appeared ahead. Immediately, Yang Wandi's expression shifted slightly, tinged with distaste as she softly warned, "It's Wang Jingwen again. Let us go that way." "I'd rather not see him." Qin Yu interjected, "It's too late. He is already approaching us." "Do not worry, I will handle this." The audacity of Wang Jingwen to come over piqued Qin Yu's curiosity. He surmised that the man must be here to offer an apology in person. With this thought, Qin Yu wore a faint, cold smile. Standing his ground as Wang Jingwen approached, numerous students surrounded them, for they were within the campus of Jiangdong University, not far from the largest cafeteria, and many were passing by to grab a meal. "Look, it's Yang Wandi and her boyfriend," some exclaimed, noticing Wang Jingwen's presence. "This should be entertaining." With a sense of anticipation, several students gathered, eager to witness what was likely to unfold, knowing that Wang Jingwen harbored feelings for Yang Wandi, a fact known throughout the campus. To their astonishment, Wang Jingwen advanced until he was merely 2 or 3 meters from Qin Yu before halting. He then lowered his voice, saying, "Qin Yu, I apologize for what happened last night." Qin Yu feigned surprise and exclaimed loudly, "What did you say? I can't hear you." Fuming internally, Wang Jingwen dared not show too much emotion, raising his voice slightly. "Qin Yu, I apologize." Qin Yu responded even louder, "Wang Jingwen, what are you saying? Can't you speak a little louder? Haven't you eaten?" Wang Jingwen had never apologized to anyone in person. It was always others who sought his forgiveness. Having humbled himself to apologize directly, he never imagined Qin Yu would mock him in such a manner, leaving his face flushed with embarrassment, a mix of red and dark hues. Were it not for the lingering influence of his father, he would have likely turned and walked away, but fear held him in place. Onlookers were astounded. This was the infamous young Master Wang, reduced to apologizing to someone else. Heavens, it's unbelievable. Indeed, had I not witnessed it myself, I would never have believed it. Yang Wandi's boyfriend must be quite formidable to compel Wang Jingwen to apologize. Surrounded by a cacophony of voices, Wang Jingwen's complexion deepened to an even darker shade of crimson. This was utterly humiliating. Noticing Qin Yu's mocking expression, eagerly anticipating a louder apology, Wang Jingwen gritted his teeth, yearning only to conclude this matter swiftly and depart. He proclaimed loudly, "Qin Yu, regarding yesterday's incident, I sincerely apologize. I am sorry." His voice resonated sufficiently for those around to comprehend his words. Qin Yu nodded slightly before admonishing, "Wang Jingwen, I do not wish for you to disturb my girlfriend any further. In the future, should you encounter her, you are to take a wide detour. Do you understand?" Wang Jingwen's eyes reddened with indignation, yet he suppressed his fury, mustering the courage to reply, "Very well, I understand. I will ensure that I do not trouble her again." Qin Yu responded, "I accept your apology. However, it is insufficient. If a mere apology could resolve all issues, what purpose would the law serve?" Wang Jingwen's irritation became palpable. "For heaven's sake, I have apologized before so many witnesses, suffering great embarrassment. What more do you desire?" Chapter 56. Awakening to a crumbling world. Wang Jingwen was visibly incensed, unable to restrain his emotions. "Qin Yu, what more do you seek?" With a cold smirk, Qin Yu replied, "It is quite simple. You shall voluntarily withdraw from Jiangdong University, scoring a mere 250 on your college entrance exam. Do you not possess a shred of awareness regarding how you gained admission to this institution?" "Umph." Wang Jingwen responded with a disdainful snort, making it abundantly clear that while he could offer an apology, that was the extent of his concession. There was no way he would consider withdrawing. As he watched Wang Jingwen's retreating figure, Qin Yu sneered coldly, "I offered you a chance. Withdrawing voluntarily would have preserved some of your dignity. Since you refuse, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Yang Wandi softly remarqued, "You go." He truly only scored 250 on his exam. Qin Yu affirmed, "Indeed, as his father is Wang Zhaoqing, A mere 250 suffice for entry into Jiangdong University. His refusal to withdraw is undoubtedly unfair to the diligent students from modest backgrounds. Though her family was formidable, they had never utilized their connections. She had secured her place at Jiangdong University with a commendable score of 637, a testament to her academic prowess. Wang Jiangwen paid little heed to Qin Yu's demand for him to withdraw. That evening, Wang Zhaoqing returned and inquired about the apology. Upon hearing the details, he nodded with satisfaction. Son, a true gentleman can endure humiliation. What does a moment's disgrace matter? There will be opportunities in the future, and when they arise, strike decisively. Regarding your withdrawal, do not dwell on it excessively. Our admission to Jiangdong University was entirely legitimate, secured through special recruitment channels. No matter how powerful the Qin family may be, they cannot act with impunity. Focus on your studies. In another month, you will obtain your diploma. After graduation, heed my advice and seek a position within the system. Wang's mother wholeheartedly supported Wang Jiangwen's pursuit of a career within the system. Son, once you are established, with your father's connections, advancement will be assured. Wealth pales in comparison to wielding power. In his heart, Wang Jiangwen resolved, once I enter the system, I shall possess both authority and wealth. Is Qin Yu not also developing within the system? When I secure my position, I shall compare our strengths and see who ascends higher. The following day, being the weekend, Wang Jiangwen chose to forego school and luxuriated in the comfort of the villa at the provincial government compound. He was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. One of his aides was on the line, urgency evident in his voice. Young master, a grave situation has arisen. The entire campus is plastered with posters about you. What? Posters? Wang Jiangwen paused in confusion. What kind of posters? Please elaborate. Young master, early this morning, everyone discovered that the campus, be it bulletin boards or in front of various dormitories, was adorned with posters about you, printed on A3 paper, not handwritten. The content revolves around your dismal score of 250, alleging that you gained admission to Jiangdong University through your father's connections and some unscrupulous means, labeling it a gross injustice to students from humble backgrounds. The text spans several hundred words. You would do well to visit the school. The entire institution is in an uproar, fervently discussing your predicament. Many are incensed, demanding your expulsion. Can such a thing truly occur? Upon hearing this, Wang Jiangwen felt utterly disconcerted and hurried to the campus. As he stepped onto the grounds, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped him. He sensed myriad gazes upon him, as if countless individuals were whispering and pointing from afar. This disconcerting feeling was most unwelcome, and soon enough, he encountered the contents of the large posters, which darkened his expression. Should he access the internet and log into the campus network, he would discover that the forum was ablaze with activity, with the top 2 posts dedicated to him. The first post detailed his public apology to Qin Yu yesterday, replete with images captured by an unknown photographer, and a narrative that had garnered hundreds of replies. By 2001, the internet was burgeoning, particularly within university campuses where the youth exhibited a remarkable affinity for new experiences. Many students were avid surfers of the web, and campus forums had become a sanctuary for them. The second post mirrored the fervor of the first, discussing the large posters that had attracted hundreds of comments within mere hours. Students engaged in lively discourse. The public sentiment overwhelmingly demanded that Wang Jiangwen, who had scored a mere 250 on the college entrance examination, withdraw from the university. The proliferation of these posters throughout the campus was orchestrated by Qin Yu. Leveraging the resources and connections of the Qin family could indeed compel Jiangdong University to expel Wang Jiangwen. The notion that someone with such a low score could aspire to obtain a diploma from a prestigious institution was rather absurd. However, Qin Yu opted not to deploy his family's resources for this trivial affair. Instead, he spent a few hundred yuan to discreetly enlist the help of 2 impoverished students from Jiangdong University, instructing them to utilize the cover of night to plaster the campus with hundreds of posters bearing Wang Jiangwen's name. In 2001, a university student's monthly allowance was approximately 200 to 300 yuan, Thus, earning a month's worth of living expenses in a single night was an enticing prospect. The two students were elated and full of vigor, and by midnight, all the posters had been affixed. At dawn, students stumbled upon these newly posted notices, gathering in throngs to peruse their contents, relishing the sensational scoop. The commotion soon drew the attention of the higher-ups at the school. A few intrepid and indignant students even sought out the school leaders, characteristic of the fervent spirit of university students in that era. Several administrators convened that day to deliberate the matter. Given that Wang Jiangwen was the son of Deputy Secretary Wang of the Provincial Committee, the leaders approached the situation with caution. One of the vice presidents conferred with Wang's father, who naturally opposed the expulsion of his son. As the school found itself in a precarious position, a senior official from the Ministry of Education personally intervened. Furthermore, under the scrutiny of Secretary Xia and Governor Zhu, the situation was investigated thoroughly. Wang Jiangwen's admission to Jiangdong University was indeed marred by severe violations. There was no remedy for the situation. Wang Zhaoqing could only swallow his grievances in silence. Consequently, on Monday, Jiangdong University issued a notice expelling Wang Jiangwen. It is lamentable that this individual, on the verge of graduating in less than a month, was abruptly dismissed without even securing his diploma. Qin Yu returned to Luqing on Sunday afternoon and reported to work on Monday. Following a meeting convened by the municipal leaders, Qin Yu attended as an observer. Shortly after returning to his office post meeting, he received a text message from Yang Wandi. Chapter 57. Yang Wandi arrives in Luqing feeling the subtle vibration of her phone in her pocket. Qin Yu immediately recognized the arrival of a new message. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it was a text from his girlfriend. "You got good news. Wang Jiangwen has been expelled from school. The official announcement has already been posted on the bulletin board." Reading this message brought a smile to Qin Yu's face, lifting his spirits. Wang Jiangwen had caused such a significant ruckus. An apology in person was far from sufficient. His future needed to be severed. Now, with his expulsion, obtaining a diploma was out of the question, and it would likely be recorded in his personal file. The prospect of entering the civil service was nothing but a pipe dream. Additionally, during the recent meeting, Secretary Tang had mentioned that a delegation from Dongda Petrochemical Group would arrive in Luqing the day after tomorrow to conduct an on-site inspection. If all went as planned, this investment would settle in Luqing. This was indeed a double delight. In a buoyant mood, Qin Yu began to compose a reply to his girlfriend, exchanging messages back and forth. Yang Wandi informed him that she would be defending her thesis tomorrow, and once that was completed, she would have ample free time. It was quite normal for thesis defenses to be completed as early as May, with some extending into early June. Filled with anticipation, Qin Yu suggested, "Wandi, after your thesis defense, come to Luqing for a few days." "Sound great. That is precisely what I was thinking," she replied. In 2 or 3 days, Yang Wandi would arrive. Qin Yu thought to himself, "This is wonderful. I can indulge in a carefree lifestyle once again, a prospect that delights me." 2 days later, the delegation from Dongda Petrochemical Group arrived in Luqing to begin their site inspection, led by Zhang Jun, the manager of the investment project department, a figure of considerable authority. To demonstrate courtesy and enthusiasm, Tang Hui personally welcomed them and organized a grand reception, attended by nearly all city leaders. Following the reception, the on-site inspection officially commenced. As the mayor, Tang Hui accompanied them for half the day, after which the responsibilities largely fell to the executive vice mayor, Xiao Guoqiang, alongside leaders from the city's Investment Promotion Bureau and other relevant departments. This event was significant for Luqing, a cause for celebration, and many leaders were hopeful for the prompt realization of this project. However, Hu Zhikong found little joy in the occasion. He felt increasingly marginalized. For such a crucial matter, he seemed relegated to the sidelines, as if he were not permitted to share in any of the glory. In his office, Hu Zhikong felt dejected, smoking in silence. He mused to himself that this situation was untenable. The feeling of being sidelined was quite unpleasant. He could distinctly sense that some individuals beneath him were less inclined to heed his words, treating them as mere background noise. Knock, knock, knock. A sound interrupted his thoughts, and he initially assumed it to be his secretary. However, reports had become increasingly sparse, so he was somewhat taken aback when Lu Yilong entered. Lu Yilong's situation had worsened, Having been demoted from mayor to researcher, he held no real power anymore. "Mayor Lu, it's good to see you." Hu Zhikong greeted him politely, still addressing him by his former title. Lu Yilong smiled gently, saying, "Old Hu, you are perhaps the only one still calling me mayor. However, from now on, please refer to me as Old Lu. Calling me mayor might invite ridicule." There was a hint of bitterness in his words. Hu Zhikong, ever enthusiastic, personally brewed tea and courteously invited Lu Yilong to sit on the sofa. "In my eyes, you will always be the mayor," he said. Lu Yilong shook his head lightly as they settled down, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. "With Tang Hui bringing in such a significant project, your reputation is soaring. Mayor Zhikong, it seems your situation may become even more challenging," Lu observed. Hu Zhikong nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, I can feel myself becoming increasingly marginalized. With such a substantial project, they have excluded me from participation, clearly unwilling to include me in their endeavors." Lu Yilong advised, "Mayor Zhikong, without spearheading a major project or achieving remarkable results, it will be difficult for you to turn your fortunes around." Hu Zhikong fell silent, recognizing the truth in Lu's words. Yet pondering how one could achieve such significant accomplishments remained a pressing dilemma. "It seems quite difficult." Lu Yilong continued, "I do have a project in mind. During my tenure as mayor, I had multiple discussions with the Yangtze Paper Group. They are prepared to invest heavily in constructing the largest paper mill in Jiangdong province, with a total investment of 30 billion, which is twice the amount of the project Tang Hui has brought in." "What? Such a colossal investment?" Hu Zhikong exclaimed. A 30 billion investment was substantial even for the entirety of Jiangdong province, especially in 2001, a stark contrast to the present day, when major projects could easily reach investments in the hundreds of billions. Hearing about such a grand undertaking, Hu Zhikong's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could secure this investment, it would undoubtedly be a turning point for him, enhancing his standing with provincial leaders and elevating his status within the bureaucratic circles of Luqing. With this achievement, a slight maneuver could lead to a transfer from Luqing and a potential promotion, a tantalizing prospect that invigorated Hu Zhikong. Noticing the glimmer in Hu Zhikong's eyes, Lu Yilong did not hold back, stating, "I have nearly finalized discussions with the executives of the Yangtze Paper Group. It's just that I haven't had the chance to conclude them before my departure." Hu Zhikong quickly replied, "Mayor Lu, please assist me in making this project a reality." Lu Yilong assured him, "That is not an issue. I have come here specifically to discuss this matter with you." The two conversed in the office, sipping tea and engaging in dialogue for nearly an hour. In recent days, Qin Yu had also occasionally accompanied representatives from Dongda Petrochemical Group. Both Zhang Jun and others from Dongda Petrochemical were profoundly impressed by Qin Yu. Zhang Jun even discreetly inquired whether Secretary Qin had any intentions of joining Dongda Petrochemical, expressing a desire to recruit such a talented individual. As for the two young women within the inspection team, their admiration for Qin Yu bordered on infatuation. Today, however, Qin Yu did not accompany the inspection team on various field visits. Instead, he took half a day off from Secretary Tang, as Yang Wandi had arrived in Luqing. Tang Hui had become aware that Yang Wandi was the princess of a Yang family in the capital, a family of considerable influence within the military. He readily agreed to spend quality time with his girlfriend, free from concerns about work. Around noon, an off-road vehicle bearing the provincial military district license plate came to a halt in front of the municipal office building. As the clock approached 12, many employees were leaving for the day and, upon seeing the military vehicle, couldn't help but steal a few glances. When they noticed the stunning Yang Wandi disembarking from the car, their eyes widened in astonishment. Such a beautiful young lady, particularly among the younger colleagues. Thoughts raced through their minds about who might be fortunate enough to be her boyfriend or husband in the future. A few bold souls, eager to make an approach, contemplated striking up a conversation, dreaming of acquiring her contact information. However, just then, Qin Yu emerged from the building. He had taken a well-deserved break and, having received a text from his girlfriend, hurried outside, knowing Wandi had arrived. Onlookers were astonished to see Secretary Qin walking directly towards the beautiful girl. Even more incredible was the sight of her radiant smile directed at him, her eyes sparkling with unmistakable affection. Chapter 58. The 15 billion project officially settles in Luching upon seeing his girlfriend. Qin Yu eagerly approached her and gently took her delicate hand. Yang Wandi's beautiful eyes sparkled. The surrounding crowd, particularly the younger onlookers, was utterly astonished. Such a stunning girl was indeed Secretary Qin's girlfriend. Goodness, he was incredibly fortunate, practically euphoric. Aware of the gazes directed at him, Qin Yu merely smiled faintly and led Yang Wandi outside, suggesting they go for lunch. "All right, I will follow your lead." Yang Wandi replied obediently. Observing the couple's retreating figures, the entire municipal compound erupted in fervent discussion. She is actually Secretary Qin's girlfriend. She is breathtakingly beautiful, even more so than movie stars. Indeed, I have never encountered anyone so lovely. She possesses both beauty and grace. If my girlfriend were that gorgeous, I would willingly break my ribs to make her soup. Secretary Qin is quite handsome himself. They make a perfect match. Yang Wandi spent 3 delightful days in Luching, where the couple reveled in each other's company, reluctant to part even for a moment. However, she had to return to school, partly due to Qin Yu's busy schedule, but mainly because her land was in danger of being overfarmed. If someone were to suggest that only the exhausted oxen exist and no land can be overworked, she would immediately engage in a debate. Back at school, she decided to rest for a few days. Although the time spent with Qin Yu was exhilarating, it was also exhausting. Upon entering her dormitory, her roommate, Su Lan, looked surprised. "Wandi, why are you back? The thesis defense is over, and you don't have classes. You could have enjoyed a few more days." Yang Wandi couldn't reveal the truth, so she replied with a smile, 3 days of fun was sufficient. "I need to return to school for a while." With no other roommates present, Su Lan gently closed the door and inquired with a hint of mystery. "Wandi, tell me honestly, have you two?" Yang Wandi shot her a disapproving look. "Su Lan, have you lost your mind? What kind of question is that?" With a curious expression, Su Lan persisted. "Wandi, based on my years of understanding you, I suspect you have already taken that step. How is it? Is Qin Yu strong?" Yang Wandi playfully retorted, "You little flirt. If you want to know, go find yourself a boyfriend. Don't ask me." Soon, the two were laughing and playfully teasing each other in the dormitory. Meanwhile, a delegation from Dongda Petrochemical Group concluded their investigation in Luching and finally returned to the capital. As they departed, Zhang Jun firmly shook hands with Tang Hui, expressing, "Secretary Tang, Luching is truly exceptional, with remarkable advantages. Upon my return, I will provide a detailed report to President Zhao." Tang Hui felt a surge of joy at this remark. "Mr. Zhang, on behalf of all the citizens of Luching, I extend my gratitude to you. Your efforts over these past few days have been greatly appreciated." "It was no trouble at all. It is our duty," Zhang Jun replied. Zhang Jun's gaze fell upon Qin Yu, commending him. "Comrade Qin Yu, you have made a remarkable impression on us. We are truly envious of such outstanding talent among you." After a round of polite exchanges, Zhang Jun even took the time to shake hands with Qin Yu and, as he was about to board the vehicle, remarked, "Secretary Qin, the doors of the Dongda Petrochemical Group are always open for you. We welcome you to join our collective at any time." Qin Yu merely smiled in appreciation. He had no intention of joining the Dongda Petrochemical Group, as his aspirations were clear. He aimed to pursue a career in the civil service and thrive within the system. After Zhang Jun and his entourage returned to the capital, Tang Hui led a significant portion of his team to the entrance of the expressway, watching them depart before returning to the municipal party compound. The next steps were simple: await news from the Dongda Petrochemical Group. While Tang Hui anticipated updates, Hu Zhikong was notably active. He specifically requested leave from the municipal committee to visit the Changjiang Paper Group, accompanied by his team, which included Lu Yilong. The efficiency of the Dongda Petrochemical Group proved commendable, as accurate news arrived within days, inviting Tang Hui to the capital for a signing ceremony. Thus, Tang Hui, leading a larger delegation than before, returned to the capital, where both parties signed a formal agreement in a notably amicable atmosphere. With signatures affixed and the contract sealed, the ambitious project, with an investment of 15 billion, was officially established in Luching City. Barely 2 days after returning from the capital, Hu Zhikong also made his appearance. With Lu Yilong, the former mayor, facilitating connections, discussions with the Changjiang Paper Group proceeded exceptionally well, leading to a mutual agreement. for detailed negotiations. He invited representatives from the Changjiang Paper Group to Luqing to discuss specifics face-to-face. Such discussions necessitated the participation of Luqing's key leaders, as many decisions were beyond Hu Zhikang's purview and required the endorsement of Tang Hui or Li Qilong. Observant individuals noted that upon Hu's return, he walked with renewed vigor and exhibited a spirited demeanor, as if transformed. Some speculated in hushed tones whether Hu's negotiations with the Changjiang Paper Group had indeed borne fruit, potentially securing investments from them. Following Tang's recent signing of a formal contract with the Dongda Petrochemical Group and the establishment of a 15 billion project in Luqing, could another grand project be on the horizon? If so, it would indeed be a moment of double joy, a truly exhilarating prospect. Knock, knock, knock. As Qin Yu diligently organized several documents in a small office, he heard a knock at the door. Looking up, he was surprised to see Vice Mayor Hu Zhikang, radiating an aura of vitality, devoid of any trace of previous despondency. It appeared he had come to report to Secretary Tang, a refreshing change indeed. Qin Yu's mind rapidly pieced together the implications of Hu's visit. It seemed his trip to the Changjiang Paper Group had yielded substantial results. Secretary Qin, is Secretary Tang available at the moment? Hu inquired. Rising to his feet, Qin Yu replied, Mayor Hu, please hold on a moment while I check with the leadership. He knocked on the door of the secretary's office and soon returned, stating, Mayor Hu, the leader invites you in. Qin Yu escorted Hu Zhikang into Tang Hui's office and prepared 2 cups of hot tea before returning to his own exclusive small office, separated by just a door. Although the door was closed, Qin Yu's keen hearing allowed him to discern the conversation within. There were no secrets for him in that room. Inside the office of the municipal party secretary, Hu Zhikang was reporting on the work at hand. Secretary Tang, our visit to the Yangtze Paper Group was quite successful. We have essentially reached a preliminary agreement. They intend to invest approximately 30 billion in our city of Lu, establishing the largest paper production base in the nation. Tang Hui sat in his grand chair, listening to the report with an impassive demeanor, yet internally, he was somewhat astonished. The other party actually planned to invest 30 billion. The magnitude of the investment was nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 59, Environmental Pollution, an Unavoidable Consideration of Alternative Leadership. Upon receiving such a report, one might feel a twinge of discomfort, especially since Hu Zhikang is not a close ally and has gradually been marginalized. To suddenly bring in such a significant project feels like a slap in the face. However, Tang Hui possesses a grand vision and harbors no resentment. On the contrary, he's in good spirits. This project will elevate the GDP of Luqing City to new heights. Although this investment is credited to Hu Zhikang as the team leader, Tang Hui will also bask in its glory. The development of Luqing City reflects his contributions. After the briefing, Tang Hui stated, This is a substantial project, Mayor Zhikang. Please continue to follow up. Thank you for your support, Secretary Tang. I will promptly invite them for further discussions regarding this project, Hu Zhikang replied. As he exited the office of the municipal secretary, Hu Zhikang walked tall and filled with ambition, aware that if the project were to succeed, he would claim the credit and stage a significant comeback. Inside the office, Qin Yu listened intently, his keen hearing making it impossible to miss the conversation. Observing Hu Zhikang's confident departure, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile. In 2001, many leaders had little to no awareness of environmental issues, prioritizing GDP above all else. Indifferent to the consequences on the environment, the pursuit of GDP took precedence, paving the way for all endeavors. Qin Yu possessed foresight, understanding deeply that clear waters and lush mountains equate to golden mountains and silver seas. No one comprehended the environmental devastation caused by paper-making projects better than he. The destruction was catastrophic, leaving barren landscapes in its wake. After contemplating the environmental ramifications of paper production, he glanced at the time. Once again, it was coffee time for the leaders. He brewed a cup and gently placed it on Tang Hui's expansive desk. Just as he was about to leave, Tang Hui called him back. Xiao Qin, have a seat. Let us converse casually. The reason Tang Hui chose to discuss certain matters with Qin Yu rather than Mayor Li Qilong or other city leaders was simple. He felt an innate sense of familiarity with Qin Yu. Tang Hui sensed that Qin Yu could intuit his thoughts, demonstrating an exceptional skill in reading the atmosphere, which made him eager to engage in conversation with such an individual. Qin Yu assumed this was a casual chat and did not think much of it, having experienced similar situations before. He settled onto the sofa, unaware that Tang Hui intended to discuss serious matters. Xiao Qin just now. Deputy Mayor Hu came to report that he has reached an agreement with Changjiang Paper Industry Group regarding a potential investment of up to 30 billion yuan in our Luqing. Tang Hui briefly outlined the situation before inquiring. What are your thoughts on this investment? I would like to hear your perspective. Aside from Qin Yu, there was no one else. At this juncture, the secretary could take pride in his role. The municipal secretary first sought Qin Yu's opinion before calling in the mayor or other city officials. Qin Yu did not hold back and stated plainly, "Leader, I will speak freely. If my words do not resonate well, please do not hold it against me. Speak candidly. There are no outsiders here. Express your thoughts without any reservations," came the encouraging response. Qin Yu began. This project entails a substantial investment, with a significant potential to boost the local GDP. However, we must also consider the issue of environmental pollution. Adopting a perspective from 2 or 3 decades into the future, Qin Yu profoundly analyzed the situation from an ecological standpoint. His conclusion was unequivocal. Environmental protection must be our foremost concern. If the Yangtze Paper Group cannot meet the European Union's emission standards or invest in state-of-the-art environmental treatment facilities, then we should forego this project and encourage them to seek alternatives elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Tang Hui nodded gravely. He had harbored some concerns regarding environmental issues, yet he had not anticipated the extent of the pollution. Fortunately, Qin Yu's analysis illuminated the gravity of the matter. Otherwise, had the project been established in Luqing, he would have faced the ire of the populace. However, Secretary Tang remained apprehensive about the environmental implications and had yet to finalize the decision to host the project in Luqing when news of it began to circulate. It was likely that Hu Zhikong and his associates had leaked the information. Rumors spread that the investment could reach as high as 30 billion, sending shockwaves through Luqing. This was remarkable. Mayor Hu had indeed attracted such a monumental project. A 30 billion investment would mark the largest in Luqing's history. The nation's largest paper manufacturing base would require at least 20 to 30,000 workers, addressing countless employment challenges. If this project were to truly settle in our city, Mayor Hu would undoubtedly be its greatest benefactor. In this era, many leaders exhibit a lack of environmental awareness, fixated solely on GDP. Thus, the fervor surrounding this topic is quite understandable. Qin Yu was well aware of the numerous discussions on this matter and often shook his head in wry amusement. Do you truly not consider the environmental impact? When the wastewater begins to flow, you will have cause to lament. In Mayor Hu's office, the atmosphere became lively after the news broke. Officials from various districts and counties hurried to meet him. Their intentions were straightforward. They were all vying for this project. Despite the fact that it was still merely a concept, the principle of acting swiftly was well understood. Among them, Zhou Kong, the county secretary of Jingxian, was particularly zealous, visiting once more today to lobby Hu Zhikong in his office. Mayor Hu, we must consider Jingxian as a prime location for this project. We possess unparalleled natural advantages. The Jingxian River, the largest in the province, flows through our county. Paper manufacturing requires vast amounts of water, and establishing the factory here would mitigate any concerns about water scarcity. Hu Zhikong felt a twinge of pride, relishing the attention he received from the district and county leaders. However, he maintained a composed demeanor, speaking with the formalities typical of an official, careful not to reveal too much enthusiasm. Comrade Zhou Kong, the ultimate location for the factory's construction will be comprehensively considered by the city. However, on a personal note, I hold your Jinhe in high regard. Thank you, Mayor Hu. Zhou Kong continued. Mayor Hu, are you free tonight? I have prepared a fine bottle of wine and would like to share a couple of drinks with you, as well as discuss this matter further. Hu Zhikong chuckled heartily. Comrade Zhou Kong, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. As it happens, I have no social engagements tonight, so let us enjoy a few drinks together. The act of drinking was not the true objective. Hu Zhikong's intention was to seize this opportunity to cultivate a closer relationship with Zhou Kong. Chapter 60. Qin Yu's proposal today. Tang Hui's primary task was to conduct research. After spending the day surveying several offices, he returned to the municipal party compound. Already past 4 in the afternoon. As he settled into his office, Hu Zhikong approached him. "Secretary Tang, I have some delightful news to share with you." Noticing the jubilant expression on Hu Zhikong's face, Tang Hui's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, "What is it that has brought such joy to Mayor Hu?" Hu Zhikong replied, "After my relentless efforts, I have finally persuaded the executives of the Yangtze Paper Group. Their president, Mr. Jiang Mingyan, will personally lead a delegation to our Luqing tomorrow morning for in-depth discussions on various details." Upon hearing this, Tang Hui felt a slight discomfort. "How deeply you've concealed this. You've kept me in the dark about the progress, and now the president is coming. Only then do you choose to inform me." However, he could not show his displeasure. After all, this was indeed a positive development. Suppressing his irritation, he feigned delight, saying, "Well, that's splendid. Let us all sit down and have a thorough discussion." Having navigated the bureaucratic landscape for many years, Hu Zhikong was akin to a seasoned fox. Even though Tang Hui concealed his annoyance, Hu Zhikong astutely sensed it and could not help but chuckle inwardly. Mayor Lu was right. This is a clear strategy. Given the circumstances, Tang Hui could not display dissatisfaction. Instead, he had to maintain a facade of happiness. One can only feel joy at the thought of it. The esteemed municipal party secretary seems to be at a disadvantage this time. Hu Zhikong silently reveled in the situation, yet maintained an expression of gratitude. "Secretary Tang, thank you for your support. I will keep in constant contact with President Jiang and strive to ensure this project comes to fruition, bringing another significant venture to our Luqing." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hu Zhikong left, his face beaming with joy. The news quickly spread, igniting fervent discussions among many. Impressive. An investment project worth 30 billion. And Mayor Hu has nearly single-handedly made it happen. Not yet a done deal. They are merely here for an inspection and discussions, came a voice of caution. But with the president personally visiting, it's practically a success. This is a paper manufacturing project, and I've heard that paper production causes significant pollution. What will be done about the severe environmental impact if such a large factory is built? Various opinions emerged. While some expressed concern over environmental pollution, they were in the minority. After all, in this era, economic development took precedence, relegating environmental concerns to the background. The next day, Jiang Mingyan and a delegation of over 10 individuals, including 2 vice presidents, an assistant to the president, and other relevant personnel, arrived in Luqing. Dongri, accompanied by several leaders, warmly welcomed them. The parties convened in a large reception room that had been meticulously prepared in advance. After exchanging polite greetings, they gradually transitioned to the main agenda. Following fruitful discussions, in the afternoon, Hu Zhikong eagerly volunteered to lead Jiang Mingyan and his team on an on-site inspection of Luqing, with their first stop being Jingxian County. The office of the municipal party secretary, Secretary Yin Li, is currently reporting to Tang Hui. "Leader, they have gone to Jinhai County, and it is said that President Jiang is quite satisfied with the environment there and is considering establishing a factory." After the report, Yin Li felt a bit displeased. "Leader, Hu Zhikong's behavior is rather overly eager, excluding many individuals from the process. For such a significant project, it would be normal for Mayor Li or Vice Mayor Xiao to accompany. Yet Hu Zhikong is clearly seeking the limelight." As Yin Li relayed his report, Tang Hui sipped his coffee slowly, his expression serious, indicating he also harbored reservations about Hu Zhikong. However, since the project was indeed brought forth by Hu Zhikong, and he appeared to have a good rapport with Jiang Mingyan, who even specifically requested Hu Zhikong's accompaniment, Tang Hui felt reluctant to voice his concerns. After taking a sip of coffee, Tang Hui remarked calmly, "Let him be. My greatest worry remains the environmental issue." He was indifferent to who received credit, focusing instead on the potential for environmental pollution. Jinhai County, with its flat terrain and abundant water resources, is indeed an optimal location for a large paper mill. However, if wastewater were to be discharged directly into the Jinhai River, it would pose a serious threat. Tang Hui had previously visited Jinhai County and had seen the river, which boasted clear waters and a thriving population of fish and shrimp, with fishing boats frequently seen traversing its broad expanse. should a significant amount of wastewater be released. The aquatic life would likely face extinction, creating a catastrophic ecological impact. Qin Yu remained silent, diligently organizing the documents on the desk, without uttering a word. However, upon hearing the conversation, particularly Tang Hui's deep concern regarding pollution, he could not refrain from interjecting. "Secretary, I have a suggestion." "Oh." Tang Hui displayed keen interest, prompting him to elaborate. Qin Yu continued, "It is not out of the question for Changjiang Paper Group to invest in Jinhai County. If a paper mill is to be constructed, that location is indeed a commendable choice. However, we must impose certain requirements. I propose that if they wish to establish a factory there, the wastewater discharge must adhere to EU standards." Yan Li was initially taken aback. "Xiao Qin, that discharge standard is exceedingly high. It seems somewhat unreasonable. Achieving compliance with domestic standards would be quite an accomplishment." Qin Yu's stance was resolute. It must comply with EU standards. "Secretary, green mountains and clear waters are as valuable as mountains of gold and silver. We cannot jeopardize future generations." Tang Hui contemplated the phrase. Green mountains and clear waters are as valuable as mountains of gold and silver before nodding in agreement. Xiao Qin's suggestion is commendable. If they cannot meet EU discharge standards, we should forego this investment. Yan Li expressed concern. Such elevated standards will likely be unacceptable to them. This investment could potentially fall through. Qin Yu replied, "Not necessarily. If they possess a strong environmental awareness, it may merely be a matter of investing several billion to procure world-class wastewater treatment equipment and establish a dedicated treatment facility, thereby fully complying with the discharge standards." The three engaged in an extensive discussion regarding environmental protection and wastewater discharge. Hu Zhikong, accompanied by Jiang Mingyan and others, returned after a 2-day field investigation in Jinhai County. Tang Hui, representing Luqing City, gathered a group once more to engage in discussions with representatives from Changjiang Paper Group. With the foundation of the field investigation, this meeting delved deeper into various details. Some analysts speculate that, should everything proceed smoothly, a formal cooperation agreement may be signed following this round of negotiations. Chapter 61. The project is in jeopardy, and some are in a state of panic at the outset. The discussions between both parties proceeded relatively smoothly. Considering the substantial scale of the investment, the Lu City officials made numerous concessions, such as tax incentives, preferential policies, and land advantages. Eventually, the conversation turned to the issue of wastewater discharge. Hu Zhikong remarked, "Secretary Tang, esteemed leaders, I've already conferred with President Jiang in advance, and they assured me that the wastewater discharge will absolutely comply with domestic standards." Many leaders nodded in agreement, believing that adherence to national standards was sufficient. However, to their surprise, Tang Hui shook his head and stated, "President Jiang, our domestic standards are somewhat inadequate. I believe we must comply with EU standards." "What? Complying with EU standards?" Many were taken aback, including Jiang Mingyan, whose response was notably intense and resolute. "That is impossible. No paper manufacturing enterprise in our country can meet such standards." Tang Hui remained notably composed, raising his hand to calm the room. "President Jiang, please do not rush. Allow me to elaborate. In terms of environmental protection and wastewater discharge, our colleague Qin Yu has conducted a comprehensive analysis. I would like to invite Comrade Qin to share his insights with everyone." This unexpected turn caught many off guard, particularly those from the Changjiang Paper Group, who recognized Qin Yu as Secretary Tang's dedicated secretary, but were unfamiliar with him. They expected that someone of higher rank would speak in such a significant setting. Other municipal leaders were also taken aback, thinking to themselves how much Secretary Tang valued Secretary Qin, granting him such an important opportunity to present. Unfazed by the varied reactions around him, Qin Yu stood up amidst the gazes of the assembly. His demeanor was steady and composed, radiating a palpable confidence. It was evident that he had prepared thoroughly. He activated the projector and displayed the slides he had meticulously crafted for this occasion. Qin Yu's voice resonated clearly as he articulated, "According to your company's plan, an investment of approximately $3 million will establish the largest paper mill in the country, with an annual production capacity of 4.2 million tons. If we adhere to national standards for wastewater discharge, the annual output of wastewater will exceed 16 million tons. The visuals were compelling, and the data was clear and comprehensive. As he spoke, many municipal leaders experienced a revelation, realizing the extent of the pollution issue. Hu Zhikong began to fidget uncomfortably. This project was nearly his singular achievement. Success was within reach, and the accolades were imminent. Yet, with Qin Yu's revelations, it seemed the project was at risk. Anxiously, Hu Zhikong interrupted Qin Yu, saying, "Secretary Qin, please pause for a moment. I would like to share a few words. Paper manufacturing does entail some pollution, but I believe you may be exaggerating the situation. Moreover, we can prioritize economic development first and address environmental concerns later when we have the financial means." It appeared that Qin Yu had anticipated this counterargument. Prioritizing economic development and addressing environmental concerns later is a mindset held by numerous officials today, with an emphasis on GDP above all else. Mayoru. While this approach may suffice for general enterprises, it proves untenable for a paper manufacturing company due to its severe pollution. Qin Yu offered a compelling counterargument, garnering nods of agreement from many who found his reasoning sound. Hu Zhikong was thoroughly alarmed. If everyone deemed Qin Yu's perspective valid, the project was doomed. This simply could not be allowed to happen. "Secretary Qin," he implored, "if we follow this line of thinking, what are our options? We cannot stand by and watch such a significant project fall through." Qin Yu smiled slightly, exuding confidence. "Mayor Hu, President Jiang, while it may seem bleak, there remains hope for this project to settle in our dear city. I have given it considerable thought. First and foremost, the factory's layout and production processes must align with global standards. Advanced techniques can significantly mitigate pollution. Additionally, acquiring state-of-the-art wastewater treatment equipment is essential." Qin Yu elaborated for at least another 10 minutes, having prepared thoroughly, even providing accompanying slides. Jiang Mingyan cast several glances at Qin Yu, internally acknowledging his exceptional talent. He articulated his points with clarity, and if such a mind were part of our group, it would be a boon. Alas, he stood in opposition. Jiang Mingyan's demeanor darkened as he struggled to contain his frustration. "I am here to invest, not to beg for favors. When have I encountered such a situation where environmental concerns stifle a project so completely?" "Secretary Tang," he continued, "under these circumstances, there is no need for further discussion. We shall return today." Hu Zhikong, unwilling to concede, quickly interjected, "President Jiang, everything is negotiable. There is no need to rush away." Qin Yu interjected, "President Jiang, achieving EU emission standards would greatly benefit your group. Although the initial investment may require several hundred million for a specialized wastewater treatment facility, the recycling of water resources would save substantial costs. After approximately 10 years, you could recoup your investment. Water is one of the largest expenses in the paper industry. By recycling water during production, significant savings can be realized." However, Jiang Mingyan was clearly irate, dismissing Qin Yu's words with a wave of his hand. "No need to elaborate. We are currently not considering investing in Deer City." The meeting concluded unfavorably, despite Hu Zhikong's repeated attempts to retain them. Jiang departed with his team, his expression decidedly grim. As they entered their vehicle, he cast a lingering glance at Qin Yu, committing his image to memory. News of the project's demise spread rapidly, eliciting a flurry of discussions and diverse opinions. The cancellation of such a substantial project was lamented by many. "What a pity," some exclaimed. "What is there to lament? It was a highly polluting enterprise. It is best that it does not come to Deer City." Others countered, "While the pollution may be considerable, the GDP generated would certainly not be insignificant." Most individuals still support the government, acknowledging the significant pollution problem. However, there exists a faction that believes, for the sake of GDP, factories should be established first, with environmental remediation to follow at a later time. Hu Zhikong and Liu Yilong have arrived at the provincial office. Now, the two find themselves in Deputy Secretary Wang's office, reporting to Wang Xiaolong. With a sorrowful expression, Hu Zhikong states, "Secretary Wang, this is undoubtedly an act of retribution. Tang Hui, upon realizing that I was instrumental in bringing this project forward, harbored an inner desire for its failure, deliberately seeking excuses related to environmental pollution." Chapter 62. Wang Zhaoqing prepares to take action. Hu Zhikong lamented his grievances, and indeed, the effect was remarkably evident. Wang Zhaolong's expression gradually turned serious as he inquired, "Is it truly the case that Tang Hui dares to obstruct such a significant project? An investment of 300 billion is, after all, a substantial undertaking, even for Jiangdong province." Lu Yilong interjected, "Secretary, Tang Hui's behavior is rather unbecoming. He openly vetoes such a monumental project under the pretext of environmental pollution, and his intentions are unmistakably aimed at undermining Mayor Zhikong." Wang Zhaolong nodded in agreement, astonished at Tang Hui's small-mindedness. It was evident that he was determined to thwart this project simply because it had been initiated by Hu Zhikong. "There is no need for you both to fret. I shall promptly approach Secretary Shah. We must demand an explanation," Wang Zhaolong asserted with newfound confidence. He had a lingering sense that, if managed adeptly, this could present an excellent opportunity. With economic development at the forefront, how dare Tang Hui act in such a manner? Even Secretary Shah would find it difficult to protect him. Should this situation lead to Tang Hui's downfall, it would not only strike a blow to Secretary Shah, but also open avenues for advancing his own associates. The position of municipal party secretary was exceedingly critical, and Wang Zhaolong was eager to grasp it, thereby augmenting his influence. Shortly thereafter, Wang Zhaolong took the initiative to visit the office of Secretary Shah. Upon entering, he found Secretary Shah engrossed in writing. Upon noticing Wang Zhaolong's arrival, he set down his pen and greeted him warmly. Despite any underlying disagreements or conflicts, maintaining a facade of cordiality was essential, especially at their level of authority. "Secretary Zhaolong has arrived. Please take a seat," Shah urged. Moving to the reception area and settling onto the sofa, the two men separated merely by a coffee table. Wang Zhaolong wasted no time, succinctly outlining the situation before criticizing. "Comrade Tang Hui is utterly out of line. Such pettiness is unbecoming of a municipal party secretary." Secretary Shah maintained a congenial demeanor, even smiling as he replied, "Comrade Zhaolong, let's not be hasty. Comrade Tang Hui has already briefed me over the phone regarding this matter. While the project is substantial, the potential pollution it could generate is indeed severe." Wang Zhaolong countered, "In the realm of enterprise, particularly with a factory of this magnitude, is it realistic to expect no pollution at all? Our focus must be on economic development. Even if pollution arises, we can address it later when we have the financial means." Secretary Shah found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. The prevailing mindset was indeed one of prioritizing economic growth, with the approach of pollute first and remediate later being a common strategy adopted by many regions. "Comrade Zhaolong, what is your stance on this?" Secretary Shah inquired. Wang Zhaolong replied, "My position is straightforward. We cannot allow pollution concerns to choke off investment. As long as the project adheres to domestic emission standards, we warmly welcome this investment to settle in Luqing. Comrade Hu Zhikong has exerted tremendous effort in the earlier stages. Merely a final push is required. Had it not been for Tang Hui's pretext concerning pollution issues leading to a veto, both parties would have already formalized the agreement, securing the substantial investment of 30 billion. A project of such magnitude cannot simply be allowed to slip away. Therefore, please discuss with Tang Hui, assuring him that the wastewater discharge standards are compliant with domestic regulations. I will also encourage Comrade Hu Zhikong to strive once more to reclaim this investment." Sha Changhe hesitated for a considerable time. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately conceded, nodding in agreement. "You are right. After all, it is a 30 billion investment. Ished contact Conrad Tongui." Wang Zhaolong replied, "Then it is settled. Should this investment ultimately fall through, certain individuals must be held accountable. It goes without saying that these individuals refer to Tang Hui and his associates." Sha Changhe maintained a relatively calm demeanor, yet a tinge of worry lurked within him. If Wang Zhaolong were to seize upon this issue and insist on holding Tang Hui accountable, even he would find it challenging to protect Tang Hui, as the latter held the moral high ground. If this matter were to be raised in the standing committee, and it was determined that someone must bear responsibility, it would be exceedingly difficult for Tang Hui to evade the ensuing consequences. Wang Zhaolong departed satisfied. Shortly thereafter, Tang Hui received a call from the provincial party secretary. Upon concluding the call, the weight of pressure intensified. In the office, he paced back and forth, mulling over strategies. At that moment, Qin Yu entered, holding a freshly brewed cup of coffee, which he gently placed on the large desk. Sans signe d'anguilles troublées sauts. Qin Yu recognized that the secretary might be struggling with the pressure and felt compelled to offer his counsel. "Secretary, what troubles you?" Qin Yu inquired. In response to Qin Yu's question, Tang Hui did not conceal his concerns, succinctly recounting the situation, followed by a sigh of dismay. "Xiao Qin, have we truly committed a grave error in rejecting this investment? Will the public not reproach us?" Qin Yu reassured him, "Leader, you are overthinking this. This endeavor is destined to benefit future generations. If we were to agree to this project and it resulted in significant pollution, it would be the public who would point fingers at us in condemnation." In truth, Qin Yu had yet to disclose a particular matter to anyone. A few days prior, he had penned an article entitled "Green Waters and Lush Mountains Are as Valuable as Mountains of Gold and Silver," comprising over 2,000 words. It offered a scientific and comprehensive dialectical analysis of the current state of economic development vis environmental pollution, articulating a resolute viewpoint that green waters and lush mountains equate to mountains of gold and silver. After sharing the article with his father, Qin Weidong deemed it exceptional, showcasing substantial depth, and subsequently recommended it for internal circulation. If all proceeds as anticipated within a day or two, this article will grace the desks of provincial and municipal leaders, many of whom will engage in its study. Thus, Qin Yu remained unfazed by the potential collapse of the 30 billion project. Unbeknownst to Tang Hui at this juncture, Qin Yu's article provided him with a sense of calm, while Tang Hui, feeling an overwhelming burden, suspected he had committed a monumental error. Initially, Secretary Xia made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, Secretary Wang Xiaolong's assistant contacted me as well. "Secretary Tang, the leadership wishes to meet with you. Could you possibly make your way to the provincial capital at this time?" It was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. A request to visit at such an hour could only indicate a matter of great significance. Otherwise, it would merely be an inconvenience. The weight of authority often crushes the less powerful, and when the deputy secretary of the provincial committee summons you directly, one must comply, regardless of prior engagements. Tang Hui responded to the call, saying, "All right, I will come immediately." After ending the call, he did not dare to delay and hurried to the provincial capital, accompanied only by his driver and Qin Yu. As they traveled in the vehicle, Tang Hui felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, suspecting that the issue at hand was likely related to his recent rejection of a particular investment. Chapter 63. The slap comes so swiftly and painfully. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, it was already past 7 in the evening. With no time to even partake in a morsel of dinner, Tang Hui swiftly contacted Secretary Wang Xiaoqing's assistant as he entered the provincial party committee's gates. "Director Sun, we have arrived at the provincial committee. Should we proceed directly to Secretary Wang's office?" At this hour, he surmised that Deputy Secretary Wang was likely no longer in his office. Indeed, Secretary Sun's voice on the phone confirmed his suspicion. "Secretary Tang, the leader is currently unavailable. Please hold on a moment. I will notify you as soon as he is free." "Very well. We shall wait at the provincial committee," Tang Hui replied. Setting down his phone, and with only Qin Yu by his side, Tang Hui's emotions were somewhat evident on his face. "Xiao Qin, Deputy Secretary Wang is currently occupied. We must wait." Qin Yu nodded slightly, already speculating that Wang Xiaoqing was likely being deliberately difficult. Had he possessed even a modicum of consideration for those beneath him, he would not have acted in such a manner. This wait extended for over an hour. The two men lingered in the provincial committee's lounge, having only managed to sip a cup of coffee, with no opportunity to eat dinner. As hunger gnawed at him, Tang Hui contemplated whether to sneak off to the provincial canteen for a bite, yet he feared a summons from Wang Xiaoqing at any moment. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 9 o'clock. He dialed again. "Director Sun, has the leader found some time?" Secretary Sun sounded somewhat displeased. "Secretary Tang, please exercise a bit of patience. I will inform you as soon as the leader is available. There is no need for repeated calls." Another 30 to 40 minutes passed. As the clock inched closer to 10:30, and with an empty stomach, Tang Hui's temper flared. He called once more, Director Sun. Is the leader still unavailable? Secretary Sun replied, Secretary Tang, I forgot to mention that the leader had a few drinks during an evening engagement and is now preparing to rest. Please come back tomorrow morning. This was utterly exasperating. After hanging up, Tang Hui's expression darkened. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Qin Yu commented, Secretary, it seems that Secretary Wang is deliberately making things difficult for you. Tang Hui snorted coldly in agreement and waved his hand. Let us find accommodation and have something to eat. Accommodation was conveniently arranged at the Provincial Committee's guest house, which boasted a pleasant environment. However, due to the late hour, the chef had already clocked out, leaving the two to settle for a simple bowl of shredded pork noodles. The following day, around 10 in the morning, after waiting since just past 9, Secretary Sun finally arrived to deliver the message. Secretary Tang, the leader is now ready to see you. Dongbi, accompanied by Secretary Qin Yu, knocked and entered Deputy Secretary Wang Zhaoqing's office. Wang Zhaoqing wore a stern expression, pretentiously reviewing documents. He allowed a full 5 or 6 minutes to pass before laying down his pen, his authoritative gaze settling on Tang Hui. Guo Dongbi, do you know why I have summoned you? Tang Hui replied, Secretary Wang, please enlighten me. I am currently unaware of the reason for my summons. Wang Zhaoqing, visibly seething with anger, slammed his hand on the table. Tang Hui, comrades Hu Zhikong, you expended tremendous effort to secure a significant project, yet you choose to dismiss it under the pretext of environmental pollution. I demand an explanation. Tang Hui had anticipated this reasoning and had prepared his response, hastily beginning to elucidate. Clearly, Wang Zhaoqing was not inclined to entertain such justifications. After listening for only a minute or two, he interrupted, adopting the authoritative demeanor of the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Committee, and sternly criticized Tang Hui. Even after the reprimand, his ire appeared unabated. Tang Hui, I do not care what methods you employ. You must retrieve this project. Should it fail, I will recommend to the Provincial Committee that you be held accountable. Qin Yu, who had remained silent throughout, was acutely aware of both Wang Zhaoqing's and Tang Hui's sentiments. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Secretary Sun entered, bearing some documents and the day's internal briefings. After placing the files on Wang's desk, Secretary Sun remarked, Leader, there is an article in the internal brief that Secretary Shah has personally highlighted for your review. It was not uncommon for certain documents or articles within internal briefs to require approval from provincial leaders. Wang Zhaoqing cast a disapproving glance at Tang Hui, then picked up the internal brief and quickly focused on the highlighted article. The piece, entitled Lucid Waters and Lush Mountains Are Invaluable Assets, bore endorsements from high-ranking officials, including Secretary Shah. The author was Qin Yu. Upon seeing the name, Wang Zhaoqing was momentarily taken aback and glanced at Qin Yu, contemplating that it must be a case of sharing the same name. This young Qin Yu, what merit does he possess for his article to be included in the internal brief? Even I, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Committee, find it challenging to achieve such a feat. Wang Zhaoqing's reaction and expression did not escape Qin Yu's notice, who smiled faintly. After waiting for approximately 3 to 5 minutes, sensing that Wang Zhaoqing had grasped the essence of the article, Qin Yu prompted, Secretary Wang, this is my work. Should there be any shortcomings, please feel free to point them out. At that moment, Wang Zhaoqing's mind was in turmoil, rendering him almost oblivious to Qin Yu's words. The article argued not only for economic development, but also emphasized the importance of environmental protection, particularly refuting the notion of prioritizing economic growth followed by environmental remediation. Ironically, this was precisely the viewpoint Wang Zhaoqing had just articulated. He found himself in stark disagreement with many of the article's assertions, yet its presence in the internal brief, coupled with endorsements from high-ranking officials, raised significant implications. Wang Zhaoqing, having ascended to the position of Deputy Secretary, was certainly no fool. He possessed a fundamental political awareness. As his internal turmoil intensified, he felt as if the ground beneath him was crumbling, his beliefs gradually disintegrating. The emergence of this article conveyed a powerful message. Environmental protection is imperative and urgent. Sensing Qin Yu's gaze and hearing his words, Wang Xiaoqing felt an urge to erupt in anger, yet reason dictated that he must restrain himself. Furious at Qin Yu, one might say that his ire reflected a profound dissatisfaction with the article, which indirectly extended to the esteemed figures above him. Wang Xiaoqing, however, felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. At this moment, the deputy secretary of the provincial committee found himself in an unexpectedly humiliating position. His face a tumultuous blend of crimson and black. Qin Yu had no intention of letting the matter slide. Regardless of Wang's esteemed title, the rift had been irrevocably severed, with no hope for reconciliation. Recalling the vexations of the previous day, which had compelled him and Secretary Tang Hui to rush over only to endure a torturous wait of 2 to 3 hours without even a morsel of dinner, he inquired. Secretary Wang, having read the article, do you have any directives? Yet, how could he dare to issue any directives? The written words from the higher-ups were abundantly clear. The sting of his earlier criticisms returned to him with startling swiftness, deepening the shade of embarrassment on his face. What a disgrace! The slap of reality was painfully acute. Wang Xiaoqing had never suffered such a monumental loss of face throughout his life. At this juncture, all he could muster was a dismissive wave of his hand, signaling, "Please leave me. I wish to be alone." Chapter 64. Commendation from the provincial party. Secretary Tang Hui had never imagined that today he would have the opportunity to counter the provincial deputy secretary. Moments ago, Deputy Secretary Wang had berated him fiercely, reducing him to a subordinate position, but now he felt a sense of triumph. Particularly, witnessing the current expression on Wang Xiaoqing's face brought him immense satisfaction, akin to the refreshing sensation of sipping an ice-cold cola on a sweltering June day. It was delightful. Tang Hui could hardly contain his laughter and was tempted to ask, "Secretary Wang, does that slap sting?" Although he could not pose such a question, he could still express himself in other ways. "Secretary Wang, we shall take our leave now. I will devote myself entirely to recovering this project. Environmental pollution can be set aside for the moment. Let us prioritize economic development and address pollution at a later time." Wang Xiaoqing's complexion deepened in a mix of embarrassment and anger, feeling the sting of being publicly reprimanded by a mere city secretary. However, he could only endure it without expressing his ire. He waved his hand again, instructing, "Xiao Sun, please escort Secretary Tang and the others outside. I wish to have a moment of solitude." Secretary Sun nodded, gesturing for them to exit. "Secretary Tang, let us step outside so as not to disturb the leadership's work." As they turned to leave, Tang Hui could no longer restrain his joy, a smile spreading across his face, his spirits soaring. Qin Yu, possessing keen hearing, caught the unmistakable sound of a loud crash just as they exited the office and the door closed behind them. It was likely that Secretary Wang had hurled his teacup to the ground in frustration. "It seems our leader, Secretary Wang, is quite upset," Qin Yu remarked. Tang Hui was on the verge of giving Qin Yu a thumbs up, but refrained, instead admonishing him playfully, "Young man, do not speak carelessly." How could Secretary Wang possibly throw his cup? He chuckled at his own words, unable to suppress his amusement. If someone were to shatter a teacup in anger, it was certainly a consequence of their own actions. As for Secretary Sun, he could only grimace and shake his head in resignation. The leader has smashed his beloved teacup. I must find him a replacement. What a headache. In the provincial secretary's office, Sha Changhe found himself enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Holding a watering can, he was tending to a few potted plants by the window, clearly in high spirits. He had not anticipated that Qin Yu's article would be published in the internal reference, garnering such attention and comments from numerous prominent figures. Indeed, I have also issued a directive in the internal reference, requesting Wang Xiaoqing to organize everyone for an in-depth study of its meaning and essence. Reflecting on Wang Xiaoqing's recent confrontation with him, Sha Changhe couldn't help but chuckle. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the office door. The secretary entered to report, "Comrade Tang Hui has come to report on his work." Sha Changhe immediately welcomed them in. Since they had come all the way to the provincial committee, it was only fitting to provide a report to the provincial secretary, especially as Tang Hui was a close associate of Sha. "Comrade Tang Hui, please take a seat. Young Qin is here as well. Please have a seat." Sha's secretary was warm and welcoming, his good mood evident. Once seated on the sofa, Tang Hui promptly recounted how he had been challenged by Wang Zhaoqing the previous day and how he had been criticized just moments ago. After listening, Sha Changhe consoled. Do not take these matters to heart. Wang Zhaoqing has indeed caused some chaos this time. Your project has considerable pollution issues, and I shall bring it up at the Provincial Standing Committee meeting. The esteemed members will surely support you. After offering some soothing words, Sha Changhe shifted his tone and praised, Comrade Qin, you display remarkable foresight, far exceeding that of many of our colleagues. We need comrades like you. He further commended. Your writing skills are quite impressive. To produce such high-caliber articles is astonishing. Young people like you are truly remarkable. With that, he gave a thumbs up. Qin Yu, adopting a humble demeanor, replied, Thank you, Secretary Sha, but I merely expressed my thoughts casually. I never anticipated it would be included in the internal reference. Such modesty from the youth. Being included in the internal reference is no trivial accomplishment. Throughout my life, I have penned numerous articles, yet I have only been featured twice. After offering further consolation and praise, Sha Changhe did not linger with Tang Hui. Tang Hui then rose to take his leave and promptly returned to Lucheng. Upon his return, he instructed Qin Yu to notify all city committee members at home to convene a meeting, with several deputy mayors also in attendance, essentially forming an expanded committee meeting. Qin Yu executed his tasks with efficiency, swiftly relaying the message. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was just past 2:30, successfully fulfilling his superior's request. Regardless of the previous day or today, the most discussed topic among Lucheng's leadership was still the project of Changjiang Paper Group. It seemed there were some with ulterior motives stirring up trouble from behind the scenes, and the situation was beginning to feel rather precarious. It would be a pity for this project to fall through. Indeed, with a total investment reaching 300 billion, a bit of pollution is hardly a concern. It can be addressed gradually. Word has it that Secretary Wang summoned Secretary Tang, likely regarding this matter. Poor Secretary Tang. Upon returning, he immediately convenes a meeting, probably overwhelmed by pressure, seeking to salvage this project. Retrieving it, however, is no simple task. Mr. Jiang and his team left in a huff. And persuading them to return will not be easy. As the meeting room gradually filled with city leaders, including some standing committee members, they engaged in conversation while awaiting the mayor and secretary, who had yet to arrive. The topic remained focused on the 300 billion project. One committee member even inquired of Mayor Hu Zhikong, if you were to reclaim this project, what are your chances? Hu Zhikong smiled and shook his head. It is quite challenging. I lack confidence. Mayor Hu, yesterday afternoon, Secretary Wang hastily summoned Secretary Tang, and upon his return, he gathered everyone for a meeting. It must be about this project, right? Hu Zhikong replied, who knows? I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps. As the conversation flowed, Mayor Li Qilong entered, and the room fell into a much quieter atmosphere. Almost without a minute's respite, Secretary Tang Hui entered the conference room with a notebook in hand, followed closely by Qin Yu, who held a teacup in one hand and a collection of prepared materials in the other. Upon closer inspection, the documents bore the prominent character's internal reference, along with the word confidential. Taking his seat, Tang Hui proclaimed in a clear voice, the time has come. Let us commence our meeting. Some attendees noticed that Secretary Tang's complexion and demeanor were remarkably good, seemingly unaffected by the earlier reprimand from Secretary Wang. This appeared somewhat amiss. Could it be that the speculations circulating among them were misguided? Chapter 65 in a moment. The atmosphere was charged with intensity. Our meeting today revolves around a singular topic, education. We shall engage in a study of an article from our internal reference materials. He gestured to Xiaoqin. Distribute the copied documents to each attendee. Comrades, these are confidential files and must be retrieved after the meeting. The document was indeed an internal reference. Upon receiving the copied material, attendees began to peruse its contents, some fortunate enough to immediately discover the article penned by Qin Yu. This, could it be a case of sharing the same name? Those whose works are included in the internal reference are typically prominent figures within the system, wielding significant influence or renowned scholars. It was unlikely that a young secretary like Qin would qualify. Noticing that everyone had obtained their materials, Tang Hui wasted no time and continued, in recent days, our city, Lucheng, has been anything but tranquil. Various discussions abound, and some individuals are even lamenting the unfortunate fate of the Changjiang Paper Group's project. He shifted his gaze to Mayor Hu Zhikong. Zhikong, you must also be grappling with the notion that the failure of this project is indeed regrettable. Hu Zhikong yearned to voice his thoughts, acknowledging the loss as profoundly unfortunate. After all, it was you who leveraged pollution as an excuse to undermine a project I worked tirelessly to salvage. Though he harbored these sentiments, he dared not articulate them. Instead, replying with palpable restraint, Secretary Tang, I hold no personal opinions on the matter. Recognizing that this individual was astute enough not to challenge him, Tang Hui momentarily spared him from scrutiny. Comrades, please turn to page 8. As everyone flipped to the designated page, they encountered the article and the author's name. In an instant, their expressions shifted dramatically. Qin Yu. Some gazed at him in disbelief, while others leaned towards their neighbors, whispering. The sheer number of participants soon filled the room with a low hum of conversation. Tang Hui chose not to intervene, allowing the murmurs to swell for 2 to 3 minutes before addressing the assembly once more. Comrades, our sole agenda today is to study Comrade Qin Yu's article, to delve deeply into its essence and spirit. You are not mistaken. This is not merely a case of sharing a name. Xiao Qin is indeed the author of this article. What? Everyone turned to Qin Yu, a collective astonishment evident on their faces. Impressive. To craft such a remarkable piece, to have it included in an internal reference, and to garner the attention of so many influential figures. Tang Hui led the study session until its conclusion, yet the shock lingered in many hearts. Several city leaders regarded Qin Yu with newfound respect. A few members of the standing committee clearly felt inclined to forge connections, no longer perceiving him as merely a humble secretary, but rather as a true comrade worth cultivating a relationship with. It was understood that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Qin Yu's future prospect would undoubtedly soar beyond the bureau level. Thus, fostering a beneficial relationship seemed prudent. Only Hu Zhikong found himself engulfed in a tempest of conflicting emotions. Initially, it was presumed that Secretary Wang had summoned Tang Hui for a stern reprimand. After the publication of this article in the internal reference, it is likely that Secretary Wang's countenance was considerably marred, leaving one to wonder how he ultimately managed the situation. Plans were in place to travel to the provincial capital within the next few days to report to Secretary Wang. Yet it appears wise to postpone such endeavors to avoid inviting misfortune. Unexpectedly, the following day, the Guangming Daily featured Qin Yu's article prominently on its front page. Although People's Daily did not publish the entire piece, it did release a commentary article that resonated with the sentiments expressed in Qin Yu's contribution. The entire Lu city experienced a seismic shift in discourse. The focal point of conversation among officials was no longer the colossal 300 billion project, but rather Qin Yu himself. How remarkable! Secretary Qin is truly formidable. The publication of these two esteemed newspapers sends a potent message. Relentless economic development at the expense of the environment is unequivocally unacceptable. Secretary Tang's prudent decision to veto this project has averted irreversible pollution consequences in the future. It is rumored that Secretary Qin was the one who recommended this course of action. Upon reviewing the content published in the two major newspapers, Tang Hui promptly issued directives for all districts, counties, and bureaus to engage in deep study and comprehension of the prevailing spirit. Qin Yu found himself busily occupied as numerous leaders, including county party secretaries, mayors, and directors, personally approached him with invitations to deliver lectures and guide collective learning. In an instant, Qin Yu became the center of attention. In Jiangcheng, a vice-provincial city and the headquarters of the Yangtze Paper Group, President Jiang Ming'an sat in his office, lost in thought as he smoked. On his expansive desk lay copies of today's People's Daily and Guangming Daily. While he could not access the internal reference materials, he was acutely aware of the contents of these two newspapers, which weighed heavily on his mind. This year marks a strategic planning period for the Yangtze Paper Group. Their ambition to emerge as a leader in the industry hinges on the decisions made in these formative years. Thus, they have amassed substantial funds, including various financing avenues, with the primary objective of constructing the largest paper manufacturing base in the country. The information gleaned from the newspapers indicates a newfound governmental emphasis on environmental concerns, signaling troubling news for the paper industry. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his contemplation. His secretary cautiously entered, reporting a startling revelation. "President, we have learned that the author of that article, Qin Yu, is none other than Secretary Tang Hui's secretary from Lu City." The mention of Tang Hui's secretary struck a chord with Jiang Mingyan, vividly recalling Qin Yu's visage. It seemed implausible. How could it be him? While Jiang Mingyan acknowledged Qin Yu's exceptional talent, he understood that seeing one's work grace the front page of Guangming Daily and garnering commentary in People's Daily is not merely a feat of excellence. Managing such a significant enterprise and frequently engaging with high-ranking officials, Jiang Mingyan possessed a keen understanding of the inner workings of the establishment. It is clear that mere excellence is insufficient. One must possess a formidable backing to achieve such heights. Could it be that Qin Yu possesses a background from the capital, hailing from a prominent family of the metropolis? A mere provincial background would not suffice. It must be one from the capital. With this speculation lingering in his mind, Jiang Mingyan felt a surge of determination and commanded, "Utilize all available resources and channels to discreetly investigate Secretary Qin's background. I need the results promptly." The Yangtze Paper Group is indeed a substantial entity, wielding considerable strength. Within less than a day, it was uncovered that Qin Yu is the third generation of the Qin family from the capital, with his father, Qin Weidong, serving as the executive vice minister of the ZY Organization Department. This background is overwhelmingly formidable. Amidst his astonishment, Jiang Mingyan pondered whether he could align himself with the influential Qin family. While directly attaching himself to the Qin family may prove challenging, fostering a good relationship with Qin Yu should not be insurmountable. Jiang Mingyan understood that for a business to reach such scale and prominence, it must be backed by a powerful supporter. The larger the enterprise, the more pronounced this notion becomes. Chapter 66. Jiang Mingyan takes the initiative to host a dinner. How might one improve their relationship with Qin Yu? What strategies could be employed to secure the favor of the influential Qin family? Jiang Mingyan pondered intently, his mind racing for solutions. True to his status as a corporate leader, he swiftly devised a plan. Yes, that would do. In the city of Lu, Qin Yu found himself busier than ever in recent days. He had never been so inundated with engagements, with numerous county officials and department heads eager to invite him to deliver lectures, leaving him little room to decline. After wrapping up a session at a certain bureau, he returned to his office around 4 in the afternoon, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a moment to recuperate. Soon after, he began organizing some documents to deliver to the office of the municipal secretary when his phone buzzed to life. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number. As the secretary to the municipal secretary, it was customary to answer any call, given the rarity of nuisance or fraudulent calls these days. When he picked up, a middle-aged male voice resonated through the line, sounding somewhat familiar. "Hello, Secretary Qin. This is Jiang Mingyan from Changjiang Paper Group." The name sparked recognition in Qin Yu's mind, leading him to wonder what prompted this unexpected call. Hadn't Jiang been closely associated with Lu Yilong and Hu Zhikong? "Mr. Jiang, how may I assist you?" Qin Yu responded with a tone that was both professional and slightly distant. Jiang Mingyan, astute as he was, sensed the chill in Qin Yu's demeanor and felt a twinge of regret for having allied himself too closely with Lu Yilong and Hu Zhikong. His motivations for forging those connections were not rooted in personal affinity, but rather in the desire to leverage their power. Lu Yilong, a former mayor with aspirations of becoming the municipal secretary, had ties to the provincial deputy secretary, Wang Zhaoqing. This connection had encouraged Jiang to engage more frequently with him, believing that fostering relationships with high-ranking officials would yield benefits for his business. However, after conducting some investigation, Jiang Mingyan realized that Lu Yilong and Hu Zhikong were not on the same path as Tang Hui and Qin Yu. Regret washed over him, and he resolved to cultivate a positive rapport with Qin Yu, envisioning the potential advantages of aligning with the formidable Qin family. As for Lu Yilong and Hu Zhikong, he deemed it prudent to maintain a measured distance. Sensing the coolness in Qin Yu's voice, Jiang felt a flicker of remorse, but understood that if he could present himself favorably, there remained a prospect for collaboration. Fundamentally, there were no conflicting interests between him and Qin Yu, leaving room for hope. Secretary Qin, I sincerely apologize for my previous behavior. We should not have left on such poor terms, he began, expressing his regret with earnestness. Qin Yu, perceptive as ever, recognized that this call was not merely an apology. It likely signified deeper intentions. Mr. Jiang, there is no need for excessive formality. Please, feel free to express your concerns directly. Haha, Secretary Qin is quite remarkable. Having guessed it so quickly, Jiang Mingyan chuckled. And to be honest, we have just arrived in Luqing, staying at the Luqing Grand Hotel. I called you because there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you in person. I wonder if Secretary Qin would be gracious enough to allow me to treat you to dinner tonight so we can converse about some specific issues. Jiang Mingyan traveled a considerable distance to personally invite me for a meal. Qin Yu felt a sense of surprise, which further confirmed that Jiang undoubtedly had important matters to discuss with him. It's merely a dinner. This poses no issue, Qin Yu replied readily. Since President Jiang is so courteous, I shall gladly accept your invitation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mingyan was quite pleased, providing the time and location while expressing his anticipation for Qin Yu's presence, his tone exceedingly polite. After concluding the call, Qin Yu delivered the organized documents to the office of the municipal party secretary and briefed Tang Hui on the recent developments. Upon hearing this, Tang Hui also felt somewhat surprised. After the project fell through, it was assumed that there would be little interaction with the Changjiang paper group. Yet here they were, reaching out proactively. Xiaoqin, you should go ahead and dine with them first to ascertain the specifics, he advised. With the municipal party secretary's approval, Qin Yu felt no pressure or hesitation. Around 6 in the evening, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up at the entrance of the municipal party compound, as Jiang Mingyan had specifically sent his executive assistant to fetch Qin Yu. Inside the luxurious private room, Jiang Mingyan awaited with several individuals, including 2 vice presidents and several middle management staff. Upon seeing Qin Yu enter, Jiang Mingyan rose to greet him with warmth. Secretary Qin, welcome. Please take a seat. At his courteous invitation, Qin Yu sat beside Jiang Mingyan, one of the 2 principal seats. Jiang Mingyan promptly introduced his companions to Qin Yu and, with a wave of his hand, a series of dishes were presented. He personally extended his apologies to Qin Yu. After several rounds of toasting, they finally transitioned to the main topic of discussion. Secretary Qin, after careful consideration, we believe that Luqing's resources are quite promising, particularly in Jingxian County, which is ideally suited for us to establish a factory. Indeed, the resources in Luqing are commendable. The high forest coverage largely meets the raw material demands for papermaking. Especially notable is the vast expanse of bamboo forests, which occupy nearly a third of Luqing's area, with some locations resembling endless seas of bamboo. Bamboo serves as an excellent raw material for papermaking, with a short growth cycle, as it can regenerate in 2 to 3 years after being harvested. Qin Yu understood that Jiang Mingyan sought to establish a factory in Luqing. However, he pondered why such a significant investment, which would be welcomed anywhere, was being offered to him specifically. President Jiang, I'm somewhat perplexed. Why are you insistent on placing this investment in our Luqing? Moreover, if you wish to invest, you should be seeking out Vice Mayor Hu Zhikong. Why approach a mere secretary like myself? With a smile, Jiang Mingyan no longer concealed his intentions. Qin Xiao, I have come to seek you out. I shall no longer approach Hu Zhikong or Lu Yilong. The address of Qin Xiao made Qin Yuming realize the gravity of the situation. This fellow was evidently aware of his background and was presenting such a substantial gift, clearly intending to lean on the formidable support of the Qin family. An investment of 30 billion could barely suffice to align with the Qin family, and future endeavors would surely depend on his performance. Qin Yu replied, President Jiang, while the 30 billion investment in our Luqing is feasible, it must adhere strictly to my stipulations. We will employ internationally advanced technology, ensuring that wastewater treatment and recycling comply with EU standards. Only then can we minimize pollution and mitigate its impact on the local ecology. On this matter, Jiang Mingyan had already contemplated the costs. After all, what were an additional 1 or 8 billion? If he could afford to invest 300 billion, he was more than willing to part with this relatively modest sum. Chapter 67. a tempting offer too good to refuse in the past. One would have hesitated to relinquish such a substantial sum. However, ever since the thought of securing the support of the influential Qin family crossed his mind, he became exceedingly willing to part with the money. Furthermore, after conducting a thorough analysis, he concluded that adopting world-class technology and importing advanced paper-making equipment would entail a greater initial investment. Yet it promised a return on investment within 8 to 10 years, making future profits exceedingly promising. Thus, everything would proceed according to Qin Yu's directives. Jiang Mingyan readily agreed, stating, "No problem. Whatever young Master Qin requires, we shall fulfill all demands." Meanwhile, on the same floor, in a booth diagonally opposite, Hu Zhikong was reveling in a lavish feast with several businessmen, his face aglow with merriment, as laughter frequently filled the air. Such scenarios were commonplace for Hu Zhikong, a member of the municipal committee, who relished the attention he garnered from the business elite. His secretary had just stepped out to take a phone call, and upon returning, leaned in to whisper a few words in Hu Zhikong's ear. Instantly, Hu Zhikong's reaction was one of astonishment as he exclaimed, "Really? President Jiang and his associates have actually arrived in our city. Leader, they arrive around 3 or 4 this afternoon and are currently staying at this hotel." With the project now entirely off the table, he pondered their purpose for coming. If there had been a glimmer of hope previously, Hu Zhikong now felt utterly despondent. Following Qin Yu's article, it was evident to all that a singular focus on economic growth, disregarding environmental concerns, was untenable. Given the extensive pollution associated with the paper industry, the likelihood of them investing in a factory in Lu City was nearly non-existent. Thus, Hu Zhikong found himself perplexed as to the intentions behind Jiang Mingyan and his entourage's visit. In a state of confusion, Hu Zhikong decided to make a call. Having Jiang Mingyan's contact information handy, after several rings, the line finally connected amidst a cacophony of noise, clearly indicative of a lively gathering. "President Jiang, this is Hu Zhikong. I heard you arrived in Lu City." To his surprise, Jiang Mingyan's demeanor was rather aloof. "Yes, I just arrived this afternoon, but I'm quite busy now. I must hang up." The call was abruptly terminated, leaving Hu Zhikong in a state of shock. What is going on? President Jiang has never behaved this way. He used to be quite cordial, and I believed we had a decent rapport. I haven't offended him recently. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Zhikong put away his phone and quietly instructed his secretary, "Find out which room President Jiang is staying in. I shall pay him a visit when I have the chance." Had Hu Zhikong known that Jiang Mingyan and his party were situated in the booth diagonally opposite, he would have promptly taken a glass of wine over to toast them. As for Jiang Mingyan, after hanging up, he candidly stated Secretary Qin. That was Hu Zhikong on the line. "But rest assured, I shall have no further dealings with him. I intend to maintain a certain distance." Qin Yu smiled subtly. "President Jiang, with whom you choose to associate is entirely your prerogative. I shall not interfere." "Absolutely, I assure you," Jiang Mingyan quickly affirmed. "I will have no further interactions with Hu Zhikong or Lu Yilong." Ingyist. Now that it is clear that Hu Zhikong and Lu Yilong belong to an entirely different faction, fundamentally opposed to Secretary Tang Hui and his associates, he would no longer pursue relations with them. Having resolved to align himself with Qin Yu, he understood that he must sever all ties to the past decisively. "Secretary Qin, I wish to visit Secretary Tang Hui tomorrow to discuss investment matters further. Is that feasible?" "This matter, I shall first report to Secretary Tang Hui. Await my call tomorrow." The dinner stretched on for nearly 2 hours, with both parties engaging in amiable conversation, particularly Qin Yu, who offered numerous insights to Jiang Mingyan. For instance, he cautioned him that future environmental policies would only tighten, especially concerning the paper industry, necessitating proactive measures, phasing out outdated production capacities and processes, adopting world-class technologies, procuring comprehensive wastewater treatment equipment, and implementing rational and scientific plant planning, among others. Jiang Mingyan committed these points to memory, and at the conclusion of the banquet, he personally escorted Qin Yu to the hotel entrance, arranging for his assistant to drive Qin Yu home. The next day, upon arriving at work, Qin Yu promptly briefed Tanguy. After listening to the report, Tang Hui inquired about Qin Yu's opinion. "Xiao Qin, what do you think? Should we accept this investment?" Qin Yu replied, If they can meet the EU's wastewater discharge standards and employ advanced global technologies to significantly reduce wastewater emissions, I believe we can accept this investment. It would be unwise to turn down such a lucrative opportunity. Previously, he held a similar stance. As long as they adhered to EU standards, investment in Luqing was viable, a perspective he maintained steadfastly. Tang Hui, reassured by Qin Yu's words, remarked, "You are correct. Our city of Luqing requires investment to foster economic growth. As long as their emissions align with our criteria and do not pose a significant threat to the local environment, we welcome their investment." Qin Yu nodded, cautioning Secretary Tang, "We must clearly articulate a series of requirements. Only if they meet these conditions shall we accept the investment. That is the prerequisite." It is likely that only Qin Yu would dare to express such demands. Others would hesitate to impose numerous conditions on investors, often treating them as if they were royalty. Generally, they would acquiesce to any requests, provided they were not excessively burdensome. Should officials from other cities become aware of this situation, they might exclaim, "Young man, you are quite audacious." Leader, President Jiang expressed a desire to visit you yesterday, Qin Yu noted. Tang Hui responded, "When do I have time? Have him come over. It will be a good opportunity to converse with him. By the way, Mayor Li and Vice Mayor Xiao should also join. Let's all sit down together and discuss." Without needing to consult his schedule, Qin Yu confidently replied, "Leader, you have a meeting at 10:30, but it can be postponed, allowing you an hour and a half to meet with Jiang Mingyan and his team." Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Hui decisively stated, "Let us set it for 10:30. I am aware of that meeting. Having other city leaders attend would suffice." Thus, the arrangement was made, and Qin Yu promptly informed Jiang Mingyan of the decision. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Mingyan was exceedingly pleased and indicated that he would arrive 10 minutes early. In a gesture of courtesy, Qin Yu stated that he would be waiting to greet them in front of the municipal party building. All other attendees of the meeting were duly notified by Qin Yu, and the reception room was fully prepared. With approximately 20 minutes remaining until 10:30 in the morning, he received a phone call from Jiang Mingyan himself. "Secretary Qin, we have departed from the hotel and will arrive at the Luqing Municipal Party Committee in about 8 to 10 minutes, Jiang Mingyan informed him. "Very well. I shall wait for you in front of the Municipal Party building," Qin Yu replied. After a few minutes, feeling that the time was appropriate, Qin Yu descended the stairs and patiently awaited their arrival outside the Municipal Party building. However, Jiang Mingyan and his party had yet to arrive. Qin Yu then noticed Hu Zhikong entering from outside, presumably coming from the city government for some business. Upon spotting Qin Yu waiting at the entrance of the Municipal Party building, Hu Zhikong paused, curiosity evident in his demeanor. "Secretary Qin, are you waiting for someone?" he inquired. Qin Yu nodded slightly and greeted him. "Mayor Hu, good day." His gaze then caught sight of two black Mercedes-Benz vehicles approaching, signaling the arrival of Jiang Mingyan and his entourage. Chapter 68. Your instructions, I dare not disobey. Hu Zhikong's gaze swiftly fell upon the two sleek black Mercedes. In this era, those who could afford such luxury vehicles were undoubtedly influential figures. He pondered who this esteemed individual might be, perhaps a leader escorting investors. Soon, his astonishment grew as he recognized the representatives from Yangtze Paper Group, with Jiang Mingyan prominently among them. A flicker of excitement surged within him, prompting him to approach with alacrity, extending his right hand from a considerable distance. His voice rang out, vibrant and warm. "Ah, President Jiang has personally arrived. Welcome, welcome." The commotion he created drew the attention of many, and his enthusiasm swelled as Jiang Mingyan and his entourage approached with smiles gracing their faces. The scene unfolded at the entrance of the municipal government building, bustling with visitors at 10 in the morning. A throng of onlookers turned their heads, captivated by Hu Zhikong's fervent greeting and the arrival of Jiang Mingyan. "Isn't that the president of Yangtze Paper Group? How intriguing. Has Mayor Hu summoned them back? Despite the project's previous rejection due to environmental concerns?" murmured the crowd, their interest piqued. "Mayor Hu is quite formidable. I recall the last time Jiang and his team left in high spirits. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Jiang Mingyan and his associates appeared to disregard Hu Zhikong entirely, bypassing him to approach Qin Yu directly. Jiang Mingyan was exceedingly courteous, devoid of any airs of superiority. As he extended his hand to Qin Yu, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Director Qin, thank you for your efforts. I am truly humbled by your personal reception. Qin Yu reciprocated warmly. President Jiang, you are too kind. It is my pleasure. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Yu invited President Jiang. Shall we proceed upstairs? Thank you, Secretary Qin. Jiang Mingyan and Qin Yu walked side by side, with the rest of the group following suit. Observant individuals noted that Jiang Mingyan lagged slightly behind Secretary Qin, a subtle but significant detail within bureaucratic circles. Witnessing this, some onlookers were left agape, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Hu Zhikong, momentarily stunned, soon regained his composure. As he watched Jiang Mingyan follow Qin Yu up the steps and into the building's lobby, he could not contain himself, calling out, President Jiang. President Jiang. Yet, it seemed the latter was impervious to his words, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Qin Yu as they ascended. Gradually, Hu Zhikong felt a burning sensation creeping across his face. What an embarrassment! The humiliation of being witnessed in such a manner by so many. His face flushed crimson as he cast a glance at the retreating figures of Qin Yu and Jiang Mingyan, a glint of realization flickering in his eyes. Feeling the gaze of those around him, Hu Zhikong's aged face flushed with embarrassment. He could only hasten his departure, boarding the vehicle back to the municipal government compound. Still lost in thought. Indeed, it must be as he surmised. He imagined numerous scenarios, deducing that Tang Hui and his associates had likely conspired privately with Jiang Mingyan, reaching some form of agreement primarily concerning investment matters. Anger welled within him. How dare they seize what rightfully belonged to him after his tireless efforts on this project? It felt as if they were plucking the fruit from his hands. Tang Hui, how unbecoming your behavior is utterly lacking in integrity. By afternoon, Hu Zhikong had gathered considerable information. Jiang Mingyan and his party had indeed come to discuss investment opportunities. Dongri, Li Qilong, and Xiao Guoqiang personally welcomed the delegation from Changjiang Paper Industry Group, engaging in discussions for over an hour in the reception room. Moreover, during lunch, Secretary Tang Hui graciously hosted a banquet for Jiang Mingyan and his team. Many witnessed the jovial departure of President Jiang and his colleagues, who exchanged warm handshakes with Secretary Tang upon leaving. This project was initially brought to fruition by me. Could I simply stand by and watch as Tang Hui and his associates snatched it away? No, I must appeal to the provincial authorities and seek out Secretary Wang. It has been several days. Surely, Secretary Wang's anger has subsided. I need to report this matter directly to him and secure his support. Hu Zhikong traveled to the province and embellished the narrative for Wang Zhaoqing, ensuring he presented the situation in a compelling light. The following day, not long after the workday commenced, Tang Hui received a phone call directly from Wang Zhaoqing. At that moment, Qin Yu was also in the office of the municipal secretary, assisting in organizing documents on the large desk. Upon realizing it was Wang Zhaoqing on the line, Qin Yu perked up, clearly hearing the conversation. Wang Zhaoqing spoke with official decorum, embodying the authority of the provincial deputy secretary. Guohua Dongri, I have heard that President Jiang of Changjiang Paper Industry Group has personally arrived in Luqing. Given Wang Zhaoqing's direct involvement in the matter, Tang Hui provided a succinct report. Secretary Wang, you instructed me personally to ensure this investment is secured. If this 30 billion investment falls through, you will have to recommend accountability from me to the provincial committee. I dare not defy your orders. After much effort, I finally persuaded President Jiang to come. We had a preliminary discussion yesterday, which went relatively smoothly. Qin Yu nearly gave a thumbs up to Secretary Tang, astonished at his audacity to confront the provincial deputy secretary. While the statement was indeed accurate, Wang Zhaoqing had emphatically stated that this investment must be salvaged. Qin Yu's subsequent articles and internal references would sharply critique Wang Zhaoqing, leaving the investment issue unmentioned. Suppressing his inner fury, Wang Zhaoqing endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, shifting the conversation away from the contentious topic. Guohua Dongri. In this project, Mayor Hu Zhikong has exerted considerable effort. Without his contributions, this initiative would not have materialized. Henceforth, all discussions, including the project's implementation, must prominently involve Mayor Hu. During the phone conversation, Wang Zhaoqing expressed much. Tang Hui chose not to engage in further dispute, opting instead for attentive silence. What you have articulated, I shall duly acknowledge, yet the prospect of Mayor Hu's involvement seems virtually impossible. After concluding the call, Tang Hui reflected briefly before stating, Xiao Qin, please inform everyone that a brief meeting will be convened at 10 o'clock this morning for our city leaders to further deliberate on matters pertinent to this project. Chapter 69. Who supports, who opposes the leaders swiftly received notification of a meeting scheduled for 10 o'clock that morning, with the agenda centered on discussing the investment from Changjiang Paper Group. As the executive vice mayor, Hu Zhikong also received the notice, feeling a flicker of joy, sensing that Secretary Wang had taken initiative. At 10 o'clock sharp, the meeting commenced. Tang Hui chaired the session, avoiding any preamble and plunging directly into the subject matter. Comrades, I trust you have all heard that President Jiang of Changjiang Paper Group visited us in person. Yesterday, I, along with Mayor Qilong and Mayor Guoqiang, engaged in discussions with President Jiang for over an hour. Our negotiations proceeded smoothly, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, this investment will settle in our Luqing, marking our largest investment this year. He began with a brief overview of the situation. Mayor Li Qilong and Executive Vice Mayor Xiao Guoqiang supplemented his remarks, further elucidating the circumstances and unequivocally expressing their support for the investment. One city leader raised a query, Secretary Tang. The higher authorities emphasize that we must not solely focus on GDP. Environmental protection is equally crucial. Is the pollution from this project not excessively high? Tang Hui smiled, seemingly anticipating such a remark, and explained, we have indeed considered the issue of environmental pollution and have imposed stringent requirements on Changjiang Paper Group. They must utilize world-class technology and equipment, ensure wastewater discharge complies with EU standards, and the plant's layout must be scientifically rational. All of these stipulations will be explicitly documented in the contract. Is this truly the case? A murmur of skepticism arose. If so, the pollution could be minimized, making the project's establishment in Luqing far less contentious. However, it was unexpected that, during the last meeting when such demands were made, President Jiang had left in a huff, and now he had come forth voluntarily, agreeing to this series of requirements. This struck a peculiar chord among the attendees. Yet they kept their thoughts to themselves and refrained from further inquiry. After sharing this information, Tang Hui declared, to facilitate the coordination of this investment, we shall establish a leadership group, with myself as the leader. The deputy leaders will be Mayor Qilong, Mayor Guoqiang, and Comrade Qin Chuan. What? Secretary Qin is actually the deputy leader. The previously quiet conference room erupted into a flurry of murmurs. Hu Zhikong felt a surge of indignation. Why should this young Qin Yu be appointed as deputy leader when he, a standing committee member and vice mayor, was overlooked? Tang Hui raised his hand to quell the noise, signaling for calm, before announcing the list of group members, over a dozen individuals, including a few city leaders and primarily heads of various departments, such as the Finance Bureau and the Investment Promotion Bureau. Hu Zhikong's frustration deepened upon noticing that his name was conspicuously absent. Secretary Tang, I would like to voice a concern, he said. Tang Hui gestured for him to proceed, encouraging open dialogue in a spirit of democracy. Hu Zhikong continued, I have a question. Why is Secretary Qin allowed to serve as deputy leader when, to my knowledge, he is merely at the sub-department level? He was relatively astute, refraining from directly questioning why, as a member of the Municipal Standing Committee and vice mayor, he had not been included in the leadership group, not even as a team member. He merely suggested that Qin Yu's rank was too low to warrant his involvement. Tang Hui smiled slightly, appearing quite composed, and remarked that Mayor Zhikang's opinion was indeed commendable. He proceeded to clarify that President Jiang of Changjiang Paper Group had explicitly stated that all specific work will be directly coordinated with Comrade Qin Yu. Our intention in appointing Comrade Qin Yu as the deputy leader of the group was solely to facilitate this coordination. It was made clear that communication would occur exclusively with Qin Yu. If there are any objections, one should directly consult Jiang Ming'an. Instantly, Hu Zhikong found himself at a loss for words, though discomfort lingered in his heart, and his expression turned serious as he reluctantly took a seat. Tang Hui surveyed the room and said, if anyone has objections, feel free to voice them, just as Mayor Zhikong has. with no one daring to dissent. The matter was thus settled, to be recorded in the meeting minutes and circulated to the relevant departments. The meeting was adjourned. Upon returning to his office, Hu Zhikong could no longer contain his frustration, his anger clearly etched on his face. It wasn't until a knock on the door interrupted him that he managed to rein it in somewhat. Entering was Lu Yilong, who likely remained unaware of the recently concluded meeting, as he had come for an entirely different matter. After exchanging pleasantries, he broached the purpose of his visit. Mayor Zhikong, Director Zhao from the Huan Mountain District, would like to invite us to dinner and asked me to inquire if you were free this evening. Director Zhao, who oversees the Education Bureau of Huan Mountain District, manages educational affairs in the area. Hu Zhikong speculated that their funds were finally ready, and he agreed to join for a drink that evening. Lu Yilong then added, Mayor Zhikong, I should mention that I am no longer the mayor, and I will not be taking the lion's share anymore. I'm content with a symbolic portion. Education is a lucrative field, and Hu Zhikong's responsibilities included overseeing it. Certain directors and principals were quite astute in expressing their respect, often offering tokens of appreciation. Lu Yilong, who had previously taken the lion's share during his tenure as mayor, now, as a mere secondary researcher, gracefully volunteered to take the smaller portion. Hu Zhikong, being a man fond of wealth, feigned modesty before conceding, Mayor Lu, since you insist, I shall graciously accept. Let's enjoy a few drinks together this evening. Meanwhile, at the Huan Mountain District Education Bureau, Director Zhao Yoji was engaged in a discussion with the newly appointed Deputy Director Liang Jiangtao regarding their work. After a while, Zhao Yoji retrieved a thick stack of cash from his desk, visibly amounting to 50 or 60,000. This was no small sum. In 2001, many people's salaries were less than 1,000 yuan, making this amount equivalent to 2 or 3 years of an ordinary person's earnings. Comrade Jiangtao, this is the bonus for the current quarter from the Bureau. Take it, but please keep it discreet. Liang Jiangtao was astonished. A quarterly bonus of such magnitude actually existed. Soon, he realized that the quarterly bonus was merely a euphemism, a facade for the collective corruption of the Bureau's leadership. Understanding the dubious origins of this money, Liang Jiangtao declined, saying, Director Zhao, perhaps I should forego it. My salary suffices, and my spouse is also employed, so we are not in need of additional funds at the moment. Zhao Yoji's expression darkened slightly as he replied, Comrade Jiangtao, do not feel burdened or hesitant. Each of us in the leadership bears the same weight. Yet, Liang Jiangtao continued to resist, unwilling to accept the tainted money. Chapter 70. If you don't take it, how can I? Seeing that neither of them was willing to accept the money, Zhao Yoji's expression grew increasingly grave. He began a serious admonition and then stated formally, Comrade Jiangtao, if you do not take it, how can I? If I do not take it, how will Mayor Hu, who oversees education, take it? If Mayor Hu does not take it, how will we progress? Reluctantly, Liang Jiangtao accepted the money, but he could not shake the feeling that it was a hot potato, leaving him somewhat unsettled for the next 2 or 3 days. Today, Yang Xiaodi arrived in Luqing once again. Secretary Tang Hui, ever concerned for his subordinates, knowing that Yang Xiaodi was coming, proactively said, Xiao Qin, today is Saturday, a day off. Take a break and spend some quality time with your girlfriend. Qin Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart, replying gratefully, Thank you, leader. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Yu exited the municipal party compound, and after a short while, he arrived at Luqing's train station. Yang Wandi's train was scheduled to arrive at 10:45. Glancing at the time, he realized she would be here in just a few minutes. Waiting at the exit, he sent her a text message, which she replied to almost instantly, Brother Yu, I'm almost there. The train is slowing down and will arrive shortly. Just so annoying, though, the person next to me is buzzing around like a fly. Such occurrences. His girlfriend was being harassed by another, he sighed. Being beautiful comes with its troubles. Wherever I go, there are always those who try to approach. A few moments later, Qin Yu spotted Yang Wandi emerging from the crowd, accompanied by an overly eager young man, akin to a sycophant, waving towards his girlfriend. He called out, Wandi, over here. Upon seeing her boyfriend, Yang Wandi beamed with joy, finally shaking off the persistent fly, and made her way towards him with a cheerful trot. Little did she expect that the young man would not relent and hurried after her, shouting, Hey, beautiful, slow down. Slow down. The young man inquired, do you have a boyfriend? Can I get your contact information? Yang Wandi did not respond, running toward Qin Yu, eager to reach him and escape the young man. If you don't have a boyfriend, would you mind having one? He pressed on. Following her bro, Young Wandi replied. I already have a boyfriend. Please do not harass me any further. Unfazed, the young man continued. If you have a boyfriend, would you mind having another? Such shamelessness left Young Wandi speechless. Linking her arm with Qin Yu's, she declared, Brother Yu, let us go. Qin Yu, however, held his ground, warning, kid, if you continue to bother my girlfriend, I will give you a couple of slaps. Perhaps sensing the aura of authority emanating from Qin Yu, the young man hesitated, ultimately choosing not to say anything as he watched Qin Yu and Yang Wandi depart. It's all right. Let's forget about what just happened, Qin Yu reassured her. Yes, let's not dwell on it, Yang Wandi agreed. Brother Yu, let's south head to your place. Qin Yu jested, what is this? After just a few days apart. You're so eager? Yang Wandi's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully retorted, what are you saying? I merely wish to drop off my suitcase at your place. I cannot very well drag it around the streets, can I? After speaking, feeling unsatisfied, she playfully pinched Qin Yu at his waist. All right, I concede, Qin Yu replied. Let us first return to drop off the luggage. If there are any activities later, we can discuss them in the evening. Yang Wandi pinched him gently once more. You go. Throughout the day, I wonder what thoughts occupy your mind. The two engaged in light-hearted banter as they stowed their belongings, and at noon, they ventured out for a meal together. Upon exiting the restaurant, they noticed numerous hair salons lining the street. Young Wandi suggested, you go. I wish to get my hair done. Qin Yu suddenly recalled an event from the future and countered, Wandi, with such splendid weather, why would you want to spend it indoors? Allow me to take you hiking instead. He initially intended to add a warning about staying away from someone named Ji-Wan in the future, lest he suffer greatly. But the pleasant weather on this Saturday made hiking an excellent choice. All right, I'll follow your lead. Are there any hiking spots in Lucheng? She inquired. Certainly. Just outside the city lies Qin Yu Peak, a scenic area. At its summit, there is a pagoda, and an ancient temple resides on the mountain. Let us go there. The distance from the city center was a mere several kilometers. They hailed a taxi that took them directly to the entrance of the scenic area, right at the foot of the mountain. After purchasing tickets at the entrance, they stepped into the scenic area, ready to commence their ascent. Unlike some places where the entrance is far removed from the attractions, requiring additional fees for shuttle services, this area welcomed them directly. The air was fresh and delightfully cool. With a beautiful asphalt road winding along the mountainous terrain, flanked by ancient trees that could be embraced by several people. Wow, it's so grand, exclaimed Young Wandi, as she and a couple of young girls admired a towering ancient tree. While the tree was indeed majestic, the girls' voices seemed to carry an undertone that might lead to misinterpretation. Yuga, please take my photo, Yang Wandi requested, having brought along a camera already loaded with several rolls of Kodak film. At this time, digital cameras had yet to become commonplace, as most individuals still utilized film cameras, and one could still find shops dedicated to developing photographs. Standing before the grand tree, dressed in flowing white attire, Yang Wandi appeared stunningly beautiful, prompting Qin Yu to capture this picturesque moment. After approximately an hour of hiking, Yang Wandi began to feel fatigued, having taken a seat to rest for the second time. Meanwhile, Qin Yu felt no strain at all, his stamina remarkably strong, perspiration absent. Wandi, how about I carry you? He offered. Young Wandi, in her long pants, felt a flicker of delight at the prospect. Most girls likely cherish such moments of being carried by their boyfriends. Yuga, are you capable? You might end up utterly exhausted, she teased. Oh, do you doubt my strength? Come here, Qin Yu responded confidently. Yang Wandi, filled with joy, nestled on Qin Yu's back, her hands wrapped around his neck, whispering softly in his ear, Brother Yu, if you're tired, just put me down. Qin Yu replied, I am not tired. I feel as though I could effortlessly carry you to the summit. The young man was handsome, and the young woman beautiful. Their affectionate bond drew envious glances from many young couples nearby. One girl, evidently fatigued, playfully pouted at her boyfriend, insisting on being carried as she threatened to sit down on the ground otherwise. The boy, wearing a pained expression, muttered, I can hardly move myself. Yet he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue, drenched in sweat after just a few meters. In contrast, Qin Yu appeared unfazed, his steps light and buoyant. They traversed 2 or 3 kilometers of asphalt road, the latter part comprising stone steps. Even while carrying Yang Wandi up the stairs, he maintained an effortless ease. Yang Wandi felt as though she had consumed honey, her heart brimming with sweetness, reflecting, "My boyfriend is truly remarkable and so strong. I adore him. Those little boys are all so weak, unable to carry their own girlfriends. While Brother Yu's been carrying me for 30 or 40 minutes without even breaking sweat." Chapter 71. Such surprising events for an average person. It takes approximately 4 to 5 hours to trek from the foot of the mountain to its summit. However, after traversing for a little over an hour, Qin Yu, with Yang Wandi on his back, managed to reach the top in merely about an hour and a half, without any breaks along the way. They were now merely 20 minutes away from the summit. They arrived at one of the renowned scenic spots in the area, where a towering boulder loomed ahead, resembling a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens. Wow, how beautiful and magnificent! You could put me down for a moment so I can rest and take some photos. With her camera in hand, Yang Wandi clicked a couple of pictures and then asked a passerby to capture a photo of the two of them together. After finishing the photo session, gazing at the imposing boulder, Qin Yu suddenly declared, "Wandi, I would like to recite a poem." Surprised, Yang Wandi exclaimed, "You can recite poetry?" "I had no idea." Qin Yu chuckled, "I possess many talents. You will gradually discover them. Then quickly recite your poem. I am eager to hear it." Clearing his throat and adopting a serious demeanor while gazing at the boulder, Qin Yu proclaimed loudly, "From afar, the stone appears grand. Up close, is indeed a great stone. The stone is truly large, undeniably a great stone." At once, Yang Wandi burst into laughter, finding this humorous and whimsical side of Qin Yu utterly delightful. As the impromptu poetry session concluded, several lovely girls nearby stifled giggles behind their hands, while Qin Yu, unembarrassed, smiled and waved. "Come on, shall I continue carrying you, or will you walk on your own?" With only about 20 minutes remaining to the summit and the path becoming considerably more level, Yang Wandi cheerfully linked her arm with Qin Yu's, saying, "I'll walk on my own, you go. Your poem was quite amusing. I shall reward you handsomely tonight." Intrigued, Qin Yu inquired, "What kind of reward awaits me?" "Tonight, we shall go grocery shopping together, and I will personally prepare a delicious meal for you," she replied. Qin Yu exaggeratedly responded, "Forget it. Spare me. That's not a reward. It sounds like an attempt to commit culinary homicide." Yang Wandi feigned annoyance. "Is my cooking truly that dreadful? I've been practicing, and it has improved significantly." All right. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. "Let us just dine at a restaurant tonight." Yang Wandi was delightful in every aspect. Beautiful, possessing a wonderful personality, and holding firm values, without the typical princess-like airs of a wealthy family's daughter. With the only exception being her lack of culinary skills. That evening they dined out. Qin Yu was well acquainted with the entire city, fully aware of where to find the best food. The restaurant was modest, a family-run establishment, yet the flavors were exquisite. On Sunday, Qin Yu continued to rest. Receiving a text from Tang, Hui urging him to spend quality time with his girlfriend, advising that everything else could wait until Monday. Originally, he had planned to accompany his girlfriend on a shopping spree today, but the previous night had been too intense, with Yang Wandi's melodic voice resonating throughout. Thus, shopping did not seem suitable today. They only ventured out to watch a movie in the afternoon, spending most of their time at home. The Sunday evening was tranquil. The two did not engage in any profound activities. Yang Wandi slept soundly, and after a night's rest, she felt rejuvenated. Early the next morning, Qin Yu was awakened by the bustling sounds emanating from the kitchen. Upon rising, he discovered his girlfriend preparing breakfast. The dining table was adorned with 2 cups of freshly brewed milk, a plate filled with neatly sliced sausage, and another plate featuring 2 large, soft, and pristine meat buns. These delectable buns were likely purchased by Yang Wandi from the Liu family shop at the community entrance. You're up," Yang Wandi exclaimed. Qin Yu praised her. "Well done. These eggs are perfectly fried, golden, and inviting." Feeling elated by her boyfriend's compliment, Yang Wandi responded cheerfully, How many eggs will you have? I'll just take one. Qin Yu replied. As a man, I must have 2 eggs, just like everyone else. Yang Wandi playfully rolled her eyes at him. She had fried 3 eggs in total, reserving the slightly burnt one for herself while offering the 2 perfectly golden ones to Qin Yu. Upon noticing, Qin Yu used his chopsticks to transfer one of the golden eggs to his plate, declaring, I prefer mine a bit more crispy. He took a bite immediately after. Yang Wandi felt a warm sensation in her heart, touched by his gesture of giving her the better portion. After savoring a few bites of the egg, Qin Yu picked up a warm, fluffy meat bun and took a bite, exclaiming, This bun is delightful, large, soft, and fragrant. Yang Wandi shot him a teasing glance, as if to say, I hope you're referring to the meat bun. Qin Yu chuckled, You've caught me. He raised his glass now. Let's toast with milk. Thank you for this heartfelt breakfast. Even breakfast deserved a touch of ceremony. The two clinked their glasses gently, but perhaps due to the fullness of the milk, some spilled, splattering Yang Wandi's hands. Oh no, you've made quite a mess, she said, and then realized the double entendre in her words, causing her cheeks to flush. I meant milk, not water, she quickly clarified. Hold still. Let me help you clean that up, Qin Yu said as he grabbed a napkin and carefully wiped her hands. There, that should do it. Now, let us enjoy some sausage. Let me feed you. He picked up a slice of sausage and lovingly brought it to Yang Wandi's lips. The breakfast was filled with warmth, and somehow, the flavors seemed enhanced. As it was Monday, Qin Yu had to go to work. Just before leaving, he said, I'm off to work now. Let's keep in touch via text, and I'll be home to keep you company tonight. Yang Wandi accompanied him to the door, reminiscent of a devoted wife bidding farewell to her husband, and even helped straighten his white shirt. Shortly after arriving at work, Qin Yu was reporting the day's agenda to Secretary Tang Hui when the Secretary General, Yin Li, gently knocked and entered, holding a letter. Secretary, here's a letter for you. Tang Hui took a glance at the envelope and noticed it bore no stamp, yet his name was indeed inscribed upon it. This was not the first occurrence of such a situation. He tore open the envelope and extracted the letter, beginning to read. As the Secretary of the Municipal Committee, he often received correspondence from citizens. Some letters arrived unstamped, directly deposited into the municipal committee's mailbox, while others were stamped and sent through the postal service. After perusing the contents, Tang Hui remarked, You all should take a look. Yin Li first glanced at it, then passed it to Qin Yu. After a few moments of reading, Qin Yu appeared slightly astonished, revealing that such matters indeed transpired. Chapter 72. Disguised inspection. This is, to be precise, a letter of denunciation. Handwritten in a beautiful and meticulous semi-cursive style, demonstrating a profound mastery of penmanship. However, this is not the focal point. The crux lies in the content of the letter, which accuses the Education Bureau of Huan Mountain District of establishing a clandestine fund, with each bureau leader allegedly receiving a quarterly bonus of 20 to 30,000 yuan. After reading it, Qin Yu remarked, Their bonuses are quite substantial. My annual salary does not even match their quarterly rewards. Tang Hui adopted a somewhat serious demeanor, stating, This matter must be investigated. Xiao Qin, please call the Secretary of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection and request his immediate presence. This was the distinguishing characteristic of Secretary Tang. Whereas other leaders might have simply handed the letter over to the Huan Mountain District for handling, only for it to possibly be passed to the District Education Bureau, which would likely result in no further action. Tang Hui summoned the top official directly. The Secretary of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection arrived promptly. After giving some instructions, the secretary departed with the letter in hand. Once he had left, Tang Hui said, Xiao Qin, I will grant you a half-day off this afternoon. I have previously heard about the issue of overpriced school uniforms at a certain school in Huan Mountain District. Now, with such a letter of denunciation surfacing, it seems the problems within the education system there may be quite serious. How about you conduct a discreet investigation? Qin Yu understood that the request for him to conduct a covert inspection was one aspect. The more significant matter was that he had been granted a half-day off. Indeed, Tang Hui added, Also, take some time to accompany Xiaoyang. She has come all the way from the provincial capital, and shouldn't be neglected. Qin Yu replied, Thank you, Secretary. I will head to Huan Mountain District this afternoon and visit a few schools. The city of Lu has 4 prestigious schools, which are essentially 4 key high schools, 3 of which are located in Huan Mountain District. Thus, it can be said that it is an educational hub. As Qin Yu went to work, Yang Wandi remained at home, enjoying a bit of leisure. She first indulged in a nap, then picked up her phone to chat with her close friend Su Lan. After some time, Yang Wandi inquired with concern, Lan, how are things going with Han Feng? It should be progressing smoothly, right? Han Feng was Su Lan's current boyfriend, who had been pursuing her for some time, though she had yet to fully commit, despite harboring some feelings for him. While feeling envious of her good friend's newfound relationship, Su Lan had ultimately accepted Han Feng's advances, and the two had established a formal romantic relationship. Their bond was exceptionally close, with no secrets between them. Sulan Said, Guandi. Do all men only last a mere 10 seconds? Han Feng is like a delivery man. He just drops by and leaves. It's so frustrating. Yang Wandi was taken aback. No way, that can't be true. Reflecting on Qin Yu's prowess, she silently mourned for her friend, thinking how unfortunate it must be to have someone leave right after arriving. Who could endure that? The two friends chatted for nearly an hour on the phone. After hanging up, Yang Wandi noticed that her phone was slightly warm and glanced at the time. It was already 11:30. She mused, Brother, you probably won't finish work until around 5 or 6 this evening. I'll just have a light lunch and perhaps take a stroll by myself this afternoon. Not long after, she heard a noise at the door. Seeing Qin Yu enter, she was a bit surprised. Brother Yu, what brings you back? Qin Yu briefly outlined the situation, mentioning that Secretary Tang had assigned him a task of discreetly visiting local schools. Upon hearing this, Yang Wandi's spirits lifted. Ye. Your leader seems quite favorable towards you, she remarked. Qin Yu nodded and waved his hand, saying, let's go out for a meal first, then accompany me to stroll around those schools. I'll change into something else and apply a light touch of makeup, Yang Wandi replied. Dressed in a loose-fitting pajama, she quickly changed into more suitable attire and applied a subtle makeup, enhancing her beauty effortlessly. Unlike some girls who take over half an hour to prepare, she was ready in no time. The two exited together, with Qin Yu having purchased a Toyota Corolla for transportation. At that time, domestic cars were still not on par with those from Japan, though in 20 years, the scenario would shift. Domestic vehicles would prove to be just as good, if not better, in terms of quality and cost-effectiveness compared to joint ventures. Qin Yu planned to dine near the first high school of the city, a prestigious institution situated in the mountainous area. The journey was not lengthy, taking about 20 minutes by car. They parked right at the entrance of school. During that period, private cars were relatively scarce, making parking plentiful and convenient. In Qin Yu's memory, numerous eateries and shops thrived outside the school's gates, primarily catering to students. However, something seemed amiss. The restaurants and shops he remembered were largely shuttered, with only a few open, creating a rather desolate atmosphere. Ordinarily, at noon, the school gates would be wide open and students would pour out, filling the area with lively chatter. Yet the gates were firmly closed, and only a handful of parents delivering meals could be seen outside. Students, separated by a metal fence, received their food and gathered nearby, some standing, some squatting, and a few even sitting on the ground. After hastily consuming their meals, the students returned to class, while the parents departed with the empty containers. Observing this scene, Qin Yu shook his head slightly, feeling that the school's actions were somewhat excessive. Having not yet eaten himself, he found a couple of restaurants still operating, but none of the patrons were students. They were mostly local workers or nearby laborers. Choosing one restaurant, Qin Yu ordered several dishes and inquired, Boss, I recall that a couple of years ago, many students would come out to eat during lunchtime. Why is it that now, not a single one is in sight? The owner sighed and shook his head. This has been the case for 2 or 3 years now. The school declared the food outside to be unsanitary, prohibiting students from dining out. Unsanitary? How could that be? I know my cooking is cleaner than what they serve at school. The meals there consist of wilted greens, rancid pork, and sprouted potatoes, all served to those students. The owner seemed to have found a confidant in Qin Yu, pouring out his grievances passionately. In the brief time it took to enjoy a meal, Qin Yu gleaned considerable insight into the situation, realizing that the owner's words held a ring of truth. After finishing his meal, Qin Yu settled the bill and was pleasantly surprised to find it exceedingly affordable. 3 dishes and a soup cost merely a little over 10 yuan. and the flavors were quite delightful, indicating the ingredients were remarkably fresh. Should he venture into the school to take a look, perhaps even explore their cafeteria? During his meal, Qin Yu occasionally cast glances toward the school gate, noticing a steady stream of individuals entering the premises. These groups, whether consisting of 2 or 3 persons, or 3 to 5, did not appear to be faculty members, nor did they resemble officials from government agencies. Rather, they seemed more akin to business people. What could be their purpose for entering the school? Were they possibly there to negotiate business? Shortly thereafter, another group arrived, comprising a middle-aged man who bore the semblance of a boss, accompanied by 2 younger individuals who seemed to be his subordinates. They disembarked from a vehicle and headed toward the main entrance of the school. Qin Yu, accompanied by Yang Wandi, quickly followed suit, eager to uncover the unfolding situation. Chapter 73. The exorbitant management rights. From a distance, Qin Yu observed as they approached the entrance of school. 2 security guards stood vigilant at the gate. Presumably, they had received prior notice, or perhaps the school leaders had given them a heads up. As the trio approached, one of the guards stepped forward and inquired, "Are you here to participate in the bidding?" The leading middle-aged man replied, "Indeed, we are. Here is our invitation letter. Principal Wang has instructed that entry to the school for the bidding is contingent upon the invitation." After taking the invitation, the guard scrutinized it briefly before, satisfied that all was in order, he opened the small gate to grant them passage. Qin Yu observed this entire exchange with keen interest, pondering whether Shi Hong was indeed holding a bidding event, as he had not heard any prior mention of it. Bidding typically pertains to the construction of educational buildings or dormitories, which generally would not fall under the purview of the school, but rather the higher educational authorities. Could it be? Qin Yu speculated on a possibility. Perhaps it concerned the management rights of the cafeteria or the small supermarket within the school. Yes, that seemed plausible. Thus, he felt compelled to investigate further. Accompanied by Yang Wandi, Qin Yu approached the school gate, only to be halted by the 2 security guards. "Where is your invitation? Please show it to us," they demanded. Qin Yu, ever resourceful, had anticipated this situation. "I do not possess an invitation, but I do have 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes." With this, he managed to incapacitate the guards' defenses. One of the guards, now amiably gesturing towards the interior of the school, remarked, "Do you see that? That is the comprehensive building, room 305. It starts at 1:30 in just a few minutes." Qin Yu and Yang Wandi then entered the campus of Shi Hong. True to its reputation as a prestigious high school, the campus was indeed impressive. It boasted a vast area, featuring a large playground with a standard 400-meter track, 2 grand teaching buildings, a comprehensive building, a physical education hall, student dormitories, and more. At midday, most students had finished their meals and were either napping in their classrooms or tackling exercises, while a few roamed the campus, some leisurely strolling. Others engaged in playful antics or basketball games. "Oh dear, we have to pay for the school uniforms again. Why do we need so many uniforms? And they require us to order 2 sets, totaling 360 yuan. The current order for summer uniforms was relatively modest, as the previous winter uniforms had cost a staggering 480 yuan per set, absurdly expensive. Ahead, 2 girls clutched their books, lamenting the uniform situation as they walked. And Qin Yu heard their complaints distinctly. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. These uniforms were indeed exorbitantly priced. For an average individual earning approximately 700 to 900 yuan a month, with most incomes falling below 1,000. Spending half a month's salary on a single set of uniforms seemed ludicrous. Were these uniforms adorned with gold trim? Qin Yu scrutinized the uniforms worn by some students. They appeared quite ordinary, with a set costing no more than 40 or 50 yuan, if that. Soon, Qin Yu arrived at the comprehensive building, entered room 305, and settled into a seat near the back. The room was bustling with activity, filled with noise, yet no one requested to verify invitations or identities. Groups of students gathered to chat as they awaited the school officials' arrival. After listening for a while, Qin Yu gleaned a wealth of information. It turns out that the bidding was for the management rights of the school supermarket. The rights for 1 year would go to the highest bidder. No wonder the school gates were tightly shut, prohibiting students from venturing out for meals or daily necessities. Everything had to be purchased within the confines of the school. This exclusivity breeds a lucrative business, and it is no surprise that so many individuals were eager to secure the management rights of the supermarket. Before long, time was up. A vice principal entered with two others, and the atmosphere quickly turned silent. The vice principal briefly introduced the small supermarket, which spanned an area of 170 square meters, emphasizing its exclusive nature. It was the only supermarket in the entire school. He also mentioned the number of teachers and students at the institution. Once the introductions concluded, they proceeded to the bidding segment. The starting price for the management rights was set at 500,000, with each increment not to be less than 10,000. Soon, the bidding commenced and escalated rapidly. Qin Yu was astonished. Within less than 10 minutes, the price soared to over 2 million. Goodness, what an eye-opener. Though it was termed a supermarket, it was merely a small convenience store, yet the rights for a year were fetching 2 to 3 million. This was an exploitation of the students, treating them like lambs for slaughter. It was no wonder the school gates remained closed under the guise of closed management, while in reality, it was merely a means to corral them as if they were awaiting slaughter. In the end, a portly businessman successfully acquired the supermarket's management rights for 3,120,000. He beamed with delight, likely contemplating how to inflate prices and profit handsomely from these students. After the gathering dispersed, Qin Yu intended to take a look at the cafeteria, but the doors were firmly shut, seemingly to ward off any intruders, making entry impossible. Thus, he decided to visit the small supermarket instead. With the students occupied in their classes, the supermarket was relatively empty. Qin Yu initially considered purchasing a bottle of cola as a token gesture, but upon seeing the price, he quickly changed his mind. He refused to subsidize their profits, even if it was just a few yuan. The cola, priced at 3 yuan outside, was being sold here for 6, a staggering markup. Other items reflected similar price hikes. Toothpaste that cost 4 or 5 yuan outside was priced at 8 or 9 here, often exceeding double the external rates, which was utterly ridiculous. Qin Yu shook his head in dismay. Just as he prepared to leave, the class bell rang, and the supermarket soon buzzed with students, overwhelmed by a flurry of activity as several cashiers struggled to keep up. The prices were exorbitant, yet students had no choice. They were compelled to purchase their necessities here, unable to exit the school grounds. Throughout the afternoon, Qin Yu visited several schools, including Municipal No. 4 High School, where he managed to sneak into the back kitchen of their cafeteria. The scene was shocking: various moldy and rotten ingredients, substandard meat, and an overall filthy environment plagued by stagnant water. It was utterly repulsive. Even so, meal prices were not affordable for students, costing at least 30% more than outside. It was simply outrageous. The following day, on the first day at work, Qin Yu did not commence by reporting the day's agenda to Secretary Tang, but instead shared the observations he had made the previous day. After listening intently, Secretary Tang's expression turned grave. He remained silent for a considerable time before letting out a deep sigh, acknowledging the suffering of the students and his own responsibility as the secretary of the municipal committee. Xiaoqin, please make some adjustments to today as scheduled. My primary task today is to conduct an in-depth investigation at the schools. I need to ascertain what these individuals are truly doing. Also, let's keep this under wraps. Do not inform anyone below. Just bring along Secretary Yin and Mayor Hu Zhikong. The reason for including Mayor Hu Zhikong is that education falls under his purview. Qin Yu, being prudent, did not disclose the nature of the investigation when notifying Hu Zhikong. He merely stated that Secretary Tang would be conducting research and requested his presence. Chapter 74. School research due to Qin Yu's cautiousness. Hu Zhikong remained unaware of the specifics of this research mission, including the institutions they were set to visit. Had their relationship been more amicable, he might have casually inquired for information, but given their strained rapport, he felt it beneath his dignity as a standing member of the municipal committee to lower himself to such inquiries. If they chose not to divulge, so be it. He would simply follow the delegation. Shortly thereafter, 3 black sedans departed, with the foremost vehicle occupied by the municipal committee member and Secretary General, Yin Li. Hu Zhikong's car trailed at the rear, while the central vehicle was, of course, the city's official car. Unlike the city leaders, who typically traveled with a retinue of aides and vehicles, Some county party secretaries and mayors also enjoyed a similar entourage. Tang Hui, however, vehemently opposed such ostentation. As the convoy set off, Tang Hui waved and declared, "Shaoqin, our first destination is City Number 1 Middle School." Thus, the car sped directly towards the school. Initially, Hu Zhikong paid little heed to their destination, merely content to follow along. However, as they continued without stopping, passing by several governmental offices, such as the Municipal Finance Bureau and Municipal Administration for Industry and Commerce, he began to speculate. Where could they be headed? Surely not finally. As they approached the gates of City Number 1 Middle School, a wave of apprehension washed over Hu Zhikong. Surely, Secretary Tang wouldn't be conducting research at City No. 1, would he? He hoped fervently that no complications would arise. Hu Zhikong was somewhat familiar with the situation at the school, having recently declined a meeting with the principal due to the latter's lower status, though he had graciously accepted a gift of 500,000 yuan. The two security guards stationed at the entrance failed to recognize the convoy, which included the city's official vehicle. This was hardly their fault, earning meager salaries. They were accustomed to merely passing the time without delving into the intricacies of their duties. "What are you doing? Stop," demanded one of the younger guards, displaying a complete lack of awareness. Not only did he fail to open the gate, but he also waved his arms insistently, ordering the cars to halt. Inside the vehicle, Qin Yu shook his head in disbelief. "Goodness, you are jeopardizing your principal's position. Can't you see the seriousness on Secretary Tang's face?" Recognizing the leader's displeasure, Qin Yu was the first to exit the car. He approached the guards and called out, "Open the gate. City leaders are here for an inspection. You need to notify your principal immediately." The guards were taken aback. "Isn't he the young man who offered us China cigarettes yesterday? How did he transform into a government official?" Glancing at the Audi A6, which unmistakably appeared to be the city's official vehicle, they promptly ceased their negligence. One guard hurriedly opened the gate, while the other frantically dialed the principal. The three vehicles drove directly into City Number 1 Middle School. At that hour, classes were in session, and the campus was serene, filled only with the sounds of students studying. Tang Hui remarked, "Since the students are in class, let's not disturb them. We shall proceed directly to their cafeteria." At this hour, the school cafeteria should be bustling with preparations for the midday meal. To witness the unvarnished truth, one must go and inspect it firsthand. Noticing that they bypassed the school's administrative building and headed straight for the cafeteria, Hu Zhikong grew uneasy, a foreboding thought creeping into his mind. Something was amiss. The car halted in front of the school cafeteria. Without a word, Tang Hui stepped out and led the group inside. The entrance opened into a vast dining hall, spacious enough to accommodate 1,000 or 2,000 students at once. The environment appeared decent, no doubt owing to substantial government investment. The second floor also housed a dining area, but Tang Hui ignored it, striding directly toward the kitchen in the back. "What are you doing here?" "Get out." A plump chef, seemingly a minor supervisor, barked at the sudden intrusion but abruptly cut himself short mid-sentence. These visitors looked like government officials. Several wore administrative jackets, and the man at the front bore an unmistakable resemblance to the municipal party secretary. His face paled instantly. "We're done for." The moment Tang Hui entered the kitchen, his expression darkened with severity. Filthy, chaotic, disgraceful. The sight alone was revolting. What tightened his jaw further was the state of the ingredients. Many vegetables wilted, yellowed, some even moldy. The pork, frozen for years, bore expiration dates from 2 or 3 years prior. Silent, Tang Hui's face was terrifying. Yin Li, equally grim, turned to the frozen kitchen staff with barely contained fury. "You feed the students this? Look at it, rotten, stinking." A mere few minutes in the kitchen laid everything bare. With a face like thunder, Tang Hui stormed out, intent on inspecting the convenience store Qin Yu had mentioned. By then, the school's leadership arrived in a flustered rush, led by Principal Yi Zhonghai, sweating profusely. "Secretary Tang, welcome to our school for inspection. I am Principal Yi Zhonghai." Tang Hui ignored him entirely, striding wordlessly toward the small supermarket. Inside, a glance at the exorbitant price tags confirmed Qin Yu's report to the letter. Emerging from his store, Tang Hui didn't so much as glance at Principal Yi before boarding his car and driving off, leaving behind a deathly pale Yi Zhonghai, who knew his fate was sealed. For the rest of the morning, Tang Hui visited several other middle schools, finding similarly appalling conditions. The later schools, likely forewarned, had scrambled to cover up, but the haste left traces of their negligence. News of the party secretary's surprise inspection spread swiftly. A flood of officials descended: the district party secretary, the mayor, the deputy mayor for education, district education bureau heads, and even top municipal education officials arrived in a frantic wave. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, when Tang Hui inspected the final secondary school, the scene was truly magnificent, with dozens of individuals trailing behind him. Noticing the large gathering, Secretary Tang decided against further inspections and convened an on-site meeting at the school. He immediately announced the dismissal of individuals such as Principal E from City No. 1 High School, mandating the Discipline Inspection Commission to conduct a thorough investigation. He insisted on a city-wide rectification, declaring that any issues discovered would be dealt with seriously, without leniency, regardless of who was involved. He instructed that all schools should keep their gates open during lunchtime and the afternoon to facilitate student entry and exit, closing only during class hours and at night. At this moment, Tang Hui had completely taken charge of the municipal standing committee, holding considerable esteem in Luqing City, and his words carried great weight. His directives were documented as the meeting minutes and disseminated to relevant departments, heralding a significant overhaul of the educational system across Luqing. Chapter 75. Conspiracy and Escape in an Upscale Tea House. Lu Yilong frequently indulged in tea during his tenure as mayor. Within a private room, enveloped in mist and fragrant tea, Hu Zhikong and Lu Yilong engaged in conversation, the door securely closed, ensuring their discourse remained undisclosed. As Lu Yilong prepared the tea, he remarked, "Old Hu, I hear that Tang Hui visited several schools this morning for research and uncovered numerous issues." Hu Zhikong shook his head, responding, "Indeed." He even convened an on-site meeting and summarily dismissed several officials. Lu Yilong's expression grew grave as he cautioned, "The troubles below are inconsequential, but we must ensure they do not implicate us. If necessary, we should find someone to take the fall." Both men were acutely aware of the myriad problems lurking beneath the surface. To them, the pursuit of profit was paramount. As long as money could be made, they would conveniently turn a blind eye to many issues. Hu Zhikong nodded in agreement. "I share your concerns. I fear that many problems will come to light, potentially involving certain individuals." After discussing these matters for a while, Lu Yilong inquired, "Old Hu, what about your wife? Is she truly not considering a trip to the United States?" Hu Zhikong replied, "Now is not the right time. I'm a member of the Municipal Standing Committee and the Deputy Mayor, while my son is in America under the pretense of studying. If my wife were to join him, it might create an unfavorable impression." Lu Yilong countered, "What is unfavorable about that? She could accompany him under the guise of being a study companion. It is quite reasonable for her to care for him while he pursues his education, as long as it is kept low-key. I have done the same. During his tenure as mayor, he had sent his own children to the United States, ostensibly for education, while in reality, they attended a dubious institution merely to obtain a degree, later claiming to be returnees. However, after stepping down, he had no intention of allowing his children to return home, and his wife had also gone to America, publicly stated as accompanying their son. Unbeknownst to others, Lu Yilong had begun secretly transferring his assets, with a portion of his embezzled wealth already relocated to the United States. The discovery of numerous issues during Tang's investigation left him anxious about potential repercussions, prompting him to invite Hu Zhikong for tea to plot a strategy, ensuring who could extricate himself from a situation. Bound by mutual interests, both men understood each other's financial gains. Hu Zhikong was aware of Lu Yilong's illicit earnings, and vice versa. Having considered Lu Yilong's suggestion, Hu Zhikong agreed, "You make a valid point. I will arrange for my wife to spend some time in the United States in the coming days." As they continued their clandestine discussions over tea for over an hour, they eventually departed separately to avoid drawing attention. Lu Yilong left first, followed by Hu Zhikong several minutes later. A few days prior, Secretary Tang Hui had conducted investigations at several schools, uncovering a plethora of issues that incited his wrath, leading to the immediate dismissal of several officials. The matter was far from resolved, as he had tasked the Disciplinary Inspection Commission with a thorough investigation. 2 days later, Lu Zhengjie, a member of the Municipal Standing Committee and the newly appointed secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, personally came to provide a report. Lu Zhengjie, who is closely aligned with Tang Hui, succeeded the former secretary, who had maintained a closer relationship with Lu Yilong. Following Lu Yilong's departure from the mayoral position, Tang Hui facilitated the transfer of the previous secretary through Secretary Xia, appointing Lu Zhengjie in his stead. Lu Zhengjie began to relay the progress of the investigation over the past 2 days. Secretary Tang, we have essentially uncovered the veil of the entire education system within the city. In just 2 days, we have placed 7 individuals under double regulation, and currently, a total of 16 are under investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission. After listening to the report, Tang Hui's heart sank. The situation was graver than he had anticipated. These corrupt elements must be thoroughly excavated, leaving no one unaccounted for. Lu Zhengjie assured him, "Rest assured, Secretary, we will dig deeper. However, there is a particular situation I must report to you." "Pray tell, what is the situation?" "Tant bien inquiète," Lu Zhengjie replied. "The director of the Education Bureau in Huan District, Zhao Youji, is embroiled in serious corruption issues and has already been placed under double regulation. Our interrogations and investigations reveal that he has repeatedly engaged in bribery with higher-ups, including the former mayor, Lu Yilong." Tang Hui's expression turned grave. "Is the evidence conclusive? Once we have sufficient proof, we must promptly place Lu Yilong under double regulation." Lu Zhengjie responded, "These are some details provided by Zhao Youji. I believe we will have the relevant evidence shortly. Please grant us another 2 days." "Very well. Let's not raise any alarms for now. Keep me informed at all times." Why not proceed with Lu Yilong's double regulation immediately? Although he is no longer in the mayoral position, he still wields considerable influence in Luqing City and has the backing of Deputy Secretary Wang from the provincial committee. Without sufficient evidence, hastily proceeding against him would likely provoke calls from certain leaders in the province. Then let us take our time over the next 2 days to investigate discreetly. Once we have adequate evidence, we shall invite him to the Discipline Inspection Commission for a discussion. Meanwhile, Lu Yilong harbored a degree of apprehension. He was acutely aware of the misdeeds he had committed and the extent of his corruption over the years. No longer holding the mayoral office, he feared a sudden downfall. After advising Hu Zhikong to clean up his affairs, he still felt a lingering unease. Having served as mayor for so many years, he possessed various channels and resources, making him well-informed. For instance, earlier that day, he received a call indicating that Zhao Youji had confessed to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission about having delivered bribes to him on multiple occasions, amounts ranging from 2 to 300,000, with the largest sum being 500,000, totaling 1,350,000. After receiving that call, Lu Yilong realized that he needed to flee. Although most of his assets remained untransferred, the portion he had managed to move was sufficient to secure his future. After hastily gathering his belongings, Lu Yilong quietly departed from Luqing City. His luck seemed to be holding. Approximately an hour after his departure, the municipal discipline inspection personnel arrived at his residence, only to find it empty. Unable to reach him by phone and with no trace of his whereabouts, the discipline inspection staff acted swiftly, escalating the matter up the chain of command, and soon it was reported to Tang Hui. Lu Zhengjie personally came to report, "Secretary, we have failed in our duties. We were about to place Lu Yilong under investigation, but we discovered he has already fled. Preliminary investigations indicate he left Luqing an hour ago, and his current whereabouts remain unknown. He actually escaped." Tang Hui instructed to mobilize all available resources to ensure his capture. Furthermore, an investigative team was to be established to conduct a comprehensive inquiry into Lu Yilong's issues. Soon, the Municipal Disciplinary Committee took the lead in forming the investigative team, recruiting elite personnel to conduct an in-depth and thorough investigation of Lu Yilong. Hu Zhikong quickly learned of Lu Yilong's flight, and an immediate sense of anxiety and unease overwhelmed him, fearing that he too might be implicated. Chapter 76. Assist me in taking a life within the confines of the office. Hu Zhikong paced back and forth, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Damn it! That wretched fellow managed to slip away without so much as a word to me, leaving me in this precarious situation. Cursed be the day. Unsurprisingly, a person capable of becoming the deputy mayor would possess such cunning. After a brief moment of anxiety, Hu Zhikong gradually regained his composure. No, he could not remain idle. His thoughts began to crystallize. If Lu Yilong could flee, so too could he, albeit with careful planning. First, he resolved to curry favor with his secretary Tang, to lull him into a false sense of security, allowing him to perceive who is an honest individual. This would buy him time to execute a series of maneuvers and preparations. He determined that his wife must expedite her departure from the country under the pretense of accompanying their child for educational purposes and attending to daily needs. As for himself, he needed to leave swiftly, well before they detected any irregularities. Yes, this was the course of action he would take. After thoughtful consideration, convinced of the viability of his strategy, Hu Zhikong approached Secretary Tang to report on work matters. He knocked gently on the open door of Qin Yu's small office. Secretary Qin, is the leader available at the moment? Upon seeing Hu Zhikong, Qin Yu was slightly taken aback. It was indeed a rare occasion for this man to proactively report on work matters. Mayor Hu, the leader, is currently unavailable. Engaged in discussions with Mayor Qilong regarding work-related matters. They were indeed deliberating on issues concerning the Changjiang Paper Group. Following Qin Yu's directives, the Changjiang Paper Group had conducted a scientific design for the upcoming factory construction, compiling a list of equipment to be procured, which had already been submitted to the Luqing municipal government for further discussion. Mayor Hu, why don't you wait in the reception room next door? No waities, no waities. Hu Zhikong replied promptly. I will wait here. Please inform me when the leader is available. After approximately 20 to 30 minutes, Qin Yu returned to notify him and escorted him to the office of the municipal party secretary. Hu Zhikong adopted a slightly submissive posture, slightly bending at the waist. Secretary Tang, I have some work-related matters to discuss with you. Tang Hui glanced at him, pondering inwardly. This fellow used to be closely aligned with Lu Yilong, and now that Lu has fled, even his demeanor has shifted. Lowering his stance, is he attempting to align himself with me? Too late. The opportunity has already passed. Although such thoughts lingered in his mind, Tang Hui's expression remained cordial. Mayor Zhikong, that is the right approach. I hope for your continued support in my work. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhikong felt a surge of elation. It appeared his strategy was indeed sound, with Tang Hui indicating a willingness to accommodate him. Secretary Tang, I have truly been foolish in the past, associating too closely with Lu Yilong. I regret it deeply now. Secretary Tang, I assure you, I maintain a clear conscience despite my previous rapport with Lu Yilong. I, Hu Zhikong, have never engaged in corrupt practices, nor have I taken advantage of the populace. After expressing his innocence, Hu Zhikong proceeded to report on various work-related matters. Surprisingly, he even took the initiative to provide some leads regarding Lu Yilong's corruption. The two were indeed intertwined in mutual interests. Hu Zhikong was aware of a portion of Lu Yilong's corrupt activities and selectively disclosed information that did not implicate himself. After all, Lu Yilong had already fled. What could it matter if he sold him out? Upon hearing this, Tang Hui nodded slightly, sensing that Hu Zhikong might still have a chance for redemption. As long as he maintained a favorable attitude and ceased opposing him, it would not be unwise to temporarily retain him. Lu Yilong had indeed fled. The municipal disciplinary committee and the police were investigating his whereabouts. From the information currently available, it appeared he had left Luqing City, with his destination unknown. Lu Yilong had planned to depart from the provincial capital airport, having already prepared his passport and related documents. However, he never anticipated the rapid response of the municipal disciplinary committee. Upon arriving at the provincial capital airport, he immediately sensed something was amiss. He dared not proceed through security and quietly left, returning discreetly to Luqing. In this era, surveillance cameras were relatively scarce, making it quite simple for him to evade the limited monitoring. No one realized he had come back. The most dangerous places often serve as the safest havens. And Lu Yilong played the game of operating under the cover of darkness, having managed affairs in Luqing for many years. From vice mayor to executive vice mayor, and then to mayor, he still possessed certain resources and channels within the city. Since legitimate avenues for leaving the country were no longer viable, he resorted to smuggling himself out. He had already made arrangements through a contact who assured him he could leave as soon as the day after tomorrow. In a city village, within a certain residence, Lu Yilong concealed himself. Why did he choose to hide here? Primarily due to the complex demographics and the absence of surveillance cameras. The door was tightly shut, and even the windows were closed, leading passers-by to assume the owner was not home. Yet, such homes were abundant in the area, and it was unlikely anyone would pay attention. As Lu Yilong remained confined within, he could not help but reflect on how he had fallen to such depths. His greatest resentment was not directed at Tang Hui, but rather at Qin Yu. If it were not for Qin Yu, he would not have fallen from the heights of mayoral power to his current state of disgrace. He was well aware of Qin Yu's family background, which had previously instilled fear in him, preventing any rebellious thoughts. However, in his current plight, thoughts of vengeance began to take root. After all, he would be escaping in 2 or 3 days. Perhaps a little retribution against Qin Yu would serve to alleviate his pent-up frustration. This notion sprouted in his mind, taking hold and growing uncontrollably. Lu Yilong retrieved a new SIM card, inserted it into his phone, and dialed a number he had not called in a long time. The call connected swiftly. "Mayor Lu, what can I do for you?" "Help me eliminate someone." The secretary to the municipal party secretary, Qin Yu. After uttering this sentence, Lu Yilong hung up the phone, cut the SIM card into pieces, and flushed it down the toilet. When Lu Yilong served as the deputy mayor and chief of police, he ingeniously employed a cunning strategy to rescue a death row inmate. This inmate was no ordinary individual. He was a retired member of a special forces unit, possessing remarkable skills. However, he had been sentenced to death for committing murder. Recognizing the extraordinary abilities of this man, as well as his capacity for gratitude, Lu Yilong decided to intervene. The condition for his assistance was that the inmate would act as Lu Yilong's concealed weapon, aiding him in executing certain delicate tasks, including assassination. Lu Yilong would only resort to this resource in dire circumstances. The last time they had collaborated was several years prior, when the inmate assisted him in eliminating a target. After a significant passage of time, Lu Yilong finally decided to make that call once more. Chapter 77. The Killer Waiting for a Rabbit Today. Secretary Tang's primary agenda was to conduct research in Jinhai County. The formal agreement had been signed, and the Changjiang Paper Group had fully complied with the demands of Luqing City, encompassing factory planning, procurement of wastewater treatment equipment, construction of the sewage treatment plant, and paper-making processes, among others. The site had been determined as well. As the secretary of the municipal party committee, Tang Hui planned to revisit Jinhai County today. Without any fanfare, they set out in 2 black sedans, departing from a municipal compound and heading towards Jinhai County. For the initial 10 kilometers, the road conditions were relatively good, with spacious and well-maintained asphalt. However, upon entering the Jinhai County section, the quality of the road deteriorated significantly. The main thoroughfare in Jinhai County appeared somewhat narrow, consisting of only 2 lanes, and the cement surface was riddled with damage, presenting a rather bumpy ride. Seated in the vehicle, Tang Hui remarked, "Xiaoqin, it is fortunate to have you propose that the Changjiang Paper Group fund the expansion of this road, saving the city a considerable sum." Qin Yu humbly replied, "Once the road is expanded, the primary beneficiary will be the Changjiang Paper Group. After the factory is constructed and operational, a wider road will facilitate the transportation of raw materials significantly." Jinhai County was not far from the city center, merely a distance of a little over 20 kilometers, and they arrived shortly thereafter. Having already received notice from Qin Yu, a group of leaders from Jinhai County, including County Party Secretary Zhou Kong, were neatly assembled in front of the County Party and Government building to welcome them. "Hello, Secretary Tang. We warmly welcome your visit to Jinhai to provide guidance." These county leaders approached Tang Hui one by one, extending their hands for a handshake, revealing a hint of nervousness among some. Beyond Tang Hui's established prestige, they were also concerned that he might uncover a series of issues, potentially resulting in the demotion of certain officials. Upon entering the office building, several county leaders briefed Tang Hui on their recent key initiatives, including the relocation efforts within the factory area. After listening to the report, They accompanied Secretary Tang to inspect the progress of the relocation work in person. During the field assessment, County Secretary Zhou Kong, feeling somewhat anxious, discreetly tugged at Qin Yu's sleeve. "Secretary Qin, how is the leader feeling today? If any issues arise, could you please speak a few good words on my behalf?" Zhou Kong was quite a figure, known for his diplomatic approach. Qin Yu smiled slightly, reassuring him, "Secretary Zhou, rest assured, the leader is here solely for an observational visit today. You should report as necessary and provide hospitality. There will be no problems." Upon hearing this, Zhou Kong felt considerably more at ease. It was not until the afternoon that Secretary Tang returned to the municipal committee. An afternoon meeting ensued, during which several documents were addressed, and, around 6 o'clock, the workday concluded. As a secretary, Qin Yu also finished his duties around 6, but did not leave until the leader had departed. With the leader still working late and showing no intention of leaving, it was unthinkable for him to depart early. After the leader finished for the day, Qin Yu organized his desk before finally heading home. Yang Wandi had been in Luqing City for a few days and had returned the day before. The plot of land had once again been ruined. A few days of rest were imperative for rejuvenation before engaging in further rounds. She was a novice, yet craved the thrill, savoring the taste of indulgence. As a solitary individual, dinner posed no challenge. Either there was a banquet to attend, or one could dine at the municipal canteen. After finishing her meal, around 7 in the evening, Qin Yu arrived at his doorstep, producing his key to unlock the door and stepping into the apartment. The reason he continued to reside in this dwelling was primarily due to its proximity to his workplace, merely a 7 to 8 minute walk without the need for a vehicle. However, with Yang Wandi soon to graduate and frequently visiting to stay with him, Qin Yu had begun searching for a new home to purchase. A newly developed project nearby was quite appealing, offering spacious 200 square meter flats that were exquisitely furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. Such offerings were rare in 2001. Only a city of Lu City's caliber could boast such properties, while smaller counties were devoid of comparable options. Upon entering his apartment, Qin Yu immediately sensed that something was amiss. Having undergone physical enhancement, his strength and stamina had transcended human limits, and his sixth sense had become remarkably acute. Once inside, and closing the door behind him, he detected a faint aura of hostility permeating the air, suggesting that someone had been there. "No, there is someone in my home." The apartment was not expansive, with limited hiding spots. Qin Yu's gaze shifted toward the bathroom, recalling that the door had been ajar when he left that morning, yet it was now closed. Just as he was about to call out, "Come out. You needn't hide," the bathroom door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man. This man, unremarkable in appearance and easily lost in a crowd, exuded a palpable threat. He was Lu Yilong's trump card, a resource seldom deployed. The man was a skilled assassin. Upon receiving Lu Yilong's call regarding the need to eliminate the secretary of the municipal party committee, he devised a plan. Confident in his ability to kill Qin Yu effortlessly, he opted instead to await his return in the apartment, believing that once Qin Yu was disposed of, it would be at least a day before anyone would notice his absence, granting him ample time to escape. In contrast, committing murder in public would attract immediate police attention, a less favorable course of action. Perhaps due to his overconfidence, upon hearing Qin Yu's arrival, the man emerged calmly from the bathroom, fixing a cold gaze upon him. "You are Qin Yu." Qin Yu nodded. Had it been anyone else encountering an intruder in their home, especially one radiating hostility, they would have been paralyzed with fear. Yet, Qin Yu remained unfazed, acknowledging his identity with composure. The man declared, "Someone has ordered your demise. Do not blame me when you descend to the underworld." With that, a gleaming dagger appeared in his hand, and with a swift motion, he lunged toward Qin Yu's carotid artery. There was no hesitation. It was a lethal strike from the outset. The man's movements were fluid and alarmingly swift, appearing to the untrained eye as merely a flash of cold light, leaving no time for reaction. In Qin Yu's perception, everything unfolded as if in slow motion, each detail crystal clear, his body perfectly attuned to the impulses of his mind. He retreated a fraction of a step, effortlessly evading the threat. The glint of the dagger sliced through the air, mere inches from his neck, ultimately finding nothing but emptiness. The man emitted a soft gasp, taken aback by the unexpected miss, yet his reflexes were swift. He immediately pivoted, aiming the dagger towards Qin Yu's heart. Once again, it was a lethal strike, the kind that promised instant demise. The speed was astonishing, leaving no room for reaction, yet to Qin Yu, it remained a vivid tableau in slow motion. Chapter 78, it is evident that I did not evade. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. With a direct thrust aimed at the opponent's heart, the speed was so swift that the man believed Qin Yu was doomed, even envisioning the sound of the blade piercing through flesh. However, to Qin Yu, everything unfolded as if in slow motion. He swiftly seized the man's wrist with accuracy. What? Just as the blade was halfway through, it was caught. Not only that, but the wrist felt as if it were ensnared by an iron band. Under the immense strength, it was motionless, and he could sense his bones on the verge of shattering. A fleeting thought crossed the man's mind. Qin Yu was a formidable opponent, and he had underestimated him. Yet there should still be a chance. With his other hand, he swung a punch directly at Qin Yu's temple, a blow that could incapacitate even a bull. He could vividly picture the impact, imagining his skull cracking like a watermelon. But halfway through the swing, Qin Yu accurately caught his fist, which felt as if it were clamped in a vise, cracking under the pressure, threatening to splinter. The man realized he had failed. Indeed, with a forceful shake, Qin Yu sent the dagger clattering to the ground, which he then deftly kicked several meters away. This was merely the beginning. Qin Yu twisted the man's arms behind his back, driving his knee into him, pinning him firmly to the ground. Though the man was skilled, under Qin Yu's control, he was utterly at his mercy. Swiftly, Qin Yu bound him with an electrical wire. He had intended to find rope, but discovered none, only a solitary wire. Qin Yu retrieved his phone, first dialing 110, followed by a call to Secretary Tang Hui. Upon receiving the call, Tang Hui was taken aback, his first inquiry being, "Xiao Qin, are you injured?" Qin Yu reassured him, "I am unscathed. There is no need for concern." Tang Hui replied, "I will come right away." The call ended quickly, and Qin Yu pocketed his phone, fixing his gaze on the man. "Now speak. Who sent you?" The man merely offered a cold smile, saying nothing. Qin Yu understood that it was nearly impossible to extract information from him verbally, yet he could hear his thoughts. His inquiry was merely a means to guide the man's inner voice. Continuing, Qin Yu remarked, "You possess commendable skills, but alas, you were unfortunate to encounter me. I advise you to reveal your instigator. If you choose silence, it matters not. You must have investigated my family background before attempting this. With the strength of the Qin family, even if you utter not a word, we could swiftly uncover everything." As Qin Yu spoke, he tuned into the man's thoughts. Surprisingly, the man's thoughts were quite plentiful. Within 2 minutes, Qin Yu discerned that he was indeed acting on the orders of Lu Yilong. "Damn it, Lu Yilong has grown bold, sending someone to kill me. This man must be captured at all costs." Qin Yu engaged in a series of platitudes, seeking information from the man regarding Lu Yilong's whereabouts. However, he gleaned little, learning only that the man had received a call from Lu Yilong before coming to commit murder. The police arrived promptly, likely due to Qin Yu's status. After dialing 110, they appeared within 3 to 4 minutes, and Qin Yu had already left the door ajar, allowing for a slight opening. 2 officers, who had been patrolling nearby, rushed over upon receiving a call from the city bureau. The lead officer, a middle-aged man, recognized Qin Yu and inquired, "Secretary Qin, are you injured?" Qin Yu replied, "I am fine, not even a scratch." The officer nodded in relief, producing handcuffs to secure the man, despite his hands already being bound with electrical wires. Almost immediately, the bureau chief, Sun Changsheng, arrived, followed by Secretary Tang Hui, creating quite a commotion. Given the gravity of the situation, a homicide in which Qin Yu was the target, the municipal police worked tirelessly through the night, interrogating the suspect while Qin Yu provided his testimony. Tang Hui also arrived at the bureau, and upon Qin Yu's exit from the interrogation room, he expressed concern, asking, "Little Qin, you weren't too frightened, were you? Perhaps you should take a day off tomorrow to recuperate." Qin Yu reassured him, "Secretary, I am perfectly fine." Furthermore, this home invasion was orchestrated by Lu Yilong. Tang Hui was taken aback by the revelation, yet it soon made sense. Lu Yilong harbored animosity towards both himself and Qin Yu. With Lu Yilong currently on the run and his whereabouts unknown, it was not surprising he would resort to desperate measures against Qin Yu. Rest assured, we will spare no effort or resources to apprehend Lu Yilong, Tang Hui vowed. He had already briefed Secretary Xia and Governor Zhu, who both emphasized the necessity of uncovering the mastermind behind the attack and ensuring the instigator was brought to justice. Given Qin Yu's prominent position, it was imperative that they capture the orchestrator. Otherwise, the Qin family would not be safe. This was not merely a local issue for Luqing, but a matter of provincial significance. The provincial department would intervene directly, leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit of Lu Yilong. Within mere hours, the provincial authorities uncovered a vital lead. Lu Yilong had been spotted at the provincial city airport, though he did not pass through security. He lingered in the terminal for 2 to 3 minutes before departing in a taxi. After a few more hours, the police confirmed that Lu Yilong had stealthily returned to Luqing, likely hoping to operate under the radar. After completing his statement, Qin Yu exchanged a few words with Secretary Tang before leaving the bureau. Instead of returning to his residence, he opted to stay at the municipal guest house, where several officers were assigned to guard his room. Qin Yu received a call from his father, Qin Weidong, who inquired with concern about his well-being. Upon learning that his son was unharmed, he felt reassured and stated clearly that he would contact the provincial committee to ensure Lu Yilong's capture. It was also mentioned that 2 formidable individuals must be dispatched to discreetly safeguard Qin Yu's safety. Before long, Yang Wandi's call came through, and the two engaged in an extensive conversation, during which Yang Wandi even expressed her intention to visit the following day. Subsequently, Qin Yu received several more calls, including one from his sister, one from Aunt Lu, and even a call from Yang Dongming, who inquired with concern. Although Qin Yu kept the assassination attempt under wraps, the news had spread among various city officials by the next day, including Hu Zhikong. Upon hearing the news, Hu Zhikong felt a surge of frustration, cursing Lu Yilong for being cornered and resorting to such drastic measures against Qin Yu. This reckless act could potentially unravel everything, and he pondered the urgency of his own escape, fearing it might soon be too late. Chapter 79. I will personally capture Lu Yilong the following day. With a day off granted personally by Secretary Tang, Qin Yu made his way to the municipal police station. Upon learning of Qin Yu's arrival, Director Sun Changsheng personally greeted him, first briefing him on the interrogation of the middle-aged assassin. Director Qin, this assassin is quite tight-lipped. We haven't extracted much useful information from him. However, with assistance from the provincial department, we have finally ascertained his identity. Wu Hong, 37 years old, a former serviceman of a special forces unit. After his discharge, after absorbing this information, Qin Yu thought to himself, no wonder this fellow dared to lurk in my home, waiting for an opportunity. He possesses formidable skills and has taken several lives as casually as one might slaughter chicken. He is indeed unfortunate to have crossed paths with me. Had it been anyone else, he might have succeeded. Director Sun, I wish to see Wu Hong, Qin Yu requested. Had the request come from anyone else, Sun Changsheng might have politely declined. However, since it was Qin Yu making the request, he readily acquiesced, saying, very well, I shall accompany you. Under Sun Changsheng's guidance, Qin Yu encountered Wu Hong, who was handcuffed and detained. Through the iron bars, Qin Yu observed the man and perceived Wu Hong's inner thoughts. Damn it, I underestimated him. I didn't anticipate his capabilities. Mayor Lu, you have put me in a bind by not informing me of this situation, leading to my downfall. Upon hearing these thoughts, Qin Yu smirked disdainfully. Wu Hong, with your pathetic skills, you think you can kill me? Just wait for your reckoning. Wu Hong harbored a sense of pride. He could not tolerate being called incompetent. Angered, he retorted loudly, Qin Yu, I've not been careless. I could have devised 100 ways to eliminate you. Enough of this nonsense, Qin Yu replied. Be honest and tell us where Lu Yilong is hiding. Dream on. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Wu Hong declared defiantly. Understanding that psychological tactics were paramount, Qin Yu continued, if you refuse to speak, it will merely prolong the process. We will capture Lu Yilong. He cannot escape. Based on our intelligence, we have nearly confirmed that Lu Yilong is hiding in Luqing City. You may not be aware, but a substantial police force has been mobilized, with numerous personnel from the provincial department providing guidance. The SWAT team is also involved. It is only a matter of time before we apprehend Lu. As he spoke, Qin Yu listened intently to Wu Hong's thoughts. The extensive deployment of police forces surprised and worried Wu Hong, causing him to ponder, could Mayor Lu really be captured? He should be hiding in Jianxi village. If you know he owns an old house there. Hearing this inner revelation, Qin Yu felt a surge of excitement. He surmised that Lu Yilong was most likely concealed in Jianxi village, an area characterized by old houses and haphazardly constructed shantytowns, chaotic and poor in environment, providing ample opportunity for concealment. Subsequently, Qin Yu uttered a few more words aimed at guiding Wu Hong's thoughts, encouraging him to contemplate specific locations where Lu Yilong might be hiding, such as the exact building and unit number. The outcome was quite fruitful. Although the precise unit remained elusive, they at least discerned that it was building 26, seemingly on the 4th floor. Whether Lu Yilong was indeed concealed there, Qin Yu resolved to investigate personally. Since he was on leave today, he had ample time. After leaving the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Sun Changsheng warmly accompanied him to the entrance. Chief Qin, Secretary Tang has personally instructed that your safety is of utmost priority. Old Wang and Xiao Ma will accompany you, providing 24-hour protection. Qin Yu was inclined to decline the offer, yet he did not wish to impose upon Director Sunday. He nodded and replied, "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Director Sunday." "Not at all, not at all," Sun Changsheng quickly assured him. Old Wang, appearing to be in his 50s, was a seasoned veteran of the police force, well-versed in his craft, while Xiao Ma, in his 20s, had only graduated from the police academy a few years prior. Despite his youth, he excelled in both hand-to-hand combat and marksmanship, earning him the assignment to protect Qin Yu. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Lu Yilong has dispatched assassins to kill me. I intend to find him myself. Upon reflection, I believe there is a considerable chance he is hiding in an urban village." Old Wang cautioned, "Chief Qin, there are numerous urban villages in Luqing, teeming with people from all walks of life. Locating a single individual would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Today is my day off, and I have no pressing matters. You may accompany me as I explore," Qin Yu replied. The three of them exited the Municipal Public Security Bureau and entered a modest domestic SUV, with Xiao Ma at the wheel. Instead of heading directly to Jianxi village, they wandered aimlessly through various urban villages in Luqing, which varied in size and character. After meandering for the entire morning, they casually chose a restaurant for lunch. After their meal, Qin Yu stated, "There is a place nearby called Jianxi village, a quintessential urban village characterized by aging structures and a diverse populace. We should pay a visit." "Certainly," Old Wang nodded in agreement. Before long, the trio arrived at Jianxi village. This area epitomized an old urban district featuring low and dilapidated buildings, some of which were makeshift structures, while others were self-built homes, alongside several 3- or 4-story walk-up apartments. There were numerous such walk-up apartments, all numbered, starting from building 1 and extending beyond 30. Though Qin Yu appeared to wander aimlessly, he was keenly observant of the variations in the buildings as they strolled, pausing intermittently until they finally reached the front of Building 26. This 4-story edifice, with its red brick walls, bore the marks of at least 3 or 4 decades of existence, emanating a somewhat decrepit aura. The building housed numerous residents. Each floor featured a lengthy corridor, characteristic of a tube-style apartment layout. Qin Yu's gaze swiftly settled on the 4th floor, and after a brief glance, he ascended the stairs, discovering that this level contained approximately 7 or 8 households. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, the three of them observed each unit, noting that several doors were ajar or slightly open, indicating the presence of occupants within. In the case of such households, Qin Yu could only spare a brief glance inside, largely disregarding them. 3 doors remained tightly shut, leaving one uncertain whether their occupants were absent or simply inclined to keep them closed. Undeterred by the inconvenience, Qin Yu proceeded to knock on each door. After 2 raps, the first door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman. "Whom are you seeking?" she inquired. Qin Yu promptly replied, "Annie, do you happen to know which unit Lu Jiangwo resides in?" The woman, appearing perplexed, responded, "There is no one by the name of Lu Jiangwo on this floor." "Oh, have we come to the wrong place? I apologize. I sincerely apologize, Qin Yu said, repeatedly expressing his regret. Approaching the second door, which was likewise firmly shut, Qin Yu raised his hand and knocked once more. There was no response. After another 2 knocks, still no sound emerged. Xiao Ma suggested, "It seems there may be no one home." Qin Yu gestured for silence, then pressed his ear against the door, straining to listen. Faintly, he discerned the sound of breathing within. There was indeed someone inside. Chapter 80. Lu Yilong captured since there are people inside. Why did they not open the door or make a sound? Could it be that Lu Yilong is hiding within? It is quite plausible. Wu Hong had shared his insight that Lu Yilong possessed a residence here, one known to very few. Presently, on the entire 4th floor, apart from one household yet to be knocked upon, this was the only one left. If Lu Yilong truly secluded himself here, the sound of breathing emanating from within is likely his own. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Yu intensified his efforts, striking the door with vigor. Noticing the continued silence, Xiao Ma suggested, "Director Qin, it seems there is no one home." Qin Yu gently shook his head. "Old Wang, can you open this door?" Old Wang nodded, retrieving a card from his pocket. He slid it into the door crack, and with a few casual movements, the door swung open. Just as he was about to step inside, Qin Yu's keen hearing caught the faint sound of a click, reminiscent of a bullet being chambered in a handgun. If Lu Yilong was indeed hiding there, such behavior would be expected. After all, he had once served as mayor and had maintained long-term control over the municipal police, making the possession of a firearm quite ordinary. Seeing Old Wang prepare to enter, Qin Yu swiftly grasped his arm, signaling him to halt. True to his reputation as an experienced detective, Old Wang quickly understood, nodded, and drew his service weapon, disengaging the safety. Xiao Ma, momentarily taken aback, soon adopted a serious demeanor, brandishing his own firearm. The two positioned themselves, one on each side of the door. Qin Yu exchanged glances with them, then, in a swift motion, kicked the door open while simultaneously sidestepping. Almost immediately, a gunshot rang out as the door burst open, the bullet striking the doorframe, sending splinters flying and creating a sizable hole in the wooden structure. Bang, bang, bang. Old Wang and Xiao Ma retaliated. What ensued resembled a scene from a crime film. A brief yet intense exchange of gunfire, which ceased only when a piercing scream echoed from within. The two, armed and vigilant, cautiously stepped into the apartment. Lu Yilong lay unconscious, having been shot. A Makarov pistol sprawled on the floor beside him. Old Wang, seasoned and composed, deftly nudged the pistol away with his foot, then pressed his fingers against Lu Yilong's carotid artery, confirming he was still alive, with a pulse present. Xiao Ma, call for an ambulance immediately. After issuing the command, he skillfully applied pressure to stem the bleeding, tearing a bedsheet into strips for a rudimentary tourniquet. Qin Yu glanced at the busy Old Wang and promptly dialed Sun Changsheng. Once the call connected, he stated urgently, "Director Sun, send a team to Building 26, 4th floor of Jianqi Village immediately. We have located Lu Yilong," and a brief gunfight ensued. He has been shot in the chest and is unconscious. What? Lu Yilong has been found? There was a firefight? After a brief moment of shock, Sun Changsheng's spirits lifted. Excellent. We are on our way. Before long, the wailing sirens of police vehicles echoed through the city precinct, several cars racing towards Jianqi Village with great urgency. Sun Changsheng felt the weight of pressure bearing down upon him. Just a few moments ago, the principal leaders of the provincial department personally called to inquire about Lu Yilong's whereabouts. The apprehension of Lu Yilong has been a direct request from Secretary Shah of the Provincial Committee and Governor Zhu, who have both been closely monitoring this matter. Upon receiving the call from the provincial leaders, Sun Changsheng felt an immense pressure. He was informed that he had a maximum of 48 hours to locate the individual. Failing to do so would result in his dismissal as director. Little did he anticipate that just minutes later, Secretary Qin would inform him that Lu Yilong had already been captured. This was indeed his salvation. Filled with excitement and elation, Sun Changsheng hurried to Jianqi Village, where he was greeted by a crowd of onlookers. The local patrolling police had arrived earlier and were maintaining order, having cordoned off the area. An ambulance had already arrived, and Lu Yilong was being carried on a stretcher, ready for transport. After a brief glance, Sun Changsheng approached Qin Yu, grasping his hand firmly. Director Qin, how did you know Lu Yilong was hiding here? We deployed so many resources and personnel to find him, yet you discovered him so swiftly. Qin Yu humbly smiled, attributing it to sheer luck. Of course, he would not disclose that he had heard Wu Hong's inner thoughts, leading him to this fortuitous discovery. Sun Changsheng did not delve into how Qin Yu had managed to locate Lu Yilong so expediently. All that mattered was that they had apprehended him. Shortly thereafter, Sun Changsheng, Qin Yu, and others returned to the municipal bureau. Upon their arrival, Tang Hui approached them, commending Qin Yu and instructing that every effort be made to save Lu Yilong's life. He must not die. In truth, Lu Yilong's injuries were quite severe, as bullets do not discriminate. However, he had been admitted to the emergency room, where some of the most renowned doctors in Luqing had gathered, ensuring that his chances of survival were promising. Yet, neither Tang Hui nor Qin Yu anticipated the call from the provincial department requesting Lu Yilong's transfer to the provincial hospital, citing its superior conditions for patient care. A helicopter had been dispatched to facilitate his transfer, with several of the province's finest doctors on standby. Tang Hui did not question the rationale. Indeed, the provincial facilities were better equipped, and the provincial department had been involved in Lu Yilong's case from the outset. The following day, as Qin Yu exited the office of the municipal party secretary, he encountered Lu Zhengjie, the city's disciplinary inspection secretary, who had come to report on the matter concerning Lu Yilong. A joint investigation team had been formed at the municipal level, having conducted a comprehensive inquiry days prior, with Secretary Lu personally reporting to him each morning. This occasion was no different. In the office, Lu Zhengjie thoroughly detailed the situation for 30 minutes before gravely stating, Secretary Tang, the circumstances are more severe than we anticipated. The information we possess appears to be merely the tip of the iceberg. If we continue our investigation, we may unearth significant implications, potentially involving numerous individuals, including leaders at the municipal level. Tang Hui directed that regardless of who it may be, any individual found guilty shall be dealt with decisively, leaving no room for leniency. You may proceed with your investigations with confidence, reporting to me daily. With the leader's directive, Lu Zhengjie felt emboldened and returned to organize the team to delve deeper into the investigation, ensuring that all issues were thoroughly clarified. Shortly after Lu Zhengjie departed, Qin Yu received a call from the provincial hospital, informing him that after a grueling operation lasting over 10 hours, Lu Yilong had been transferred to the intensive care unit, having temporarily escaped the clutches of death. If all goes well, he would be moved to a general ward within 2 to 3 days. Following the call, Qin Yu promptly reported back to Tang Hui. Upon hearing the update, Tang Hui nodded, reflecting that Lu Yilong had essentially been saved, but soon he would face severe consequences under party discipline and national law. Chapter 81. In a few days, I will have a gun too in the wake of Lu Yilong's arrest. The two individuals most consumed by anxiety were Hu Zhikong and Wang Xiaoqing. Hu Zhikong was unsettled, for he was intricately tied to Lu Yilong, both being parts of a singular entity, deeply entwined in mutual interests. He feared that Lu Yilong might divulge incriminating information. Wang Xiaoqing, on the other hand, felt a twinge of unease, having reaped considerable benefits from Lu Yilong over the years, with the most substantial sum reaching as high as 8 million. That very night, Lu Yilong had personally driven to deliver cash, packed in several large cartons, to Wang Xiaoqing's residence. Standing before the window of his office, gazing through the glass at the outside world, Wang Xiaoqing mused that Lu Yilong must not survive. Only in death could he find security. He had instructed his secretary to remain vigilant regarding the situation at the provincial hospital, fervently hoping for Lu Yilong's demise due to failed resuscitation. In such a one-on-one cash transaction, if Lu Yilong were to die, it would leave no witnesses, rendering any investigation futile. This was also why Wang Xiaoqing preferred cash over bank transfers. It offered a semblance of safety, allowing him to easily cover his tracks. Yet, his optimism was somewhat naive. Just then, his secretary knocked and entered, reporting, Director, Lu Yilong has successfully undergone surgery. The procedure went relatively smoothly, and he has temporarily escaped life-threatening danger. If all goes well, he should be transferred to a regular ward in a few days. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhaoqing's expression grew grave, and he muttered irritably, "Damn it, this guy is still alive." In the vice mayor's office, Hu Zhikong was akin to an ant on a hot pan, having just received the disheartening news that Lu Yilong had been revived and had not perished. This was far from a favorable development for him. "I must make my escape," he resolved, opening his drawer to retrieve his prepared passport and a stash of dollars, placing them into his briefcase. Grasping the briefcase, he exited his office and instructed his secretary, Xiao Zhao, "Accompany me to the provincial capital." Secretary Zhao, unaware of the true nature of Hu Zhikong's intentions, swiftly arranged for a vehicle. As his trusted aide, he had not anticipated that his superior was plotting an escape, which underscored Hu Zhikong's meticulous nature. In matters of evasion, the fewer who were privy to the plan, the safer it would be. Minutes later, a black sedan departed from the municipal government compound, soon merging onto the highway, heading towards the provincial capital. It was nearing noon. In his modest office, Qin Yu was engaged in a phone conversation with his father. "Son, are you sure you don't need me to arrange for 2 bodyguards for you?" his father inquired. Qin Yu replied, "Dad, really, it's unnecessary. Having 2 people constantly shadowing me feels awkward and is quite inconvenient. Honestly, it would be better to secure a gun permit for me. Having a firearm for self-defense would be far safer. After all, what man doesn't appreciate a gun?" Due to his good rapport with son Changsheng and his position as the secretary of the municipal committee, Qin Yu had visited the shooting range at the city police bureau on several occasions. "At the outset, my marksmanship was woefully inadequate. However, after several attempts, I have experienced remarkable improvement. Should I participate in a competition, securing a shooting championship would likely pose no significant challenge. Acquiring a firearms permit is a daunting task for most, especially for individuals like myself who are neither military personnel nor part of the public security system. Yet, Qin Yu is acutely aware that, given his family background, obtaining such a permit would not require excessive effort." Qin Weidong remarked, "Very well, just ensure your safety. The permit may take a few days to process. Once it is ready, I will arrange for someone to deliver it to you." After concluding the call, Qin Yu felt a surge of happiness. In a matter of days, he would possess a firearm, though he pondered what type it might be, presumably a standard-issue pistol. While lost in thoughts of weaponry, Tang Hui summoned Qin Yu. "Xiao Qin, please disseminate the notice that a meeting will convene at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Mayor Qilong and Mayor Hu from municipal government are to attend." "Understood. I shall inform them immediately." Qin Yu swiftly began making calls to relay the message. However, an unexpected complication arose when he reached Hu Zhikong. Upon contacting Secretary Zhao, Qin Yu said, "Secretary Zhao, could you please notify Mayor Hu that there will be a leadership meeting in the small conference room of the City Party Committee at 2 o'clock this afternoon?" Secretary Zhao responded, "Director Qin, Mayor Hu may be unable to attend. Upon our arrival in the provincial capital, we will first report to the provincial committee." And then Mayor Hu mentioned he had a personal matter to attend to, allowing me to act independently. "A few minutes ago, I attempted to reach Mayor Hu, but his phone was turned off. For a city leader, it is unusual for their phone to be off unless the battery is depleted." An unsettling intuition prompted Qin Yu to suspect that there was more to this than a mere battery issue. It seemed likely that Hu Zhikong was attempting to flee. Without a moment's delay, he decided to bypass notifying the other 2 leaders and knocked on Tang Hui's office door. "Leader, I have an urgent situation to report." Dong Gui, engrossed in a document, noticed the gravity of Qin Yu's expression and urged, "Please proceed." "What is the matter?" Qin Yu recounted the situation succinctly, cautioning, "Secretary, I have a strong feeling that it is not merely a dead phone. Hu Vice Mayor may very well have absconded." Tang Hui's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. If a standing committee vice mayor were indeed to go missing, it would signify a significant issue. "Xiao Qin, do you truly believe Hu Zhikong would flee?" Qin Yu replied, "It is highly probable. His close association with Lu Yilong, who is embroiled in numerous problems, raises suspicions. If Hu Zhikong were innocent, I would find it hard to believe. Moreover, Hu Zhikong's children had long been sent abroad, and his wife had also departed the previous day under the pretense of accompanying their children and attending to their needs. Now, with Hu Zhikong unaccounted for, Tang Hui's countenance grew increasingly grave as he began to entertain the notion that Hu Zhikong's disappearance was likely an act of flight. Qin Yu cautioned, "Secretary, we must prepare for the worst. If he indeed decides to flee, we must act swiftly. Our first priority is to ascertain Hu Zhikong's whereabouts. Should he choose to escape, he will likely make his exit through the provincial capital's airport as quickly and conveniently as possible, before we even have a chance to react." Tang Hui nodded in agreement, casting an approving glance at Qin Yu. The young man was truly commendable. Having him as a secretary felt almost like a waste of his talents. In such a critical situation, few could maintain such clarity of thought. Recognizing the urgency of the matter, Tang Hui promptly seized the red telephone on his desk and dialed 3 consecutive calls. In addition to orchestrating a series of arrangements and directives, he also reported to the provincial committee. Qin Yu's conjecture proved to be exceedingly accurate. At that very moment, Hu Zhikong had boarded an international flight bound directly for the United States. Chapter 82. Thanks to Comrade Qin Yu. Upon arriving in the provincial capital, Hu Zhikong first pretended to report his work to Wang Xiaoqing, giving the impression that he was genuinely there for a professional update, while secretly planning his escape. After completing his report and exiting the provincial committee compound, he concocted a casual excuse to dismiss his secretary. He then hailed a taxi and made a beeline for the airport. At the airport, he casually perused the flight schedule and selected the soonest international flight to America, purchasing a ticket without hesitation. Now, successfully aboard the aircraft, he outwardly maintained a calm demeanor, though inwardly he was fraught with anxiety. As the plane was about to take off and his phone had been forcibly powered down, with his phone off, he wondered if anyone would suspect his sudden disappearance. Would they think he was fleeing? Perhaps not. He reassured himself, considering that, to this date, there had been no discoveries regarding his corrupt practices, just a hint of vigilance. "Take off already," he urged silently. Although the wait for takeoff was merely half an hour, it felt interminable. Finally, the plane began to move. As it taxied toward the runway, Hu Zhikong's trepidation eased considerably. When the aircraft accelerated and soared into the sky, his heart, which had been in suspense, finally settled. "I'm off to America. My wife and children await our reunion. The funds I've transferred will ensure a comfortable future for me," he thought. After the plane had been in the air for 30 to 40 minutes, Hu Zhikong felt completely at ease, even requesting a blanket from a lovely flight attendant. He donned an eye mask, adjusted his first-class seat to a comfortable angle, and soon drifted into a deep slumber. After hours of heightened tension, he had finally relaxed, even emitting soft snores. Noticing her passenger had succumbed to sleep, the flight attendant gently covered him with a blanket that had slipped. However, approximately 10 minutes later, an announcement pierced the cabin. "Ladies and gentlemen, we regret to inform you that due to a minor technical issue, we will need to return to the airport." The cabin erupted into a flurry of commotion. Yet, the flight attendant quickly reassured everyone, stating that the safety of the flight was not in jeopardy. It was merely a minor issue that required a return for inspection. Separated from the economy class, Hu Zhikong remained undisturbed, perhaps too deeply asleep to notice the turmoil. It wasn't he until a flight attendant approached him, saying, "Sir, we will be landing shortly. Please prepare to disembark," that he stirred. Groggily awakening, his first thought was, "Have we already arrived in America? No, it should take at least 10 hours to fly. Did I really sleep for that long?" Glancing at his wristwatch, he was bewildered to find he had barely slept for an hour. What could possibly be happening? Soon, Hu Zhikong finally regained consciousness, feeling a tinge of panic as he inquired about their current location. The flight attendant, with an expression of sincere apology, replied, "Sir, I deeply regret to inform you that due to a minor technical issue, we were compelled to return. We have now landed at the airport in the provincial capital of Jiangdong." "What? You flew us back?" Hu Zhikong's heart plummeted. He sensed that the aircraft's malfunction was no mere coincidence, but rather a directive from the authorities to ensure his capture. His complexion paled rapidly. Within moments, his suspicions were confirmed as the plane came to a halt. As the cabin door swung open, several officials from the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Commission entered. Leading them was the Deputy Secretary of the Commission, who cast a cold glance at Hu Zhikong and uttered 2 chilling words, "Take him away." In the astonished gaze of other passengers, Hu Zhikong was escorted away by two young officials and swiftly placed into a vehicle. In Luqing City, Tang Hui received a call from the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, informing him of Hu Zhikong's arrest, which instantly alleviated his worries. After hanging up, he mused, "Thanks to Comrade Qin Yu, if he hadn't alerted us in time, Hu Zhikong might have escaped. Little Qin, Hu Zhikong has been apprehended. You've accomplished a significant feat." Qin Yu humbly smiled, attributing the success to Tang Hui's strategic planning, stating, "I merely offered a small suggestion." Soon, news of Hu Zhikong's detention spread throughout the official circles of Luqing City. Could it be true? Mayor Hu actually tried to flee and was caught. The Provincial Disciplinary Committee had intercepted him just before he could escape to America. What a close call. It seemed they had uncovered another major corrupt official. Many were engaged in fervent discussions, while a few felt anxious, particularly those who had close ties with Hu Zhikong, whether they had been promoted by him or had vested interests. They feared becoming collateral damage. Indeed, just half a day after Hu Zhikong's arrest, several officials were summoned for a discreet conversation over tea. In the provincial capital, within the office of the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Committee, Wang Xiaolong's expression was grim as he cursed under his breath. Both Lu Yilong and Hu Zhikong were his protégés, with whom he had significant financial dealings. Besides receiving over 10 million in cash from Lu Yilong, he had also accepted several million from Hu Zhikong. Damn it, I hope they don't turn on each other. He pondered, this situation remains perilous, especially with Lu Yilong now in intensive care. He must not survive. If one is gone, the other would pose far less threat. This thought festered in his mind, and after a moment of contemplation, he picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. The following day marked the second since Hu Zhikong's arrest. As per usual, Qin Yu placed documents requiring review on Tang Hui's large desk and organized the day's agenda. His phone rang. Upon picking it up, Qin Yu noticed it was a call from the provincial hospital, and an unsettling premonition surged within him. He hurriedly said, "Secretary Tang, may I take this call? It's from the provincial hospital and likely concerns Lu Yilong." Tang Hui nodded slightly, signaling Qin Yu to proceed with the call. Once connected, an anxious voice came through. "Secretary Qin, there's an urgent situation that needs your attention. Just now, Lu Yilong's vital signs suddenly became abnormal. We are doing everything we can to save him, but it appears to be too late. Lu Yilong no longer shows any signs of life." "What? Lu Yilong is dead? Dead in the hospital?" Qin Yu was taken aback. His surgery had been successful, and the doctors had assured him that in 2 or 3 days he could be transferred to a regular ward. How could he have suddenly died? Chapter 83. A man's toy. Though Tang Hui could not hear the voice on the other end of the phone, he keenly observed Qin Yu's expression. He quickly inquired, "Xiao Qin, has something happened to Lu Yilong?" "Yes," Qin Yu nodded. "Just now, Lu Yilong was pronounced dead after unsuccessful resuscitation." Upon hearing this, Tang Hui's countenance turned grave in an instant. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly articulated, "Xiao Qin, this situation is far too abrupt. If there were no underlying issues, I wouldn't believe it myself." Qin Yu wholeheartedly concurred, recognizing the severity of Lu Yilong's corruption. A thorough investigation would inevitably implicate numerous individuals, potentially reaching some leaders within the province who would not wish for him to remain alive. "Xiao Qin, your analysis holds substantial merit," Tang Hui acknowledged. "It seems someone at the provincial level has grown fearful and has resolved to eliminate Lu Yilong. Death is indeed the most foolproof solution." The image of Wang Xiaoqing surfaced in Tang Hui's mind, leading him to speculate that this matter was likely entwined with the deputy secretary of the provincial committee. However, when it comes to a provincial deputy secretary, one must possess irrefutable evidence. Mere circumstantial evidence would suffice. Qin Yu continued his analysis. Since someone in the province dares to take such action, they must possess considerable confidence. It will be exceedingly challenging to uncover anything. News of Lu Yilong's demise reached the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, and both Secretary Xia and Governor Zhu Mingxiang were promptly informed, issuing directives for a comprehensive investigation. Wang Xiaoqing similarly mandated in public that the cause of death be ascertained and whether it was induced by human intervention. However, after extensive inquiries, no results emerged, and there was no evidence to indicate foul play, It appeared to be a natural death due to a sudden exacerbation of his condition. Qin Yu soon learned of the investigation's outcome and merely smiled, aware that it unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Nothing would be uncovered. He had contemplated on more than one occasion that Lu Yilong's death might have been orchestrated by a particular physician. For a doctor could employ countless methods to ensure a patient's demise, all while leaving no trace of wrongdoing. At the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Commission, Hu Zhikong found himself detained in a designated hotel. He had already undergone 2 rounds of questioning. Shortly after the second interrogation, he was returned to his room, where he sat on the sofa, lost in thought. During the earlier questioning, the inspectors had informed him of Lu Yilong's death in the hospital, which left Hu Zhikong profoundly shaken. Lu Yilong was dead, Hu Zhikong mused, suspecting this to be a case of silencing, likely out of fear that Lu Yilong would expose certain individuals. And what of me? After my incident, many would be implicated, not to mention the significant figures within the province, including Deputy Secretary Wang. Would they quietly conspire to end my life? This thought filled Hu Zhikong with a clandestine dread. He feared death. Regardless of the severity of corruption, capital punishment seemed unlikely. Even if sentenced to life imprisonment, with some maneuvering, there was a possibility of reducing the sentence to 10 or 8 years, and with a notable contribution, he could be released in 3 to 5 years. Contemplating this, he understood that he must remain tight-lipped, uttering not a word. Only by presenting himself as trustworthy and refraining from indiscriminate accusations could he ensure that those in power would not secretly conspire against him. The following day, officials from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission once again interrogated Hu Zhikong. He remained resolutely silent, displaying an obstinacy more foul and unyielding than a stone in a latrine. In truth, Wang Zhaoqing had been closely monitoring Hu Zhikong's situation. He too harbored concerns, apprehensive that Hu might make reckless accusations. At one point, he even contemplated eliminating Hu Zhikong, yet he recognized the immense risks associated with such an act. While it would require minimal effort to eliminate Lu Yilong in the hospital, orchestrating the demise of Hu Zhikong, despite his position as Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, was fraught with peril. As time passed, it appeared that Hu Zhikong was indeed exhibiting a degree of prudence, which brought Wang Zhaoqing some relief. He summoned his secretary, instructing Xiao Sun, convey a message to Hu Zhikong. He must refrain from speaking recklessly. If he maintains a satisfactory demeanor, I will ensure his protection. The secretary promptly replied, "Rest assured, leader, I will deliver your message to him." Days slipped by. Under the scrutiny of the Discipline Commission, both Lu Yilong and Hu Zhikong were found to be entangled in egregious corruption. Particularly shocking was Lu Yilong's case, involving the acceptance of vast sums of illicit wealth, the trafficking of positions, and acting as a shield for organized crime, all while leading a life of lavish debauchery. However, with Lu deceased, the investigation was confined to the jurisdiction of Lushur City, with the highest ranking implicated merely a deputy director. Hu Zhikong's transgressions were severe, yet they did not implicate anyone of higher rank. The highest officials drawn into the scandal were only a few at the division level. Witnessing such outcomes, Qin Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. How could Wang Zhaoqing emerge unscathed, entirely untouched by the repercussions? Yet soon after, a flicker of hope ignited within him as a call came through on his mobile phone. "Comrade Qin Yu, greetings. We have been instructed to deliver your identification and firearm." A few days prior, he had mentioned to his father the need for a firearm license and a handgun for self-defense, and he had not anticipated such swift action from his father. "Excellent," Qin Yu replied eagerly. "I will join you at the entrance of the Municipal Party Committee." After concluding the call, he descended the stairs with enthusiasm, hastening towards the entrance of the committee. Within mere minutes, a military-registered off-road vehicle approached. The vehicle came to a halt, and 2 individuals disembarked, led by a major who saluted Qin Yu with a precise military gesture. "Comrade Qin Yu, we have been tasked with delivering your identification and firearm." With that, he retrieved 2 small red books from his briefcase, one being the firearm license, and the other a national security identification. To possess a firearm is generally unattainable for the average individual. However, it is entirely appropriate for personnel of the National Security Agency to be armed. Qin Yu, having secured a nominal position at the National Security Headquarters, obtained a firearm permit, which is a rather commonplace affair. For the Qin family, such maneuvers are exceedingly straightforward. Upon receiving these two documents, Qin Yu casually perused them before contentedly stowing them away in his pocket. What followed was the main event. The major retrieved a brown paper bag from the police pack, revealing a pristine 92 style 9mm pistol elegantly encased, which was undeniably appealing. In addition to the immaculate firearm, there were 2 magazines and a box of gleaming yellow ammunition. "Comrade Qin Yu, please affix your signature here," requested another soldier, presenting a folder. Qin Yu took up the pen and signed. With their task accomplished, the 2 soldiers rendered a crisp salute before departing in their vehicle, leaving without delay. Qin Yu watched them leave, clutching the brown paper bag, and returned to his office with a sense of elation. The first order of business upon his return was to close the office door. Then he eagerly examined his new weapon, familiar with its operation, having practiced at the city bureau's shooting range. He had experience not only with the 54 style pistol, but also with the 92 style. 2 updates today. Thank you all. Chapter 84, A Fine Bottle of Wine. After toying with the handgun for a while, Qin Yu felt an eagerness to conclude his workday and head to the indoor shooting range at the municipal police department to practice his marksmanship. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Sun Chongsheng. "Director Sun, I plan to come by after work this afternoon to indulge in some shooting." Within 2 minutes, he received a reply. "Director Qin, I will await your arrival. We have ample ammunition." Today, he finished work a bit earlier than usual, around 5 o'clock, and cheerfully made his way to the municipal police bureau. Sun Chongsheng greeted Qin Yu with great enthusiasm. In the realm of officialdom, fostering good relations with the secretary of the municipal committee offers tremendous advantages. "Director Qin, everything is prepared. I will accompany you," he said. The municipal police bureau featured both indoor and outdoor shooting ranges. The indoor range, located in the basement, primarily catered to handgun shooting, with targets set at 30 and 50 meters, boasting commendable facilities and conditions. Qin Yu brought his own firearm, but did not carry any ammunition, as his own bullets were numbered and registered, requiring reporting for each round used, somewhat cumbersome. Here, however, there was no need for his own ammunition, and plenty was available. Sun Chongsheng had brought 2 full boxes. "Director Qin, let me know if you need more," he offered. Qin Yu chuckled, "This should suffice." As he spoke, he retrieved his handgun, eliciting a slight surprise from Sun Chongsheng. "How do you possess a firearm, Director Qin?" "I recently obtained my gun permit and registered it here at the municipal bureau," Qin Yu replied, displaying his permit. Upon receiving the small red booklet, Sun Chongsheng glanced at it and was inwardly astonished to see it issued by the headquarters of a national security agency, a significant credential indeed. He speculated whether Director Qin had connections at the national security headquarters. Ignoring Sun Chongsheng's astonished expression, Qin Yu unloaded the empty magazine from his handgun and began to load the bright yellow bullets, meticulously inserting them one by one into the magazine. Having filled the magazine, Qin Yu inquired, "Director Sun, aren't you going to shoot a few rounds?" Sun Chongsheng, now intrigued, picked up his service pistol, took aim briefly, and squeezed the trigger. The sounds of gunfire echoed. Bang, bang, bang. The facility was equipped with advanced technology, featuring electronic displays and automatic target reporting. A large electronic screen displayed the scoring for each target, accompanied by a loud electronic voice announcing the score of each shot. 66786. Sun Chongsheng's shooting skills were quite commendable, consistently scoring 6s and 7s, an ability that surpassed the majority of police officers. After finishing a magazine, Sun Chongsheng remarked, "I'm getting old. In my younger days, scoring 8s and 10s was effortless. Director Sun, you're not even 50 yet. You are in the prime of your life. Such marksmanship places you in the top 10%, Qin Yu replied. As he spoke, he skillfully loaded another magazine, hardly taking aim before raising his hand and firing. Bang! The shot rang out, followed by the sound of the target report, 10. The sound of gunfire reverberated, sharp and rapid, echoing as if it were the continuous burst of a submachine gun, an entire magazine expended in mere seconds. Each shot found its mark, all striking the bullseye, without a single miss. Sun Chongsheng shook his head in disbelief, feeling somewhat disheartened. Director Qin, your marksmanship is leagues ahead of mine. Qin Yu chuckled heartily. This stationary target is rather dull. I wish to try my hand at moving targets. Indeed, moving targets were available. Qin Yu promptly reloaded his magazine and commenced shooting at a 30-meter moving target, his shots swift and precise, once again landing flawlessly in the bullseye. Next, he tackled the 50-meter moving target, maintaining an impressive speed, hardly taking aim but relying solely on instinct, firing as he raised his weapon. Aside from a solitary shot that landed in the 9 ring, all others were again perfect 10s. Director Sun, it appears I need further practice, as I managed to score a 9. Hearing this, Sun Changxing's lips twitched. Director Qin, I sense you are intentionally undermining me. No, tonight you must treat me to drinks. Otherwise, I shall not bring you here to practice again. Qin Yu laughed heartily. No problem. It's merely a drink. I happen to have a fine bottle in my car. We shall enjoy a few glasses, but the meal will be on you. Sun Changsheng shook his head with a smile. Director Qin, how can it be that you treat me to drinks while I cover the meal? Qin Yu replied, in the past it was different, but now I shall only treat you to drinks, no meals included. With that, both men burst into laughter, the atmosphere delightfully amiable. With 2 full boxes of ammunition, Qin Yu nearly finished them all on his own, achieving 10 rings with every shot, even at the 50-meter moving target. Let's go and drink, Qin Yu declared as he holstered his weapon and stepped outside first. There was no need for an extravagant dining establishment. The car pulled away from the city police station and traveled only a few kilometers before Qin Yu spotted a modest restaurant. Director-san, I'm too lazy to search for a place. Let us just eat there. Sun Changxing replied, I have no preference, as long as I can drink with you, be it a street vendor or a roadside stall. After parking in front of the restaurant, Qin Yu retrieved a bottle of liquor from the trunk and entered, settling at a window-side table in the dining area. Initially, Sun Changsheng paid little mind. At his level, he had sampled numerous fine spirits, be it Mutai or Wuliangya. However, when Qin Yu placed the bottle on the table and he saw the words special supply, excitement coursed through him. Sun Changsheng was a connoisseur of fine wine, and upon beholding this special Mutai, he thought to himself, good heavens, I, Sun, can drink such a wine. He picked up the bottle, inspecting it with reverence. Director Qin, this bottle is truly remarkable. Qin Yu responded, it's just a bottle of wine. Let us enjoy it together. On his last trip back to the capital, Qin Yu had brought several fine items from home, including several bottles of special supply liquor and some exclusive cigarettes, luxuries reserved for those of higher rank than even ministerial levels. As this was a liquor reserved for high-ranking executives, Sun Changsheng felt deeply honored. Initially, he sipped cautiously with reverent awe. Only after several glasses, when the alcohol began to take effect, did he loosen his tongue and gradually become more talkative. By the time they had consumed most of the bottle, he was addressing Qin Yu as brother with every other word, treating him like family. The meal lasted over an hour, and the two of them drained the bottle to the last drop. Sun Changsheng insisted on paying the bill. Though it wasn't too expensive, just a modest eatery where the entire meal, including several dishes, cost less than 100 yuan. As they prepared to leave, 5 or 6 men entered the restaurant. Some bore conspicuous tattoos on their arms, while 2 or 3 sported dyed yellow hair, their disreputable appearance unmistakable at a glance. Chapter 85. I can tell they are no good out of professional habit. Sun Changxing's gaze fell upon the group of yellow-haired youths before he even rose from his seat. Sensing the scrutiny, the leader of the group retorted irritably, "What are you staring at, old dang?" Qin Yu couldn't help but admire the audacity of the lad. How dare you speak to the director of the municipal bureau like that? Under normal circumstances, one might respond defiantly, "I'm looking at you, what is it to you?" However, such a response would be typical of an ordinary person. Sun Changsheng, as the director, remained unruffled and calmly requested, "You lot, produce your identification. Who do you think you are? Get lost." The leader, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, shot back. Sun Changsheng displayed his credentials, stating, "I am a police officer. I require all of your IDs." The leader, perhaps emboldened by the backing of a formidable figure, showed a lack of respect even in the face of law enforcement, dismissively asserting, "So what? My brother is Scarface." Little did he realize that invoking Scarface would not intimidate Sun Changsheng, whose expression darkened as he insisted, "Enough nonsense. show me your identification. If you don't have it, you will accompany me to the station. Standing nearby, Qin Yu observed the group's defiance and remarked, Director Sun, it seems our city's law enforcement is lacking. The fight against crime is indeed a long and arduous journey. Director Sun, the leader of the yellow-haired youths paused, glancing at son Changsheng with newfound apprehension, pondering whether this old man might be a higher-up, perhaps from a substation. What a stroke of bad luck. Just this afternoon, 2 individuals forcibly acquired 2 firearms from Scarface, and I ended up with a slap from him. I only wanted to unwind a bit and grab a bite before heading to Red Romance. And now I've encountered this Director Sunday. Upon hearing such thoughts, Qin Yu was taken aback himself, realizing the gravity of the situation involving firearms. Director Sun, take these boys back for thorough questioning. They're clearly up to no good. Sun Changxing nodded and promptly dialed a number. Seeing this, the group attempted to flee, but Qin Yu intercepted them at the door. What's this? Planning to run? You'd better return to the municipal bureau peacefully. Step aside, or we won't hold back. One of the tattooed men threatened Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu showed little concern for their bravado. They likely feared making a move against him, suspecting he was also a police officer. Within minutes, several officers arrived, apprehending the individuals without resistance. As Qin Yu departed, he cautioned, Director Sun, these youths are trouble. Conduct a thorough interrogation. I sense there may be unexpected revelations. After offering this advice, Qin Yu hailed a taxi, deciding to leave his own vehicle behind, choosing prudence over recklessness after drinking. Municipal Public Security Bureau, Interrogation Room. Due to Sun Changsheng personally bringing in these individuals, the staff treated the matter with utmost seriousness, especially considering Qin Yu's specific warning. After these young men were brought back, they were interrogated separately. In one interrogation room, several police officers were questioning a young man with dyed yellow hair. It soon emerged that he had stolen an electric bicycle. When asked why he committed the theft, he confessed it was to make money. And what did he do with the money? He gambled. You still gamble? One officer inquired. Not often, he replied, but cheating people is quicker than gambling. So you also commit fraud. How much have you swindled? Not much, just over 5,000. And where is the money? I spent it on supplies. What kind of supplies? Drugs. You're also dealing drugs? I've stopped now. Why have you quit? Because during a transaction, I killed the seller. What? You've committed murder. Do you realize this could lead to the death penalty? The young man panicked. I only stole an electric bicycle. How could that warrant a death sentence? Meanwhile, Qin Yu returned home and had a good night's sleep. Before sleeping, he fondled his 92-style pistol and chatted on the phone with Yang Wandi for at least half an hour. The next day, Qin Yu went to work as usual. Not long after, he received a call from Sun Changsheng. Director Qin, thank you for your reminder. Your intuition was remarkably accurate. After a night of interrogation, we have gathered substantial information. Among these individuals, there are murderers, drug dealers, and arms traders. We are investigating further. My years of experience suggest there may be an arms trafficking gang in our city. In Dongda, gun control is strict, and trading firearms is absolutely prohibited. With such findings, Sun Changsheng would certainly not let this go. Qin Yu conversed with him for a while, but did not dwell on it. That was Sun Changsheng's responsibility, not his concern. Little did he know that this would lead to a monumental revelation. 2 days later, specifically on June 21st, Qin Yu requested a leave of absence from Secretary Tang. As Yang Wandi was about to arrive, she would be at the City Party Committee's entrance in just a few minutes. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, a military vehicle with provincial military district plates arrived and stopped at the entrance. Yang Wandi cheerfully stepped out of the car. You go, I missed you so much. I'm so glad to see you again. Qin Yu gently embraced his girlfriend's slender waist. Wandi, congratulations on your graduation. Indeed, Yang Wandi had graduated. The first thing she did after graduation was come to Luqing to spend a few days with Qin Yu before possibly returning to the capital. As for her plans after graduation, she had not yet decided. For a child from an ordinary family, the next step would be to find a job. But for someone with Yang Wandi's background, whether she worked or not was inconsequential. Holding his girlfriend's hand while dragging her suitcase with the other, Qin Yu said, Come, let us go home. I'll show you our new place. Qin Yu has purchased a new residence, a spacious flat exceeding 200 square meters. Yang Wandi is aware of this, but has yet to visit. Immediately, she felt a surge of enthusiasm, exclaiming, "I must see your new home." Qin Yu replied, "What do you mean by your? This is our house. You should stay here for a while first." Yang Wandi nodded, her eyes brimming with affection, almost shimmering with emotion. The residence is conveniently located just a 10-minute drive from the municipal government complex, nestled in one of the most prestigious neighborhoods in Lu City. Qin Yu's expansive flat is situated on the 31st floor, boasting magnificent floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a sweeping view from above. The exquisite interior design captivated Yang Wandi instantly. Chapter 86. Sun Changxing's reminder. Wow, how beautiful. Yuge, I absolutely adore this place. Qin Yu expressed his satisfaction with the apartment, appreciating its expansive view, exceptional lighting, and, importantly, the exquisite interior design. That evening, the couple celebrated heartily. From the bathroom to the living room, from the living room to the kitchen, and from the kitchen to the bedroom. It was Saturday, and Qin Yu was on leave. Having celebrated exuberantly the night before, they both rose later than usual. By the time the sun was high in the sky, they finally got out of bed, had a casual breakfast, and decided to purchase some groceries. They intended to prepare a delightful lunch in their new home. Not far from their community, there is a large market where they bought a substantial amount of ingredients and seasonings. While shopping, Qin Yu overheard several bystanders discussing an alarming event. "I can't believe it. There was a shootout on Jianxi Road. I heard 2 escorts were killed. How brutal." They speculated that a considerable sum had been stolen, as the bank on Jianxi Road was a major one. Upon hearing such news, Qin Yu was slightly taken aback by the occurrence of a bank robbery in their vicinity. In contemporary times, few would be foolish enough to attempt a bank heist due to the pervasive surveillance and big data. Even if one succeeded in stealing money, escape would be nearly impossible. However, in 2001, such incidents were not unheard of. Qin Yu felt a twinge of surprise that a robbery could happen so close to him. Jianxi Road was merely a 20-minute walk away, and he had previously opened an account there, depositing tens of thousands. Yang Wandi also caught snippets of the conversation and inquired, "Yuge, it seems like they're talking about a bank robbery." "Yes, it happened on Jianxi Road," Qin Yu confirmed. With such an event unfolding, it was certain that professionals would handle the situation, and Qin Yu did not dwell on it much. He was only slightly concerned for Sun Changxing, as the city bureau chief would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the chaos. After completing their grocery shopping, they returned home for a brief rest. By around 11 o'clock, Qin Yu was rinsing rice and cooking, while Yang Wandi prepared the ingredients. "Wandi, are you sure you can manage? I won't eat any dark culinary experiments." Yang Wandi replied confidently, "Don't underestimate me. I have practiced extensively, and I assure you won't be disappointed." Together, they collaborated and managed to prepare 4 dishes and a soup. While the flavors did not rival those of a fine restaurant, they were satisfactory for home-cooked fare. Yang Wandi's culinary skills had indeed improved, and Qin Yu contributed significantly as well. After their meal, they cuddled and napped, enveloped in the delightful aroma of each other. Pure bliss. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 to 5 hours after the bank heist, Qin Yu received a call from Sun Changxing. "Director Qin, I hear you're on leave today." "Yes. Secretary Tang has granted me 2 days off. I'll be back to work on Monday," Qin Yu replied, concerned. "Director Sun, given the gravity of the situation, is there anything you need my assistance with?" It is reasonable to surmise that Sun Changxing's decision to make a phone call was driven by a specific motive, prompting Qin Yu to inquire further. Sun Changxing expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, Section Chief Qin. We do not require assistance at this moment, as we have specialized personnel. I merely wish to remind you that there are 3 armed robbers involved in the bank heist, and according to our intelligence, they have yet to flee our district. Section Chief Qin, please take extra precautions for your safety. It would be prudent to limit your outings and remain at home, which is the safest option." Qin Yu, taken aback, responded, "It has been several hours since the incident. Have those criminals still not been apprehended?" He had familiarized himself with the details of the case, understanding that the robbery coincided with the arrival of the bank's armored car, which was in the process of unloading several boxes of cash when a van suddenly barreled into the scene. 3 men, clad in black hoods, emerged from the vehicle and, without uttering a word, opened fire on the cash handlers, resulting in 2 fatalities and 1 injury among the 3 guards. The entire ordeal transpired in less than a minute, showcasing an astonishing swiftness. After seizing over $2 million in cash, the assailants swiftly fled the scene. It was not until over 2 hours later that the police, after considerable effort, located the abandoned van at a derelict factory. Unfortunately, the van yielded no clues, leaving the case a standstill. Fortunately, the police responded promptly to the incident, immediately enacting a citywide lockdown to ensure strict control. It is now largely believed that the ruthless robbers remain within the city, likely hiding in a concealed location. Director Sun, I appreciate your warning, but do not concern yourself with my safety. Should those robbers cross paths with me, it would indeed be their misfortune. Qin Yu felt confident in his abilities, particularly his quick reflexes and keen intuition, bolstered further by the presence of a 92-style handgun for protection. After concluding the call, he pondered the impracticality of remaining at home. He intended to take his girlfriend out for a leisurely afternoon, rationalizing that the likelihood of encountering the robbers was akin to winning the lottery. That afternoon, Qin Yu took Yang Wandi for a stroll, enjoying various activities such as shopping, visiting parks, and watching a film. Upon exiting the cinema, it was already past 6 in the evening, and the couple contemplated dining out, having had their fill of cooking for the day. It seems someone is following us, Yang Wandi whispered nervously in Qin Yu's ear. If she had noticed the pursuer, Qin Yu had certainly been aware for some time. The man had maintained a considerable distance, his gaze frequently lingering on his girlfriend, which was quite unsettling. Resolutely, Qin Yu halted, turned around, and addressed the man. Friend, your behavior is rather impolite, following us in such a manner. The man replied nonchalantly, Brother, this road does not belong to you, a comment that seemed devoid of any sense of propriety. Recognizing the futility of reasoning with someone of such character, Qin Yu understood that engaging in a debate would be unwise. Just ahead, there was a restaurant that appeared quite appealing, with a bustling crowd of diners. Wherever business thrives and patrons abound, the cuisine of such an establishment is unlikely to disappoint. Qin Yu chose to disregard the man who had approached him, taking Yang Wandi by the hand as they entered the restaurant, selecting a cozy spot to settle and indulge in their meal. The man, it seemed, did not follow them, and soon faded from their minds. After their repast, the couple meandered about, purchasing a few items, primarily to aid digestion, while also noting the increasingly enchanting scenery of Luqing. Hand in hand, they leisurely traversed the bustling streets. Ahead lay a prominent intersection, one of the most vibrant squares in Luqing, where the city's second 5-star hotel had opened just days prior and was currently offering promotional deals. Wow, this hotel is impressive, and that building is quite tall, Qin Yu remarked, elaborating that the structure boasted 42 stories, making it the tallest in Luqing, with opulent decor to match, representing the city's second 5-star establishment. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yang Wandi suddenly expressed a keen interest. Come, let's take a look, she urged, and together they entered the hotel lobby. Chapter 87. Truly audacious. The grand hall was expansive and opulent. Noticing his girlfriend's high spirits, Qin Yu suggested, Why not stay here tonight? That sounds delightful, but it seems a bit pricey, she replied. Qin Yu gestured towards a ring toss game nearby, stating, Look, if one can ring 10 hoops, the reward is a complimentary stay in their luxurious business suite. This was merely a promotional gimmick by the hotel. Hitting all 10 rings required perfect precision, a feat most could hardly achieve. Yet, Qin Yu felt confident enough to give it a try. He first checked into a standard room at the front desk, allowing him to participate in the ring toss event. Successfully ringing 10 hoops would grant a complimentary stay in the upscale business suite, while 9 hoops would secure a free stay in the deluxe standard room. 8 hoops would yield a complimentary stay in a standard room. 7 would provide a discount of 300 yuan, 6 would grant a discount of 200, and 5 would offer a discount of 300 as well. While it posed a challenge for others, for Qin Yu, it was a mere formality. When he deftly rang all 10 hoops without a single miss, Yang Wandi's face flushed with excitement. Incredible, you're amazing. The hotel staff were equally astonished. It was the third day of their grand opening event, and no one had managed to ring all 10 hoops until Qin Yu. Having achieved the feat, he was rewarded with a complimentary stay in the luxurious business suite. True to its five-star reputation, the suite was splendid, rivaling the so-called presidential suites of other hotels. It boasted a spacious living room, a large bedroom, and a well-appointed bathroom, all set in an exquisite environment. After a day of exploring in the warm June weather and sweating profusely, a refreshing wash was in order. The bathroom was expansive, featuring an imported double bathtub that Qin Yu particularly fancied. They luxuriated in a bath together for over an hour, leaving Yang Wandi feeling somewhat depleted. Resting on the soft, comfortable bed, she nestled in Qin Yu's embrace, enveloped in a sense of security, and soon drifted off into a sweet slumber. Qin Yu, however, found himself unable to sleep, feeling unusually alert. Eventually, he succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, just past 2 o'clock, Qin Yu suddenly awoke, instinctively reaching beneath his pillow for his handgun. Silently, he rose from a bed without making a sound. Moments earlier, he had heard the sound of a lock being turned. As he stealthily got up, he heard the main door being unlocked, followed by the soft footsteps of 3 individuals entering. The suite was vast, measuring at least 100 square meters. In the absence of light, the 3 figures moved without a sound, completely unaware that Qin Yu was already awake, gun in hand, and had exited the bedroom to conceal himself behind the corner of the spacious living room. The audacity of the intruders was remarkable. Once they closed the suite's door, they behaved as if they were in their own home, even conversing in hushed tones, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of waking the owner. Their confidence implied they believed they could easily dominate the situation, showing no fear of any potential resistance from the suite's occupant. "Is that woman truly as beautiful as you claim?" asked the second man. "Absolutely. She is exceptionally stunning, the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Just wait a moment. I'll go first, and once I'm done, it will be your turn." "All right, hurry up," another voice whispered. "You two will inevitably meet your demise at the hands of women. I truly do not wish to accompany you on this venture." "Boss, we've been hiding for too long. We need to unwind a bit. We'll be done soon, and then leave the city tonight. You two, be swift and make no noise. That man should be dealt with immediately, and once we're finished, the woman cannot be spared either." "Ah, what a pity. It would be delightful to have a few more encounters with such a beautiful girl." Qin Yu had exceptional hearing. He could even discern the breathing of the 3 men, not to mention their hushed conversations. It seemed one of them had taken a fancy to his girlfriend, and he recognized one as the man who had been following him earlier that afternoon. Such audacity to come here. Suddenly, Qin Yu snapped on the living room's main light, illuminating the entire hall. Indeed, one of the men was the very one who had stalked him earlier. The abrupt brightness startled the 3 intruders, but their reactions were swift. 2 of them immediately drew their firearms. Qin Yu had initially intended to avoid gunfire, concerned about startling his girlfriend, preferring to resolve matters with his fists if possible. However, seeing their weapons drawn, he realized using his fists would be tantamount to courting death. He was not naive enough to believe his fists could best a gun. Within 10 meters, a pistol is both swift and precise. The assailants were quick, but Qin Yu was quicker. With the imminent threat posed by their drawn weapons, he understood that he had to strike first. In such close quarters, dodging bullets was not a certainty. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out as Qin Yu fired first, each bullet finding its mark in the heads of the 2 men, their skulls exploding like ripe watermelons, splattering crimson and white across the floor. Fortunately, at a distance of 6 or 7 meters, he remained unscathed by the spray. The remaining man stood frozen in shock, his reaction delayed as he reached for his handgun, only to see his companions fall. Qin Yu aimed his gun at him, commanding, "Don't move." Faced with the menacing muzzle and recalling Qin Yu's marksmanship, the man dared not budge, fearing he would meet the same fate. "Raise your hands and press against the wall." Under the threat of the weapon, he complied, positioning himself against the wall with arms raised high. The gunfire had likely roused someone from slumber as sounds emanated from the bedroom. Yang Wandi must have woken up. Concerned for his girlfriend's safety, Qin Yu called out, "Wandi, I'm fine. Stay inside the bedroom." After reassuring her, he aimed his gun at the man pressed against the wall, while simultaneously retrieving his phone to call the police. After a brief contemplation, he deemed it necessary to inform son Chongqing about this significant incident. Despite the late hour, around 2 in the morning, the police arrived promptly. In merely 3 to 5 minutes, several police officers arrived at the scene. Upon entering, they were met with the shocking sight of 2 individuals with gunshot wounds to the head and another slumped against the wall, eliciting a sense of alarm. The lead officer, recognizing Secretary Qin, quickly inquired, "Secretary Qin, what transpired here?" Qin Yu succinctly recounted the events, leaving the lead officer even more astonished. However, he understood that such a grave matter was beyond his jurisdiction to address. Fortunately, Sun Changsheng arrived shortly thereafter. Upon observing the 3 individuals, he was utterly astounded, for these were the very same 3 bandits who had perpetrated a robbery on Jianxi Road. Remarkably, Secretary Qin had eliminated 2 of them, while the remaining 1 was captured alive. Chapter 88. The Godfather of the Underworld. Chao Mingyang's son, Changsheng, addressed those around him, inquiring if they had confirmed the identity of the bank robbers. Professionals would soon arrive for verification. Indeed, it was them. Some even thought to themselves, "How splendid. We have finally located them. It seems the case may soon be resolved." Since the bank heist occurred, Sun Changsheng had been under immense pressure, as his superiors demanded a swift resolution. The intelligence indicated that this gang of robbers, though few in number, merely 3, was exceptionally formidable, possessing not only remarkable skills, but also a keen ability to evade detection. Within a year, they had successfully robbed 4 banks, each time escaping unscathed. Facing such a gang of criminals, Sun Changsheng's burden was palpable. That night, the entire municipal bureau was ablaze with lights, including Sun Changsheng and several leaders. They were tirelessly analyzing the case. Little did they know that fortune would arrive so unexpectedly. 2 of the robbers had been shot dead by Chief Qin, while the remaining 2 were captured alive, akin to a pie falling from the sky. Had it not been the late hour, Sun Changsheng would have insisted on treating Qin Yu to a celebratory drink to express his gratitude. The following day, after relocating to a different upscale suite, Qin Yu embraced Yang Wandi, awakening only at the height of the sun, roused by the incessant ringing of his phone. It was Sun Changsheng, speaking with utmost courtesy. "Chief Qin, I hope I have not disturbed your rest." Aware that Qin Yu had been busy until the early hours, he presumed the latter might still be asleep. Qin Yu replied, "Director Sun, what is the status of the case? Has it been resolved?" Merely apprehending the criminals without recovering the stolen funds does not constitute a complete resolution. Sun Changsheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Chief Qin, thank you. The case has been solved, and all the stolen money has been recovered in full." After a brief conversation, in addition to expressing his thanks, Sun Changsheng provided a brief overview of the case before asking, "Chief Qin, are you free tonight for a drink?" Qin Yu readily agreed. "No problem at all. You choose the venue, and just let me know once it's arranged." Far away in the provincial capital, within a private estate on the outskirts, a middle-aged man emanated an air of authority, causing his subordinates to tremble with apprehension. One subordinate cautiously reported, "Master Chow, please accept my condolences. Liang Ge was indeed killed in Luqing, shot in the head by Secretary Qin Yu of the Luqing Municipal Committee." The middle-aged man restrained his fury and spoke slowly. "I want all the information on Qin Yu." "Understood. We will gather his detailed information and deliver it to you promptly." The man was Chao Mingyang, a prominent private entrepreneur and philanthropist in Jiangdong Province, and a certain representative, though this was merely a facade of prestige. In truth, he was the godfather of the underground forces in the provincial capital, having initially amassed wealth through dubious means before laundering his gains and establishing himself. Now, with the towering support of Wang Zhaoqing, he thrived in business, and many had forgotten the tumultuous history of his rise. The individual shot in the head was none other than Chao Mingyang's younger brother. Logically, with such a powerful brother, there would be no need to resort to bank robbery. However, Chao Mingyang, rebellious from a young age and discontent with the status quo, has not shied away from nefarious deeds. Over the years, he found the thrill of bank robbery exhilarating. Within a year, he had collaborated with 3 accomplices to rob 4 times, each time escaping unscathed, which only intensified his addiction to danger. In addition to his penchant for excitement, Chao Mingyang was also a notorious womanizer, having ensnared dozens of beautiful young women. Upon encountering Yang Wandi, he found it nearly impossible to divert his gaze, daringly following her until he was ultimately deterred by a few words from Qin Yu. Reluctant to let such beauty slip away, he schemed with his two associates to infiltrate the hotel that night, leading to a tragic end marked by a gunshot to the head. In less than 2 hours, information about Qin Yu was presented to Chao Mingliang. After perusing the dossier, he flung it disdainfully at his subordinate. Useless. Is this all? What about his family background? A rural lad who manages to become Tang Hui's secretary? Dig deeper and bring me a thorough report. The dossier contained some detailed information about Qin Yu, including his background, educational history, and birth date. Yet the section on his parents was alarmingly sparse, his mother deceased and his father unknown. Naturally, Chao Mingliang was infuriated. Years of experience told him that such circumstances would hardly warrant selection as a secretary by Tang Hui. The following day, the team finally pieced together the details of Qin Yu's lineage. When Chao Mingliang reviewed the new dossier, his expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that Qin Yu was the legitimate grandson of the esteemed Qin family in the capital, with a father serving as the executive deputy minister of the ZY organization department. With such a revelation, plotting revenge against his brother necessitated careful strategizing. The notion of retreat was utterly foreign to Chao Mingliang's lexicon. Vengeance would undoubtedly be sought. On this day, Qin Yu accompanied Secretary Tang Hui once more to the provincial capital for a significant meeting. As the city's secretary, it was routine for Tang Hui to travel to the province every so often, whether for meetings or to report on work progress to higher-ups. After the conference, Tang Hui proceeded to the office of Secretary Shah to provide an update on recent endeavors, particularly the commencement of construction at the Yangtze Paper Group factory. Yang Wandi had returned to the capital yesterday, having spent several days in Luqing following her university graduation. It was becoming increasingly inappropriate for her to delay her return home, despite her reluctance to leave. While Secretary Tang was inside reporting to Secretary Shah, Qin Yu, as the secretary, typically waited outside, seldom accompanying the leaders into the office. The wait was somewhat tedious, prompting Qin Yu to take out his phone and engage in a text conversation with Yang Wandi. After exchanging several messages, he suddenly halted, noticing Wang Zhaoqing arriving with his secretary. Though they held differing political views, it was entirely normal for Deputy Secretary Wang to seek out Secretary Shah, given his role in assisting the provincial secretary. Qin Yu, maintaining decorum, proactively greeted, "Hello, Secretary Wang." Wang Zhaoqing wore a placid expression, nodding slightly as he addressed Comrade Qin Yu. "What brings you here?" Qin Yu replied, "Secretary Tang is inside reporting on work, and I am waiting for him." With personnel present in Secretary Shah's office, even though he is the vice secretary of the provincial party committee, one cannot simply push open the door and enter. Thus, one must wait outside. While passing the time, Wang Zhaoqing engaged Qin Yu in a few conversations, albeit of a trivial nature, merely to occupy the moments. On the surface, Qin Yu feigned compliance and even expressed a semblance of respect for his superior, yet internally, he was far from tranquil. Having mentally berated Wang Zhaoqing's entire lineage after overhearing numerous candid thoughts from him. Chapter 89. The senior officer's Aunt Wang Zhaoqing appeared to engage in aimless chatter with Qin Yu, yet his inner thoughts were profoundly intricate, all of which Qin Yu perceived distinctly. "This old fox," Qin Yu muttered inwardly. Wang Zhaoqing pondered whether Chao Mingyang would take action against Qin Yu now that he had arrived in the provincial city. There was a slight conflict within him. He hoped Chao Mingyang would eliminate Qin Yu, yet he feared that any untoward actions might implicate him as well. The young rascal, if disposed of, would indeed be a cause for celebration, but alas, eliminating him is easy. Dealing with the powerful Qin family behind him would be a formidable challenge. Upon hearing such thoughts, Qin Yu etched the name Chao Mingyang into his memory. Having spent many years in Jiangdong province and now entering the bureaucratic system, Qin Yu was well aware of who Chao Mingyang was, a renowned entrepreneur and a prominent representative. However, it appeared that their paths had scarcely crossed. What motive could he possibly have to target him? Had he perhaps disturbed the ancestral grave of Chao's family? No, there must be a reason behind this. warranting a thorough investigation. Qin Yu, being astute, acknowledged these thoughts, feeling a surge of indignation within, yet his countenance remained impassive as he continued to converse with Wang Zhaoqing. Eventually, Tang Hui emerged, and Wang Zhaoqing entered the provincial secretary's office, while Qin Yu departed with Secretary Tang. The meeting held considerable significance, extending throughout the day and continuing into the next, with the earliest return to Luqing expected by the following afternoon. That evening, Tang Hui had social obligations with fellow leaders of his rank, likely including provincial officials, granting Qin Yu a reprieve and the freedom to explore. With the evening free, Qin Yu had arranged an early meeting with Li Rongtao. To be precise, Li Rongtao, aware of Qin Yu's arrival in the provincial city, had proactively reached out in the morning and called again in the afternoon, expressing delight upon learning of Qin Yu's availability that evening. He insisted on treating him to dinner, eager to share a few drinks. The last time they had met, they had suffered a grave car accident, which left Li Rongtao severely injured and hospitalized for over 20 days. He understood that had it not been for Qin Yu, he would have perished, and thus, Qin Yu had long been regarded as his savior. As dusk approached, Li Rongtao arrived as promised, personally driving to pick up Qin Yu for their gathering. "Brother, hop in. I've reserved a table and prepared 2 fine bottles of wine. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated." Seeing Li Rongtao brought Qin Yu great joy. They were both young men with similar interests, and he was glad to cultivate this friendship. "Rongtao, how is your recovery? Are you able to drink?" "Not a problem at all. I'm completely healed and can drink without any issue." Since they were heading out for drinks, Li Rongtao opted not to wear his police uniform. Otherwise, Qin Yu would have noticed that this fortuitous turn of events had led to his promotion due to his commendable performance in the previous incident, earning him an additional star on his shoulder. As Li Rongtao drove, the two exchanged light-hearted banter, creating a delightful atmosphere. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the restaurant. "Quite impressive. This place seems rather upscale. Rongtao, are you prepared for a splurge?" The restaurant is indeed quite impressive, particularly its decor, which exudes an air of sophistication, suggesting that dining here may not come at a modest price. As evening descended and the sky darkened, the establishment was bustling with patrons, indicating a thriving business. Those who frequent such a venue typically possess a certain economic standing, making it quite ordinary for them to arrive by car, despite the parking spaces at the entrance being rather scarce. Rongtao noticed an available parking spot ahead. With a nod, he maneuvered his vehicle towards it, preparing to reverse into the space. However, just as he began to back up, a black Mercedes, moving at a swift pace, darted into the spot, claiming it for itself. This act left Rongtao feeling disgruntled. Naturally, Qin Yu also felt a twinge of annoyance at the lack of decorum displayed, wondering how someone could be so inconsiderate, oblivious to their attempts to park. With no alternative parking spaces available at that moment, Rongtao parked his vehicle directly behind Mercedes and exited with visible irritation. The driver of the Mercedes, an imposing woman with a rotund figure and an intimidating demeanor, appeared to be a formidable opponent. Rongtao, undeterred by her presence, approached her boldly and exclaimed, "Auntie, this is quite unreasonable." The woman, clearly not one to back down easily, retorted with a ferocity that suggested she was no stranger to confrontation. The two quickly engaged in a heated argument. Observing from the sidelines, Qin Yu shook his head, realizing that reasoning with such an individual would be futile. He decided it best to leave the dispute behind and head inside for dinner. The altercation escalated, and to Qin Yu's surprise, Rongtao held his ground, demonstrating impressive verbal skills against the ferocious middle-aged woman. The woman, feeling cornered, adopted a commanding stance and declared, "Do you have any idea of my rank? How dare you challenge me for a parking space? I could easily have you dealt with." A number of onlookers, unable to tolerate her unreasonable behavior, chimed in, with one bystander loudly questioning, "Annie, what rank are you? Pray tell." Faced with the growing crowd, she boasted, "You wouldn't believe it if I told you. I am a general. Do you know how few there are in the nation? Less than 100. Even division commanders and provincial leaders must show me respect. What you all mere trifles." The spectators were taken aback by her self-importance. Murmuring amongst themselves about her lack of civility, despite her claims of being a general. The commotion drew the attention of law enforcement, who promptly arrived at the scene. Even when confronted by the police, the woman remained brazen, insisting on her military rank. The officers, after verifying the identities of Rong Tao and Qin Yu, opted to escort both parties to the police station for further clarification. By the time they emerged from the station, it was already near 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, and the matter had been left unresolved, as the woman offered no apology, leaving the police with little recourse. In reality, she was not a general, but rather the wife of a private entrepreneur, Chao Mingyang. Not wishing to dwell on the earlier incident, the two men returned to the restaurant, putting the altercation behind them. They indulged in a spirited drinking session, consuming 2 bottles of high-quality liquor until they were thoroughly inebriated. After returning to their accommodations at the Provincial Party Committee's guest house and taking a refreshing shower, Qin Yu made a phone call. He chuckled softly. What a remarkable coincidence. It is indeed the wife of Chao Mingyang. Refusing to apologize, is it? Acting arrogantly, is it? Once this matter escalates into a sensational news story, I wonder how long you will be able to maintain that bravado. Indeed, Qin Yu is preparing to address her. There is no need to resort to official channels just yet. For the time being, harnessing the power of public opinion is quite sufficient. Although the year 2001 did not witness the advent of smartphones, the proliferation of computers was commendable, and numerous prominent websites emerged, attracting immense traffic, such as Sina and Sohu. Should this issue gain traction online and evolve into a nationwide sensation, even Chao Mingyang would likely find himself in a precarious situation. Chapter 90, The Power of Public Opinion. Chao Yangming had been contemplating how to deal with Qin Yu. It will be simple to take down Qin Yu, even if he was merely Tang Hui's secretary. Yet the formidable Qin family behind him instilled a sense of trepidation. Today was no different. He pondered how to eliminate Qin Yu entirely to avenge his brother. After a while, a knock resonated at the door. With a stern expression, indicative of his troubled mood, he invited the visitor in. A subordinate cautiously entered and reported, Master Chao, there's troubling news. The internet is abuzz with reports about Sister Lan. Who is Sister Lan? That would be Lu Yanlan, Chao Yangming's first wife, whom his loyal confidants always referred to with respect. Despite her status as his wife, Chao Yangming had largely neglected her for years, preferring the company of his younger wives, dismissing her as an unappealing presence. However, she was still his wife, and any scandal would tarnish his reputation. He inquired in a low voice, what exactly is happening? His subordinate provided a brief overview. After listening, Chao Yangming opened his computer, checking major websites like Sina, Soho, and 163, all replete with vivid articles regarding Lu Yanlan's claims of holding a military rank equivalent to general. The public's reaction was intense, with an overwhelming number of comments and threads. Chao Yangming felt a sense of foreboding and asked, how could this occur? Master Chao, our analysis suggests that someone is deliberately targeting Sister Lan. I refuse to believe this is happening without a hidden agenda. Chao Yangming nodded slightly, fully agreeing. Investigate further. I wish to uncover who is orchestrating this. Approximately 2 to 3 hours later, the subordinate returned with more information. Master Chao, we have uncovered several useful leads. The individuals involved in the conflict with Sister Lan are Li Rongtao and Qin Yu, with Qin Yu emerging as the prime suspect. Although sufficient evidence was lacking, they had discerned indications pointing towards Qin Yu's involvement. Chao Yangming concurred, stating, no need for further investigation. It must be Qin Yu. The subordinate continued, Master Chao, what shall we do now? The public outcry is escalating. Despite our efforts to persuade these websites to retract their articles, they remain unresponsive. In Jiangdong Province, Chao Yangming was indeed a prominent figure, particularly in the provincial capital where his influence was formidable. Yet on a national scale, he wielded far less power. It was not surprising that major portals would disregard him. Damn it, it's that Qin Yu again. I will see him dead one way or another. Allowing public sentiment to spiral out of control was unacceptable. If a powerful figure within the system decided to intervene, Lu Yanlan could find herself in grave danger. Impersonating a military officer and claiming a general status was a serious offense, likely leading to her detention. Chao Mingyang is indeed a man of pride. His wife's detention is a severe blow to his dignity. How will others perceive him? They may whisper behind his back that he cannot even safeguard his own spouse. However, the unfolding of events has far exceeded Chao Mingyang's expectations. While he was still contemplating how to navigate this predicament, another subordinate hurriedly approached him. Master Chao, it is dire. Sister Lan has been taken by the police for impersonating a military officer and is now under criminal detention. What? This was a blatant affront to him. Did they not realize she was his wife? It was utterly humiliating. What further incensed Chao Mingyang was that he had personally made several calls to secure her release. Yet those who usually called him brother were now evasive, with some even stating outright that it was a directive from above and they were powerless to intervene. Chao Mingyang soon learned the truth. It was indeed an order from higher-ups. Secretary Xia of the Provincial Committee and Governor Zhu Mingxiang had both issued directives for serious handling of this matter, showing no leniency. With the two provincial leaders personally intervening, the subordinates dared not delay and swiftly took Lu Yanlan into custody. Meanwhile, Qin Yu enjoyed a relatively leisurely day, as Secretary Tang was occupied with meetings. At noon, Qin Yu dined with Li Rongtao, opting for beverages instead of alcohol, adhering to discipline. Li Rongtao had been following the online developments with great enthusiasm. Brother, I never anticipated the extent of media coverage surrounding this incident. Public sentiment is quite fierce. The senior military officer who usurped our parking space has already been detained. I am certain someone is orchestrating this matter. Otherwise, it would not have escalated so rapidly, he added. Qin Yu chuckled. Rongtao, do you think I might be the one behind this progression? Upon hearing this, Li Rongtao's eyes widened in surprise, and after a moment, admiration filled his expression. Brother, so was you. Truly impressive. The two conversed merrily about the situation while enjoying their meal. Amid their joviality, Li Rongtao cautioned, Lu Yanlan is Chao Mingyang's wife. We must be wary of potential retaliation from him. As for retaliation, Qin Yu felt little trepidation. Should Chao Mingyang dare to retaliate, he would ensure a severe reckoning. Moreover, Qin Yu had yet to disclose that he was discreetly investigating Chao Mingyang. He was determined to uncover any unsavory truths beneath the surface, believing that tangible evidence would allow him to confront Chao Mingyang openly. Of course, Qin Yu speculated that Chao Mingyang might attempt to retaliate, but he would likely do so covertly. After their meal, Qin Yu returned to the hotel where he was staying. The accommodations were quite satisfactory, featuring a robust desktop computer with a 17-inch flat monitor. He powered on the computer to check the online situation. The response was still quite vigorous. Several prominent news websites featured articles about the senior military officer, with numerous comments following each report. What, one might wonder, was the outcome of the senior military officer situation? It seems there were no substantial consequences. The police merely provided a reprimand before releasing the individual. Is it truly possible that impersonating a military officer warrants nothing more than a warning? If there were no repercussions, I would surmise that this elderly lady must hold a position of at least a major rank. Observing such comments stirred a sense of intrigue in Qin Yu, who smiled faintly. Lu Yanlan had only recently been detained, and there had yet to be any reports online concerning her true identity. Qin Yu made another call, and within an hour, pertinent articles began to emerge, swiftly revealing Lu Yanlan's authentic identity. With Lu Yanlan's background exposed, Chao Mingyang's past also came to light. Subsequently, the narrative began to shift. Public opinion gradually gravitated towards Chao Mingyang, with accounts of his early ventures, dubious dealings, and attempts at rehabilitation starting to circulate across the internet. Chapter 91. A Lesson in Mercy. Chao Mingyang soon became aware of the escalating situation and felt increasingly restless. Many of his affairs were not meant for the light of day. He needed to extinguish the flames of this emerging crisis. In his anxious state, he sought the support of his influential ally, Wang Zhaoqing. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, he finally met with Deputy Secretary Wang. In his capacity as the president of XX Company, he entered the office of the provincial deputy secretary. Wang Secretary, I implore you to assist me. That little brat, Qin Yu, is scheming against me from the shadows. All this online discourse is orchestrated by him, Chao Mingyang exclaimed. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Zhaoqing had already surmised that someone was diligently working to undermine Chao Mingyang, questioning the motives behind such antagonism. Now, it was clear. Qin Yu was the instigator. It was imperative to quell the unrest swiftly. Wang Xiaoqing contemplated the best approach to restore calm and had even reached out to several acquaintances in the capital, though the outcomes were less than favorable. In the year 2001, many lacked the experience to manage online discourse, Wang Xiaoqing and his associates included. In truth, the means to pacify public opinion were rather straightforward. They simply remained unaware. The most effective strategy would have been to promptly issue an official announcement detailing the repercussions faced by Liu Yanluan. With the involved parties having been sternly dealt with and under criminal detention, the public would be satisfied and the uproar would quickly subside. Unfortunately, they were oblivious to this fact. Despite their clandestine endeavors utilizing numerous channels and resources, little progress was made until a full day had passed. It was only the following morning that the police released an official statement, gradually cooling the fervor of public opinion. They soon realized the efficacy of this announcement. Had they known sooner, it would have been prudent to disseminate the statement at an earlier juncture. However, believing the matter had settled, Chao Mingyang was infuriated to discover that from that day forth, various inspections from relevant departments intensified, all targeting his companies. Initially, a tax audit revealed a plethora of issues, followed by a fire safety inspection that unearthed yet more problems. Now, personnel from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau had arrived, a large group likely to uncover an abundance of additional concerns. This relentless scrutiny drove Chao Mingyang to the brink of madness. Damn it, someone's clearly out to get me. Could it be that Qin Yu again? Fuming with rage, Chao Mingyang returned to Deputy Secretary Wang's office. Wang Secretary, we are a reputable enterprise in Dongjiang Province. This treatment is unacceptable. Wang Xiaoqing replied. I've already taken note of the situation. Rest assured, I will communicate with the relevant departments to ensure that inspections are not conducted so frequently. Chao Mingyang insisted. Wang's secretary, this is likely another scheme by Qin Yu. It seems he has set his sights on me. I have never endured such humiliation in my life. I must eliminate Qin Yu and ensure he vanishes from this world. While Wang Xiaoqing harbored a similar disdain for Qin Yu, he did not allow his anger to cloud his judgment. Remaining composed, he cautioned, Chao, you're nearing 50. Why act so impulsively? Qin Yu is not an ordinary adversary. Any action against him must be meticulously planned. Chao Mingyang, seething with anger, was beyond his limits. He was determined to eliminate Qin Yu. Wang Xiaoqing advised, do not act impulsively. Allow me to speak with Qin Yu personally. After all, I am the deputy secretary of the provincial committee, and he should afford me some respect. It was uncertain whether Chao Mingyang absorbed these words. Nonetheless, he stormed out of the deputy secretary's office in a fit of rage. As he watched Chao Mingyang leave in fury, Wang Xiaoqing felt a slight headache and thought, I sincerely hope no chaos ensues. He quickly summoned his secretary. Xiao Sun, please reach out to Qin Yu and request that he visit me at his earliest convenience. I have matters to discuss. Responding to the deputy secretary's summons, Qin Yu arrived at the provincial committee in the afternoon, knocking on Wang Xiaoqing's office door. Secretary Wang, you called for me. Wang Xiaoqing nodded slightly. Xiaoqing, would you care for a drink? Please have a seat. We need to have a thorough conversation. As Qin Yu settled onto the sofa, Secretary Sun brought in a cup of hot tea, then quietly exited after closing the door. Wang Xiaoqing exchanged a few pleasantries before steering the conversation to the main issue. Xiaoqing, I hear that Chao Mingyang's company has been investigated repeatedly. You are involved in this, correct? Qin Yu appeared genuinely astonished. Is that so? His company is a star enterprise in the province. How could it possibly be under scrutiny? This is the first I'm hearing of it. Are you certain you had no hand in this? Wang Xiaoqing inquired. Secretary Wang, I assure you, I only learned of this from your mention. I had no prior knowledge, Qin Yu replied earnestly. Wang Xiaoqing felt a twinge of discomfort. It was evident that Qin Yu was the one responsible, yet he chose to deny it. Deciding not to dwell on the topic, Wang Xiaoqing shifted the conversation. Xiaoqing, I am aware of the animosity between you and Chao Mingyang. His brother got what he deserved, and his wife is equally culpable. Regardless, neither is particularly connected to Chao Mingyang. He bears no ill will towards you. Today, I will act as a mediator between you two. It is better to resolve enmities than to perpetuate them. Secretary Wang, However, for what I understand, Chao Mingyang has repeatedly threatened to end my life. What is the meaning of this? Qin Yu countered. That is merely his reckless talk. He knows he has overstepped. He has entrusted me to facilitate a reconciliation. Wang Xiaoqing replied. Qin Yu chuckled. Secretary Wang, it appears your relationship with Chao Mingyang is rather cordial. It is said that he is your man, and it seems there may be some truth to that. Wang Xiaoqing hurriedly denied the claim. That is mere gossip. I have only acknowledged his business acumen and supported him in public forums a couple of times. In truth, my connection with him is minimal. Such matters must not be acknowledged. Wang Xiaoqing was adamant in his denial, maintaining the same stance with Secretary Xia and Governor Zhu, insisting that he had no private ties with Chao Mingyang. After a round of persuasion, Wang Xiaoqing remarked, Xiaoqing, within the system, there are no eternal enemies. One must learn to show mercy where it is due. Cultivating good relationships benefits everyone involved. You, my comrade, are exceptionally talented. After a while, once you have further grounded yourself, I shall personally recommend to the Luqing Municipal Committee that you be entrusted with greater responsibilities. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Yu could discern Wang Xiaoqing's true sentiments, he might have been swayed. The grand vision painted was indeed impressive, creating an illusion that Secretary Wang had truly set aside past grievances to support him. Qin Yu chose not to expose this pretense, instead donning a mask of gratitude, expressing thanks for the leader's guidance. After their conversation, as Qin Yu exited the office of the provincial deputy secretary and glanced at the clock, he noted that it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. There was no urgent need to rush back that evening. He could return to Luqing the following day. He pondered whether he should seek the company of someone for a drink that night. Perhaps Li Rongtao would be a good choice. However, before he could reach out to Li Rongtao, an unfamiliar phone call interrupted him. Chapter 92. Chao Mingyang concedes the phone in Qin Yu's pocket began to ring. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number. Assuming it was a call from someone within the establishment, he was accustomed to such calls in his position as a secretary to the municipal committee. Once he answered, a strange man's voice resonated through the line. Hello, Secretary Qin. This is Chao Mingyang. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Chao Mingyang had taken the initiative to call him. He replied coolly, Mr. Chao, what can I do for you? Chao Mingyang responded, since Secretary Qin has arrived in the provincial capital, could you grant me the courtesy of sitting down for a drink tonight? Let's have a chat. Though uncertain of his true intentions, Qin Yu discerned that it was unlikely to be a pleasant discourse. He replied, Mr. Chao, I cannot extend that courtesy. I prefer not to drink with you. On the other end of the line, Chao Mingyang's expression darkened with anger. In Jiangdong province, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Recalling Wang Xiaoqing's earlier words and considering Qin Yu's familial background, Chao Mingyang suppressed his frustration, reminding himself that a true gentleman knows when to yield. Striving to maintain a calm demeanor, he said, Young Master Qin, I understand you may look down upon individuals like us. However, we each have our own paths, and in certain respects, we can still be of service. Mr. Chao, are you threatening me? No. Chao Mingyang quickly retorted. I would never dare to threaten you. Young Master Qin, to be candid, Secretary Wang just called me to impart some wisdom. He was right. It is better to resolve conflicts than to exacerbate them. We wish to speak with you to express our sincerity, and the past grievances between us can be settled and left behind. Indeed, he had received a call from Wang Xiaoqing, who had expressed concern that Chao Mingyang might act recklessly, resulting in unforeseen consequences. Wang had spoken for over 10 minutes on the matter. Gradually, Chao Mingyang regained his composure. He was no fool, having risen from humble beginnings to his current stature. Once calm, he considered that if he could not overpower Qin Yu, perhaps he could instead entice him to join forces. Whether it was money or women that Qin Yu desired, he could provide it all. If he could draw Qin Yu into his sphere, he would have the backing of the Qin family, a far greater support than that of Wang Xiaoqing. He was eager to test this theory. Qin Yu, skeptical of his words, continued to refuse. Mr. Chao, you wish to invite me for a meal and drinks. This is undoubtedly a trap. You are overthinking it. Young Master Qin, I would never dare. I merely wish to have a conversation with you. Allow me the chance. I will send someone to pick you up. With the conversation reaching this point, Qin Yu hesitated, no longer refusing the invitation. He was curious to see what new game Chao Mingyang intended to play. Fear was not a concern. Qin Yu was confident in his abilities and could hear their thoughts, much like observing a game of cards where the opponent's hand was laid bare. Approximately 10 minutes later, a black Mercedes arrived, politely escorting Qin Yu to a five-star hotel in the provincial capital. Inside the lavish private room, Chao Mingyang had been waiting for some time. In the entirety of Jiangdong province, there are very few individuals whom he would personally wait for. Qin Yu's family background is rather formidable, compelling him to refrain from adopting an arrogant demeanor. At present, he has largely relinquished the thought of eliminating Qin Yu, as the costs and risks associated with such an endeavor are exceedingly high, and the repercussions are beyond his capacity to bear. He has resolutely decided that, since he cannot defeat Qin Yu, he shall instead seek to join forces with him. If he can entice Qin Yu with wealth and charm, it would be a far more prudent strategy than resorting to murder. As Qin Yu entered, Chao Mingyang rose to greet him with a display of warmth. "Young Master Qin, welcome, welcome. I am Chao Mingyang." It was the first time Qin Yu laid eyes on Chao Mingyang himself, dressed in a tang suit and cloth shoes. Appearing to be around 50 years of age, exuding a formidable presence. Qin Yu offered a faint smile and responded, "Mr. Chao, please speak candidly." Chao Mingyang personally poured wine for Qin Yu, saying, "Young Master Qin, I have arranged this banquet primarily to extend my sincerest apologies. I overstepped my bounds in the past, causing you displeasure, and I assure you, it shall never happen again. Young Master Qin, I hope you can show magnanimity and allow bygones to be bygones. Rest assured, you will be my friend going forward, and you may call upon me whenever you require assistance." His words were quite eloquent, seemingly imbued with sincerity. However, Qin Yu discerned the underlying intentions, recognizing that they were mere embellishments, devoid of genuine trustworthiness. "Mr. Chao, I shot your brother and had your wife detained. I hear she is to be held for 15 days. Do you truly believe we can turn the page on this?" "Indeed, I absolutely can," Chao Mingyang replied. "I, Chao Mingyang, am a man of my word and will ensure that young Master Qin is never again subjected to displeasure." Qin Yu cautioned, "Remember your words. Next time, I may not be so accommodating." Chao Mingyang felt a surge of discomfort. Was this a veiled warning? Yet, the weight of Qin Yu's family background loomed large, instilling a sense of trepidation within him.